Chapter 1, Crossing Over to the Beautiful Woman's Bed. Yang Chao had imagined many ways of dying in his life, but he never expected that he would die suddenly from playing games all night. It was a hasty death. Yang Chao felt a sharp pain in his heart, and when he slowly closed his eyes, he felt more than just regret. If there is an afterlife, he will definitely not play games. In the luxurious presidential suite, on the soft big bed, Yang Chao, lying on the bed, slowly woke up. Where is this? What a luxurious room. Could it be that God has mercy on him and lets him experience the life of a rich man before he dies? Yang Chao turned around and saw the woman sleeping beside him. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, with her bare shoulders and back exposed. Woman? Yang Chao almost screamed out in fright. What the hell is going on? Luxurious presidential suite, beautiful woman, can people dream even after they die? I just had a wet dream. Just as Yang Chao was lying on the bed, not daring to breathe, at a loss, a huge amount of information suddenly emerged in his mind, and a severe headache made him tremble all over. 2 minutes later, the severe pain disappeared, and Yang Chao finally recovered and breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. After he died of a sudden heart attack, he traveled through time. Yang Chao traveled to a world that was completely parallel to the Earth. The information that suddenly emerged in his mind just now was the memory of the original owner of this body. He is a good man who married early, but his wife is a sarcastic and mean woman who supports her brother. The original owner lives a life of being exploited by his wife or his wife's brother every day. But the beautiful CEO of the company launched a strong offensive against him. It was this woman who was now sleeping beside him. She was beautiful and rich, and could be both cool and cute. Such an excellent woman is compared with the wife who supports her brother at home. There is a huge difference between them. But the original owner was extremely loyal to his wife. No matter how the beautiful CEO pursued him, he just refused. Now, he was drunk by the beautiful CEO and forced to do it. After digesting the information in his mind, Yang Chao couldn't help but admire the original owner of this body. It was too stupid. The pursuit of the beautiful CEO was secondary. As for the sarcastic and mean brother supporting demon at home, she couldn't have it. They were definitely going to get divorced. Since God chose to let me travel through time, then I will live a good life for you. Yang Chao muttered to himself and sat up. He died too hastily in his previous life, and he was definitely unwilling to do so. Now, he also wants to live a good life, and the first step is to divorce his wife. However, what should he do with the beautiful CEO on the bed? At this moment, there was a sudden violent knock on the door of the presidential suite, and a woman's cursing voice came from outside the door. Yang Chao's face changed. Oh no! According to the original owner's memory, the voice belonged to his wife. It's bad, it's bad. I was caught cheating in bed before I was even ready to divorce. I can't even explain why I want a divorce. The violent knocking on the door woke up Ling Qingyin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. She opened her hazy eyes and looked at Yang Chao, who was at a loss. Is that your wife outside the door? Ling Qingyin had a charming look in her eyes. She crawled out from under the quilt as if no one was around. Her curvy figure made Yang Chao stare at her. Ling Qingyin put on a silk pajamas and went to open the door barefoot. Hey, don't open the door. Yang Chao shouted, his brain still not coming out of the erotic scene just now. Ling Qingyin turned her head and smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife. Since I dare to force you, I have a way to deal with her. When Yang Chao heard this, he just froze where he was. Damn, domineering, beautiful and domineering, what did the original owner of this body think? Compared with the 200-pound wife at home, bah, there is no comparison. At this moment, Yang Chao wanted to slap himself twice. He was so stupid. However, seeing that the fierce woman in the house was about to rush in, he didn't want to be seen clearly, so while Ling Qingyin went to open the door, Yang Chao quickly put on his clothes. The door of the room opened, and the original owner's wife Wu Meili, along with her mother and brother, rushed in aggressively. When passing by Ling Qingyin, Wu Meili's younger brother Wu Xiong stared at her snow-white and slender thighs and couldn't take his eyes off her. Yang Chao, you bastard, how dare you cheat on me? Wu Meili was furious, her fat face was shiny with oil, and that layer of oil could be scraped off to cook with. Yang Chao sat on the edge of the bed and opened his mouth. He absolutely could not say that he was forced to do it by Ling Qingyin. Firstly, it would be embarrassing. Secondly, he was a man and would not let a woman shield him from all this. Okay, you bastard, I knew you didn't come home last night. Something happened outside. No man is a good thing. Stop looking at me and come here. Wu Meili's mother Li Tsueju yelled at her son-in-law at the door. Wu Meili also cast an angry and jealous look at Ling Qingyin. She was very jealous of this woman, not because Yang Chao cheated on her, but because Ling Qingyin's figure and beauty were what she did not have. The mother and daughter looked at each other and cursed at the same time. Bitch. Vixen. At this time, Ling Qingyin walked over with an unchanged expression, looked at Wu Meili with a playful look, and said, "Your family of four are like parasites growing on Yang Chao's body. It's all about money. How much do you want? I'll give it to you. I hope you won't bother him anymore. Bah, just wait for me to sue you. If you don't want to see me in court, that's fine too. Just give me half of your company's shares and I can divorce Yang Chao anytime." Wu Meili twisted her fat face and said arrogantly. Now that she has caught Yang Chao's handle, if she doesn't take this opportunity to blackmail Ling Qingyin, then there would be no point in her coming here today. Yang Chao frowned when he heard this. In the original owner's memory, he and Wu Meili had never had a married life. The other party had been asking him for money since they got married. He didn't know how the original owner was bewitched by the devil. Now, he actually opened his mouth and asked for half of Ling Qingyin's company as shares. Does she really think she is the king? Also, you are a vixen who seduced my son-in-law. I will never let you off easily. Take off your clothes now, kneel on the ground and admit your mistake, otherwise we will strip you naked. Li Tsueju pointed at Ling Qingyin's nose and cursed. As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Xiong suddenly became energetic. He licked his lips and was about to pull off Ling Qingyin's thin pajamas. Why can his useless brother-in-law spend a night with such a beautiful woman? Wu Xiong is absolutely not convinced, and now he is taking advantage of the opportunity, the best. Ling Qingyin never expected that Yang Chao's wife's younger brother would be so shameless as to dare to take advantage of her in broad daylight. She is a woman after all. Ling Qingyin's face changed slightly, and she could only retreat little by little to Yang Chao's side. Yang Chao, help me. Ling Qingyin said in a low voice, but she knew that Yang Chao had never had any feelings for her. If Yang Chao didn't help her, her innocence would be at stake. Chapter 2 Evidence of Wu Meili's cheating. Thinking of this, a trace of anxiety and helplessness flashed in Ling Qingyin's beautiful eyes. At this time, Yang Chao's arm was tightly grasped by Ling Qingyin, and a mechanical system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Yang Chao listened to the voice in his mind and was stunned. What was going on? A God-level selection system? That's right, he has traveled through time, how could he not have a system? Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. The voice in my head repeated itself again. Yang Chao stood up and said to himself, check. Ding! Mission content, Ling Qingyin is facing sexual harassment from Wu Xiong. Please choose whether to help Ling Qingyin. Option 1, help Ling Qingyin and you will receive a reward of 1 million renminbi plus a copy of Wu Meili's cheating evidence. Option 2, do not help Ling Qingyin, and you will get 2 days of good looks from Wu Meili. Yang Chao looked at the two options in his mind. Is there any need to choose? He would definitely choose the first one. Unexpectedly, Wu Meili also cheated? With her conditions, the man is really not picky. Yang Chao thought to himself, and when he came to his senses, Wu Xiong was already standing in front of him. Yang Chao, you'd better not stop me. If my sister finds out that you are protecting this woman, be careful that she will make you sleep on the floor when she gets home. Wu Xiong frowned and looked at Yang Chao and shouted. This was his usual attitude toward his brother-in-law. His whole family had become accustomed to it. Anyway, Yang Chao would never resist and would always accept it. Yang Chao was furious when he heard this. Damn it, you eat my food, drink my drinks and live in my house, but you don't even know how to call me brother-in-law? The original owner could tolerate it, but I can't. In addition, Wu Meili had cheated on him, so he was more determined to get a divorce, so. Fuck you, try touching her today? Yang Chao slapped Wu Xiong in the face, loud and crisp. With a bang, everyone in the room was stunned. No one expected that Yang Chao would actually hit Wu Xiong. Ling Qingyin opened her pink lips slightly, and looked at Yang Chao with eyes full of tenderness. Is he protecting me? On the other side, Wu Meili reacted and said angrily, Yang Chao, you have become so capable, right? You dare to hit my brother and protect that woman. You cheated and you think you are right, right? You dare to hit my son, you're done. You two adulterers. Li Tsueju pointed at Yang Chao, her fingers shaking with anger. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Yang Chao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping Ling Qingyin successfully. You will receive a reward of 1 million RMB plus evidence of Wu Meili's cheating. This has been sent to your phone. With the reward in hand, Yang Chao became even more confident. In the presidential suite, the thin Wu Xiong was slapped back several steps by Yang Chao, and stood there with his face covered. Yang Chao took out his phone and saw a payment of 1 million RMB and dozens of photos on it. They were all irrefutable evidence of Wu Meili's affair with another man. The time was actually March last year? Good man, the original owner was so miserable. Not only was he bullied by this woman and her family, but he was also cuckolded for a year. At this moment, the voice in his mind sounded again, and a new task was issued. Ding! A new task has been generated. Task content: we have learned that Wu Meili has cheated on her husband. Please choose whether to expose her. Option 1, expose her on the spot, divorce her, and make her leave the house with nothing. You will receive a reward of 1 million RMB plus super hacking skills. Option 2, apologize to Wu Xiong and Wu Meili, pretend you didn't see the evidence of cheating, and you will receive a reward of 2 million renminbi. This, super hacker technology equivalent to 1 million RMB? Still the same, no need to choose, just go for the first one. Yang Chao looked up at Wu Meili, staring at her with sharp eyes, and sneered, how dare you say that I cheated? Look at the rubbish you have done. Yang Chao placed the mobile phone in front of Wu Meili, and on the screen was a photo of her cuddling with another man. Wu Meili's face turned pale the moment she saw the photo, and a look of panic flashed in her eyes. Yang Chao continued, Wu Meili, we have been married for 2 years and you never let me touch you. I didn't expect that you have been cheating on me for more than a year. Since we got married, your family of 4 has been living in the house I bought. You boss me around all the time, eat my food, drink my drinks, and live in my house. And you're still so fucking arrogant? You're so arrogant. I'm telling you, this divorce is final, but you won't get a penny of the money. You and your whole family should get out of my house immediately. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. At this moment, Yang Chao was full of vigor and was no longer the good guy who never fought back or retaliated. Ling Qingyin, who was standing behind him, was confused. Why did Yang Chao change so much? Was it because she had sex with him? Thinking of this, Ling Qingyin's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head. Her love for Yang Chao became stronger. On the other hand, as for Wu Meili's family of 3, from seeing the evidence of her own infidelity to Yang Chao threatening to kick her out of the house, Wu Meili knew that if she went to court, she would not have the slightest chance of winning based on the evidence. However, even so, she still said timidly, Yang, you are rebellious. When you married me, you said everything was fine. Now, in just 2 years, everything has changed. No man is good. Bah! Yang Chao frowned slightly and reminded, Wu Meili, you were the one who cheated first. Wu Meili was surprised when she heard this. What happened to Yang Chao today? Usually, whenever she acted like this, Yang Chao would subconsciously coax her and give in. Why was he so firm today? She had no choice but to look at each other with her mother and brother. The family had a very good understanding of each other. Li Tsueju and Wu Xiong just lay on the ground and rolled around. Oh, someone, come and take a look. Someone is beating someone. The unfilial son-in-law dared to beat his mother-in-law. My brother-in-law is bullying my brother-in-law. Is there anyone who can help me? Help! The 2 people shouting at the top of their lungs did attract the attention of the surrounding tenants, and people in the corridor came over. Damn, this family is too shameless. Yang Chao was stunned. He had never seen such a shameless family. Ling Qingyin pulled the corner of Yang Chao's clothes and whispered, Yang Chao, let me handle it. Give them some money, just like feeding the dog. Yang Chao turned his head and looked at Ling Qingyin, who was blinking and staring at him, and said with a smile, It's okay, this kind of thing should be left to men, go to the bathroom and put on your clothes, we are ready to leave. Ling Qingyin was slightly stunned when she heard this. In her eyes, Yang Chao at this moment was the symbol of masculinity. So she nodded obediently and went to the bathroom with her clothes. Yang Chao also sat on the bed calmly, looking at the 2 people rolling on the ground with a calm face, and said, Wu Meili, your lover is a lawyer, right? If you don't leave, I don't mind taking out the corruption certificate of your lover's law firm. When Wu Meili heard this, her face changed slightly. Facing Yang Chao now, she panicked. Even if Yang Chao had evidence of her cheating, there was no reason why he would not have some evidence against her lover. Even if I leave, you will still expose his secrets. Wu Meili gritted her teeth and insisted. Yang Chao smiled faintly and continued, first, I am not you. I will not do such a shameless thing. Second, you have no right to choose now. There are only two paths in front of you. Either get out quickly and then we will divorce, or wait for your lover to be left with nothing. Wu Meili stared at Yang Chao hatefully. She admitted that every word Yang Chao said hit her weak spot and her little thoughts were completely grasped by Yang Chao. Mom, brother, let's go. She stared at Yang Chao unwillingly, gritting her teeth and squeezing out a sentence, just wait, we're not done yet. The two people who were lying on the ground and rolling around saw that their backbone had left, so they naturally got up quickly and followed Wu Meili's but, leaving happily. The tenants also understood the truth of the matter. Those who could live in the presidential suite were either rich or noble. They naturally hated such scoundrels. I've never seen people with such low character. I saw that the man in the room looked very respectable. How could he hit them? I guess he was just trying to cheat me out of money. Where are the security guards? Can they let people like this in? What bad luck! I encountered this stinky shit so early in the morning. I am so annoyed. Wu Meili's family naturally heard all these words, and they gritted their teeth in hatred, but there was nothing they could do. They could not afford to offend any of the people here, so they could only leave in disgrace. Chapter 3, 10,000 per person. The incident of Wu Meili catching the adulterer had calmed down, and Yang Chao agreed to divorce her at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock this morning. At the hotel, Ling Qingying checked out and followed Yang Chao back to her car. She looked up and down at this man who was extremely familiar yet somewhat strange. She was really curious as to how he could become like this after sleeping. Hey, don't you have no feelings for me? Why are you on my side today? Ling Qingying asked while driving. Yang Chao sat in the passenger seat, smiled and said, since you slept with me, I have to be responsible for you. I can't not feel anything. Ling Qingying frowned upon hearing this and pretended to be furious. No feeling? You were so excited last night without feeling? What kind of people are men? However, what Yang Chao said about being responsible made Ling Qingying's heart move. She really did not misjudge the man. Yang Chao laughed awkwardly and complained to himself, I had already done it when I came here, I didn't feel it at all. However, there should be plenty of opportunities in the future. Because they were getting divorced at 9 a.m., Yang Chao and Ling Qingying just found a place to have a simple breakfast. After that, Ling Qingying went to the company for work, and Yang Chao went home alone to get his household registration book. Chow Chow, call me if you need anything. I'll give you a day off today as a reward for your hard work last night. Ling Qingying threw a coquettish glance at Yang Chao and giggled. Continue tonight? Yang Chao said as a matter of course. Bah, you wish. Ling Qingying was teased by Yang Chao and left with a blushing face. In order to make it easier for Yang Chao to get a marriage certificate, Ling Qingying carefully chose a breakfast shop downstairs in Yang Chao's community. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes, Yang Chao went upstairs and returned home. But just as he walked out of the elevator, he met a porter who was carrying a TV out of his home. Yang Chao's eyes flashed with surprise, and he stopped him and asked, What are you moving? The mover said, The lady of this house is moving. She said she's in a hurry and wants everything moved out within half an hour. Yang Chao frowned, with a helpless expression on his face. He had never seen such a person before. He was so shameless. He really wants to take advantage of any opportunity. Damn, what kind of temper did the original owner have? How could she tolerate this? I am the man of this house. Put your things down and come in with me. Yang Chao walked into his house and saw Wu Meili's family directing the workers to move things, and they were all expensive electronic products. Wu Meili, do you still have any shame? Yang Chao frowned. Even if these things did not happen to him, he was still furious. No man could stand it. He actually married such a disgusting woman. Wu Meili turned around and saw Yang Chao. Not only did she not feel the slightest bit of guilt or shame, but she looked as if it was natural. She said, What's wrong? I bought these things when I got married. What's wrong with me moving out after the divorce? You were swiping my fucking credit card. Yang Chao said angrily. According to the original owner's memory, when he and Wu Meili got married, Wu Meili never brought a penny into the family. Even the purchase of furniture and appliances was done with Yang Chao's credit card. He vaguely remembered that he only ate steamed buns and pickles at the company for that month. We are married, so what's wrong with me spending some of your money? I am a woman, do you still want to argue with me about this? Wu Meili said without thinking. Yang Chao rolled his eyes when he heard this. He felt extremely disgusted with this woman and didn't want to say a word to her at all. You can't take anything from my house. Leave my house now, immediately. Wu Meili snorted disdainfully and said, You can just leave when you say so? I called all these workers here. Yang Chao was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and directly called all the workers over. He counted them and found that there were about 6 or 7 of them in total. I am the man of this house. You don't have to move now. Let's go. Upon hearing this, the leading worker was unhappy and said, Boss, we have been moving for half a day today. Many urgent tasks have been moved downstairs. If you let us go now, how will we calculate our wages? Wu Meili snorted coldly and said, That's right, if you have the guts, pay them the wages. Do you have money? Yang Chao frowned. The reason why Wu Meili was so fearless was that after marriage, Yang Chao's salary card would be handed over, and Wu Meili would only leave him enough food money to survive, nothing more. Under normal circumstances, he really couldn't afford to pay these workers' wages. However, Yang Chao received 1 million just after completing the system task. He said directly, Now go downstairs and put my things back intact, 10,000 per person. 10,000 per person is only about 60 or 70,000, which is not a big deal at all. But for these porters, they work very hard and only earn about 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. The leading worker's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said, Boss? Are you serious? Yang Chao nodded, but Wu Meili shouted, It's fake. I have all his money. He has no money at all. Don't believe him. Keep moving. As soon as these words were spoken, the workers looked at each other, not knowing who to believe. Payment code, I'll give you a deposit of 10,000 first. Yang Chao didn't bother to talk nonsense and directly transferred 10,000 yuan to the leading worker. All of a sudden, all the workers were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Brothers, get to work. The leading worker took the money, smiled happily, and went downstairs with his men. No one paid any attention to Wu Meili anymore. You. Where did you get the money? Did that vixen give it to you? Wu Meili said angrily. Stop talking nonsense and get the divorce over with. Where's the marriage certificate? Yang Chao asked, not wanting to have any more entanglement with her. Wu Meili was so angry that her mouth twitched. She sat on the sofa and said unhappily, Let my mother take it away. Yang Chao frowned and asked, What did your mother do with our marriage certificate? Wu Meili angrily said, Yang Chao, are you done yet? You haven't had enough of this, have you? I did cheat on you, but didn't you cheat on me too? Can't we just pretend nothing happened? In order to pay off my father's gambling debts, my mother sold the house. Now you want me to leave with nothing. Where will our family live? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. I, Wu Meili, have spent 2 years of my youth on you. If you want me to leave with nothing, you're dreaming. You have to give me at least half of this house. After hearing what Wu Meili said, Yang Chao looked at this hideous-looking woman and wanted to slap himself twice. How could the original owner be so blind to fall for such a disgusting woman? I won't give you a penny, so don't even think about it. Yang Chao said coldly. Wu Meili sneered at that. You said you won't give it to me? I've already understood that this house and the money you earn are all marital property. If we divorce, you must give me half. She naturally learned about it from her lawyer lover. The two of them had already planned to divorce and extort a huge sum of money from Yang Chao. Yang Chao was speechless when he heard this, but he could not deny that what Wu Meili said was indeed right. The original owner was blind to marry this woman, and the house was still in both his and Wu Meili's names. If he wants to force a divorce now, he must give half of all his property to Wu Meili. But for a woman like this, Yang Chao would think even a penny is too much. At this moment, the familiar mechanical sound sounded in Yang Chao's mind again. Ding! The difficulty of this mission has been upgraded, so the system will allow the host to use the reward once in advance. Usage time limit, 30 minutes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super hacker technique, which lasts for 30 minutes. Yang Chao listened to the voice in his mind, and a smile slowly appeared on his originally angry face. Chapter 4 Super Hacking Techniques. Wu Meili, since you are so shameless, let's see you in court. Yang Chao looked at her coldly and continued, if you dare to touch anything in my house again, I will call the police. After saying that, Yang Chao ignored Wu Meili, who was cursing behind him, went downstairs to pay the movers and left his home. Meeting such a disgusting woman is really easy to make people feel upset. However, he has now obtained the right to use the super hacker technology for 30 minutes, and he will use these 30 minutes to make Wu Meili lose completely. Yang Chao randomly found an internet cafe on the side of the road, went in, sat in a private room, turned on a computer, and began his hacking operations. With the help of the system, Yang Chao's super hacking skills seemed to be innate and he could use them with ease. Transfer all the properties. I'll be in debt again and ask you to share half with me. Damn it! Yang Chao muttered to himself and first thoroughly investigated all of his and Wu Meili's post-marital properties. Yang Chao's parents had saved half their life savings to buy a house in full. The deposit was more than 70,000 yuan. When Yang Chao saw this number, he was a little surprised. He earns 30,000 yuan a month, and the family's food, drink, and entertainment in the past 2 years have not cost that much. Wu Meili said that she had saved it all, so how could there be only this little money left? What did this woman do with my money? Yang Chao frowned, then hacked Wu Meili's ID number and used it to search the entire internet for all relevant information. It would not be a big deal if we did not check it, but unexpectedly, Wu Meili actually opened another account and transferred money into it every month. At the same time, the records of her WeChat transfers to Wu Xiong and Li Tsueju totaled nearly 100,000 yuan, and the amount she transferred to her lawyer lover was as much as 150,000 yuan. She's using my hard-earned money to show off outside. Yang Chao took a look at Wu Meili's spending records for the past 2 years, and most of them were spent in high-end places. Yang Chao was too tired to complain now. Fortunately, he had traveled through time. If the original owner had seen all this with his own eyes, he would at least have been so angry that he vomited blood and died. Then, Yang Chao started to fight back directly. He first transferred all the remaining 300,000 yuan in Wu Meili's other private account into his own account, then changed the purchase date of the house to before the marriage, and finally bought millions of yuan of goods from Ling Qingyin's company in his name. The mission was accomplished. Yang Chao exited the program and looked at the time. He only had about 10 minutes left to use his hacking skills. Why not use this time to give Ling Qingyin a surprise? Yang Chao smiled. Only when he thought of Ling Qingyin could his mood improve. He hacked into the company's surveillance network, and a picture of Ling Qingyin negotiating business with a client appeared on the computer screen. Ling Qingyin in the picture was as beautiful as a painting. At this moment, Yang Chao narrowed his eyes and saw Ling Qingyin following the client out of the office. He adjusted the surveillance camera to follow them all the way and saw that Ling Qingyin actually got into the client's car. The most important thing is that Yang Chao clearly saw a bag of powdery substance in the customer's hand. His intuition told him that this guy had bad intentions towards Ling Qingyin. Fortunately, I took a look, otherwise Qingyin would be in danger today. Yang Chao used the last few minutes to first gather the identity of the customer, and then calculate the destination based on the surveillance along the way. The client's name is Li Yian, who once had a dark history of being in jail because of an affair with a girl. Yang Chao also found those disgusting videos shot by Li Yian in his personal account. And their final destination was Li Yian's usual crime scene, the Dingsheng Hotel. This is a beast. Yang Chao was furious. He first copied the videos to his mobile phone, then quickly turned off the computer, left the internet cafe, took a taxi and rushed to the hotel. If anything happened to Ling Qingyin, he would not be able to accept it. Along the way, Yang Chao's cell phone kept ringing. They were all calls from Wu Meili and Li Tsueju, but he completely ignored them. At this moment, there was only Ling Qingyin in his heart. When Yang Chao arrived at Dingsheng Hotel, he just happened to see Ling Qingyin and Li Yian walking in together. President Ling, I'm here. Yang Chao ran towards Ling Qingyin, waving and shouting. His shout attracted the attention of the two people, and they looked over here together. Li Yian frowned. Man? Yang Chao ran to Ling Qingyin's side and said with a smile, I was almost late. President Ling asked me to follow you to broaden my horizons. After saying that, he winked at Ling Qingyin. Although Ling Qingyin was confused, she still cooperated with Yang Chao and continued, yes, this is the most capable newcomer in our company. I will bring him out this time and let him familiarize himself with the business in advance. President Li has no objection, right? Li Yian frowned and looked at Yang Chao, quickly hiding the disgust in his eyes, and said with a smile, what are you talking about? It's as it should be, as it should be. After saying that, he led the way in front, and Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin followed behind. Why are you here to make trouble? Have you finished your family matters? Ling Qingyin approached Yang Chao and whispered. Yang Chao shook his head and said, Not yet. Be careful. This guy has bad intentions towards you. Don't drink any drinks he gives you later. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao strangely, and a warm feeling rose in her heart. Is he jealous? Or is he concerned about himself? So Ling Qingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Chao and said, Stop it, are you too possessive? Yang Chao shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was indeed hard to believe that he said this out of thin air. However, he did not intend to explain. Instead, after confirming the private room where the two of them were going to discuss the contract, he went to the hotel front desk on the pretext of going to the bathroom. The girl at the front desk smiled kindly and said, Hello sir, how can I help you? Yang Chao said, Hello, I am the guest of room 808. Our company has an event to be held here today. I hope to borrow your projection equipment. Some information needs to be displayed to customers on the projection screen. When the girl at the front desk heard that we were here to discuss cooperation, she immediately said that it was no problem and that she would send the projection equipment to Yang Chao's private room later. Everything was ready. Yang Chao returned to the private room, and when he pushed the door open he saw Li Yayan pouring wine for Ling Qingyin. Mr. Li, let me drink this glass of wine on behalf of our President Ling. She is not feeling well today. Yang Chao was quick to take the wine glass and pour it on the ground. Li Yayan frowned upon seeing this and said angrily, What do you mean by this? Can't your CEO Ling drink the wine I poured? Ling Qingyin was also confused, and quickly stood up to smooth things over, saying, Mr. Li, it's okay, I can do it myself. I toast to you, come on. Li Yayan's thoughts were ruined by Yang Chao, so he naturally lost interest in the conversation. He said in a dark voice, Unless this guy apologizes to me and leaves here, I will not sign a contract with your company. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingyin was immediately caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, Li Yayan was a major client who was extremely important to her company's performance for the entire year. On the other hand, she would never let the man she loved apologize to other people. She looked at Yang Chao strangely, not knowing what was going on. While the three were in a stalemate, the hotel staff had already delivered the projection equipment to their private room. Hello, sir, this is the projection device you requested. The waiter put down his things, wisely left the room and closed the door. Yang Chao then spoke up and said, Mr. Li, don't be angry. I have some of our company's future plans for this cooperation on my phone. I hope you can read them before you leave. Li Yayan looked embarrassed and said angrily, I said, if you don't apologize to me and leave immediately, I will not cooperate with your company. Ling Qingyin was also standing aside, confused. She had not made any plans for the future at all. What was Yang Chao up to? Obviously, the answer will be revealed soon. Yang Chao connected his mobile phone to the projection device, and a huge screen was projected on the wall of the private room. Yang Chao smiled and tapped his mobile phone. A scene of naked girls appearing on the projection screen was disgraceful to the eyes. The male protagonist among them was Li Yayan. The three of them watched this scene. Li Yayan was the first to react. He shouted angrily, You bastard! Turn off the video. After saying that, he rushed towards Yang Chao to snatch the remote control of the screen projection, but Yang Chao dodged it. Boss Li, I haven't finished yet. Yang Chao said with a smile, and played the video of Li Yayan preparing the powder paper bag at Ling Qingyin's company. As the video played, Li Yayan's face became extremely ugly, and Ling Qingyin finally understood Yang Chao's intention. It turned out that Li Yayan really had ill intentions towards her. If Yang Chao hadn't rushed in and fallen to the ground after drinking that glass of wine, she would probably have passed out. I will sue you for defamation. Just wait. You are violating my privacy. Li Yayan roared in his dying struggle when he saw that the truth was exposed. Ling Qingyin's expression was already unfriendly. Only Yang Chao sat on the chair and drank a sip of tea calmly, saying, The cooperation will continue. If you leave, these videos will be released to the entire network the moment you leave the private room. Chapter 5, Strike a Heavy Punch. You guys, I won't compromise, I want to hire the best lawyer. Li Yayan sat dejectedly in the chair, his voice gradually softened. Yang Chao didn't have that much patience. He was getting impatient and urged, Boss Li, what do you think? Will you agree to our terms and continue the cooperation, or will you become a disgraced rat? Li Yayan's fragile psychological defenses completely collapsed and he nodded silently. Yang Chao seemed to be unwilling to give in. He stood up and said, "Mr. Li, if we want to continue our cooperation, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Don't think I'm blackmailing you. After all, you're the one who caused this situation. Just tell me, I promise you." Li Yian's voice trembled slightly, as if he had made a great determination. "For this batch of products, your company needs to increase the bid by 30%. Li Yian stood up straight after hearing this. "This is impossible. The company doesn't belong to me alone. That's not something I need to consider, and I'm talking about this batch of products, not all of them. I've taken good care of you." He then added, "It only took me a few minutes to get my hands on these videos, and it would be a piece of cake for me to know all your other dirty secrets." Yang Chao put his hands in his pockets, his tone full of disdain, and he didn't look like someone who was dealing with a family farce just a second ago. In order to protect his reputation and wealth, Li Yian had no choice but to agree. After signing the contract, Li Yian stood up and left, leaving behind a sentence, "Don't be too proud too soon, this matter will not end like this." Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin watched Li Yian leave, and the more Ling Qingyin thought about it, the more frightened she felt. If Yang Chao hadn't come to the rescue in time, she might have been toyed with by the beast Li Yian just like those girls in the video. Ling Qingyin stood up and pulled Yang Chao to leave. Yang Chao asked in confusion, "Why? Where are you going?" "I want to leave this disgusting place and come to my house." "You stay with me. I'm a little scared." Ling Qingyin's voice trembled. Yang Chao didn't want to go at first, because he was still a married man in name and couldn't just barge into a woman's home. But when he thought about thinking about that fat pig Wu Meili after returning home, he decisively agreed to Ling Qingyin's request. Along the way, while driving, the wind blew in through the car window, and Ling Qingyin gradually calmed down. When they got home, Ling Qingyin turned around and gave Yang Chao a hug, not knowing whether she was scared or happy. "If it weren't for you, I would have lost my virginity. This kind of person is really scary. You don't know, you looked so handsome when you saved the damsel in distress just now." Ling Qingyin became more and more excited as she spoke. She locked Yang Chao's neck with both hands, used the force of her legs to lift herself into the air, and hung her whole body on Yang Chao, trying to throw him onto the sofa. Yang Chao exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my gosh! Here she comes again, how hungry is this woman?" Just as he was about to push Ling Qingyin's system, a notification sound rang out. Ding! Detected that the host is a hero saving a beauty, it is within the scope of extra rewards, the God-level selection system is activated. Ding! Please choose whether to accept the reward. Option 1, accept the reward. Option 2, do not accept the reward. Reward? What reward? Who cares? It's useless whether he wants it or not, Yang Chao thought. He said in his heart, accept the reward. Ding! The reward has been generated, please check it. Ding! Reward, stop Ling Qingyin's actions immediately. Oh my god, what kind of reward is this? I was a little speechless about this reward. I pushed Ling Qingyin away just to tell her that it's not okay here, I didn't mean to reject her. Oh my god, what kind of judgment mechanism does this system have? It's too unintelligent. Yang Chao complained. I have to say, the system reward came quite quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Qingyin let him go and climbed up from him. Ling Qingyin smoothed the hair beside her ears and smiled shyly, saying, I lost my composure in front of you. You weren't so shy just now. As expected, women are fickle. Ling Qingyin's face flushed and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, forming a perfect arc. Ling Qingyin looks more gentle, lovely, and charming like this. Yang Chao couldn't help but curse, what a broken system, it always ruins my good things. The system ignored him and continued to operate silently. By the way, there is still some important business to do. Yang Chao shouted and stood up. What's up? What else can we do? Of course we should send the video to the police. People like him should be sent to jail. Yang Chao looked righteous. Ling Qingyin walked to Yang Chao, gently took his hand, and said softly, I really didn't make a mistake about you. Seeing her infatuated look, Yang Chao ignored her and turned on the computer and started operating it. After some operations, Yang Chao pressed his finger heavily on the enter key, and the video was sent out along the internet cable. Hey, it's done. Let's see if you're still crazy now. It was summer and the room was very hot without air conditioning. Yang Chao unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, picked up the water cup on the table and drank from it in big gulps. Ah, so refreshing. Yang Chao felt refreshed all over after drinking the water. He walked over and opened the window. The sea breeze blew in, passing through Yang Chao and making Ling Qingyin's long hair flutter. "Let's go for a walk on the beach," Ling Qingyin said suddenly. "There is a big beach hotel over there. I heard the environment is nice. Let's go take a look." Yang Chao thought, "I have never seen the sea in my life." So he readily agreed to Ling Qingyin's request. The two of them packed up and went downstairs. Ling Qingyin drove at full speed and soon brought Yang Chao to the beach. There were not many people on the beach. Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin took off their shoes and walked on the beach. The sea breeze made them feel refreshed. Ling Qingyin lowered her head and tidied her hair that was messed up by the wind. She looked at the footprints they left on the beach and said, "Thank you, Yang Chao. I didn't expect you to care about me so much. It seems that I was right to get you drunk that night." I smiled and said, "What's there to thank me for? It's my duty to save the beautiful girl." Ling Qingyin laughed, and laughed happily. She then asked, "Would you mind telling me where you got the video from?" Before Yang Chao could answer, the system's voice rang again. Again. Ding. The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding. A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Yang Chao said secretly in his heart as he walked, check. Ding. Task content, facing Ling Qingyin's question, please choose whether to answer truthfully. Option 1, answer truthfully, tell Ling Qingyin the truth, no reward. Option 2, answer untruthfully, make up an excuse to fool Ling Qingyin, and a few bikini beauties will appear on the beach as a reward. This system is obviously forcing me to choose the second one. But that's right, it's better not to tell her the truth, Yang Chao thought to himself. Yang Chao said silently in his heart, option 2. This video was given to me by a hacker friend of mine. Yang Chao followed his choice and deceived Ling Qingyin. Ling Qingyin didn't ask any further questions and just nodded slightly. The reward was soon deposited into Yang Chao's account, and after walking for a while, several beauties in bikinis appeared in front of him. Wow, this is so awesome. Yang Chao was delighted. The bikini beauties' swaying bodies are even more dazzling under the sunlight. Yang Chao was a otaku in his previous life. He had never seen such a scene before and his saliva was drooling. Ling Qingyin kicked Yang Chao in anger and cursed, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman before? If you keep looking at me, I'll dig out your eyes." Yang Chao knew that she was jealous and laughed. Chapter 6 Bounty Mission. What are you laughing at? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Ling Qingyin deliberately pretended to be angry. Yang Chao suddenly had an idea, didn't you, Ling Qingyin, say you like me? I will use these beauties to test your sincerity. Seeing that Yang Chao didn't listen to her, Ling Qingyin punched him on the chest again. Her fist was soft and Ling Qingyin didn't use much strength. She couldn't bear to hit the man she loved. But Yang Chao pretended to be angry and shouted, "It hurts. You hit me so hard." Hearing this call, Ling Qingyin panicked and hurriedly rubbed Yang Chao's chest. Yang Chao took advantage of the situation and grabbed her hand, holding her in his arms. Ling Qingyin said coquettishly, "Hateful. Hi, how are you guys?" Yang Chao deliberately greeted the bikini beauties loudly. The bikini beauties responded in unison, "Hello, handsome boy." This made Ling Qingyin very angry, but she was the one who pursued Yang Chao, and since Yang Chao didn't listen to her, there was nothing she could do. Listening to Yang Chao's heated conversation with those women, she could only worry and started crying. Yang Chao felt something wet on his chest. Just as he was about to see what was going on, he saw Ling Qingyin crying. "Boss Ling, what's wrong with you? Don't cry. I know. I'm not that good, and my figure and appearance are not as good as theirs. It's my own fault that I couldn't keep your heart. I don't blame you for falling in love with another woman. If you have anyone to blame, you can only blame yourself for being so useless," Ling Qingyin said stutteringly while crying. Yang Chao was deeply shocked by her words. It turns out that this woman likes me so much, he thought to himself. Ling Qingyin has a beautiful face and an outstanding figure, but she is willing to humble herself in order to win the heart of the man she likes. Yang Chao is deeply moved by her behavior. He began to blame himself and asked himself, "Why did you hurt a woman's true heart like this? Don't you feel guilty now?" There was nothing he could do but to silently stop laughing with the bikini beauties and hug Ling Qingyin tighter. The bikini beauties called him over, but Yang Chao ignored them. Instead, he felt that their laughter and talking were so harsh and wanted them to disappear quickly. The system seemed to be designed to fulfill Yang Chao's wish, and it rang again when Yang Chao needed it. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. After checking, Yang Chao immediately gave the system an answer in his mind. Ding! Mission content: do you want to make the bikini beauty disappear? Option 1, the bikini beauty disappears, and you will get a reward. Ling Jingyin will forget what just happened and return to normal. Option 2, if the bikini beauty does not disappear, you will get a Ferrari as a reward. Ferrari, even a Ferrari can't buy my love for Ling Jingyin, Yang Chao said silently. Yang Chao chose option 2 without hesitation. The system responded immediately. The bikini beauty disappeared, and Ling Jingyin stopped crying. She stood up from Yang Chao's arms, looked at the wetness on Yang Chao's chest, and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Yang Chao was busy laughing and replied, "It's okay, it's okay." Ling Jingyin asked softly, "Are you willing to go home with me to meet my parents?" Yang Chao was a little confused by this question and stammered, meet the parents? Meeting my parents so soon? I'm not ready yet. It's just meeting my parents, there's nothing to prepare. Although you are divorced and have no property, my parents are very open-minded and they won't mind. Ling Jingyin said with an innocent expression on her face. Yang Chao gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, what's wrong with me being divorced? The more divorced a man is, the more valuable he is. But you can't blame others, after all it's because the original owner was too cowardly. Although Yang Chao was angry, he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and said, I still think it's too fast. Give me some more time. What? Now you think it's too fast, but why didn't you say it was too fast when you slept with me? I didn't enjoy it. I wasn't here yet. Yang Chao muttered softly. Seeing that the hard approach didn't work, Ling Jingyin changed her attitude, pretended to be pitiful, and asked in a crying voice, Yang Chao, don't you love me? Yang Chao was ruthless when facing shrews, but he couldn't stand it when he encountered this. His heart melted when he looked at Ling Jingyin. There is no choice but to go along with her, but there are indeed more important things to deal with now. Yang Chao said, I have to sort out my divorce. It won't be too late to go then. I don't want that bitch Wu Meili to come chasing after you. That's great. Ling Jingyin hugged him and kissed him fiercely on the face. A few days later, good news came. The police received the video sent by Yang Chao, determined that Li Yayan was guilty, and arrested him. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Li Yayan had nothing to say and had to be arrested obediently. Li Yayan was sent to prison, where he lost all face and reputation, and began to eat prison food. When Yang Chao heard the news, he immediately laughed and said, good deeds will be rewarded and evil deeds will be punished. It's a good thing for a person like you not to be sentenced to death. How dare you fight me? The house was empty. Wu Meili had moved out long ago and lived with her lover. In the past few days, I have almost spent the 1 million yuan rewarded by the system on hiring a lawyer, decorating the house, buying furniture, etc. Ling Jingyin has been busy with business these days and has no time to look for Yang Chao. He is also embarrassed to ask Ling Jingyin for money directly. After all, he is still a man, right? Besides, he was just a small employee in the company and had no right to ask for that. Where should I get some money? Anyway, I must not do anything illegal, Yang Chao pondered. The system seemed to have heard his thoughts and began to sound slowly. Ding! Difficulties encountered in detecting the host, the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! The host is detected to be in financial difficulties. Please choose whether to accept the bounty mission. Oh my god, there is such a good thing, giving me money for free, Yang Chao was so happy. Yes, he shouted in the room. There was no other sound in the room. Only Yang Chao's yes echoed in the room. Ding! The system is about to release a bounty task. Ding! Bounty mission content, eat 3 bowls of rice in 1 meal, then run 5 kilometers, and you will get a reward of 500,000. Yang Chao sat up and asked in confusion, there is such a strange task. Whatever. It doesn't sound that difficult. It's 500,000. The system is pretty generous. Yang Chao had already been secretly calculating in his mind how to use the 500,000 yuan, and he was determined to get this money. Money is so easy to make. Yang Chao hugged his head and lay down again. After sleeping until the evening, he slowly got dressed, called a taxi online, and headed straight to the city center. The city center is very lively in the evening, with people coming and going, and the hustle and bustle of the evening stretches the shadows of people very long. Yang Chao was actually somewhat reminded of the past, and recalled the time when he had not been here, but his memory was vague and he could only recall some fragments. The little girl took his hand and called out to him, "Daddy, Daddy." "It's the same dusk." Suddenly, Wu Meili appeared in front of him with a fierce look, and stretched out her hand over the salary. Fragments of memories from past and present lives are intertwined. His head hurt so much that Yang Chao couldn't help shaking his head. He had originally planned to take a good stroll and find something he liked to eat to complete his mission. But now he could only pick one at random, so he pushed open the door nearest to him and walked in. Mayo Meikai. This is a Maokai restaurant, which suits Yang Chao's taste as he naturally loves spicy food. After a while, the spicy Maokai arrived. "It's delicious. I haven't eaten something so delicious in a long time." Yang Chao ate more than 3 bowls of rice, he ate 5 bowls. After a while, his butt began to feel burning pain, and he forgot that his body was not suitable for spicy food at that moment. After going to the toilet, he was completely exhausted, but for the money, he had to complete the task. Oh, it's so hard to be a human being. Yang Chao sighed. After running 5 kilometers, Yang Chao's phone rang soon after. Fishin has arrived, 500,000 yuan. This money was not easy to earn. He lay on the grass, gasping for breath and looking at the stars in the sky. Chapter 7 Negotiation. Finally returning home, Yang Chao went to the toilet several times before lying down on the bed. Fortunately, he did not have diarrhea anymore, so he had a good sleep that night. The next morning, after Yang Chao had washed up and made breakfast, his cell phone suddenly rang. When the call was connected, Ling Qingyin's soft voice came over. "What are you busy with?" "There is something going on in the company. Can you come over?" Yang Chao naturally agreed to Ling Qingyin's words. After all, he was still an employee of the company. Although he was busy with his own personal affairs recently, the company still needed his help when there was something going on. But just as Yang Chao was about to say a few more words and hang up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the slightly impatient knock on the door outside, Yang Chao could guess who was coming without thinking. Couldn't it just be Wu Meili and her lover? Frowning, Yang Chao said to Ling Qingyin on the other end of the phone, "Wait a moment, I'll be there when I'm done." Then he came out with breakfast and went to open the door. But before Yang Chao reached the door of his house, Wu Meili had already opened it. "Wow, you really treat this as your home?" Yang Chao looked at the 2 people who came in and raised his eyebrows, but did not say anything. Instead, he took the breakfast and put it on the dining table. Looking at the lover next to Wu Meili, his name seemed to be Lu Gang. He had a slicked back hair, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and a branded suit. He looked like a gentleman. I never thought that I could do such a thing. And a lawyer. Without waiting for Yang Chao to speak, the 2 people who came and looked at each other, and seeing Yang Chao sitting down and preparing to eat breakfast, they walked over. Wu Meili came closer without saying anything. She rolled her eyes, took out a contract from her bag, threw it on the dining table, and sat down on a chair beside her. The person who spoke was the gentle-looking Lu Gang. "Hello, my name is Lu Gang, and I am Ms. Wu Meili's lawyer. I came to see you today to discuss your divorce." After Lu Gang finished speaking, he did not bother to be polite with Yang Chao and sat down opposite Yang Chao. Watching his movements, Yang Chao naturally understood everything clearly. Judging from the situation, it seems that not only Wu Meili, but even he doesn't consider himself an outsider? Yang Chao smiled. But come to think of it, the small place must have experienced countless battles. Just say what you want to say. Yang Chao picked up the chopsticks. Without looking at Lu Gang again, he put them down and continued to deal with the fried eggs on the table. Yang Chao didn't know that his insignificant action was seen by Lu Gang with even greater contempt. Lu Gang really doesn't think there is anything to pity for a guy who has worked hard for many years but has to use everything he has earned for his own sake. With a light sneer, Lu Gang stopped beating around the bush and opened the contract that Wu Meili had left on the table. "It's like this, Mr. Yang Chao. My client requires that, first, the property belongs to whoever owns it, and second, the house at home belongs to her. This request should not be difficult to understand, right?" Disaster. Yang Chao put down the half-eaten fried egg, looked up at the slightly surprised Lu Gang, and said, "Since your client has put forward, well, her idea, I will also put forward my request. After I got married, she has always been in charge of the money. She used my hard-earned money to do things with some strange people. We can put these things aside for now, but the remaining money should be our common property. We should divide the money equally. Yang Chao cleared his throat and was about to continue speaking when Wu Meili's face flushed red. She pointed at Yang Chao and was so angry that she was unable to speak. It was not until a long while later that she uttered the words nonsense in front of Yang Chao's half-smile. Then, noticing that her lover was still looking at her, she sat down again with a flushed face. She knew it very well. There was absolutely nothing wrong with what Yang Chao said, so she didn't know how to refute it, and she couldn't refute it. It wasn't until Wu Meili seemed to have swallowed her words that Yang Chao wiped his mouth and smiled again. I don't have many requests left. If the two of you still have any debts, you should share them equally. As for the premarital property, whoever owns it owns it. As for the house, don't even think about it. What I bought is what I bought. Yang Chao smiled, picked up the porridge he had just put down, and took a sip. After swallowing all the porridge, Yang Chao patted his body and stood up. He looked at Lu Gang with a smile and said, I don't know if you have eaten, so I didn't help you with breakfast. Sorry. As for now, I think what I just said is very clear. You should be able to leave and go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. As for whether you return to the same home, I, Yang Chao, don't care. Bang! There was a crisp sound, which was the sound of Yang Chao's bowl of porridge breaking after he had finished eating it. As Yang Chao's voice fell, the angry Wu Meili could no longer bear it. She smashed Yang Chao's rice bowl and stood up impatiently, pointing at Yang Chao's nose and cursing, Yang Chao, you were so brave, if it weren't for. If I hadn't bought this house before we got married, you wouldn't have married me, right? Yang Chao looked at the woman in front of him with a smile, as if he was not frightened by Wu Meili's violence at all. That's right, wait, you are. Wu Meili dealt with it as expected, but when she saw the recorder in Yang Chao's hand, she suddenly felt panicked. Seeing that Wu Meili was about to throw a tantrum and snatch the recorder by force, Yang Chao smiled and pried Wu Meili's hand away. Give up, my recorder has an internet function. Even if you snatch it now, it has already been uploaded to the cloud. As for the respected lawyer, I think you should also know that you should leave now. Although she and I have not yet notarized our divorce, if I remember correctly, my name should be the only one on the property certificate, right? You. This time, Lu Gang, who had been trying to show his gentle side, could no longer sit still. She stood up angrily and pointed at Yang Chao like Wu Meili. This made Yang Chao burst into laughter. He didn't expect that they looked like a couple. Shaking his head and getting rid of these meaningless jokes from his mind, Yang Chao ignored the two and walked straight to the door of his house. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number before looking back at the two. So, I have something else to do now. You are almost gone, right? As he was about to continue walking, Yang Chao seemed to suddenly remember something and turned around to look at the two of them. Oh, by the way, about the bowl that was just broken, I think Mr. Lawyer doesn't mind if I include it in the bill for my divorce with her? Chapter 8. Who do you call a waste? Wu Meili was so angry when she heard what Yang Chao said. I was really blind to follow you. I thought a broken bowl was included in my property. Lu Gang was also a little angry at this time. Yang Chao, let's wait and see who can beat whom. Come on, I'm waiting for you too. I want to see what kind of waves you can make. Hurry up and leave. I have something to do at the company. I won't keep you here any longer. Wu Meili and Lu Gang realized that there was nothing to discuss today, so they just left in a rage. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Well, let's wait and see. Wu Meili and Lu Gang went downstairs angrily, and Yang Chao followed them. After Wu Meili and the others left, Yang Chao opened the garage that had not been used for a long time, and a brand new Ferrari sports car was parked inside. Ha, I didn't expect that Yang Chao would also start driving a Ferrari. Yang Chao took out the key, opened the Ferrari, then got in and started the car. Boom! The sudden roar of the Ferrari startled Yang Chao. This is a real sports car. I worked so hard for this family before, but was bullied by that bitch Wu Meili. Now I can finally live a good life. Ha ha ha. Yang Chao stepped on the accelerator and drove straight out of the garage towards the company. After about half an hour, they arrived at the company gate. Yang Chao decided to park the car outside as it would be a bit conspicuous when he drove in. As soon as Yang Chao stepped into the company, a burst of noisy discussions attracted his attention. I say, why did that guy come to our company again? Our President Ling has rejected him several times. That's what I said, but I'm really charming when I'm so affectionate. Ha ha ha, forget it. I just think you're attracted to her because she's young and rich, right? You're talking nonsense. There's no such thing. But I don't understand why Mr. Ling got together with Brother Yang. If I remember correctly, he seems to have not divorced yet. Hush. Speak of the devil, look. He's back. Listening to the somewhat unbearable discussions, Yang Chao frowned slightly. He was a little confused as to how the matter between him and Ling Qingyin had spread to the whole company, but at least now he understood what the matter Ling Qingyin was talking about on the other end of the phone was. Without paying attention to those colleagues, Yang Chao quickly walked towards Ling Qingyin's office. After only a few steps, a male voice reached his ears through the soundproof glass of the office. Ling Qingyin, I beg you, please agree to me. I have been pursuing you for more than a year. I, Zhang Zhe, have never pursued a girl for so long in my life. So, is this a question of feelings or Qingyin? The corner of Yang Chao's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to turn around and walk towards the office, Ling Qingyin's voice came again. Zhang Zhe, I've already told you, don't follow me anymore. There's no chance for you and me. Besides, don't you already know that I already have a partner? Hearing Ling Qingyin's words, Yang Chao's heart skipped a beat. Instead of rushing to turn the corner and walk into Ling Qingyin's office, he stopped and silently pricked up his ears. As expected, just as Ling Qingyin finished speaking, the man who was originally somewhat submissive suddenly raised his voice several notches higher. Ling Qingyin, you still have the nerve to mention this to me. Even if you want to reject me, you don't have to be so ruthless, right? It would be fine if you just found someone better, but why did you find someone from your own company? Ling Qingyin, your head must have been clamped by a donkey. Don't you find it disgusting to mention it yourself? Why, are you, Mr. Ling, planning to support a gigolo? The man became angrier and angrier as he spoke. At the end, he even slammed the table. Yang Chao, who was listening to all this at the corner, frowned deeper and deeper. Now he understood why Ling Qingyin couldn't handle it herself. Is this chasing girls? Is this swearing? Originally, he wanted to hear how Ling Qingyin would react if someone scolded him. But now, Yang Chao really couldn't stand it. With a sharp stare, Yang Chao walked straight to the corner and saw that many colleagues from the company had already gathered outside, quietly watching a show and eavesdropping. Now seeing Yang Chao, one of the main characters in the play, there, everyone was either surprised or gloating. Even some employees who had been in the company for a long time had begun to point fingers at Yang Chao. All right, let's all go. Doesn't the company have any work for you guys? Looking at these colleagues who were not doing their jobs, Yang Chao was so angry that he waved his hand to drive away these so-called colleagues. Then Yang Chao took 2 steps at a time and walked into the office door. When Yang Chao walked into the office, 2 pairs of eyes were already staring at him. The former was Zhang Zhe's gaze. Yang Chao followed his gaze and looked at him. He had permed yellow hair and his clothes were very avant-garde, if you didn't count the silver chain that looked a bit like a dog chain. Zhang Zhe seemed a little bit unbelievable that someone would come in at this time. You know, etc. Zhang Zhe suddenly seemed to think of something. He shifted his gaze away from Yang Chao and looked at Ling Qingyin beside him. He suddenly understood. Isn't this the same pretty boy that Ling Qingyin kept? Zhang Zhe's mouth curled up into a sneer. I just can't understand, how can a pretty boy like you have the nerve to come in? Is it popular among pretty boys to be thick-skinned now? I think your taste is not that good, Mr. Ling. Besides. Zhang Zhe paused and looked at Yang Chao provocatively. It seems to be a used second-hand waist. You. The person who said this was not Yang Chao, but Ling Qingyin, who was still in a daze. Zhang Zhe, let me tell you, this is Yinhai International, not your father's company. You can't do whatever you want here. Now, as the general manager, I demand that you get out right now, right now. Ling Qingyin almost shouted what she said. If Ling Qingyin could accept Yang Chao's pestering before, how could she tolerate him scolding her man in front of her now? Just as Ling Qingyin was about to speak again and chase the scoundrel away, Yang Chao reached out and held her back. Being able to teach the other party a lesson is what Yang Chao wants most now, not to mention there is a reward? Following Yang Chao's choice, a crisp sound of keys suddenly appeared at Yang Chao's waist. Yang Chao understood clearly that this was the reward from the system. What, are you scared, you useless thing? Zhang Zhe looked at Yang Chao's dazed look, as if he had misunderstood something, and a look of disdain was clearly revealed on his face. In his eyes, Yang Chao was nothing more than a second-hand waist that no one wanted, a guy who was living a life of idleness and waiting to die and was divorced. How could he be worthy of competing with him for Ling Qingyin? Zhang Zhe sneered. Seeing that Yang Chao still didn't speak, he stood up and pushed Yang Chao, saying with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you scared again? You are a worthless person with no house or car, and you are worthy of competing with me for Qingyin. Portia, have you seen a Porsche? You." This time, Jiang Zhe kept silent. It wasn't that Yang Chao couldn't help but attack him, but Yang Chao greeted him with the dangling car keys and calmly raised the Ferrari car keys in front of him. Chapter 9. You are a bottle opener. Quiet. Deathly quiet. The entire Ling Qingyin's office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Not only Jiang Zhe, but even the owner of the office, Ling Qingyin herself, was stunned when she saw Yang Chao's actions. Even the colleagues who gathered outside the office were in the same state. After all, Ling Qingyin's office was not a secret place in the company. It had a large floor-to-ceiling glass window, allowing people outside to see what was going on inside. Although there were folding curtains that could be lowered, she didn't have the habit of doing so. Plus, with Jiang Zhe's entanglement, Ling Qingyin completely forgot about it. At this moment, the entire office glass was not blocked, so Yang Chao's colleagues could naturally see clearly. Now even they were in a state of confusion, because they really couldn't understand how Yang Chao could have such a great ability to afford a Ferrari, etc. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed colleague shouted, "Isn't this just a beer opener and lighter?" After hearing these words, some people gradually came to their senses. Indeed, aren't there a lot of poor, naive, and frivolous fools on Douyin who like to show off by showing off luxury car lighters or beer openers bought on Taowa? For a moment, mocking and teasing voices once again filled this small space. I was wondering how dare Brother Yang do that. It turns out that he drives a Porsche because of young Master Jiang. He drives a Ferrari. That's fine. That's right. This Ferrari is more advanced than a Porsche. It even has built-in ignition and beer dispenser functions. You know what? Just based on Brother Yang's mentality and thoughts, I think he won today. He won by a lot. A group of colleagues outside the office were laughing, and it seemed as if they had never known Yang Chao at all and had never had any friendship with him. You know, Yang Chao has had to deal with these colleagues a lot in the past few years in the company, and he often invites them to drink milk tea and have meals with them on weekdays. However, to this day, it is clear that there are outsiders coming to harass his girlfriend, and these colleagues in the company actually reacted like this. Yang Chao's face gradually turned cold, and at this time, Jiang Zhe, who had been holding back from speaking, had already started laughing. "Hey, I said you, a loser, can you understand? What model of Ferrari does the beer opener in your hand represent?" Puff. Ha ha ha. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, his colleagues, who were originally just watching the fun from behind the soundproof glass, were instantly provoked to burst into laughter by his words. This time, even Ling Qingyin's expression looked a little ugly. She could understand Yang Chao's desire to help her, but the current situation was a little too big. She didn't blame Jiang Zhe. As the man she liked, Ling Qingyin naturally supported Yang Chao's decision unconditionally. But at the moment, even if she tried her best, she couldn't think of a solution. But even amidst everyone's laughter and mocking voices, Yang Chao, whose face had gradually become gloomy, suddenly changed his expression and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "What if I say? Is my beer opener real?" Yang Chao smiled and looked into Jiang Zhe's eyes, which made Jiang Zhe startled. But he only hesitated for less than half a second. What a joke! This is a Ferrari 488. Even though it's not Ferrari's top model, the price of a basic version would be around 5 or 6 million just due to parallel imports and various purchase taxes. For a loser like Yang Chao who is just eating and waiting to die in the company, let alone Jiang Zhe looking down on him, even if Jiang Zhe looks up to him, so what? Does looking up to him mean he can afford a car like this? You know, even Jiang Zhe himself only drives a low-end version of the Porsche 718. In terms of vehicle prices alone, a Ferrari 488 can buy more than 7 or 8 of his cars? Yang Chao? Does he deserve it? Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe couldn't help laughing. It was also the first time that he felt a sense of sympathy for the comedian in front of him. Life was already so miserable, why bother deceiving himself and bringing humiliation upon himself? Why, are you telling me this is a real beer opener, or are you trying to tell me this is a real Ferrari key? The corners of Jiang Zhe's mouth were almost curled up to the sky. Looking at his appearance, Yang Chao smiled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Ling Qingyin beside him. It's not that Ling Qingyin doesn't believe Yang Chao, but among all the people in the company, she is probably the only one who knows Yang Chao's situation best. Although the family conditions are not bad, there is still a big difference between them and Ferrari. If Yang Chao continues to entangle with Jiang Zhe, Ling Qingyin didn't want Jiang Zhe to get hurt because of these things. Don't worry. After giving Ling Qingyin a look, Yang Chao turned around and looked at her with a smile. How about we make a bet? If what I'm holding in my hand is really the key to a Ferrari 488, then I won't ask for much. I'll just ask you to swear in front of everyone in the company that you, a piece of shit, will never get close to Qingyin again. How about that? So what if you lose? Listening to Yang Chao's words, Jiang Zhe felt as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. After a long while, he suppressed his laughter, looked at Yang Chao and asked. At this point, he was no longer interested in provoking and mocking the other party with words. The other party was a clown who would not cry until he saw the coffin, and he would remain stubborn until the very end. Then I swear to resign from the company and never get close to Qingyin again. Yang Chao. This time, Ling Qingyin was completely anxious. She could never have imagined that Jiang Zhe would use herself as a bet for such a thing. You know, it's not that she can't get rid of Jiang Zhe today, it's just that it may be a little troublesome. She wants to find Yang Chao to come over today. Actually, she just wants Jiang Zhe to give up and never have anything to do with her again, so as to avoid future troubles. Although, maybe what the other party said was a little harsh. But Yang Chao doesn't need to make such a promise which is impossible to fulfill. But it was too late. Jiang Zhe had already spoken at the same time as her, shouting okay loudly. As for the colleagues who were watching outside the soundproof glass, they all automatically and consciously made way for him. Judging from the situation, he was going to ask Yang Chao to lead the way personally to verify whether his Ferrari was genuine. Perhaps. I should really think about whether this relationship between him and I is worth it. Thinking of Yang Chao's abnormal behavior today, Ling Qingyin shook her head secretly and no longer had the intention to go to the parking garage. Because she was the only one in the company who knew whether Yang Chao had that Ferrari. Chapter 10. Are you setting a trap for me? Ling Qingyin's company was not on a very high floor in this office building. After taking the elevator down, it wasn't long before they reached the basement floor. With a ding-dong sound, Jiang Zhe was the first to walk out of the elevator and gestured to Yang Chao to please. He didn't even look at Ling Qingyin. In his eyes, Ling Qingyin was already in his pocket. As for why he still looked at Yang Chao straight in the eye, it was nothing more than because he was afraid that this clown Yang Chao would go back on his words. After all, it was Yang Chao himself who said those harsh words, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. As if he didn't notice Jiang Zhe's confident look at all, Yang Chao took Ling Qingyin and walked out of the elevator calmly. At this moment, the employees who had originally come to work in the company, who had arrived at some point, all poked their heads out from the emergency exit beside the elevator with shifty eyes. After all, they are Ling Qingyin's employees. They dare not blatantly follow Yang Chao and others to take the elevator. Now that they dare to come down, they probably think that Yang Chao has no hope. Let's not talk about your Ferrari first, let's take a look at mine. Just after walking out of the elevator, Jiang Zhe suddenly stopped, looked back at Yang Chao with a smile, and took out the Porsche key he had shown earlier. There was a soft beep sound, and the green Porsche next to the crowd made a sound. Seeing this scene, some of the colleagues who had come to watch the fun shouted in surprise. Wow, it really is a Porsche. Or else, do you think it's Brother Yang's beer opener? Don't be so mean, Brother Yang, that might be a lighter. The continuous laughter was not loud, but it was extremely harsh. Hearing that almost all the employees in her company were laughing at this moment, Ling Qingyin's face looked a little ugly, as if she was making a final struggle. Ling Qingyin gently pulled Yang Chao's sleeve and motioned him to leave. However, this insignificant little action, which was extremely difficult to notice, naturally caught Jiang Zhe's attention. Don't be like this, Qingyin. You don't want your significant other to be a loser who has accomplished nothing, do you? After all, if your significant other turns out to be like that, I wouldn't want to give you to such a person, right? He is a guy who has accomplished nothing and is even stubborn. Jiang Zhe glanced at Yang Chao and smiled. As for if Brother Yang really didn't lie, then what if I, Jiang Zhe, really give up on you, Ling Qingyin? That's what you said. Yang Chao seemed to have not heard the mocking voices at all, and took out his own beer opener. No. Brother Yang, is he not sure Leji? Yeah, does he really think he owns a Ferrari? Alas, I didn't expect that even at this point, Brother Yang still refused to face reality. Doesn't he know that the more he talks tough, the more humiliating his fate will be? As the crowd laughed at them, Ling Qingyin turned her head slightly away, somewhat afraid to look. Or, you press it. Yang Chao smiled and handed his beer opener to Jiang Zhe, who was standing beside him. Does he want me to show mercy to him? Trying hard to suppress his smile, Jiang Zhe took the beer opener. How could Jiang Zhe show mercy when it comes to Ling Qingyin's matter? As long as he casually presses the small button in his hand, he will lose his biggest competitor. Why not do it? As Jiang Zhe's fingers gently fell, a crisp drip sound was heard from far away. Jiang Zhe held the beer opener in his hand, unable to recover from his shock. Isn't this just a beer opener? How can it make a sound? No, this must be a coincidence. There must be someone else picking up the car in the parking lot. Jiang Zhe gritted his teeth and pressed the button again. This time there was no sound in the parking lot. Jiang Zhe was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha, Yang Chao, you really are lying. How can a loser like you afford it? However, before he could finish his words, Yang Chao interrupted him directly. Brother, have you never bought a car? Don't you know that the car's unlocking button doesn't respond when you press it twice? Yang Chao said this, ignoring Jiang Zhe, who was stunned beside him, and took back his Ferrari key and pressed it again. A piercing roar suddenly sounded from the parking lot. This is the remote start function exclusive to a luxury car brand. Even the Porsche 718 doesn't have this function. Quiet. There was deathly silence again. In the entire parking garage, the only sound was the roaring engine of the blood-red Ferrari 488. Apart from that, the onlookers could even hear each other's breathing. Even Ling Qingying held her breath and looked at the Ferrari next to Jiang Zhe's Porsche. She could never have imagined that what Yang Chao said. It's actually true. This is impossible. After a long while, Jiang Zhe finally spoke, but even when he spoke, his eyes were full of confusion. Isn't that Yang Chao the loser who was cuckolded for a whole year and forced to divorce? Isn't he the poor guy who struggled for many years but ended up being someone else's wedding dress? How could he afford a Ferrari? Wait, I get it, this is the car you rented, this must be the Ferrari you rented. As if he suddenly understood everything, Jiang Zhe shouted heartbreakingly, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his chest. However, this time, no one catered to him. Although the employees of Ling Qingyin's company had a general idea of Yang Chao's family situation, there were still people among them who knew Yang Chao well, and they all noticed something was wrong. They vaguely sensed that Yang Chao. Maybe there really is such a Ferrari. You'll have to accept the loss. Yang Chao raised his hand, ruffled Ling Qingyin's hair, and thought about speaking. No. I don't accept it. Jiang Zhe shouted desperately. He didn't believe that Yang Chao could afford a car, let alone a Ferrari. You are a loser with no house or car. You must have rented this Ferrari. Do you think you can make me, Jiang Zhe, give in with just a rented Ferrari? That's impossible. Jiang Zhe spoke louder and louder, and the more he spoke, the more he felt that he was right. At the end, he almost shouted, This is a trap set by you, Yang Chao. I don't fucking believe that you have the money to buy a Ferrari. This is a trap set by you, Yang Chao. Chapter 11 Mountain Bay Villa. It seems that this child has been very smart since he was young. He had thought that when he showed Jiang Zhe the Ferrari given by the system, he would act like a rogue and deny it, but he never expected that the other party would be like this. After all, he is a rich second generation and has received a good education. Doesn't he feel ashamed of such an attitude? Yang Chao shook his head speechlessly. So what do you want? Do you want me to? Yang Chao even wanted to show Jiang Zhe his driver's license and the purchase record sent to him by the system. After all, it was sent by the system, so there must be no problem. But who would have thought that Jiang Zhe shook his head, stared into Yang Chao's eyes, and said word by word, I want to see the house you bought, and I want you to prove that you have the ability to buy this Ferrari. What? Yang Chao was stunned. What kind of thing was this? If he was asked to produce the Ferrari's purchase receipt to make things difficult for him, Yang Chao could understand it. He is a rich second generation and he has to prove himself that he has the ability to afford a Ferrari. Not to mention himself, but for himself, does he have it? Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content, faced with the rich second-generation Jiang Zhe, will he fight back strongly again? Option 1, fight back against Jiang Zhe and you will get a reward, a Shanhaewan villa. Option 2, if you ignore Jiang Zhe, you will lose the Ferrari given by the system. Is this recyclable? Yang Chao was a little dumbfounded when he looked at the conditions given by the system. If he didn't fight back, how could he get his Ferrari back? Did it mean that if he chose no, the system would really confiscate his Ferrari voucher and make his car a rental? No, that wouldn't do. Having enjoyed the cool Ferrari, Yang Chao was unwilling to give it up and chose option 1 without hesitation. With a crisp ding sound, Yang Chao clearly felt that his key was a little heavier. As for the detailed information of the property, it also entered his mind directly with Yang Chao's choice. Well, come on, you're not trying to show off by scraping together the money to pay for a Ferrari and living in a small house of a few dozen square meters? Seeing that Yang Chao seemed dazed again, Zhang Zhe laughed again. At this moment, Zhang Zhe seemed to understand Yang Chao's plan. It's just a pretense. Who can't do that? Once I, Zhang Zhe, reveal your true face, will I still be afraid that I can't have Ling Qingyin? Thinking of this, Zhang Zhe swept away the previous haze, and his eyes seemed to shine. He said quickly, well, I want to see your real estate. As long as you can show me a real estate that matches your Ferrari, I will believe that this Ferrari is really yours, and I will stay away from Qingyin. Okay. Yang Chao rubbed his swollen head. This was the system's requirement anyway, so he would just keep making noise with this funny guy for a while. But that's the Shanghai Bay Villa. As Yang Chao, who has worked in Fohai City for decades, how could he not know how great the Shanghai Bay Villa is? It is the top and most expensive villa in the entire Fohai City. It is said that the price of a villa in that area starts from tens of millions, while the ones with the best views and the most luxurious ones can even cost hundreds of millions. Just one of the famous private entrepreneurs in Fohai City, the president of Guangming Electronics Company, wanted to buy a property in the core area of the Shanghai Bay Villa district, but he begged for help from everyone but failed. It's not a question of money at all, but a symbol of status and identity, a priceless treasure. Yang Chao. Ling Qingyin pulled Yang Chao's hand and whispered softly into Yang Chao's ear. Let's forget about this matter. I'm already very touched that you thought of renting a Ferrari just for me. Oh my god, it turns out even Ling Qingyin doesn't believe me? But Yang Chao didn't blame Ling Qingyin. He knew very well what happened to his current body. Not to mention that Ling Qingyin didn't believe him, even he himself didn't think that the owner of his original body could afford a Ferrari in this lifetime. Especially after the divorce, it's good to have something to shelter from the rain. Fine. Yang Chao ruffled Ling Qingyin's hair, causing her pretty face to blush. She then turned around and looked at Zhang Zhe, then follow my car. After that, without paying attention to Zhang Zhe's reaction, he turned to look at the company colleagues who were still somewhat stunned, and said with a smile, can you go back to work now? Oh. After hearing Yang Chao's words, the colleagues who were watching the show came to their senses belatedly. They looked at each other and quickly left. What a joke. Not to mention that Yang Chao is hooked up with the boss of their company, this Ferrari is most likely his car. How could they dare to provoke him? It's better to be safe than sorry. What if Yang Chao is one of those super rich second generations who comes here to experience life? If they don't restrain themselves now, their future will be difficult. After watching everyone leave, Yang Chao pulled Ling Qingyin into the Ferrari and drove all the way to the Shanghai Bay Villa district. After all, it is a villa area in the scenic area, which is still some distance away from the city. The group drove for nearly 20 minutes, almost half an hour, before they arrived at the Shanhaiwan villa area. But at least Ling Qingyin was also in Yang Chao's car, and the two of them were talking and laughing, so they didn't feel that time was passing so slowly. And it seemed that because they were driving luxury cars, the security guards at Shanghai Bay actually let the two cars pass without even requiring them to register. Here it is. Mountain Bay Villa? Zhang Zhe, who was riding in the Porsche 718, looked at the Ferrari in the lead and seemed a little dazed. As a rich second generation, he was naturally familiar with this place. It can even be said to be very familiar. His father, who was in the clothing business, once thought about purchasing an entry-level villa in Shanghai Bay in order to better negotiate business and integrate into the circle. However, he was directly rejected by Shanhaiwan. It was not because he had no money, but because he told his father directly. His father. Not qualified. This country boy actually came all the way to Shanghai Bay to show off? Zhang Zhe came back to his senses and looked at the Ferrari still moving forward and couldn't help but want to laugh. In this place, even his father was not eligible to buy an entry-level villa. How could he, a divorced loser, buy a house here? Not to mention, what he was heading towards now was no longer the entry-level villas in Shanghai Bay. Beyond that was a boutique villa area that was even more high-end than the entry-level villas. Ling Qingyin, just wait, I will definitely tear off Yang Chao's hypocritical mask and let you embrace me. Zhang Zhe sneered, and exerted force with his right foot. The Porsche suddenly made a roar and followed. Chapter 12. Are we going in now? In the Shanhaewan Villa district, there are actually not only two areas, entry-level villas and boutique villas. As the largest and most luxurious high-end villa area in Fohai City, Shanghai Bay villas are divided into four levels, namely entry-level, boutique level, luxury level, and the most luxurious, highest-end and mysterious king level. To be able to buy a house here, it takes more than just money. Status, position, and connections are all essential. Just like Zhang Zhe's father, even if he could afford to buy an entry-level villa, others still didn't like him. This is because having money alone is the only thing missing from one's life, but one's lack of relevant connections and social status. This is also the reason why Zhang Zhe is so confident that Yang Chao could not possibly have any property here. Not to mention anything else, if Yang Chao really had the ability to buy a house in the Shanhaewan Villa district, would he have to work in Ling Qingyin's company and be forced to divorce because of being cuckolded? Zhang Zhe couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't imagine that Yang Chao at this moment was no longer the same Yang Chao as before. As time passed, Zhang Zhe slowly began to feel something was wrong. Right now, their two sports cars were about to drive into the luxury area, which was even higher than the boutique area, but Yang Chao seemed to have no intention of stopping. This is the clown opening the door for the clown. Is the clown home? Zhang Zhe stared blankly at the bright red Ferrari in front of him, feeling a little confused. Could it be that? Is it because he doesn't know much about the Shanhaewan Villa district? Once this thought emerged in Zhang Zhe's mind, he could no longer get rid of it, and a strange smile gradually appeared on his face. Just as Zhang Zhe expected, Yang Chao's Ferrari showed no sign of stopping even after reaching the Shanghai Bay luxury area. The smile on Zhang Zhe's face became more and more obvious. He was certain that Yang Chao had no idea about the situation in Shanghai Bay. Although the Shanghai Bay Villa district is considered a half-scenic area, it is not a very large area after all, so Yang Chao's car finally stopped. Is this the place? Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Yang Chao, who got out of the Ferrari, scratched his head and spoke. To be honest, everything in front of him brought him visual impact almost all the time. He had never imagined that in this world there could be such a luxurious house. The feeling that poverty limits imagination. Next to Yang Chao, Ling Qingyin also got down from the passenger seat. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but feel confused. Yang Chao, didn't you say you were taking me to see your house? Why are you? When I applied for the property ownership certificate, the property had not yet been delivered. Yang Chao made an evasive remark, and then he saw Zhang Zhe had parked the car and was walking towards him. So, have you decided on the show? As if he had completely forgotten his previous ugly appearance, Zhang Zhe had a smile on his face again. Is it this one, or that one? Oh, I remember now. That one seems to be the house of the owner of the largest hotel in Fohai City. Then brother Yang, yours. Which one is it? Zhang Zhe smiled, his face full of concern and curiosity. I don't remember either. Subconsciously, Yang Chao scratched his head again. Although Yang Chao had received the housing information arranged by the system, let alone the Shanghai Bay Villa district, he had just arrived in Fohai City not long ago. How could he recognize where to go? Now he was completely dazzled by these luxurious villas. Yang Chao didn't expect that his simple words would cause Zhang Zhe to burst into laughter. I don't remember, ha ha ha. I said brother Chao is not that big, so he shouldn't wear such a big hat. Who the hell can't even remember his own home? After a long while, Zhang Zhe finally stopped laughing and looked at Yang Chao with a sneer. After saying that, Zhang Zhe even pointed to the house that he had not mentioned before, or, which one is yours? Following the direction of Zhang Zhe's finger, Yang Chao looked over there in a daze. It was a villa that was slightly more luxurious, more imposing and larger in size than the previous ones. Western European architectural style, independent swimming pool, these are not what Yang Chao imagined he could have, until Yang Chao saw the door plate erected on the villa. Building 8, Area A, Shanghai Bay. Isn't this my fucking house? Yang Chao was stunned. Zhang Zhe is such a good person, he can just point to my house? Why, you don't really think this is your home? Looking at Yang Chao's dazed look, Zhang Zhe smiled calmly. This is almost the most luxurious and expensive house in our Shanhaewan Villa district. Rumor has it that the person who bought it is a well-known and mysterious rich man. Even after buying it, he has never appeared here and has not even lived here. I think Ling Qingyin should know this. Listening to Jiang Zhe's words, Ling Qingyin, who had never spoken, nodded silently. As a strong woman who has worked hard in Fohai City for many years, she has naturally heard of such rumors in the business world. Only Yang Chao? Ling Qingyin glanced at Yang Chao silently, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why the other party would tell such a lie. As for whether Yang Chao was really the real owner of the 8 villas in Area A of Shanghai Bay, she simply threw this possibility out of her mind. It's simply impossible. But the next second, not to mention Jiang Zhe, even Ling Qingyin herself was stunned. Such a man, who had absolutely no possibility of being connected with this house, actually walked towards the villa so calmly. Another fucking walk up to your door and exclaim I forgot my keys trick? Jiang Zhe sneered in his heart. Jiang Zhe had seen countless stubborn classmates perform this kind of ridiculous behavior in front of him during his school years. However, Yang Chao took out the house key, inserted it into the keyhole, and twisted it with a click. The door of this mysterious villa that had been ignored for years was actually opened so easily by such a man? Looking at Yang Chao, Jiang Zhe suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped himself hard. What the fuck? It's not a dream. How did that clown open the door of this luxurious villa? Just when Jiang Zhe's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, Yang Chao suddenly turned around and smiled. Come in and take a look. What are you standing there for? Chapter 13. Just to play tricks on you. Could it be that this villa really belongs to Yang Chao? Not to mention Jiang Zhe, even Ling Qingyin was stunned at this moment. This kind of thing is not as simple as being surprised, it is completely comparable to the sun rising in the west. Now, Ling Qingyin even had some doubts, whether the Yang Chao she knew before was a fake Yang Chao. You just opened it like that? Staring at Yang Chao's smiling face, Jiang Zhe felt that his voice was trembling. This is the best villa in the entire Shanghai Bay Villa District, and it is also a top-level villa in the best villa district. His father, even if he ran himself to pieces, never had the chance to afford an entry-level villa in Shanghai Bay, but Yang Chao, a mere man, could actually own the top-level villa here. That's absolutely impossible. Jiang Zhe muttered to himself, then suddenly raised his head and roared madly. Aren't you just a gigolo who has been despised by your own wife, been cuckolded for more than a year, and is now kept by Ling Qingyin? How could you possibly afford to buy a house in the Shanhaiwen Villa District? How is that possible? I don't believe it. You must have played some tricks again. Jiang Zhe shouted louder and louder, and by the end, he seemed to be in a state of delusion. He simply couldn't accept the reality before him. The last second he was still in the company, pursuing Ling Qingyin in a superior manner, but at that time, Yang Chao was just a waste who was looked down upon by even his colleagues in the company. How could he possibly? How is it possible to suddenly stand up, shit on your own face, and do something that you yourself cannot do? He doesn't believe it. I don't believe that this villa in front of me has anything to do with Yang Chao. Suddenly, he seemed to finally remember something, his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand, you are a thief. You must have known that the owner of this villa has not touched this place for a long time, and secretly got the key here. I understand, I really understand. It must be because you are a thief that you can open the door of this villa so easily. Otherwise, how could a useless person like you open the door of Shanhaiwen Villa? How could you own the mountains and the sea? That's enough. Jiang Zhe's heart-wrenching roar was interrupted by Ling Qingyin. Only then did he realize that Ling Qingyin's face looked extremely ugly. Jiang Zhe, how unreasonable do you want to be before you are satisfied? I won't say anything if you come to my company and act like a spoiled brat. I understand that you like me, but you, Jiang Zhe, are the boss of a garment factory anyway. Are you ashamed to be like this now? Ling Qingyin had a gloomy face and her voice was terribly cold. And it was also the first time that Yang Chao discovered that she had this side. Normally, she was as docile as a sheep when she was around him, but it turned out that she could be frighteningly cold. Women are indeed more adorable when they smile. Yang Chao was thinking about it, but Jiang Zhe on the side was not as leisurely as Yang Chao. At this moment, as he listened to Ling Qingyin's words, his face had already turned pale. Every word Ling Qingyin had just said was like a sharp knife piercing his heart. Qingyin, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I am like this now because of him. I am like this because he lied to you. Jiang Zhe tried his best to explain. It's him, it's because of Qingyin, it's because of this loser. His wife obviously doesn't like him and cheats on him. Think about it, if he is so rich, would his wife be like this? Qingyin, you must. Isn't it embarrassing enough? Ling Qingyin sneered. In her opinion, Jiang Zhe was just being stubborn at this moment. You don't believe me? Jiang Zhe stared at Ling Qingyin in a daze, but the other party just responded to him with an icy cold look. The meaning is self-evident. Looking at Ling Qingyin's cold eyes, Jiang Zhe felt his legs go weak and he almost fell down. You don't believe me? I have been pursuing you for 3 whole months. Okay, Qingyin, you don't believe me, right? Then just watch, I'm going to uncover his hypocritical veil now. Yang Chao was slightly stunned when he heard Jiang Zhe's words, and thought that Jiang Zhe was going to come after him. But just when Yang Chao was about to get ready, Jiang Zhe stood up and ran behind him. After 3 months of chasing, this is the level? It was Yang Chao's turn to be stunned. He never expected that Jiang Zhe would reveal his hypocrisy by running away. This guy is so funny. Yang Chao shrugged helplessly and turned his gaze to Ling Qingyin. Only then did he realize that with the departure of Jiang Zhe, they were alone again. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Yang Chao's mouth. Just as he was about to walk closer to Ling Qingyin and hug her slender waist, he didn't expect that Ling Qingyin would push him away. What are you doing? Didn't you bring me to see your house? Why are you touching me? Ling Qingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Chaodao. After saying that, although he didn't give Yang Chao the chance to do anything else, he took Yang Chao's arm again and accompanied Yang Chao into the villa. When he was outside the villa, Yang Chao didn't have much feeling, but when Yang Chao actually stepped inside, Yang Chao finally understood how to write the 4 words magnificent. Under the nearly perfect lighting, the huge crystal chandelier looks extremely dazzling even when it is not lit. Simple and generous, noble and elegant. Apart from these words, Yang Chao couldn't even imagine any other adjectives when looking at this villa. This time, the gifts given by the system are too luxurious, right? Yang Chao stared blankly at everything in front of him. Until now, he could hardly believe that everything in front of him belonged to him. What's wrong? Isn't this your home? Why do you look like that? As if she had noticed Yang Chao's abnormality, Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao with some amusement. Tell me, what's going on? Why do you suddenly have a Ferrari and a villa in the mountains and bays? Tell me, are you hooking up with another rich woman behind my back? Ling Qingyin laughed and was about to hook Yang Chao's chin with her slender jade fingers, but unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door outside the villa. Her pretty face suddenly blushed and she immediately stopped. Perhaps he was annoyed that such a good atmosphere was ruined. Yang Chao seemed a little annoyed. Who is it? Just come in, the door outside is not locked. His voice had just fallen when he heard the door of the villa over there being pushed open, and a familiar voice rang out at the same time. Chapter 14: Impersonating an Owner. Security guard, it's him who pretended to be the owner of this place and wanted to come in and steal. Outside the gate of the villa, Jiang Zhe looked at the person in front of him anxiously, while with the other hand he pointed his finger directly at Yang Chao. Opposite him was a man wearing a high-end security uniform. Unlike those ordinary residential areas outside, with those fat or old security guards, perhaps because of the frighteningly high housing prices, even the security guards here manage their bodies very well. It can even be said that if the security guard were to introduce himself as a retired Special Forces soldier, Yang Chao would believe it. The man was a little impatient. In their high-end villa area, basically no outsiders can enter except the owners. Even if they can come in, they basically have a symbol of status. And how could people like those steal? Okay, you don't have to talk nonsense anymore. Just tell me, who came here to steal? The man in security uniform said this, then he turned around and was slightly startled involuntarily. At first he thought it was a joke from this person, but who would have thought that there was actually someone in the villa? You know, after this villa was bought by its mysterious owner at a sky-high price, no one has ever been seen entering or leaving the villa since then. Is he really a thief? Thinking of this, the man in security uniform subconsciously took a step back and looked at Yang Chao with some vigilance. As for whether Yang Chao could be the real owner of this house? This thought never even occurred to the man. This is the best building in the best building area. Whether it is the decoration style or the house number, it all indicates the noble status of the owner of this villa. Is this related to the young man over there, who is dressed so simply that it can't be any simpler? Hello, headquarters, I'm in Building 8, Area A, Shanghai Bay. There's an unknown situation here. Please support me, headquarters. The man in security uniform took several steps back until he reached the gate of the villa. After making sure that he had secured the gate, he took out his intercom and started shouting. This series of actions completely stunned Yang Chao. What's going on? When I return to my own home, will my own property management suspect me of being a thief? Not only Yang Chao, but even Ling Qingyin, who was standing beside him, was a little confused at this moment. When she came to her senses, she hurriedly tugged at the corner of Yang Chao's clothes and asked what Yang Chao meant. "You've already come in, but you still don't trust me?" Yang Chao was a little embarrassed, but he could only give her a reassuring look. "Just wait patiently, it's okay." After hearing Yang Chao's words, Ling Qingyin nodded in relief. As for Jiang Zhe, who was standing next to the security guard not far away, he looked very proud. Looking at Ling Qingyin's panicked look, he seemed to have seen through everything. "Qingyin, look at me, I told you that this guy was hypocritical, but you didn't believe me. Now, just wait for me to uncover all the masks of this guy. As for you, kid." Jiang Zhe looked at Yang Chao again. "I will make sure you pay for your crimes." Neuropathy. Yang Chao simply rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to him. After all, Shanghai Bay is the most upscale villa area in Fohai City, so how could its security system be bad? In less than 3 minutes, a reinforced football team had arrived at the villa. The leader was obviously much older than the others, probably in his early 40s, with a neat crew cut and sunglasses on his head that made it difficult to see his eyes. But his attire and his age indicated that he should be the leader of this group of security personnel. What surprised Yang Chao the most was that the man in front of him, although nearly 40 years old, was still as strong as the young people around him. It could even be said that just by looking at his muscular body, Yang Chao could tell that he could crush all the young people around him. Unlike his explosive figure, he smiled as soon as he entered the door. "Xiao Zhang, I have told you many times not to be too nervous. It's just a small problem, so there is no need for so many people from our headquarters to come here." He glanced at the security guard who had just come in with a smile and cursed, then turned his attention to Yang Chao. Before he could continue speaking, the security guard called Xiao Zhang spoke first. "Captain Li, this is not a small matter. Look at which villa this is. When I first joined the company, you leaders forced me to take care of several villas, including these 8 villas. How can I not be anxious when you see thieves suddenly break in?" Xiao Zhang's tone sounded a little aggrieved. "Look at that guy's shifty look. He must have been planning to steal from our Shanhaiman Villa district for a long time. I heard from the informant that he even rented a Ferrari 488 in order to enter this place to steal. You must not talk nonsense, otherwise Captain Lu will ask me to write a self-criticism again." "Ha? Captain Li?" Seeing that Captain Li seemed to be ignoring him, Xiao Zhang was a little confused and wanted to raise his hand to wave in front of Captain Li, but he heard a click sound. That was the voice of Captain Li's sunglasses. It hits the ground, making a crisp sound. "Welcome. Welcome home." Looking at the man in front of him, Captain Li's lips couldn't help but tremble. This fellow who Xiao Zhang described as having shifty eyes, the mysterious young man who went in and out of the high-end auction that day and bought this villa at a very high price? If possible, Captain Li Hongbin would have wanted to slap Xiao Zhang next to him to death. How dare he get himself into such a terrible mess? "Owner?" After hearing Captain Li's words, Xiao Zhang was still a little overwhelmed and looked at Captain Li Hongbin with some confusion. "Captain Li, did you recognize the wrong person? According to the informant, this guy broke into the house by picking the lock. How could he be the owner of this villa? And look at his clothes, they are so tattered, doesn't he look like a—" "Shut the fuck up." Li Hongbin glared at Xiao Zhang and roared angrily. "I'm telling you right now, the person in front of you is Mr. Yang Chaoyang, the owner of Building 8, Area A, Shanghai Bay. You better open your dog eyes and recognize him clearly. When Mr. Yang came to bid for this villa, I was on the scene organizing security. Do you think I might not recognize this Mr. Yang?" This time, Xiao Zhang, who originally wanted to say something. I was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 15, Frightened. The seemingly unremarkable guy in front of me is actually the owner of this villa? At this moment, Xiao Zhang suddenly remembered the funny short videos he had seen on Douyin before. In the videos, it was said that the rich people in Guanghai province like to wear vests, shorts, and slippers when going out, looking like real people who never reveal their identities. At first he didn't believe it. He thought that a truly rich person would never do this. If he did this, then what would be the point of the money he had worked so hard to earn? Isn't the purpose of having money to be admired and to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention? But if you show him those funny videos again now, he definitely won't be able to laugh. That. After all, Xiao Zhang had just entered the security system of Shanghai Bay. He wanted to apologize hesitantly, but he was a little embarrassed. But before he could finish his words, a big hand was already pressing on his head, forcing him to bend over. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. This is our fault on Shan Heywen's part. We will definitely give Mr. Yang a satisfactory answer later. Sorry. Li Hongbin, who was standing aside and holding Xiao Zhang, was so frightened that his sunglasses fell off. Now, he not only held Xiao Zhang down, but he also lowered his head first and sincerely apologized to Yang Chao. Jiang Zhe was completely confused. I was completely stunned. No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't connect the man in front of him, whose entire body was worth less than a few $100s, with the owner of this villa. This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Zhe really wanted to shout like this, but he couldn't, because he found that Yang Chao was staring at him with a smile. You, what do you want to do? I don't believe it. I don't believe you are the owner of this place. I don't believe you can afford to buy this villa. I don't believe it. So you don't plan to fulfill your bet? Yang Chao stared at Jiang Zhe with a smile and spoke. If Jiang Zhe wanted to see something like the property certificate, he could show it to Jiang Zhe based on the information prompted by the system, but now Yang Chao felt that it was meaningless. Even if Yang Chao gave this villa to Jiang Zhe now, Yang Chao believed that Jiang Zhe would not think it was true, but would only think it was a joke. There is no point in talking to such people. Bet, what bet? You are just cheating. You didn't win the bet at all. As expected, as soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, Jiang Zhe spoke with gritted teeth. After confirming that Jiang Zhe's reaction was exactly as he expected, Yang Chao was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore and turned his gaze directly to Captain Li Hongbin standing beside him. Captain Li, you remember me, right? Yes, Mr. Yang. Seeing that Yang Chao didn't seem angry, Li Hongbin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said respectfully. Tell me, if someone sneaked into my house right under your security's nose and cried thief, reporting me as a thief, should I hold your property and security system responsible? Yang Chao smiled slightly. Hearing Yang Chao's words, Li Hongbin broke out in a cold sweat. He was so busy dealing with Xiao Zhang's affairs just now that he forgot about this. The young man in front of him obviously did not get along well with the distinguished owner, otherwise he would not have done such a dirty thing. After taking a look at Yang Chao, he instantly understood what he meant. I have to take the lead and teach that kid a lesson. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Li Hongbin immediately said, Yes, Mr. Yang naturally has the right to pursue our property security. In order to compensate Mr. Yang for the losses he suffered earlier, we, Shan Heywen Security, will drive this shameless guy out now. Brothers exist. Li Hongbin shouted, and the security guards, who could form a football team, responded instantly. This also shows the security level of the Shan Heywen Villa District. Let's take this little brother out together and have a good discussion about life. As Li Hongbin spoke, he took the lead and raised Jiang Zhe's hand from the side. At this time, Jiang Zhe felt something was wrong, but it was too late. As a playboy who usually lives a life of luxury in nightclubs and bars and whose body is drained by alcohol and sex, how could he break free from the hands of Captain Li, who was born into a military family? Just a single hand behind his back was enough to pin Jiang Zhe down and make him unable to move. At this time, Jiang Zhe finally realized what was going on and shouted, what are you going to do? Let me tell you, I am the only son of the owner of our Fohai Jianghai garment factory. Don't mess around. Mess around? I just want to mess around. After confirming that he had obtained the permission from the owner Yang Chao, Xiao Zhang on the side sneered and held Jiang Zhe from the other side. He had wanted to do this as early as after he found out the truth of the matter. Now he has ended up in this situation, isn't it all because of the guy in front of him? He didn't even know whether he would have a good life in the future or whether he could continue to get this high-paying job. How could he let Jiang Zhe have an easy time? Jiang Zhe was almost dragged out of Yang Chao's villa. For a moment, Jiang Zhe didn't even have a chance to struggle in the hands of these strong men. Even after dragging Yang Chao out of his villa, Jiang Zhe still kept yelling, You must not mess around, I am the Jiang of our Fohai city. Bang! Before Jiang Zhe could finish his words, Xiao Zhang slapped him in the face, forcing Jiang Zhe to swallow the rest of his words. I'm sorry to have startled you too and disturbed you too. Please take your time, please take your time. Just as he was about to close the door and teach Jiang Zhe a lesson with his brothers, Li Hongbin seemed to remember something and nervously leaned back to apologize. After he finished speaking, he quietly closed the door of the villa. After that, Jiang Zhe could no longer hear any sound outside the villa. After all, it was a high-end villa. If it couldn't even provide good sound insulation, there was no point in selling the Shanghai Bay property. However, even if he couldn't hear the sound, Yang Chao could roughly imagine Jiang Zai's miserable situation. Hey, Qingyin, do you think there's something wrong with what the security captain said just now? Suddenly, Yang Chao seemed to remember something. He raised his head and looked at Ling Qingyin, as if in deep thought. Ah? Ling Qingyin was slightly startled. He said that we were both frightened, but why do I feel that this frightened should be changed to one person? Yang Chao looked at Ling Qingyin with a wicked smile. Ling Qingyin was startled at first, but she reacted immediately. Her pretty face instantly turned red with shame, and she screamed and fled into the villa. Chapter 16 Divorce Trial. When the two opened their eyes again, it was already noon the next day. Yang Chao opened his eyes first and looked at the woman lying next to him with tenderness in his eyes. Yang Chao said to himself, since you chose me, I will definitely give you the best in the future. After saying that, he pinched Ling Qingyin's delicate little face. It would be fine if you didn't pinch this thing, but once you pinch it, you will easily become addicted. Ling Qingyin lazily pushed Yang Chao's funny hand aside. Then she slowly opened her eyes, looked at Yang Chao's conquering gaze, and involuntarily pulled the quilt higher and tightened it a little. What are you going to do? That's too much, ah. The next morning, Ling Qingyin looked at the piles of strawberries on her neck in the mirror, rolled her eyes at Yang Chao, and finally had to pull up her collar, but it didn't help much. The two of them made some food, and then Yang Chao's phone rang. Yang Chao. I submitted a lawyer's letter to the local court and told you that I have evidence against you, and you also said that you bought the house before you got married? I advise you not to be ungrateful. I want to see how you are going to keep your shabby house during the court hearing this afternoon. After the call was connected, Yang Chao heard Lu Gang's loud voice on the other end, which made Yang Chao look confused. Yang Chao sneered. This house was bought by him before he got married. He had expected this day to come and had already found all the evidence. Then I'll go to work first? Do you really not need me to accompany you? Ling Qingyin asked Yang Chao while putting on her shoes. Yang Chao shook his head and kissed Ling Qingyin gently on the corner of her mouth. Don't worry, I can handle this little thing by myself. You can go to work. After Ling Qingyin left, Yang Chao also went out. As soon as he arrived at the court gate, he saw Wu Meili with her younger brother and her lover Lu Gang. Wu Meili saw Yang Chao and pointed at his nose arrogantly. Yang Chao, don't think you can rest easy just because you have the recording. I tell you, it's useless. You can't even afford a lawyer. You are such a loser. Leaving you is my best choice. Wu Xiong also stepped forward at this time, looking at Yang Chao with a friendly attitude. Hey, brother-in-law, you have lived with my sister for 2 years, don't always think about your shabby house, isn't it enough that my sister has taken care of you for these 2 years? What's wrong with giving the house to my sister, right? As a grown man, you should leave some for your wife, don't be stingy, right? After hearing what Wu Xiong said, Yang Chao felt as disgusted as if he had eaten shit. They were really not from the same family and should not enter the same door. Your sister is such a piece of shit, and she's still taking care of me? In the 2 years that I've been married to your sister, she's been like a female teddy bear, wearing a hat for me for a year straight. I guess there must be at least 80 men who have slept with your sister this year, if not 100. After saying that, he ignored the 3 people and went straight into the court. The judge banged the gavel and declared the court open. Yang Chao sat alone in the dock. Originally, Ling Qingyin said that she wanted to accompany Yang Chao, but was rejected by Yang Chao. In Yang Chao's words, this was his past and he wanted to solve it himself. He did not want to give Ling Qingyin a bad feeling. The procedure went on step by step, and when it came to the property division, Lu Gang stood up. Your Honor. My client demands that the defendant surrender the ownership of the house. Be opposed to. The house is my own premarital property, not the marital property of the plaintiff and I after we got married. Even if we want to divorce, the house is my separate property. Yang Chao directly refuted. Plaintiff, what evidence do you have to prove that you owned the house before you got married? The judge looked at Yang Chao. Yang Chao directly took out the certificate of buying a house from his pocket, proving that he had bought the house before getting married and all the procedures and certificates were complete. When Wu Meili saw the certificate that Yang Chao took out, she was also stunned. The judge read the certificate. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content, do you want to slap Lu Gang in the face? Yang Chao would not miss such an opportunity to counterattack and said yes in his heart. Option 1, don't slap someone in the face, just keep silent. Reward, the house will be taken back, and the supporting documents will disappear. Option 2, slap Lu Gang in the face. Reward, 2 million yuan debt after marriage. Of the two options, Yang Chao would definitely choose the second one, 2 million. He could still afford 1 million per person, but Yang Chao knew that Wu Meili definitely did not have that much money. Just after Yang Chao made his choice, he felt a white file bag appear in his briefcase, and he immediately understood what he meant. Yang Chao immediately looked at the judge and said, I have a post-marriage debt record here. The total debt is now 2 million. Yang Chao was not afraid of this problem. He had money now and could still pay off the 1 million debt. But Wu Meili was different. The 1 million was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She could not get the house and ended up in a lot of debt. When Lu Gang heard what Yang Chao said, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't care where he was. He pointed at Yang Chao with a ferocious look on his face. Impossible. How could you have so much debt? I don't believe it. Lu Gang wanted to rush up and fight with Yang Chao to the death. Yang Chao, you bastard. Lu Gang walked up to the judge and looked at the debt statement handed over by the judge. Speculating in stocks, failed investments, and in debt of 2 million? Is this true? When Lu Gang saw the debt statement, his face turned pale instantly. This debt alone showed that he knew he had lost today's lawsuit. Finally, the court ruled that the house was premarital property and would not be divided. At the same time, Yang Chao and Wu Meili each assumed a debt of 1 million. Yang Chao paid off the debt very readily. He felt relieved now that he was debt-free. Wu Meili no longer had anything to do with him. Wu Meili sat on the stool in a daze, feeling a little listless. Wu Meili turned to look at Lu Gang. Now Lu Gang was her only lifeline. Lu Gang, you have to help me. You said you would help me, right? You will help me, right? Wu Meili's voice was slightly trembling, and she sounded like a tearful person, and she kept pulling at Lu Gang's sleeves with both hands. Lu Gang seemed to have noticed the judge's strange look and lowered his head slightly. Let me go. Let me go. Didn't you hear me? I told you to let me go. Chapter 17, Meeting Ling's father and Ling's mother. Wu Meili. Are you kidding me? Why didn't you tell me before that Yang Chao still had debts? 1 million? Who do you think I am? A sucker? Get lost. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Gang pushed Wu Meili aside. I don't know. Wu Meili is very panicked now. Yang Chao sat nearby and watched the show. Looking at Wu Meili's appearance, he felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart. Brother! Brother! You are the only one who can help me now. Please help me. Wu Meili cried and looked at Wu Xiong, the brother she loved the most. But Wu Xiong seemed to have seen something scary, and he quickly dodged, his eyes constantly avoiding Wu Meili's gaze. Sister, it's not that I won't help you. You know me. Let alone 1 million, I would be so happy if I had $1,000. I really can't help you with this. Don't you still have the house that mom left for you? The house is still worth hundreds of thousands, right? Please help your sister. She has been very kind to you before. Wu Xiong did not reply. How could he possibly sell his small house because of Wu Meili? It was his mother who agreed to give it to him after he had persuaded her for a long time. Handle this matter by yourself, and don't come to me again. You are really a troublemaker. Do you still want to harm me? Lu Gang is a lawyer. He knows what impact Wu Meili's behavior will have. He doesn't want to ruin his future because of Wu Meili. The legal profession is still very popular. Lu Gang simply abandoned Wu Meili and left alone. When he left, his eyes stayed on Yang Chao for a few seconds. Yang Chao knew that the matter between him and Wu Meili was settled, and Wu Meili had nothing to do with him anymore. At this time, Wu Meili stumbled out of the court, ran to Yang Chao, looked at him painfully and begged for mercy. Yang Chao, please help me, since we have been husband and wife for 2 years, can you help me pay off my debt? I beg you, I really can't. Yang Chao didn't give her a chance to finish her words. He turned around, got into his Ferrari 488, and left in a leisurely manner amid Wu Meili's painful, surprised and shocked eyes. After Jiang Zhe was kicked out, he became angrier and angrier. In his opinion, Yang Chao was just an ordinary clerk. How could he have a Ferrari worth several million? Even he himself couldn't afford that car. And there were also villas worth tens of millions in the Shanghai Bay Villa district. Not to mention Jiang Zhe, even his father couldn't afford them. Jiang Zhe called a friend and asked him to investigate Yang Chao. After a while, the call came back. After answering the call, Jiang Zhe slowly revealed a ferocious smile. The man named Yang Chao just came out of the court this afternoon. He has been working at Ling Qingyin's company these days, riding a shared bike to work every day. Jiang Zhe listened to the reply from the other side. Jiang Zhe muttered to himself, I knew it. A second-hand rubbish wants to buy a luxury villa? Do you think it will work if you bribe the security guards in the community? You don't know my ability at all. Okay, thanks. I'll treat you to dinner at Yupinsai tonight. After saying that, Jiang Zhe hung up the phone. Huh, Yang Chao? What can you use to snatch Ling Qingyin from me? Jiang Zhe, who thought he had caught Yang Chao, was in a good mood. If he told Ling Qingyin about this, he believed that Ling Qingyin would definitely be disappointed with Yang Chao. After returning to the company, Yang Chao did his own work, but the attitude of his colleagues towards him had changed significantly. Hey, brother Yang is here for work? Hey Yang, would you like some coffee? Brother Yang. As soon as he arrived at the company, his colleagues were like they had seen God and wanted to stick to Yang Chao directly. However, Yang Chao is not a silly boy who has just entered the society. He knows the character of these colleagues very well. If it were not his Ferrari, they might have ridiculed him behind his back. Of course, there are also jealous people. Bah, why are you pretending? It's just a Ferrari. Who knows if it's really his or rented? How much does it cost to rent a Ferrari for a day? It's not like I can't afford it. And, you're pretending, what a bullshit. Fortunately, she spoke in a very low voice. If someone with ulterior motives reported this to Ling Qingyin, given Ling Qingyin's protective personality, who knows what would happen to this employee? Beep, beep. Ling Qingyin put down the work in her hands and looked at her phone. A smile appeared on the slightly tired face. Hey, Mom, how come you have time to call me? Ling Qingyin's voice is like the spring breeze and drizzle. Xiaoyin, your father and I just arrived in Fohai City. We are going to your company soon. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Your father always talks about you, so he urged me to come over. Who is the one you said misses our daughter, okay? While Ling's mother was talking, she could still hear Ling's father's sophistry on the other end of the phone. Ling's father's voice sounded somewhat majestic and solemn. After hanging up the phone, Ling Qingyin walked out of the office and just saw Yang Chao coming over. She came to Yang Chao's side somewhat awkwardly and whispered in Yang Chao's ear to remind him that her parents were there. Hearing this, Yang Chao felt the pressure on himself. As if she noticed the anxiety on her lover's face, Ling Qingyin pinched Yang Chao's arm and gave him a look, as if to say that she would help him. Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao went downstairs to greet Ling's father and mother. Although Yang Chao had experience, he was still a little nervous. Parents who could raise a girl like Ling Qingyin must be extraordinary. Soon, a group of middle-aged men and women walked towards Yang Chao, and Yang Chao observed them carefully. The two elders both wore glasses and had an aura of being well-read and elegant. Looking at them, Yang Chao felt like he was looking at his own college teachers. The two elders also saw Ling Qingyin, and naturally saw Yang Chao, who was standing beside them with Ling Qingyin's arm around her. Ling's mother, who had been smiling, saw the smile disappear in an instant. She really changed her expression faster than turning the pages of a book. Ling Qingyin also noticed the changes on her mother's face. She let go of the arm that was holding Yang Chao and ran to Ling's mother's side. She took Ling's mother's arm and prepared to introduce her boyfriend Yang Chao to the two elders. Mom, he's my boyfriend, his name is Yang Chao. These are my parents. Uncle. Just call me uncle or auntie, we're not that close yet. As soon as Yang Chao opened his mouth, Ling's mother knew what he wanted to say. Hello, auntie, hello, uncle. Yang Chao immediately changed his words. Mom, what are you doing? He's my boyfriend, can't you be nicer to him? Ling Qingyin acted coquettishly towards her mother. Chapter 18, Banquet for Ling's Father and Ling's Mother. Father Ling didn't say anything, but just stared at Yang Chao, which made Yang Chao even more nervous. Xiao Yang, right? Our Xiaoyin's boyfriend? Father Ling's aura was even more powerful. Although it was only 2 short sentences, it made Yang Chao feel as if he had made a big mistake. Yes, uncle. It was not good to let the uncle and aunt stand downstairs and talk, so they brought Ling's father and mother to Ling Qingyin's office. Under the watchful eyes of the company's employees, the four of them walked into Ling Qingyin's office, and Yang Chao pulled down the curtains. Yang Chao could clearly feel that Ling's mother and father were not particularly satisfied with their first meeting with him. Yang Chao helped the two elders pour a cup of tea. Just when he wanted to say something to ease the relationship with them, Ling's mother took a sip of the teacup and said, "Xiaoyang, Xiaoyin's father and I are both professors at Jiangda University. Xiaoyin's boyfriend doesn't have to be particularly handsome, but he must have a high degree of education. We have also put a lot of effort into cultivating Xiaoyin." After hearing what Ling's mother said, Ling's father didn't say anything else. It was obvious that his request was the same as Ling's mother's. Yang Chao clenched his fists slightly. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content: do you want to slap Ling's father and mother in the face? Yang Chao responded with certainty. Option 1, don't slap him in the face, admit that you don't have a high level of education. Reward: Ling's father and mother's favorability 100. Option 2, slap the two elders in the face. Reward: get a PhD in finance from Cambridge University, the eagle country that the two elders like. Choose 2. You must choose 2. Yang Chao muttered to himself. The degree certificate is placed in the room of Shanhaiwan Villa, and the electronic version is stored in the mobile phone. Since he had obtained this identity, Yang Chao also acquired all the knowledge of finance. He was in a trance for only a moment, and the three people in the room did not notice anything unusual about Yang Chao. Uncle and aunt, if that's the case, then my academic qualifications are definitely within your consideration for recruiting a son-in-law, or the ceiling is not much lower. Since uncle and aunt are so concerned about academic qualifications, then I will introduce myself again. Uncle and aunt, I'm Ling Qingyin's boyfriend, and I'm also a PhD in finance from Cambridge University in Eagle Country. Then Yang Chao handed Ling's father and mother an electronic certificate proving that he was a doctor of finance. After listening to Yang Chao's introduction, the two elders instantly had a different opinion of Yang Chao. If the first impression was based on appearance, then Yang Chao's inner qualities were indeed recognized by Ling's father, but Ling's mother still didn't like Yang Chao very much. Ling's father is not stupid. He knows that there are many fake diplomas on the market, and many of them are used to deceive girlfriends and fathers-in-law. No matter how much Father Ling disliked Yang Chao, he would not directly check the authenticity of the certificate, but from his point of view, the certificate should be authentic. On the contrary, after seeing the certificate, Ling's mother's expressionless face softened a little, but only a little. Afterwards, Ling Qingyin took Ling's mother to visit the company. At the same time, Yang Chao also chatted with Ling's father. As they chatted, Yang Chao found that Ling's father was not as strict as he had imagined. Although he smiled less, communication was not a problem overall. Then Yang Chao also showed off his knowledge a little. I told Ling's father some knowledge about finance. Although Ling's father is rigid, he also likes to use his pocket money to invest in stocks when he has nothing to do. It cannot be said that he always loses money, but he doesn't make much either. Yang Chao took Ling's father to Ling Qingyin's office to enjoy the fun of stock trading. In just 2 hours, the money in Ling's father's account increased by 10%. Father Ling was also a little happier when he saw Yang Chao. The two were chatting and didn't even notice Ling Qingyin and Ling's mother came in. It was not until Ling's mother coughed several times that Ling's father realized that his wife had come in. Yang Chao quietly closed the stock trading software. It was getting late, so Yang Chao suggested taking the two elders out for dinner. Ling Qingyin did not follow her parents, but took Yang Chao's arm, and then quietly asked in Yang Chao's ear, "Where did you get this degree? How come I don't know it? Is this real? Do you think I'm going to fool your parents with a fake one?" Yang Chao squeezed Ling Qingyin's little hand. Yang Chao retreated from the still confused Ling Qingyin, and Ling Qingyin was taken away by Yang Chao. Since both Ling's father and mother were there, Yang Chao naturally couldn't drive his Ferrari, so he got into Ling Qingyin's car, which could just seat 4 people. Yang Chao drove, Ling's father sat in the passenger seat, and Ling's mother and Ling Qingyin were in the back. Yang Chao drove directly to one of the top restaurants in Fohai City. Yipin's High. The average consumption per person here is around 2,000 yuan, which is the basic amount. If you order 2 more dishes, the price may even increase several times. However, when eating here, Yang Chao will not care about the amount of money. How can we entertain future father-in-law and mother-in-law in a shabby banquet? After getting off the car, Ling Qingyin pulled Yang Chao's arm and asked, "Isn't this place too expensive?" I have to leave a good impression on my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. Okay, you don't have to worry about money. Don't you know whether your man has money or not? Yang Chao smiled slightly. Yang Chao took the three of them to the private room and sat down. Since he was treating them, Yang Chao handed the menu directly to Ling's father and mother. Ling's mother took the menu with a little impatience, but when she saw the prices, she paused unconsciously. Although both of them are university professors and their basic salary would not be bad, they were a little scared after seeing the prices here. They were afraid that half a month's salary would be gone just by eating a meal today. Ling Qingyin took the menu from Ling's mother and ordered some dishes that Ling's father and mother liked, as well as some dishes that Yang Chao liked. Yang Chao took the menu and ordered dishes that Ling Qingyin liked. Uncle and aunt, how about we just have a drink? I still have to drive later. Father Ling directly held Yang Chao's arm and looked at the waiter and said, ask Xiaoyin to open the door later. Bring 2 boxes of beer. Ling's mother turned her head and glared at him, but ultimately said nothing. When Ling's mother heard that Yang Chao was more familiar with Ling Qingyin's eating habits, although she still didn't like him very much, she wasn't too cold to him. Looking at Yang Chao's expression, it finally eased a lot. But at this moment, Yang Chao heard a familiar voice, that of the rich second-generation Jiang Zhe. Ling Qingyin also heard it, and her smiling face suddenly became cold. Why is it that guy again? How can I meet him here? The corner of Yang Chao's mouth twitched slightly, and he slowly turned his head. Chapter 19 Get out of here. Then at this moment, the waiter just went out with the menu to inform the chef to prepare the dishes. The moment the door opened, Jiang Zhe glanced casually into the box and saw the woman he had dreamed of. Hey, stop! Jiang Zhe quickly called out to his friend. I saw someone I know. After saying that, Jiang Zhe walked straight towards Ling Qingyin's box. Jiang Zhe chased after Ling Qingyin with an expression that said, I know you very well, and said, Qingyin, I didn't expect to see you here again. This is really the fate between us. Ling's mother and father looked a little uncomfortable at this moment. This person was very rude. Both Ling's father and mother have received high-level education. It's not enough for them to make loud noises in public, but they also don't even knock on the door and act as if they are entering their own home. Ling's father and mother will never even look at such a person. Even if the man's family is very rich. Jiang Zhe didn't know at this moment that his behavior had made Ling Qingyin's parents unhappy, and he just walked towards Ling Qingyin on his own. But after entering, I found that there were 2 middle-aged men sitting at the front of the box. Jiang Zhe also reacted quickly and greeted them. These 2 should be Qingyin's parents, right? They are really handsome. You 2 elders are really energetic. Since you 2 elders are Qingyin's parents, you are also my parents. Since you are my parents, it is only natural for me to treat my parents to a meal. Jiang Zhe directly proposed to treat Ling's father and mother to a meal, without caring about Yang Chao's opinion at all. When he just came in, he noticed that Yang Chao was also in the box, but he didn't say anything because he knew that this trash was not on the same level as him. Can he become an upper-class person by simply renting a car and bribing the security guard? It's impossible. As long as he can please Ling Qingyin's parents today, he will be not far from pursuing Ling Qingyin. By then, he won't have to do anything himself, and this trash named Yang Chao will just leave in disgrace. Yang Chao stood up and looked directly at Jiang Zhe. You are not welcome here. Jiang Zhe pushed Yang Chao aside and looked at him with disdain. Yang Chao, right? I have the leverage over you now. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Ling Qingyin is not someone you can match. I'm afraid you'll have to spend Ling Qingyin's money just to have a meal here, right? Jiang Zhe turned around and looked at Ling's father and mother and said. After hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Ling's mother's eyes changed again when she looked at Yang Chao. But it was different for Ling's father. After spending 2 hours with Yang Chao, Ling's father knew Yang Chao's ability very well. With Yang Chao's grasp and judgment of stock trading, it was not difficult for him to make money. What's more, he had just looked at the menu. Today's meal was not too expensive, only about 30,000 yuan. But just this afternoon, Yang Chao helped himself earn 15,000 yuan. This simple 30,000 yuan would not be too difficult for Yang Chao. At the same time, Ling's father had no good feelings towards this impolite man. He looked down on him. Just by looking at how he spoke, one could tell that he must have had poor upbringing. If such a man wanted to pursue Ling Qingyin, Ling's father would never agree. If he succeeded in getting her, who knows how he would treat himself and Ling's mother. Such a man is totally unreliable, has no advantages at all, is frivolous and immature. Handle? What have you come up with? Do you think I rented my house or I bribed the security guards? Or do you think those are not security guards at all, but actors I hired? Yang Chao straightened his clothes and grinned at Jiang Zhe. That's right. I've asked my friends to ask the people in your company. You got divorced today, and now you're just a small employee in Ling Qingyin's company. You said you have a Ferrari, a villa in Shanhawan? A building worth tens of millions? Don't tease me. I think you just rented a sports car for a few $1,000s a day, and then bribed the security guards to give you a few cigarettes to play a trick. You want to play this little trick on me? Do you think I, Jiang Zhe, am joking in Fohai City? Jiang Zhe directly told everyone what he had imagined. He said that these were all just to belittle Yang Chao and reduce the favorability of Mr. and Mrs. Ling towards Yang Chao. This way it would be much easier for him to improve his favorability. Sure enough, when Ling's father and mother heard that Yang Chao was divorced, their expressions instantly changed. They looked at Yang Chao with some discomfort. They never thought that Yang Chao was actually a divorced man. At this time, the husband-protecting demon Ling Qingying came online and didn't tolerate Jiang Zhe. She pointed at Jiang Zhe's nose and scolded him directly. Jiang Zhe, I told you, no matter what you say, you can't stop Yang Chao from being my boyfriend. I know Yang Chao is divorced, but so what? If you don't know the inside story of his divorce, don't tell me. Jiang Zhe, get out, I want to eat, you are not welcome here. Ling Qingying. What else do you want from me? He treated you like this, and you still do this. I treated you like this, and you still do this to me? I've already told you that the villa is not his at all. Don't you still believe me? Jiang Zhe felt very unbalanced at this time because of Ling Qingying's scolding. How could he be worse than a divorced trash? His house is real, and his car is real too. I advise you to stop paying attention to my boyfriend. Okay. We are going to eat. Get out of here. I feel sick just by looking at you. Ling Qingying was like a crazy woman protecting her husband. Damn it. You poor bastard, don't let me see you again. You are just a poor bastard, how can you compare to me? If it weren't for you, Ling Qingying would have been mine long ago. How dare you, a loser like you, come to Yapin's High? Ding. The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding. A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding. Mission content, do you want to slap Jiang Zhe in the face? Jiang Zhe thought to himself yes. Choice 1, let it go and admit that you are a poor bastard. Rewards, Ling's father and mother, Ling Qingying's favorability 100, Ferrari, Shanhawan Villa is taken back, and a debt of 1 million. Choice 2, strong counterattack. Reward, 100% of Yapin's High restaurant shares. Is there any need to choose between these two options? Yang Chao directly chose the second one. The share transfer document has been signed and placed in the briefcase. I am a waste? If I am a waste, then you are not even a human being. Someone. Get him out of here. I'm a member of your club. Jiang Zhe yelled loudly. Chapter 20 Baji Mastery. Soon, a staff member of Yapin's High also came over. He had a big belly, a Hermes watch on his wrist, and a look of impatience on his face. He used his hands to push the person next to him to squeeze over. Who is so blind that he dares to cause trouble in Yapin's High? This person is the security guard of Yapin's High, his name is Sun Qi. He looked at Yang Chao with disdain. When he came in just now, he looked at Yang Chao with displeasure. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Zhe, who was shouting. He felt that he looked very familiar. It was obvious that this person was a regular customer. Ouch. I was wondering who it was, it turns out to be my brother Jiang Zhe. This man looks to be around 31 or 32 years old, but he still shamelessly calls Jiang Zhe brother. I don't know where he gets the nerve to do that. However, Yang Chao was a little suspicious. It was a bit strange that the security guard of Yapin's High was wearing a Hermes watch. Oh, it's you. You told me to kick him out. He has directly affected my mood for eating. And I tell you, he has no money to pay the bill. They came here to eat a free meal today. Jiang Zhe walked forward, patted Sun Qi on the shoulder and pointed at Yang Chao. Sun Qi nodded to himself, I knew it was you. How can you tell from what you're wearing that you're rich? Do you know that the minimum consumption here is 2,000 yuan per person? 2,000 yuan is probably your monthly salary, right? Sun Shi kept belittling Yang Chao, as if he wanted to find some sense of superiority in Yang Chao, and his words were full of disdain for people like Yang Chao. I really don't know how you dared to come in when you are so poor. If there wasn't such a beautiful woman standing next to you, I would have stopped you a long time ago. Don't worry, beauty. Is he threatening you? I'll order someone to kick him out right now. Don't worry, this guy won't disturb your meal today. What? What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly and get that person out of here. He didn't even give Yang Chao a chance to speak. Seeing several security guards under Sun Shi coming towards Yang Chao, Ling Qingyin was about to speak when Yang Chao pulled her behind him. He was reluctant to let Ling Qingyin get hurt. At this time, the voice of the system also reached Yang Chao's ears. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content, do you want to slap Sun Shi in the face? Jiang Zhe thought to himself, yes. Choice 1, endure it and be beaten up by the security guard. Reward, Ling's father and mother's favorability 100, Ling Qingyin is injured. Choice 2, don't argue if you can fight. Reward, Master Bajiquan. As soon as these two options came up, option 1 was directly passed. No matter what, Yang Chao would not allow Ling Qingyin to get hurt in front of him. Just choose option 2. Then a warm current flowed from Yang Chao's dantian along the 8 extraordinary meridians to his limbs. He felt that his body contained several explosive powers. Yang Chao silently recited in his heart, the fist is like a meteor, the eyes are like lightning, the waist is like a snake, and the feet are like a drill, the tail is straight and the spirit penetrates the top of the head, the hardness and softness are flexible and connected from top to bottom, the body is relaxed and the spirit is restrained, the whole body is light and the head is suspended, the yin and yang change rapidly, and the source of life and intention is in the waist. After saying this, his eyes lit up. The skill that Yang Chao just displayed only lasted for a few seconds in reality. Yang Chao was now fully confident that he could protect Ling Qingyin well. Although Yang Chao could directly reveal his identity as the boss of Yipinsai, he had to teach the security guard a lesson now. He did not take the customers seriously at all. If it was another customer today, he might have been bullied and thrown out. With such a security guard, how could Yipinsai have a good reputation? He must rectify the atmosphere in Yipinsai today. The security guards should do their job properly and stop getting involved in all these nitty-gritty stuff. Yang Chao really doesn't like it. Yang Chao directly performed the starting posture of Bajiquan. Qingyin, go to your parents. I can handle this myself. Ling Qingyin didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Chao, so she trotted over to Ling's mother. Ling's mother didn't feel anything, but Ling's father practiced Tai Chi all year round and occasionally met friends who practiced Bajiquan. He knew at a glance what Yang Chao's move was. Tai Chi and literature can bring peace to the world, and Baji and martial arts can stabilize the universe. These words were not spoken casually. Looking at Yang Chao's moves, Father Ling knew that Yang Chao must be a man of great background. Yang Chao looked at the security guards coming towards him, each of them had a weapon in his hand, but Yang Chao was not afraid at all. He clenched his hands, veins bulged, and the expression on his face became a little ferocious, which made Jiang Zhe tremble with fear. It seemed that the person standing in front of him was not Yang Chao, but a lion with its fur standing on end. Looking at that fierce look and that slightly open mouth, Jiang Zhe felt that he could see the breath slowly coming out of Yang Chao's mouth. Soon, Yang Chao moved, his figure flashed in an instant, his speed was incredibly fast, no one saw Yang Chao punch, but a loud bang was heard by everyone. It moves like a spring bow and fires like thunder. Father Ling's eyes lit up. Although Father Ling practiced Tai Chi, this Tai Chi was not the same as that Tai Chi he practiced Tai Chi only to strengthen his body. However, he could see that Yang Chao's entire 8th level was indeed the result of many years of immersion. In a matter of seconds, before Yang Chao could even warm up, 7 or 8 security guards fell to the ground screaming. Ouch, my hand. My knee. I have chest pains. The tall and fat security guard Sun Shi was trembling slightly, with fear in his eyes. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, the manager of Yipinsai is my brother. If you dare to touch me, I'll never let you go. No wonder. Yang Chao muttered to himself and stopped. Sun Shi thought Yang Chao was scared and didn't dare to do it anymore. He was originally frightened, but suddenly he became confident and started to act weird again. Ha ha. Are you scared now? It's too late for me to tell you. You little bastard, you actually dared to cause trouble in Yipinsai. No one has ever dared to go there and make trouble. My brother will never let you go. Just wait. Then he called his brother Sun Yu. As soon as the call was connected, he said, brother, someone is causing trouble in Yapinzhai. Come over quickly. Even your brother, was beaten up. Damn it, I want to see who dares to come to our Yapinzhai and make trouble. Xiaoqi, just wait, I'll be there soon. How dare you hit my brother? This is outrageous. You really don't take me, Sun Yu, seriously. After Sun Yu finished speaking, he pinched the girl's face next to him. Chapter 21 Permanently blacklisted by Yapinzhai. I don't know what happened to the boss. He actually sold Yapinzhai. The boss is very young and I don't know what happened. Forget it. I'll just do my own thing. Okay, Xiaoli, come down. I need to get dressed. My brother was beaten up. I'll come to you after I've dealt with it and feed you well. Sun Yu put on his clothes hastily and went towards Yapinzhai. Just wait, my brother Sun Yu will be here soon. When he comes, you will have a hard time. After Sun Shi got the affirmation from his brother, he became even more arrogant and almost stepped on Yang Chao's face. Yang Chao, I admit that you have something, but so what? In front of real strength, you are nothing. Even I dare not come to Yapinzhai to cause trouble. I didn't expect that you, Yang Chao, would dare to come to Yapinzhai and injure the security guard. It seems that you will be blacklisted by Yapinzhai forever. Yapinzhai can be said to be a necessary place for discussing business. I didn't expect. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Ling Qingyin. Qingyin, you don't want your work to go wrong because of him, right? If you are blocked by Yapinzhai because of this rubbish, I think it will be a big blow to your company, right? Indeed, what Jiang Zhe said was correct. This can be said to be the unspoken rule of Fohai City. This is why Yapinzhai has become the most luxurious restaurant in Fohai City. Those who come here to eat are all big companies that come to discuss business, and customers will also directly choose Yapinzhai as the venue. If customers know that your company has been blacklisted by Yapinzhai, business will probably no longer continue. Brother Sunze is right. When my brother comes, I will block your company. I want to see what you are going to do. Sun Shi looked at Yang Chao with a smug look on his face. Sure enough, Ling Qingyin's face turned a little ugly after hearing this. Yang Chao slowly walked to Ling Qingyin's side, then patted her hands, telling her not to worry. Don't worry, I won't be blocked. I will never be blocked in this life. Yang Chao comforted Ling Qingyin. The restaurant originally belonged to Yang Chao, so why would Yang Chao block Ling Qingyin? Does this guy named Sun Shi really think that he has the final say here? He can block anyone he wants? Who gives him the confidence? Is it his brother who is the manager? He is called a manager, but he is still an employee who works for him. If he doesn't like him, he can just kick him out and replace him. I don't know how many people are eyeing the position of Yapinzhai manager. You're nothing. I thought I would let you go if you kneeled down and apologized, but I didn't expect you to be like this. I can tell you for sure that you will never be welcome in Yapinzhai again. You have been included in the Yapinzhai blacklist. There is no need for my brother to take action, I will just announce it directly. Sun Shi pulled a stool from the side, stepped on it and looked at Yang Chao. At this time, Sun Yu arrived and saw so many people gathered here. He shouted directly, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." Afterwards, the onlookers made room for Sun Yu and saw the security guard lying on the ground, their faces flushed. They were very angry. This was obviously a slap in the face of Yapinzhai. Someone was causing trouble in Yapinzhai. If this matter was not handled properly, then Yapinzhai's reputation would suffer a great impact in the future. Xiaoqi, are you okay? Let me take a look. Sun Yu was very nervous about his younger brother. Oh, brother, I'm fine, but this poor bastard actually dared to come to Yapinzhai and act wildly. You must make him pay the price. If you don't handle it properly, it will definitely affect Yapinzhai. I must make this guy pay the price. He actually dared to hit me. Sun Shi directly slandered Yang Chao. After saying that, Yang Chao rushed forward and hit Sun Shi in the face with an elbow, knocking out 2 teeth. Sun Shi really started to wail this time. Ah! A cry of pain reached everyone's ears. Beat him. It's so satisfying. I let you pretend all day long, and now you get beaten, right? It's so fucking satisfying. There were many people around who were dissatisfied with Sun Shi. After seeing Sun Chi being beaten, they felt very happy. Sun Yu looked at his beloved younger brother. Even he was reluctant to touch a hair on his head, but today he was beaten in front of him. Sun Yu was so angry. But when Sun Yu saw Yang Chao's face, his furious expression froze instantly. What did he see? Brother, why don't you help me get revenge? He dared to hit me. I have never suffered such a big injustice since I was a child. Sun Chi's speech began to leak a little. But does Sun Yu dare to do it? He doesn't dare. He is familiar with this face. He is very familiar with it. Isn't this the new boss of Yapinzhai? Sun Yu suddenly felt his head spinning and he collapsed to the ground with a dazed look on his face. When he came here just now, Sun Yu reminded himself to do his job well and not to cause trouble for the new boss. Now, the person he offended today turned out to be his immediate superior. He was afraid that he would have to say goodbye to this high-paying job. I can no longer go to see Shelly every day. Witnessing all this, Ling's father and mother keenly observed Sun Yu's expression and became even more curious about Yang Chao, their future son-in-law. The manager of Yapinzhai actually showed such an expression after seeing Yang Chao. In their opinion, Yang Chao's identity must be more than just a small clerk. Brother! What are you doing? Get up! I have just blocked them from Yapinzhai. Get them out quickly. Sun Chi didn't understand what happened to Sun Yu and was still shouting. Sun Yu turned around to look at his disappointing brother and slowly raised his right hand as if he was struggling, but immediately slapped Sun Chi on the fat face. A crisp sound. Sun Chi was confused. Not only was Sun Chi confused, Zhang Zhe also didn't know what was going on. Didn't Sun Yu say that he loved his younger brother the most? His younger brother was everything to him, but now he actually slapped his younger brother in front of everyone. Yang Chao had no interest in this family ethics drama. Your name is Sun Yu, right? When Sun Yu heard Yang Chao calling him, he quickly got up from the ground, but he didn't dare to look up at Yang Chao. The man in front of him could decide whether he stayed or left. Sun Yu didn't want to lose his high-paying job. He was still paying off loans for his house and car. If he lost his job, he wouldn't be able to pay off his mortgage and car loans. His only option now is to beg Yang Chao to let him go and not fire him. Chapter 22. He is not yet qualified. Sun Chi yelled, Brother! Why are you so scared of this poor bastard? He is just a poor bastard. Look at everything on him. It only costs a few hundred yuan. You are the boss of Yapinzhai. You have to make the decision for me. You have to make the decision for Yapinzhai. Yang Chao looked down at Sun Chi, who still didn't understand right from wrong. He can make the decision for you, but he can't be the master of Yapinzhai. He is not qualified. Boss, can you please let my brother go? I'm Sun Yu, and I've seen your message that my former boss sent me before. Sun Yu lowered his head and didn't even dare to raise it. He was really scared now. He was afraid of losing his job. But even so, he still hoped that Yang Chao could let his brother go. His brother was the only relative he had in this world, and he didn't want his brother to be wronged, which made his brother behave so arrogantly. Sun Chi looked at his elder brother with disbelief. He hoped that Sun Yu would give him an explanation. Boss? Brother, what are you talking about? How could he be the boss? I have seen the boss before, and he is not him at all. Sun Yu looked at his brother with hatred, pointed at his nose and yelled, Shut up! I'm such a jerk to you, are you crazy? Get down on your knees. Beg the boss to let you go. If you cause me to lose my job, I'll see what you're going to do. Ling Qingyin also opened her mouth slightly. She thought of many possibilities, but she never thought that this restaurant actually belonged to Yang Chao. Looking at Yang Chao's broad back, Ling Qingyin couldn't help but feel a strong sense of security. With him by her side, Ling Qingyin was not afraid of anything. I don't want to waste time here with the two of you. Sun Yu and Sun Chi, just get out. Yapinzhai doesn't need you too. And this guy named Zhang Zhe, from today on, is forbidden to enter Yapinzhai. The same applies to everyone related to Zhang Zhe. Yang Chao directly sentenced Sun Yu and Sun Chi to their fate, and they were directly fired from Yapinzhai. After being fired from Yapinzhai, it was extremely difficult for them to find a job in other restaurants. If the two wanted to survive, they would probably have to leave their hometown in Fohai City. Otherwise, when they were looking for a job, they would know the whole story and it would be very difficult to find a job. Yang Chao wanted to have a good drink with his future father-in-law, but now Jiang Zhe has ruined his mood for drinking. The security guards lying on the ground slowly stood up at this time, knowing that they had provoked the new boss. Then they could only lower their heads, hoping that the boss would not hold a grudge against them. Several people directly dragged Sun Yu and Sun Qi out. Jiang Zhe and his friends were also a little scared at this time, but the result was self-evident. Damn it! It's all because of you. If you hadn't said that someone was causing trouble in Yapinsai, how could we have been beaten? And we even offended our boss. Several security guards dragged the two men and cursed them harshly. They were really unlucky today and their mouths were still twitching. Although Yang Chao's attack was not particularly heavy, it still hurt them for a while. After everyone left, Yang Chao closed the door. Looking at the expressions of Ling's mother and father, Yang Chao, who had just shown his might, now didn't know how to start talking. Mom! You don't know, that guy named Jiang Zhe just now has been pestering me every day. He doesn't want me to work properly at all. He has even caused trouble in my company. I hate him so much. Ling Qingyin threw herself into Ling's mother's arms and kept acting coquettishly. It seemed like she was acting coquettishly, but in fact she was speaking for Yang Chao and putting all the blame on Jiang Zhe. Yang Chao was just trying to protect himself. Seeing this, Ling's mother didn't know what to say, but she still felt a little bit of affirmation in Yang Chao. He had a high level of education and his own business. This Yapinsai, such a high-end restaurant, actually belonged to Yang Chao. It couldn't be said that she began to look at Yang Chao with a new respect. However, after what happened with Jiang Zhe, the four of them were not so happy with their meal. Instead, Father Ling kept chatting with Yang Chao, talking about Baji, and Yang Chao was also relatively humble. Uncle, I just practiced blindly. I practiced blindly. Naturally, Yang Chao would not be too boastful in front of his future father-in-law. Hey! You didn't practice blindly. You fought very well. It's better than those I met before. Not bad. You can protect Xiaoyin well in the future. Father Ling patted Yang Chao on the shoulder, which was obviously a great affirmation of Yang Chao. Yang Chao also noticed that even the look in Ling's mother's eyes when she looked at him had become a little softer. It seemed that Jiang Zhe had helped him to conquer Ling's father and mother and sped up the process. When the four of them were having dinner, Jiang Zhe, who was thrown out by the security guard for the second time, looked very bad. If his father knew that he was blocked by Yapinsai, his father might have directly cut off his bank card. How is this possible? He is just a poor bastard. How could he be the boss of Yapinsai? This is impossible. Jiang Zhe picked up a brick on the ground and threw it hard, hitting a taxi. Hey hey hey! What are you doing? Why did you smash my car? The taxi driver pointed at Jiang Zhe and greeted him. Jiang Zhe pulled out 5,000 yuan from his wallet and threw it at the taxi driver's face. Don't fucking mess with me. 5,000 yuan is enough to fix your broken car, right? Get out of here right now. Although the taxi driver was very angry after receiving the money, he still succumbed to reality. There was nothing he could do because he paid too much money and the cost of repairing the car would be at most a few $100s. He took the money and drove away. Look! Yang Chao should be this kind of person. He should get out of here as soon as he gets the money. Why would he go against me? What on earth did you find out? Don't you mean he's just an ordinary person? Would an ordinary person have a villa in a mountain or sea bay? A Ferrari? Yapinsai? Even my father can't afford these. Jiang Zhe looked at his friend and pulled his collar in frustration. Relax, it's just with a woman. Since Yang Chao's approach doesn't work, we can just start with Ling Qingyin. I heard that Lin Qingyin has a project to carry out recently. This project is related to the development of their company. If it fails, their company will be seriously damaged. I will help you to disrupt her cooperation. Then she will come to you for help for her company. Then you can do whatever you want, huh? After Wang Zhengyu finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Jiang Zhe. Chapter 23 Academic Seminar. Jiang Zhe patted Wang Zhengyu on the chest and said, "Sure. Let's do it. I can't wait to see Ling Qingyin come over and beg me." Yang Chao looked at Ling's father, whose face was flushed, and knew that he was a little drunk. Father Ling put his arm around Yang Chao's neck and said, "I'm telling you, Xiaoyan, come with me to a symposium tomorrow and make me proud." Ling's father was drunk and no longer as serious as when they first met. Instead, he looked like a naughty boy. On the contrary, Ling's mother, although she had drunk a little, was still very calm. Hearing this, Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao frantically. But Yang Chao ignored it and said, "Don't worry, you can just look to me when the time comes." After saying this, Yang Chao gave Ling Qingyin a reassuring look. After having a good meal and a good drink, Yang Chao, as he was the boss, naturally didn't need to pay any more money. Since Yang Chao was driving, Ling Qingyin was responsible for driving. Yang Chao sat in the back and talked to his future father-in-law, while Ling Qingyin drove back to the Shanghai Bay Villa. "Here it is. Mom, this is Yang Chao's house. You can stay here for the next few days," Ling Qingyin explained. Ling's mother was also surprised by the big villa, and she was quite satisfied with Yang Chao. Although he was not good-looking and very ordinary, he was very good in both academic performance and ability, and he was a good match for Xiaoyin. Ling Qingyin also helped Yang Chao explain the process of his divorce to Ling's father and mother. Ling's mother would not bring up Yang Chao's divorce. Although it was only one afternoon, Ling's mother thought that she still knew Yang Chao relatively well. At the same time, this man was chosen by her daughter, so she would naturally not break up the couple. Yang Chao helped Ling's father and mother choose a room and made the bed. After settling the two elders, Ling Qingyin ran to Yang Chao's side quietly, pouting. "Why do I feel like I don't know you at all now? You are really outstanding now. You are good at fighting. You are also a PhD in finance from Cambridge University. You also have the Yapin's high industry, a huge villa, and a sports car. What do you want to say? You have so much, why do you want to be a clerk and be looked down upon by others?" Yang Chao pinched Ling Qingyin's nose and said, "I'm after you. If I didn't go to work in your company, how could you get me so easily? Madam, shouldn't we go to bed?" Since Ling's father and mother were also there, Ling Qingyin didn't dare to scream. She let out a soft cry and ran back to their room. Then, like a frightened little rabbit, she went straight into bed. Ling's mother also heard the loud noise outside. She wanted to say something, but finally returned to bed. Young people's affairs should be handled by young people. After covering herself with the quilt, Ling's mother murmured softly and closed her eyes and went to sleep. Because he drank too much yesterday, Father Ling slept until noon. "Xiao Yang, I've sent you the address directly. You can just rush over later. I have to go over first." After packing up, Ling's father gave some instructions, refused Yang Chao's offer to drive him there, and left. "Don't worry, my dad is not too old to walk. Let him walk around by himself." Ling Qingyin helped Yang Chao and Ling's mother serve a bowl of porridge. Ling Qingyin's skin is more translucent today, and her face is full of smiles. This is because the villa has good sound insulation, otherwise Ling's father and mother would probably not be able to sleep. After eating, Yang Chao dressed himself up to attend an academic symposium. Naturally, he would not dress too casually, so he dressed elegantly before going out. Yang Chao drove directly to the location that Ling's father told him and parked the car in the parking lot next to it. "Hello sir, you are not allowed to go in." When he reached the door, Yang Chao was stopped by the staff at the door. "Why can't I come in?" "Hello, sir. This is an academic seminar. Please." The staff member didn't say anything else, but the implication was that Yang Chao didn't look like a highly educated person at all, and had no qualifications to enter. "You are definitely not qualified to enter at your age. Leave quickly and don't disturb our activities." The staff immediately started to expel Yang Chao. Yang Chao was very unhappy. He took out his cell phone and put the certificate of his doctorate degree in front of the staff member's face. "Did you see it? If you don't believe it, go check it out. I can wait for you here." The staff also didn't know how to deal with it. What is the deposit reserve requirement? This is the most basic question. The deposits that financial institutions prepare at the central bank to ensure that customers can withdraw deposits and clear funds are funds prepared to limit the credit expansion of financial institutions and to ensure that customers can withdraw deposits and clear funds. The central bank is the highest monetary and financial management institution in a country and occupies a dominant position in the financial system of each country. The functions of the central bank are macroeconomic regulation, ensuring financial security and stability, and financial services. In my country, the People's Bank of China is the central bank. The Central Bank of the United States is the Reserve Bank of China. Yang Chao answered very fluently. "How did you think of asking me such a simple question? Isn't there anything more difficult?" Yang Chao frowned. "Sir, you may go in. I am so sorry for what happened just now. The staff quickly apologized to Yang Chao. At this time, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came over. He was quite handsome and gave people an immediate sense of being very knowledgeable. He was holding the book Capital Market Institutions and Tools in his hand. He glanced at Yang Chao and shook his head. The question just now is a question that anyone who has studied finance should have the answer to. As soon as the man appeared, many young people gathered around him. Mu Chin. Boss Mu Chin. Those who could come to participate in the discussion naturally had high educational qualifications, but all of them gathered around this man with glasses. Yang Chao now became slightly interested in this young man. It seemed that today's discussion would not be so boring. After Mukin felt the crowd around him, he looked at Yang Chao, who was alone, with a very obscure look, and couldn't help revealing a trace of disdainful sneer. In his opinion, this Yang Chao was just a little clever, and he could be stopped by the staff. He was really a waste. He didn't know who invited such a waste to participate in the academic seminar. Mukin felt that standing next to Yang Chao greatly lowered his own value. After taking a look at Yang Chao, he turned around and walked in. In Mukin's opinion, Yang Chao was not worthy of his attention at all. Chapter 24, Identity Revealed. Yang Chao also followed him in. After entering, Yang Chao saw that the young man was surrounded by a group of old men. They should be professors from some famous universities. They looked at Mukin as if he were a treasure. Xiaochun, it's been a long time since we last met. Are you doing well while you're abroad? An old man looked at Mu Chen and asked with a smiling face. Old Kong, do you need to tell me? We all know exactly what Xiaochun is like. Xiaochun is an elite from an Ivy League university. Many international celebrities graduated from Duke University. I believe that Xiaochun will be one of them. It won't be long before he becomes famous all over the world. Another old man stroked his beard and said with a laugh. Yang Chao couldn't help but shook his head as he looked at this group of old men who were constantly praising a young man. Duke University? Ha! Yang Chao obtained a PhD in finance from the University of Cambridge in the United States. The ranking of Cambridge University is much higher than the so-called Duke University. I really don't know what's so arrogant about this guy named Mukin. When the old man was talking, Mukin still had a look of pride. Of course. When I was studying in Megwa, I broadened my horizons and saw many things that I couldn't see in China. I can say that my life abroad was very easy, but it's not the same in China. Although it was easy to be abroad, I still learned a lot. At the same time, I also participated in a lot of scientific research in the United States. Our scientific research projects are ranked very high internationally. After listening to Mukin's words, the old man nodded, as if he had automatically filtered out the bad things that were said about the country. Yang Chao was very disappointed when he saw these students returning from studying abroad. The motherland had nurtured them for decades, but they were not as good as a few years spent abroad. Who are you, young man? Why were you shaking your head just now? How did you get in? Who let you in? An old man saw Yang Chao shaking his head and walked straight to Yang Chao. Mu Chen also saw Yang Chao and walked directly in front of Yang Chao. He raised his chin slightly and looked at Yang Chao very proudly. What? Are you dissatisfied with what I said? Is there anything wrong with what I said? The research projects I conducted with my teachers abroad have won international awards. Mu Chen kept mocking Yang Chao. You are not comparable to a guy like you who spent some money to buy a fake certificate. You obviously don't know anything, but you still have the nerve to come to our academic seminar. It's really pitiful. Don't you really think that you are educated just because you have a fake degree? I advise you to leave quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Young man, this is not a place for you to come. You'd better leave quickly. The old man reminded Yang Chao. False certificate? Yang Chao couldn't help but shook his head. A study on the impact of subprime debt on commercial banks' earnings management and risk-taking. I believe you are all familiar with my topic, right? Yang Chao looked at the group of old men and Mukin. Why are you talking about this? I am certainly familiar with this topic. This topic is? An old man seemed to suddenly think of something while speaking. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Chao, a PhD in finance from Cambridge University. My research topic is the impact of subprime debt on commercial banks' earnings management and risk-taking. Yang Chao reintroduced himself to everyone. After Yang Chao introduced himself, the old man was shocked. Do I have the right to speak now? As far as this topic is concerned, I believe your teachers should have told you about it, right? At least in this research direction, you are not as good as me. Yang Chao glanced at Mukin. Mukin was speechless after hearing what Yang Chao said. Then I heard what you just said. I also did some research on Duke University. There is no so-called research project as you said. So, what you just said must be a lie you made up. Yang Chao directly exposed Mukin's true face and made the bloody reality public. Sure enough, after Yang Chao finished speaking, the old man also frowned. How could this be? Are all the things that Boss Mukin said a lie? I have always admired Boss Mukin very much. No way, I have always regarded Boss Mukin as my goal. I have always hoped to become the same as Boss Mukin, but now. The whispering sounds around reached Mukin's ears one after another, and Mukin's face instantly became much uglier. He didn't expect that his careful preparation would be exposed by a piece of trash he looked down upon, leaving him directly exposed in front of everyone. This can be said to be a disgrace in public. Father Ling, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but nodded when he looked at Yang Chao. You're the only one who can say that. You're so amazing, why doesn't anyone know who you are? Why doesn't anyone know who you are? Nothing else, just keeping a low profile. What low profile? These are all given to him by the system. In the end, Mukin could only flee under the scrutiny of everyone. When he left, he glared at Yang Chao hatefully. It was obvious that he hated Yang Chao. After all, the identity he had worked so hard to build was wiped out in an instant. Although not many people knew about it now, after the discussion was over, it would probably be known to everyone. By then, Mu Chen would probably become a rat that everyone would shout and beat. Afterwards, Ling's father helped introduce Yang Chao to a group of professors, explaining that this was his future son-in-law. The professors were extremely jealous and envious, but everyone knew that Ling's father had a daughter who was incredibly beautiful, and they didn't have the ability to snatch her away. When the discussion ended, Yang Chao received a call from Lin Xingyin. After Yang Chao said goodbye to Ling's father, he drove directly to the company. Looking at Ling Qingyin in the office, Yang Chao asked directly, "What's wrong?" "There is a project I want to get. If we can get it, it will be a great development for the company." Ling Qingyin leaned in Yang Chao's arms. Yang Chao smiled after hearing this. "I'm your man, and I'm so rich, why are you still working so hard? Why are you so busy? It's too tiring, and I feel bad for you." Hearing Yang Chao's words, Ling Qingyin rolled her eyes and said, "Your money is your money. I don't want to spend all your money. Besides, I'm the president of the company. I must think about the company. Besides, I don't want to save some dowry." Chapter 25 Tendering. Ling Qingyin had this idea because she didn't want Yang Chao to think that she only relied on him. She wanted to achieve something on her own. She knew that Yang Chao must have many things that he hadn't shown yet. If she doesn't work hard, the gap between the two of them will become bigger and bigger, and Ling Qingyin will feel even more uncomfortable. Yang Chao hugged Ling Qingyin. "I understand what you said. Since you said so, as your future husband, how can I not support you? Don't worry, I will help you participate in the bidding in a few days, and I will definitely win. Believe in your husband." Ling Qingyin rubbed against Yang Chao's arms. Ling Qingyin whispered in Yang Chao's ear, "The company is now in the development stage. I have decided to buy more factories and purchase some machines. What the company lacks most now is an influential brand. Although the company is now gradually developing. But the brands under it are not that high-end, they are all relatively niche brands. But now that I have this opportunity to cooperate with big brands, I will definitely not let it go. I know that if I can cooperate with a big brand, it will greatly enhance the company's reputation, but if there is insufficient funding, it may cause unnecessary damage to the company." Yang Chao gave a reminder. "I have you here, you will definitely not watch my company collapse like this, right? You will definitely help your most lovely wife, right? If the company collapses, then I will have to let my husband support me, but I don't want to be a vase under my husband's command." The president of Inhai International was actually acting like a spoiled child in front of a man. If other people saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. For a long time, Ling Qingyin broke free from Yang Chao's embrace. "Okay, after resting for such a long time, it's time for me to work." Ling Qingyin, who originally had a gentle face, underwent a drastic change after sitting in the boss chair. There was a heroic look between her brows, and even her charming face could not conceal her professional demeanor. Yang Chao didn't want to disturb Ling Qingyin's work, so he turned around and left the office and returned to his position. Yang Chao didn't take the flattery from his colleagues seriously at all. A few days passed. How about this one? I think this one looks better, or this one. Ling Qingyin kept changing her skirts in front of the mirror. The sofa next to her was already piled with skirts of various colors. Yang Chao had already put on his clothes and was sitting on the sofa next to him, browsing his phone. At this time, Ling's mother came over and patted Ling Qingyin on the head. Why are you still dawdling here? Xiao Yang has been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up and change and leave. After being urged by her mother, Ling Qingyin was dressed up in a few minutes. Yang Chao drove the Ferrari and took Ling Qingyin straight to the bidding site. Just parked the car. Two uninvited guests appeared in front of Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao. It was Jiang Zhe and his friend Wang Zhengyu. However, Yang Chao keenly noticed that Jiang Zhe had injuries on his face. It seemed that he was beaten by his father when he returned home that day, and his face was bruised. Yang Chao looked at Jiang Zhe. Isn't this Mr. Jian? I haven't seen you for a few days. What happened? How come your face was bruised? Jiang Zhe was also very unhappy when he heard Yang Chao's ridicule, but there was nothing he could do. They came here today with a mission. They would never let Ling Qingyin's company get the bid today. Jiang Zhe couldn't wait to see Yang Chao's expression at that time. Yang Chao, this matter is not over yet, just wait for me. After saying something harsh, he followed Wang Zhengyu inside. Yang Chao looked at Ling Qingyin and spread his hands. Did you see that? Now I don't dare to get close to you, otherwise I would definitely give him a symmetrical look. Okay, let's go. Ling Qingyin took Yang Chao's arm and entered the bidding site. When they sat down to their seats, Ling Qingyin's outfit attracted a lot of attention, but Ling Qingyin didn't care about the newbies and held Yang Chao's arm even tighter. Soon, many business owners came in one after another. There are quite a few people here who are competitive with Ling Qingyin. Don't worry, we will definitely get it. You have spent a huge amount of money to buy a lot of factories and even machines for this project. Don't worry, your efforts will not be in vain. Yang Chao patted the back of Ling Qingyin's hand. Indeed, Ling Qingyin can come up with 10 million of their bidding funds, which is more than enough to win this project. If the bidding is done properly, perhaps they can win the project directly without using so much money. Everyone exchanged greetings, but no one paid any attention to Jiang Zhe and Wang Zhengyu. No one knew who this guy was. He must be a young master from some family, but they didn't know much about him, so they didn't go up to greet him. Soon, the bidding began. This time, the cooperation with the big brand not only provides product supply, but the big brand also spent a huge amount of money to invite an international celebrity to endorse the product. This is what Ling Qingyin values most. Products endorsed by big-name celebrities will have very high sales. The starting price for the bidding is 1.5 million yuan. The bidding host looked at the crowd and said directly, this time, not only can we cooperate with big brands, but we also have internationally renowned celebrities to endorse the brand. The bidding will start now, and the starting price is 1.5 million yuan. After the host finished speaking, the bidders below began to get excited. 2 million. The person who spoke was the president of Jimei International in Fohai City. 2 million is all you need to get cooperation? 4 million. The president of Entertainment International directly raised the price by 2 million. 4.5 million. 5 million. Prices are steadily increasing. Neither Ling Qingyin nor Yang Chao were in a hurry to bid. Ling Qingyin's target price was no higher than 10 million. 6 million. 7.5 million. 8 million. With its deep pockets, Yui International raised the price to 8 million. After the bidding reached 8 million, there was no further bidding. At this time, the host looked around at everyone present, and no one spoke anymore. Just when Yui International thought it had the upper hand. 10 million. Yang Chao directly raised the price to 10 million. Then he nodded and smiled at the president of Yui International. When the president of Yui International heard Yang Chao's offer, she no longer wanted to proceed. 10 million was already far beyond her expectations, so she gave up the bidding this time. Chapter 26 Jiang Zhe obstructed. However, Yang Chao did not relax and kept paying attention to the movements of Jiang Zhe and Wang Zhengyu. They both actually participated in this bidding meeting, but their families' industries had nothing to do with this place. What Yang Chao was sure of was that they were definitely coming for him or Inhai International. Really? As soon as Yang Chao finished calling out the price, Jiang Zhe raised it directly. 12 million. It wasn't just raised little by little, but directly raised by 2 million. After raising the price, Zhang Zhe laughed at Yang Chao with great complacency, meaning that he was going to confront Yang Chao today. Zhang Zhe would definitely not let Inhai International get this project. When Ling Qingyin heard the price, her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, what she worried about happened. When she met Zhang Zhe outside the door, Ling Qingyin already had this premonition that they were definitely coming for her today, and now it turned out to be true. Yang Chao frowned. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content, do you want to slap Zhang Zhe in the face? Zhang Zhe thought to himself yes. Zhang Zhe would not let go of such an opportunity. Today he would definitely let Zhang Zhe know the consequences of offending him. Option 1, give up the bidding. Reward, debt of 10 million. Option 2, continue bidding and help Ling Qingyin get the project. Reward, get the bidding funds. Yang Chao directly chose option 2 and obtained the bidding funds. After replying in his mind, 12 million more funds appeared in Yang Chao's bank card. After waiting for a long time, Yang Chao didn't say anything, and Zhang Zhe felt very proud. You little jerk, you want to fight me? I want to see what you have to fight me with. Zhang Zhe came here today to bid with Yang Chao, and he didn't really want to get the cooperation of this brand. The capital flow of tens of millions is not what Zhang Zhe said. 14 million. Yang Chao bids. Then, 2 million more funds appeared in Yang Chao's card again. With each new bid, Yang Chao will get a certain amount of credit on his bank card. Since this is the case, Yang Chao will not be restrained. Today he wants to really see how capable Zhang Zhe is and wants to compete with him for cooperation on this brand. 20 million. Zhang Zhe didn't expect that Yang Chao could actually call out a price. He didn't care about anything else and directly raised the price to 6 million. The high price of 20 million shocked the presidents of other companies present. Whose family is this young master? I have never heard of him. Everyone was whispering about Zhang Zhe, this person who came out of nowhere. 25 million. Yang Chao, who controls the system, is not afraid of anyone. When Zhang Zhe heard Yang Chao's bid, he kicked the back of the chair in front of him and shouted angrily, 27 million. Now this bidding conference can be said to have turned into a lawsuit between Yang Chao and the two of them, with each arguing back and forth. Let's do something bigger. Isn't it too boring to just shout little by little? Yang Chao turned his head and looked at Zhang Zhe with full confidence. Of course, Zhang Zhe was not in a bad mood. Although he did not have that much money, as long as his bid came down, even if he could not pay that much money, the project would not fall into Yang Chao's hands. This has been Zhang Zhe's plan since he came here. After all, he is just a rich second generation, and even his father does not have tens of millions of funds in circulation. 30 million. 35 million. 45 million. 50 million. Yang Chao would increase his bid by 10 million each time, and Zhang Zhe seemed a little petty, raising his bid by 5 million each time. As if he saw the teasing in Yang Chao's eyes, Zhang Zhe could no longer hold back, gnashing his teeth and directly holding up the sign and shouting, 70 million. Directly increased the price by 20 million. Originally, Yang Chao thought that Zhang Zhe's father was planning to enter the cosmetics industry. Yang Chao had such confidence because he controlled the system and had the support of system funds. Even if the price was 100 million, Yang Chao could pay it directly. But Zhang Zhe was different. It was impossible for his father to come up with so much money to bid for a project. You're playing that on me? Yang Chao understood Zhang Zhe's idea and sneered. Ling Qingyin suddenly reminded Yang Chao, Zhang Zhe can't possibly have so much money. Even if his father sold the factory, it probably wouldn't be worth that much money. Yang Chao nodded. If I hadn't come today, Zhang Zhe's plan would have really come to fruition, but Yang Chao is here and will not let Zhang Zhe be so presumptuous. After the price reached 70 million, Yang Chao stopped shouting and looked at the auctioneer and said, I'm sure he can't have so much money. I want to verify his capital. Yang Chao's words directly interrupted Zhang Zhe's thoughts. He never expected that during the bidding process, Yang Chao would actually make such a request. Wang Zhengyu pinched his arm and gave him a look. The host looked directly at Zhang Zhe, Sir, please show me your balance. After hearing what the host said, Zhang Zhe was a little at a loss, but he still stood up and looked at the host. Zhang Zhe stammered and didn't know what to say. My father is the owner of Heijianghai Garment Factory. Although I have no money, I have Heijianghai Garment Factory. Jiang Zhe directly revealed his identity. Originally, they thought Jiang Zhe was the son of some mysterious enterprise, and wanted to have a good chat with him after the auction was over, and exchange ideas at the same time. But now, it turns out that Jiang Zhe's family only runs a garment factory, and they were very disappointed at this time. There are also some bosses who know Jiang Zhe's father. It turns out he's Jiang Yuan's son. I never expected that. Some bosses were discussing Jiang Yuan with the people around them. I don't think I've ever heard that Jiang Yuan wants to enter the cosmetics industry. You bid 70 million. Even your father Jiang Yuan doesn't have that much money. Are you trying to play a fake auction with us? A boss glared at Jiang Zhe. After the bidding just now, everyone knew what Jiang Zhe was doing. This method simply showed that he didn't take them seriously and treated this bidding as a joke. Almost all the bosses present looked at Jiang Zhe with unfriendly eyes. Your name is Jiang Zhe, right? I'll remember you, and Jiang Yuan. He really has a good son. I won't forget what happened today. A big boss stood up and looked directly at Jiang Zhe. The company presidents present were all of high status, but today they were fooled by a junior, which was simply a slap in their faces. Chapter 27, Night of Garen. After hearing the boss words, Jiang Zhe was so frightened that he didn't know what to do now and was supported by Wang Zhengyu. Not to mention Jiang Zhe, even Wang Zhengyu was frightened by these bigwigs. He quickly pulled Jiang Zhe to apologize to the company presidents present. He looked very embarrassed and his expression was very stiff. It can be said that they failed to gain anything and ended up shooting themselves in the foot. Wang Zhengyu pulled Jiang Zhe and crawled away from the bidding site. Although the people left, the bosses present were still very angry and furious. The host saw this and said, "The previous bid is invalid. The highest bid is now 50 million. In the end, no one made a bid, so Jiang Zhe and Ling Qingyin won the project at a price 5 times higher than their expectations. Yang Chao also settled the payment directly in front of everyone and transferred 50 million directly. Yang Chao also used this action to tell everyone that his bidding was normal and he transferred the money directly. Then I would like to congratulate Inhai International for winning the cooperation for this project. A number of corporate CEOs also congratulated Ling Qingyin. Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin were dazzling at the bidding site, but Wang Zhengyu and Jiang Zhe, who were kicked out like drowned dogs, were filled with anger. Wang Zhengyu, who had just come to watch the show, was now filled with anger. Damn it! It's really bad luck. What's wrong with this Yang Chao? He actually dared to ask to verify my funds in person, which directly interrupted my train of thought. If he had a knife in his hand right now, Jiang Zhe would have wanted to go straight to Yang Chao with the knife. Wang Zhengyu said coldly, "I've also taken note of what happened today. This guy called Yang Chao was really angry today. He was scolded in person by so many big guys. After that, we could only leave in disgrace. But in the end, we still played a role. If they want to get the cooperation for that project, they have to pay 50 million. Such a large sum of money must be a huge loss for Inhai International." You didn't see how painful Ling Qingyin's expression was. Indeed, the project, which could have been won with 10 million yuan, ended up costing Yang Chao 50 million yuan. However, this was nothing to Yang Chao, as the bidding funds were also provided by the system. In the end, it could be said that Yang Chao helped Ling Qingyin get such an opportunity to cooperate with a big brand and increase the company's visibility for free. Alright, this matter won't end like this. I will remember this guy called Yang Chao. I will definitely make him pay the price. Wang Zhengyu patted Jiang Zhe on the shoulder. But at this time Jiang Zhe was obviously a little depressed. Forget it, it's just a temporary failure. There's still a long way to go. Who will have the last laugh is still unknown. Well, let's find a place to relax. Wang Zhengyu lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. Come out with some friends and go to Garen's night. Tell them it's my treat and let them drink as much as they want. They can't leave until they are drunk. Jiang Zhe was already very unhappy, and now he urgently needed to vent. After leaving the bidding meeting, Ling Qingyin pouted with an unhappy expression. What's wrong, my dear? Didn't you win the bid? Why are you still unhappy? Shouldn't you be happy? Yang Chao touched Ling Qingyin's little head. Ling Qingyin hit Yang Chao's chest hard with her head. But we spent 50 million. I was thinking of using 10 million to get this project, but you ended up spending so much. As she spoke, Ling Qingyin handed the card she had prepared to Yang Chao. What? What? Do we need to separate things so clearly? What's mine is yours, isn't it? The company has won the tender now, and there will be many other places where the money will be used later, so keep it for yourself. Anyway, it's good enough that we have won the project, whether it's 10 million or 50 million. Yang Chao said something that really deserved a beating. Ling Qingyin rolled her eyes at Yang Chao and said, "You are the only one who is right. Since our company has won this project, it's not enough for the two of us to be happy. Let's notify the company to have a team building and relax tonight." Ling Qingyin sent a message in the company group, announcing that the company had won the bid and also sent out the location for the company's team building event in the evening. After receiving Ling Qingyin's message, everyone who was still working in the company became instantly excited. Did you see it? President Ling sent a message in the group saying that we got the bid, and he also said that we will have a team building soon. We can finally have some fun today. Marvelous. You're up. Hurrah! Everyone was so excited that they quickly started packing up and preparing to go to Garin Night. Jolin Night is the largest and most famous bar in Fohai City. The consumption is very high. It is very difficult to go there normally. The minimum consumption is nearly 3,000 yuan. The booths are okay, a seat is only a few hundred yuan, but the VIP seats are different. It costs several thousand to reserve a seat. The cheapest one seems to be 5888, and the more expensive ones are 12888, 15888, and the most expensive one is 88,888. That's the price of 5/8 just to reserve a seat. With their wages, they really want to come here. Half a month's salary is gone. With such high consumption, if it weren't for team building, they really wouldn't dare to come. Galen's Night, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, and it's finally here. Let's go, let's go. I can't wait any longer. Everyone went directly to Jolin Night in batches. Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao didn't want to wear formal clothes for the team building, so they went back to the villa and changed into more casual clothes. As the president, Ling Qingyin would definitely drink tonight, and Yang Chao certainly couldn't avoid it either, so the two didn't drive, but just took a taxi and went there. Hey! Are you two going to Jolin Night? I heard from others that the cost of living there is very, very high. Is that true? Taxi drivers are also very talkative. The seats were reserved by Ling Qingyin, and they were not particularly expensive. She paid 5,888 for 4 seats in total, which cost tens of thousands of dollars. Ling Qingyin replied with a smile, "It's not bad, it's not particularly expensive. Today is our company's team building, so let's have some fun together. It's all about the atmosphere." The taxi driver continued to ask, "How much does a VIP booth at Jolin Night cost?" "The cheapest one. I will also invite my friends to have a good time. My friends will come to visit me in a few days. The cheapest VIP booth is 5888. When the driver heard the price Ling Qingyin said, he immediately gave up. Chapter 28 Company Team Building. So expensive? This is more than half a month's salary for me. If I order some wine, it will be even more expensive. Forget it. It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Your company is really good. You have a good boss. You can choose a place like this for your company's team building." The driver sighed and said that it would be a lie to say that he was not envious, but he really did not have the ability to do so. Ling Qingyin smiled happily when she heard the driver's comments. After all, she was the good boss. In Ling Qingyin's view, work is work, and you should be serious when working. When playing, you should have fun. It's just the right opportunity to let the employees enjoy themselves. When she was at the company before, she often heard the company's employees talking about the bar Galan Night. Today, she brought them here to experience it. By the time the two arrived at Jolin Night, the company's employees had already been there for a while. Everyone was so excited when they saw Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao. While Ling Qingyin, Yang Chao and others were still outside, Jiang Zhe and his friends had already started dancing inside, each of them holding a bikini girl in his arms, listening to deafening heavy metal music. Jiang Zhe kept venting his anger, and his friends also sat on the sofa and listened to Jiang Zhe pour out his heart to them. At this time, Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin let everyone into the bar. After entering, it seemed like two different worlds from the outside world. The outside world was so quiet, while the inside was so noisy. Everyone took their seats under the guidance of the waiter. Today's upper limit is 100,000, just keep an eye on it. Don't worry about the money. Ling Qingyin simply waved his hand and allocated a budget of 100,000 yuan. Wow! President Ling is so generous. President Ling, I love you so much. Some girls looked at Ling Qingyin and wanted to kiss her hard on the face. Boss Ling is so generous. Yang Chao also followed the employees and echoed them. You call me generous? The way you spent 50 million just now is generous, right? What is my mere 100,000 yuan? Compared to you, it's nothing. Ling Qingyin sat next to Yang Chao and punched Yang Chao in the chest. It's already over, why bother talking about that? Just get it. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Yang Chao laughed it off. At this moment, the music stopped abruptly. A woman in very cool clothes stood on the DJ stage, shaking her body constantly. However, this DJ had a very good figure, and many male compatriots were already stunned. This was not over yet. Several girls in bikinis appeared one after another, sweating and exuding their charm on the dance floor. Their eyes seemed to be able to speak, seducing the hearts of every male compatriot present except Yang Chao. Ling Qingyin discovered that after seeing these girls in cool clothes, Yang Chao did not show any expression on his face, and even his eyes were very calm. Isn't it pretty? Ling Qingyin shouted loudly in Yang Chao's ear. I'm far behind you, right? With a beauty like Ling Qingyin by his side, Yang Chao naturally had no feelings for these weeds. The woman sitting next to him, not to mention her figure, her face alone was hundreds of blocks ahead of theirs. You're really good at talking. Ling Qingyin kissed Yang Chao hard on the face. Many employees felt jealous when they saw Ling Qingyin's actions. When Ling Qingyin was still single, every man working in the company had thoughts about her. But now that she has been won over by Yang Chao, a divorced man, they were extremely jealous. They stopped looking here and shifted their gaze to the atmosphere group girl again. They were discussing crazily about some parts of a girl, which made the female employees next to them look disdainful. They were really ashamed to be in their company. Zhang Zhe was holding a bottle of Ace of Spades in his hand, and he started to pour wine into his mouth. He burped while drinking and kept shouting, "Fuck. Why? That guy named Yang Chao is just a cuckolded turtle. Why does he, a loser, take my woman away?" Zhang Zhe hugged the woman beside him and looked at his friends on the other side complaining bitterly. He wished he could express all the pain he had suffered from Yang Chao. It's really bad luck, Yang Chao. Yang Chao. These two words are like my natural enemy. When I sleep, they keep ringing in my ears. Stealing a woman from me. I was punished by my father and lost a lot of my pocket money. Zhang Zhe vented out all the suffering he had endured during this period. At this time, a friend spoke up directly, Zhang Zhe, didn't you say that Ling Qingyin spent a huge amount of money to build some factories? I know. I know where the factory is. When the time comes, we will do something to the factory. When the factory can't keep up with the supply and the capital chain is broken, won't Inhai International file for bankruptcy? When Inhai International goes bankrupt, won't that woman named Ling Qingyin be at your mercy? Zhang Zhe's eyes lit up when he heard his friend's idea. He slapped his thigh and shouted, "That's right. We just need to cut off their supply. How could I not have thought of such a simple problem? Thanks, buddy. Let's drink." Zhang Zhe stood up and took a bottle of Payday directly from the hand of the atmosphere group girl who just passed by. Then he took out a wad of money from his wallet and stuffed it directly into the woman's ravine. When he took it out, he pinched it, which made the girl laugh. Dude, this is a great idea. Let's drink. I'll do it. After saying that, he blew the Ace of Spades away. Just a bottle of Payday cost more than 3,000 yuan, and he finished it in just a few gulps. Isn't this a waste of food? Others drink with cups, but Zhang Zhe just stood on the sofa and blew into his mouth. Then he touched the woman next to him dishonestly with his hands, stepped on the sofa, and shook his head. Zhang Zhe was shaking his head over there, which attracted Yang Chao's attention. He found that Zhang Zhe was actually here too. Not only him, Ling Qingyin also discovered Zhang Zhe. However, Ling Qingyin didn't want to make herself uncomfortable. She didn't want to see this person in the first place. He was clinging to her like a pest and she didn't even have time to hide from him. Yang Chao muttered to himself in a very low voice, "It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. Is it fate or destiny?" Ling Qingyin tried to avoid it, but Yang Chao was very excited because he had already heard the prompt from the system. Chapter 29. Let us trap the big dragon. Ding. The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content, make Zhang Zhe embarrassed in front of everyone. Zhang Zhe smiled. Yes. Yang Zhe replied directly. Choice 1, make Zhang Zhe embarrassed. Reward, 1 million renminbi, coupon to offset tonight's bar consumption. Choice 2, sit back and watch the show. Reward, cancel Wu Meili's debt, and the male protagonist will be in debt of tens of millions. Just hearing about option 2 made Yang Chao feel sick. Not only was Wu Meili's debt cancelled, but he actually had to bear 10 times the debt. Choose one. Yang Chao had no choice but to choose one. Yang Chao watched Zhang Zhe drink a bottle of Ace of Spades. It was nothing. How much did a bottle of Ace of Spades cost? Just a few $1,000s. Zhang Zhe had spent 50 million tonight, so how could he still be short of money for a few bottles of wine? A male colleague looked at Zhang Zhe with longing, his eyes focused on the empty bottle of Spade Ace in Zhang Zhe's hand. Spade Ace. The cheapest bottle costs more than 2,000 yuan, nearly half of my salary, and for just this bottle of wine, I want to taste what it tastes like, even if I can just take a lick. Listening to the voice of his colleague next to him, Yang Chao spoke directly, what's so good about Spade Ace? Since we are out here to have fun, if we want to drink, we should drink the best and most expensive ones. TSK. You talk as if you can afford it. Isn't it Mr. Ling who's treating? The male colleagues felt so sour when they saw Yang Chao's boastful look, as if they had eaten a lemon. If he could get Ling Qingyin, that would mean he would have to work harder for many years less. But Yang Chao is also rich. He also has a Ferrari 488 Spider, which costs several million. If they want to buy this car, they have to work hard for half their lives without eating or drinking, and they probably can't afford it even in half a lifetime. With their monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, even if they don't eat or drink for 50 years, it would only be 3.6 million yuan, which is not enough for half a lifetime. Didn't Mr. Ling just say that the upper limit is 100,000? That's the money your Mr. Ling paid you. But I think since we're here to have fun, it's pointless to drink ordinary drinks. Let's get something nice. Yang Chao put the wine glass in his hand on the table. I'll just buy a set of Shenlong suits and drink happily. After Yang Chao finished speaking, he directly called the waiter. The waiter walked over in small steps and looked at Yang Chao. Hello, sir. The voice he spoke in was a little soft and sticky, and it sounded like someone was thinking about committing a crime. Yang Chao ordered, give me a set of big dragons. The waitress listened to Yang Chao's words with an awkward smile on her face. In her opinion, Yang Chao's dress was too plain. He didn't look like someone who could afford the Shenlong set. A small Shenlong set cost 49999, and a large Shenlong set cost 88888. The man in front of her didn't have a good watch, and there wasn't a luxury car key on the table. I'm so sorry, sir. You can't just order our Shenlong suit whenever you want. We need to know whether you are qualified to order it. Of course, the waiter didn't look down on Yang Chao, it was just that Yang Chao dressed too simply. To put it bluntly, he looked poor. Yang Chao was not a petty person and he would not make things difficult for a waiter over such a small matter. The waiter did nothing wrong. He wanted to see if Yang Chao had the ability to pay. Those who ordered the Shenlong suit were either rich or noble, and all of them wore watches and other decorations that showed their status. But today, it was the first time she saw a customer in the lowest VIP booth actually want to order a big Shenlong, which cost more than 80,000 yuan. No matter how the waiter looked at Yang Chao, he didn't look like someone who could afford the big dragon. Let alone the big dragon, even the Ace of Spades, which cost more than 2,000 yuan a bottle, was probably something Yang Chao couldn't afford. Just look at what was on the table, all of which were free beers given as gifts at the booths. The waiter's gaze stopped on Ling Qingyin, who was next to Yang Chao. What a beautiful woman. The waiter couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This woman was the most beautiful she had ever seen. Even celebrities could not compare with her. After seeing her, combined with Yang Chao's actions, she understood everything. This guy wants to show off in order to please the beautiful girl next to him, but the Ace of Spades won't work for such a beautiful girl, so if Yang Chao wants to show off, he can only choose the most expensive dragon set of Garen Knight. But the waiter knows that he will definitely not pay. When he tries to pay, he will say something like his bank card is frozen, and then all his money will be wasted. What are you still standing there for? Yang Chao had already taken out his bank card and waved it in front of the waiter. Hurry up and swipe your card. Why are you dilly-dallying? Don't you want the commission? Yang Chao was very dissatisfied with the waiter's performance just now. How much is a set of Great Dragon? Just swipe your card. Hurry up and don't dilly-dally. Yang Chao reminded the waitress. Good boy, he really did put it on. You said that when Yang Chao swipes the card and it says that the reservation is insufficient, should he go underground? Yang Chao treated everyone to a drink at Shenlongtai, but the male colleagues around him didn't expect anything good, hoping that Yang Chao didn't have that much money in his card. They really want to see Yang Chao make a fool of himself, so that they can make fun of him. Oh, sir, are you really going to open a set of big dragons? The waitress who got the bank card still felt like she was dreaming, and looked at Yang Chao and asked again. It's just like a dream. The waitress looked a little excited at this time. For a magic dragon set, her commission will not be small. Yes, go quickly. Yang Chao waved his hand. It's just a Shenlong suit worth less than 100,000 yuan. Besides, the system has just given out vouchers for tonight's consumption. No matter how much money Yang Chao spends in the bar tonight, the system will pay for it. The waitress held the bank card as if it were an imperial edict and left in her high heels. Payment successful. Sure enough, the payment was successful. The Great Dragon of 88,888. The originally exciting music suddenly stopped. Everyone stopped dancing. What's going on? Why did the music stop? I haven't had enough fun dancing yet. Some guests were confused. Then I heard the DJ lady on the stage holding up the microphone and shouting, "Congratulations to the owner of VIP booth number 143 for purchasing a set of Shenlong." Chapter 30 Jiang Zhe Strikes Back. The DJ girl kept twisting her body, looking directly at Yang Chao, as if she wanted to show off her beauty in front of Yang Chao. Not only the DJ, but also the young ladies from the Atmosphere group who were originally surrounding Jiang Zhe were rushing towards Yang Chao, fearing that if they were slow, their seats would be taken away by others. Jiang Zhe looked at the girl in his arms, and under the influence of alcohol, he kept touching her with his hands. Handsome guy, be gentle. The girl in his arms kept twisting her body in a half-pull and half-pull manner. Then I heard the DJ lady say, "Congratulations to the owner of VIP booth number 143 for purchasing a set of Shenlong." The girl, who was still twisting her body, slapped Jiang Zhe's mischievous hands away after hearing the three-word Shenlong suit, straightened her clothes, picked up the wine glass on the table and rushed towards Yang Chao. Let go. There's no room left. At this time, the girl had already seen many girls rushing towards Yang Chao, shouting while struggling to break free. Finally, he broke free from Jiang Zhe's restraints. After breaking free, he turned around, raised his hands to give Jiang Zhe an international gesture, then turned and left. This made Jiang Zhe very angry. Fuck. Who is this? And you're using the dragon set. Isn't this a slap in the face of Jiang Zhe? Jiang Zhe followed the line of sight. Fuck. It's actually this jerk. Everything goes wrong when he sees his dad. I wanted to relax, but I didn't expect that I would see that jerk even after I got to the bar. Jiang Zhe found Yang Chao sitting upright in his seat and was very angry. The anger started to rise from the top of his head. Jiang Zhe, who was still a little drunk, became much more sober in an instant, and his hand holding the wine glass was shaking a little. When Jiang Zhe turned around and looked at Yang Chao again, he found that Yang Chao was smiling at him. Jiang Zhe looked at Yang Chao's annoying smile and threw the wine glass to the ground. He actually mocked me? Does he look down on me? Does he feel that I am not as rich as him? Jiang Zhe stood up and looked at his friend, pointing at Yang Chao's position, feeling very unhappy. He is nothing but a waste. He just found a rich woman. If it weren't for Ling Qingyin, what would he be? From the beginning to the end, he believed that Yang Chao was a piece of trash and a cuckold. It can be said that Jiang Zhe could only be nailed to the pillar of shame. Why should he? Why should he? Jiang Zhe was very angry. That's right. It's just a cow-horse dragon suit. It's not like we can't afford it. A dragon suit makes him look cool. Not only Jiang Zhe couldn't stand it, Wang Zhangyu was also filled with indignation at this time. Originally, all the girls were on my side, but now after being controlled by Yang Chao's magic dragon set, all the girls ran away. If I don't vent my anger, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? I had already been tricked by Yang Chao at the bidding meeting, and I had no place to vent my anger. Jiang Zhe has a temper. He has been bullied. If he doesn't fight back, it would be out of character for him. Hey, Jiang Zhe, what's wrong with you? How come you let the so-called bumpkin steal the limelight? This is not like your style. Ha ha ha. That's right, didn't we agree to have the most luxurious party? Jiang Zhe, don't say you're not capable, don't let us look down on you. I said you guys are going too far. Wang Zhengyu frowned. Fuck it. It's just a magic suit, right? I still refuse to accept it. Who can't afford it? Tens of thousands of dollars is just my meal money for today. Jiang Zhe is just showing off. Just those aces of spades just now have already used up Jiang Zhe's pocket money for half a month. If he gets another dragon set, I'm afraid he'll be starving for the next half month. But I had already said it when I came to Jolin that night. Now if Yang Chao slaps me in the face like this, I will never be able to hold my head up in front of these people again. Jiang Zhe can be said to be in a trapped position now. The arrow is on the string and has to be shot. He cannot admit defeat and can only grit his teeth. Isn't it just money? I don't believe it. After I spend all my pocket money, I can still ask my dad for more. I don't believe that my dad can look at me so pitifully when I don't even have $1,000 on me. Jiang Zhe was already prepared to ask his father for some pocket money when he got back. He would then act pitifully and ask his mother to beg for mercy. He believed that he would still be able to get the pocket money. Those bad friends may not help, but Wang Zhengyu must help. He will not let Yang Chao have it too easy. As long as it is related to Yang Chao, he must have a share. He won't let Jiang Zhe fight alone. Don't worry, I will help you. No matter how rich he is, he won't have as much as the two of us combined. I haven't spent last month's pocket money yet, so I want this month's pocket money first. Afterwards, Wang Zhengyu's father directly transferred his pocket money for this month, a total of 200,000 yuan. Including the pocket money left over from last month, Wang Zhengyu now has a total of 280,000 yuan in funds, and Jiang Zhe still has about 110,000 or 120,000 yuan. With about 400,000 yuan in funds, they didn't believe that they couldn't beat Yang Chao. Doesn't Yang Chao like to be in the limelight? We definitely can't just watch him act so rampant. Go after him. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, he called the waiter over, gritted his teeth and handed over the card. Open a big dragon suit. As he spoke, Jiang Zhe's heart was bleeding. The 88888 dragon set. If it weren't for Yang Chao, he would never order such an expensive set. The waitress' eyes were shining. What kind of day is today? Usually, I haven't seen anyone using the Shenlong suit for several days, but today, there are two of them at once, and they are both big Shenlong suits, the kind that cost 88888. The commission she received today was really generous. Yes, sir. Wait a moment. The waitress took the card and swiped 88,888 directly, which made Wang Zhengyu feel so distressed. Miss DJ once again shouted loudly, "Congratulations to the owner of VIP booth number 13 for purchasing a set of de Shenlong." The already boiling atmosphere became even more boiling, and everyone started screaming crazily. The 88888 dragon set was rarely seen, but today, two were seen at once. But those who are attentive have already noticed that the two tables are compared, but many people value Jiang Zhe's table more. After all, one of his booths is 12,888, which is comparable to Yang Chao's two booths. Jiang Zhe's booth was not the most expensive, but it was much better than the worst booth on Yang Chao's side. Jiang Zhe noticed the gazes of everyone present. He was originally a little distressed about the money, but his mood instantly became better. At the same time, a large number of young ladies from the Atmosphere group ran to his side, while there were only a few on Jiang Zhe's side. It can be said that 3/4 of them ran to Jiang Zhe's side. Handsome. Please buy them a drink. Chapter 31, Supreme Dragon. Each of them had a slender waist and stood in front of Jiang Zhe, flirting with his charm, all trying to attract Jiang Zhe's attention. No way. Just look at the vision of the young lady in the Atmosphere group. This guy is dressed very poor, and that simple man is not as rich as those rich second generations. Did you see the car keys on the table? Porsche, BMW, Maserati, all worth millions. What about this? I guess all the stuff on my body is worth less than a few $100s, right? But they were wrong. Jiang Zhe's clothes cost more than a few hundred yuan. Just the shirt cost nearly 5,000 yuan. The whole set cost at least 20,000 yuan. This set was prepared by Ling Qingyin for Yang Chao. Jiang Zhe looked at Yang Chao arrogantly, then stretched out his right hand and gave him the middle finger. Yang Chao didn't care about this kind of situation at all. A set of Shenlong suit only costs 88888. Yang Chao knew that Jiang Zhe could definitely afford this amount of money, so Jiang Zhe's action was within Yang Chao's expectations. If Jiang Zhe gave up, that would be abnormal. Since Jiang Zhe responded, he naturally fell into Yang Chao's trap. Look at them. And then look at this side, wow. They are not even a little bit worse. At this time, many people have begun to take sides, and these onlookers even have the courage to mock Yang Chao, saying that Yang Chao is not as good as Jiang Zhe. But Yang Chao has nothing to say about these trolls. He has a mouth, so he can say whatever he wants. This is not something Yang Chao can control. However, what made Yang Chao uncomfortable was that the male colleague who worked with Yang Chao also started to mock and ridicule him, saying sarcastic remarks. TSK. Jiang Zhe is really bold. The seats he reserved are much higher than ours. A male colleague standing next to me looked very envious. However, these words directly offended the female colleague next to him. Every eye was fixed on him. If looks could kill, he would have died hundreds of times. Ling Qingyin remembered this person. She would never let him stay in the company. If such a person stayed in the company, it would do more harm than good to the company. You have the ability to come in by yourself? Don't spend Mr. Ling's money. If Mr. Ling hadn't reserved the seat for us, do you think you can come here with your monthly salary of 5,000 or 6,000 yuan? Can you drink the Shenlong set that Brother Yang treated us to? Why didn't I see you treating me to 88,888 for a set? The girls with more explosive tempers started to scold back directly. That's right. If you think that place called Jiang Zhe is better, then you can just go find him. What are you doing here? I don't know who was the one who shouted louder than anyone else when he knew that we were going to have Jialan night tonight. The male colleague who had made the sarcastic remarks got up and went to hide in the toilet. Then the female colleagues kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Chao, and Ling Qingyin next to him felt a little jealous. Ling Qingyin twisted in Yang Chao's arms feeling very jealous. Ling Qingyin also looked at Yang Chao. Forget it, we are here for team building, not to compete with Jiang Zhe to see who is richer. Yang Chao didn't respond after hearing this. He patted Ling Qingyin's head and said, "Don't worry, it's just Jiang Zhe. Besides, you've already said that we've spent tens of millions. What's wrong with opening a few tens of thousands of dollars of wine? Besides, don't they like it very much? Is that so?" Yang Chao turned and asked his colleagues. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Look. The people want it. Besides, it doesn't cost much. Yang Chao must make Jiang Zhe look bad today, otherwise, Wu Meili's debt will be cancelled, and he will have to bear tens of millions of debts. Ling Qingyin couldn't persuade Yang Chao, so she had to listen to him. Alright, let's just have fun. My colleagues trust me so much, how can I let them down? Besides, there are quite a few of us. We can just have a couple of sips and it's gone. Yang Chao waved to the waitress who had served him before. Sir, do you want to open another set of Great Dragon? Yang Chao shook his head. The waitress was a little disappointed when she saw Yang Chao shaking his head. Do you have any other requests, sir? Do you have any more expensive sets in your store? Give me a more expensive one. Yang Chao looked at the waiter with a smile. When the waiter heard Yang Chao's words, his originally disappointed mood instantly became lively. More expensive? The more expensive one is the Supreme Divine Dragon, but... The waiter hesitated to speak. But what? Yang Chao frowned. The waiter continued, it's just that the most expensive Supreme set in our store is currently out of stock. You need to wait a while. Our boss needs to go and get it in person. It will take about half an hour. How about you? Yang Chao nodded. It's only half an hour. We still have plenty of time to go out and have fun. Just swipe the card. Yang Chao handed over the card. Sir, don't you want to know the price of the Supreme Dragon? The price of our Supreme Dragon is several times higher than that of the ordinary Big Dragon. A set of Big Dragon costs 88888, but a set of Supreme Dragon costs 388888. Do you want more? The waiter was also afraid that Yang Chao didn't have enough money in his card, so he kindly reminded him. Although Yang Chao might give up the purchase after the reminder, it was better than being embarrassed because he didn't have enough money. 388,888? That's fine, then just swipe the card like before. The waiter took the card. Payment successful. The waiter handed the bank card to Yang Chao with both hands. Sir, your card. At this time, DJ didn't know that Yang Chao had ordered another set of Supreme Dragon. He was still flirting with Jiang Zhe, with an excited smile on his face. Since Jiang Zhe had already clicked on an ace of spades before the dragon set, DJ's tone was very excited, and he wanted to praise Jiang Zhe to the sky. Having said that, Hao Jiji jumped off the stage, walked in front of Jiang Zhe and handed him the microphone. Jiang Zhe took the microphone, simply straightened his clothes, and then faced Yang Chao. Yang Chao, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why do you have to show off in front of me? This big dragon set is nothing to me. 88,888 yuan is just half a month's pocket money for me, but for you? You might even have to sell your shabby house. Is it worth it? What are you competing with me for? You yearn for Rome, but I was born in Rome. Can you compare with me? Jiang Zhe didn't care and directly mocked Yang Chao for being a poor bastard. Poor bastard. Go home and play in the mud. Bars are not for losers like you? Losers can't even afford a booth worth tens of thousands of dollars. If you're not a loser, what are you? Jiang Zhe sighed directly at Yang Chao. Of course, he certainly didn't hear that Yang Chao had consumed another set of Supreme Dragon, a set worth more than 300,000. If he had heard it, he would definitely not have run away. Anyway, he will definitely be the one who regrets it by then. Alright, trash, get out of here. Today this is my Jiang Zhe's home turf. Jiang Zhe gave Yang Chao the middle finger madly. He threw the microphone in his hand aside, and then returned to his seat surrounded by his friends. Ha, this is so refreshing. Isn't Yang Chao awesome? I just want to see what's so awesome about him. Several rich second generations were also very excited. If Jiang Zhe vented his anger, then they would follow suit. Alright, let's just play our own game. What are we doing? Why are we arguing with a piece of trash? Isn't this lowering our status? But I felt really good just now. How can a piece of trash like him compete with me? Is he worthy? Jiang Zhe laughed so wildly. Then he returned Wang Jiang US bank card. It's a pity that it was not used. We thought he could continue to have fun with us. Who knows, the silver-plated spearhead is not useful. I don't know what Ling Qingyin saw in him. She actually gave herself to him. If I were Ling Qingyin, I would never choose such a loser. He is a good person, but he was wasted by a rubbish like Yang Chao. Wang Zhengyu talked to himself while looking at the bank card. Right, brother, that's right. How can you say I am inferior to that guy named Yang Chao? Am I not handsome? Am I not in good shape? Is my family poor? Do you think highly of me? That's Ling Qingyin's loss. I will make Ling Qingyin pay the price when the time comes. The factory building. Ha, I believe that day won't be too late. Alright, brother, let's not worry about that. Let's go drink. What's the point of comparing with a loser? Our brother is the most handsome. Not only did he open the ace of spades, he also got a dragon suit. He is simply the man of our hearts. Yes. My God. My God. A group of young ladies from the Atmosphere group waved their arms and cheered. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. What you said makes sense. Why would I bother with such a loser? Come on, let's drink. Jiang Zhe casually opened a can of beer from the table and poured it directly into the girl's vagina. Oh my God, you are so bad. I like you so much. The people of Yinhai International were angry but dared not say anything when they saw how presumptuous those guys were. Just when Jiang Zhe was bragging, a woman dressed very seductively came down from upstairs. If Ling Qingyin is aloof, then this woman will make your blood boil and your heart beat fast. She is dressed very gorgeously, sexy but not coquettish, charming but not coquettish. This person was the woman of the owner of Jolin Night. She walked down the stairs with a lady's cigarette in her right hand and blowing smoke rings. This woman's name was Changwei, and everyone else called her sister Changwei. Chapter 32 The Boss Appears. When everyone saw what the proprietress was doing, their eyes were filled with envy. After ordering Ace of Spades and Big Dragon, the food is different. The boss lady personally delivers the wine. But to be honest, the boss lady is really good looking. Fuck, if you miss, why don't you take me with you? Really, do you know who I am? And I'm pretty. His friend quickly covered the speaker's mouth, his eyes still glancing at the beautiful woman in the distance. When he found that she didn't move, he slowly loosened his hand. Be careful next time and don't say whatever comes to your mind. Put away your lustful thoughts. This time I covered your mouth, next time you won't know who was next to you. Aha! The friend was also startled and nodded in response. Dear guests, in consideration of your spending in our store, I will give you a bottle of Lafite as a gift. Do you mind if I drink with you? The proprietress put the Lafite on the table and stared at Jiang Zhe. She was so beautiful and charming, and her every frown and smile touched Jiang Zhe's heart. After taking a look at her for a few seconds, he forced himself to look away from her. At the same time, his inner vanity was overflowing. For such a long time, the proprietress seldom served wine at Jolin night, let alone toasted. Jiang Zhe was very excited. Ha ha ha. Sister Qianwei, what are you talking about? It's our honor that Sister Qianwei wants to drink. In their opinion, Qianwei's coming here was already a great honor for them. Jiang Zhe thought that he now had a big shot like Rose to back him up, so he would not take Yang Chao seriously at all. Then he actually stood on the sofa right in front of Qianwei. Pointing in Yang Chao's direction, he shouted, "You country bumpkin, did you see that? Sister Qianwei, the proprietress of Jolin Night, has come over. Don't you understand yet? You want to compete with me? Are you worthy? Let me ask you, are you worthy? Dragon suit? I don't know what's so great about a dragon suit. Did you see Sister Qianwei? Others standing here are eye-catching, can you? You saved money and scraped together a dragon suit, and you want to steal my limelight?" Jiang Zhe kept talking. Because of Jiang Zhe's words just now, Qianwei clearly noticed that many people were looking at her. Rose has now become Jiang Zhe's weapon to mock others. The look in her eyes when she looks at Jiang Zhe is no longer as kind as before, but rather a lot more distant. Still sitting here? If I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to sit here. I'd almost pay the bill and leave Garin Night. Look at the way other people are looking at you. What do you see? It's pity. It's contempt. I scraped together tens of thousands of dollars to show off. It's too low class. The originally quiet bar suddenly became noisy, and even Jiang Zhe's words were drowned out. Too low class. Jiang Zhe stretched his neck and roared with a red face and thick neck. Jiang Zhe was talking when he was interrupted. He felt very upset. Then he cursed quietly, "What the hell is this? You're making so much noise, don't you know I'm talking?" But when he glanced at me, his face turned pale instantly, and he quickly covered his mouth, muttering in his heart, "Don't listen to what I just said, I was farting." Then he fell directly onto the sofa, his eyes full of fear. If Wan Long heard what he had just said, even if his father Jiang Yuan came, he would not be able to save him, and his father might even be implicated. The reason for the noise was that the boss Wang Long came over. Even Xiangwei walked up to Wang Long with a smile on her face, and then naturally held Wang Long's arm. Wang Long. The boss of Jolin Night, everyone also knows that there is such a person, that is the real boss, who can get a woman like Xiangwei into his pocket. How can it be done without some strength? This is a real boss. Do you see the bodyguards around him? They are fully armed and tall and strong. I heard that the bodyguards hired by the boss cost millions every year. Is this true? A bodyguard's salary is over $1 million per year? I can't even imagine it. TSK. Does that little money count for them? Where do they live? Shanghai Bay in Fohai City. Shanghai Bay is not for sale to the public. Anyone who can live there must be rich or noble. Everyone was discussing it. You don't see a big guy like this every day. But what do you think the boss is doing here? I've been coming to Galen's Night for several months and I haven't seen the boss once. But today the boss showed up at the bar. They must be here for those rich second generations. They've spent over 100,000 yuan in the bar today. Shouldn't the boss come out to toast them? Hundreds of thousands? Last month, a rich second-generation man from Fohai City opened a restaurant at Jolin Night and spent over 200,000 yuan on wine. The boss didn't even say a word. Not to mention the boss, even his wife, Xiangwei, never came out. It's definitely not because of that rich second generation. Apart from a little money, what else do they have that is worth the boss's efforts? Did you see the box in the bodyguard's hand? This packaging should contain wine. Such a luxurious packaging must be more valuable than the Great Dragon. No way? It's more valuable than the Great Dragon? What kind of wine is that? And the boss has to deliver it personally? How proud is that? What kind of status does that mean? But soon, Jiang Zhe adjusted his mood. He forced a broad smile on his face and walked towards Wang Long. Hello, Boss Wang, I am Jiang Yuan's son, and my father is. Jiang Zhe also wanted to use his father's name to have a good chat with the boss and see if he could climb up to the boss's high position. But it was obvious that Wang Long's purpose of coming here was not to chat with the children. Just a casual glance. Oh. It's you, Jiang Yuan's son. Not bad, you look a lot like your father. Thank you for taking care of my business. After saying that, he walked straight past Jiang Zhe. The bodyguard behind him pushed Jiang Zhe aside. Just left like that? Didn't you come to find me? Jiang Zhe looked at Wang Long's back and muttered to himself unwillingly. He had thought that the boss appeared in the bar because of him, but he didn't expect that it was just his own wishful thinking. But what Jiang Zhe could not have imagined was that he actually found that the boss was walking in the direction of Yang Chao. Was Yang Chao his target for coming to the bar today? But why? Just because Yang Chao consumed a big dragon? Jiang Zhe was very upset, but he didn't have the courage to question his boss. Not to mention Jiang Zhe, even if Jiang Yuan came, he wouldn't dare to fart in front of Wang Long. No. I must be wrong. What right does Yang Chao have? Chapter 33. Jiang Zhe was stunned. Just when Jiang Zhe was repenting, Wang Long actually walked directly in front of Yang Chao and stretched out his hand with a very enthusiastic look. Jiang Zhe rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wang Zhangyu, did I see it wrong? He turned and looked at Wang Zhangyu with a look of horror on his face. What's going on? Not to mention Jiang Zhe, Wang Zhangyu also couldn't believe what he saw at this time. Fuck. We must have seen it wrong. This plainly dressed man actually made the boss look like this. He must be someone special. I just mocked him for being a poor bastard. He won't hold a grudge, right? Don't worry, he won't do anything to a little piece of trash like you. In his eyes, you are like the difference between a giant and an ant. He can't even see you. Wang Long held Yang Chao's right hand with both hands and kept shaking it. Then with a look, the bodyguard behind him put the box on the table. Boss Yang, it's you. I heard that you have won the title of the best building in Shanghai Bay. We will be neighbors from now on. I'll be right next to you. Wang Long looked very familiar. With Mr. Yang here, our little shop is really getting some glory. Wang Long has already begun to lower his status in front of Yang Chao. Wang Long is probably the only one who calls a bar like Jolin Night a small shop. At this time, Xiaowei, who was standing next to Wang Long, looked at Yang Chao with an apologetic look in her eyes and a hint of curiosity. She was curious about the identity of the man in front of her, and why Wang Long actually smiled apologetically in front of him. According to Wang Long's identity, even if the richest man in Fohai City came, he would not be as humble as he is now. At this time, the colleague who had just run away came back happily, looked at Wang Long, and looked at Yang Chao in surprise. Hey, Yang Chao. Who is this unshaven man? Is he your friend? He's already old, why is he still so fawning? As soon as my colleague finished speaking, the bar became even quieter, and I could hear the sound of many people swallowing their saliva. Fuck. Who is this person? Is he so awesome? Maybe he's a moron. In Fohai City, there are still people who don't know Wang Long's identity? And they say that others are old and flattering? I'm afraid he doesn't even know how he died? This dude is really awesome. As soon as the male colleague finished speaking, a female colleague next to him stood up. Bang! It's just a slap in the face. You stinky watch. The male colleague couldn't believe that he was slapped in the face. Are you fucking blind? This is Wang Long, the owner of the Gallon Night Bar. Wang Long? After hearing this name, the male colleague was instantly stunned. The male colleague's legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, with a look of fear, pale complexion, and trembling lips, all of which revealed his inner turmoil at the moment. Sweat ran down his cheeks, but he didn't dare to move and just knelt on the ground. I'm sorry. Boss Wang, I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. I said the wrong thing. You just treat it as a fart. Wang Long didn't reply for a long time, and he felt tormented. Yang Chao, please beg for mercy on my behalf. I didn't mean to do that. If I knew she was Boss Wang, I would not have said a word. The male colleague was so anxious that he was about to cry. Seeing such a grown man crying, Yang Chao felt very upset. Get out of here now. How can a grown man cry like this? After getting Yang Chao's approval, the male colleague didn't care about anything else, got up and ran out of Jolin Night. Although she is the president of a company, she is nothing compared to Wang Long. She knows what the two words Wang Long in front of her represent. Wang Long's assets can be used to buy countless Inhai internationals. Wang Long talked to Yang Chao, then waved to the DJ, who hurried over and handed him the microphone. Wang Long was still thinking about introducing Yang Chao to these people, but was interrupted by Yang Chao. Wang Long thought that Yang Chao's action was to be low-key and not want to talk about his identity with others. In this regard, Wang Long thought that he should learn from Yang Chao. Look at how low-key the big guys are. It would be immature of you to be so high-profile. I really should learn from the big guys. They are so low-key when they come out. Mr. Wang looked at Yang Chao and felt unhappy in his heart. Ha ha. I'm mainly happy. Mr. Yang bought a set of Supreme Dragon music directly in the store. Mr. Wang looked at DJ. The DJ quickly changed the music. Supreme Dragon? After hearing the name, the guests present were all confused. They had no idea what this Supreme Dragon was. Supreme Divine Dragon? Isn't it a set that is more noble than the Great Divine Dragon? It's already called Supreme, so it must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Is it that extravagant? Since the opening of Jolin Night, this is the second time someone has opened a set of Supreme Dragons. The price of a set of Supreme Dragons is 388,888. After the boss finished speaking, the guests were petrified. More than 300,000. Just a few bottles of wine? Does this mean you have a mine at home or a home in the mine? I earn tens of thousands a year, and I don't even dare to spend so much. Your annual salary is 1 million? My annual salary is 1.5 million. I can't even afford to pay a small dragon, let alone a Supreme Dragon. I can't even afford to pay more than 40,000 yuan. I came here to buy some Ace of Spades or something. I can still afford a few $1,000s of wine. If it's more expensive, I have to think carefully. This young man is really too low-key. If you don't look closely, who would have thought that this outfit costs more than 20,000 yuan? It looks just like the street vendor's stuff, it's really too low-key. If I were that rich, I would let the whole world know that I'm rich. I'd come to the bar every day and drive a Shenlong. Not only would I drive a Shenlong, I'd also treat everyone to drinks. You're talking so much bullshit. It's just that you have no money now, so you can only talk nonsense. Then, Yang Chao took the microphone from Wang Long. How about this, we're in a good mood today and we've already made the Supreme Divine Dragon, so let's make something bigger. All purchases today will be 10% off, and I'll pay for the discount. Yang Chao announced directly. Even though it's only a 10% discount, there are quite a few customers at Jolin's Night today, and this discount alone means a lot of money. Although Yang Chao has a coupon, he is not a fool. The whole audience was boiling with excitement after hearing Yang Chao's words. Although a 10% discount may not seem like much, when you calculate it down, the cheapest bottle of Payday costs 2,388 yuan. A 10% discount can save more than 200 yuan, which is a lot of money. Chapter 34 Investigation. Zhang Zhe looked at Yang Chao, who slowly fell down on the sofa. He looked terrible and his legs seemed to be out of control. In the end, he can only return to his seat with the help of other rich second generations. Of course, this discount has nothing to do with you. Of course, you should have enough money. Just order the Great Dragon. Or how about another Supreme Dragon? To boost Boss Wan's sales? Yang Chao looked at Zhang Zhe and thought he was a rich second generation. As soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, all the guests present burst into laughter. When the boss was not here before, Zhang Zhe had mocked Yang Chao a lot, so it was understandable that Yang Chao fought back now. Let them show off, but how can they show off now? They are rich. Not only are they rich, but they are also low-key. They are the Supreme Dragon. After they ordered, there was no sound. If the boss hadn't come over, we would have thought they had scraped together the money. We are really stupid. I actually believed what that rich second generation said. I really believed that this young man was just collecting money to show off. Now, not only did he not blame us, but he gave us discounts. My table alone spent more than 20,000 yuan tonight. A 10% discount can directly save the price of a bottle of the cheapest Paydays. I think these second-generation rich people, apart from squandering their parents' fortune, don't have any real ability. I don't know if you saw that when Boss Wang came over just now, one of the second-generation rich people wanted to shake hands with Boss Wang, but Boss Wang ignored him and really treated himself as a dish. The real boss hasn't said anything yet, but he, a little grasshopper, has already started jumping up and down. Hearing this harsh sarcasm, Jiang Zhe's face looked extremely ugly. Not only Jiang Zhe, but also the other rich second generations looked unhappy. They said it was impossible that Jiang Zhe was the only one there, he must have brought all of them along. Don't worry, Jiang Zhe. We will definitely help you. I'll remember this guy named Yang Chao. I'll make him pay later. Yes. Jiang Zhe, we will definitely help you. This guy named Yang Chao didn't give us any face at all. He even mocked us directly. They only saw Yang Chao mocking them, and they had intermittent amnesia and forgot how happy Yang Chao felt when they mocked him. They always have the mentality of a victim. I can say something to you, but you can't say I can't. I can scold you, but you can't do that to me. This group of rich second generations have this mentality. Kill him. I will never forget what happened today. No one has ever dared to mock me like this. Jiang Zhe and the others did not leave either. They had not finished their wine yet, so they drank all the wine on the table with resentment in their hearts. Jiang Zhe and others felt very uncomfortable when they saw others having fun. The girls from the Atmosphere group didn't come to them anymore and all gathered around Wang Long and Yang Chao. They felt so lonely. The lively trip to the bar slowly ended in the carnival. Yang Chao paid the bill, hugged Ling Qingyin, said goodbye to his colleagues and left. After all his colleagues left, Yang Chao looked at Ling Qingyin, who was pouting unhappily in his arms. This little mouth is about to turn upside down. Yang Chao pinched Ling Qingyin's lips. Woo! Humph! Ling Qingyin snorted at Yang Chao unhappily. Weren't you so happy just now? How come you suddenly changed after coming out? You changed your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Yang Chao spoke softly. It's you! Tell me yourself, what else have you not told me? If I hadn't come to Jolin Night today, I wouldn't have known that you even knew the owner of Jolin Night. I dare not even imagine Wan Long's identity. What exactly are you? Ling Qingyin was still patting her chest in disbelief. Yang Chao wanted to tell Ling Qingyin, but Yang Chao would not tell the secret of the system to anyone. Don't you think it would be more fun to uncover my identity bit by bit? Just like I uncover it bit by bit every time. Oh no! We are still outside. What are you talking about? What if someone hears you? Ling Qingyin's face turned red, and she directly covered Yang Chao's mouth with her hand to prevent him from saying anything that would make her embarrassed. Although Yang Chao and others left, Jiang Zhe and others had not. After watching Yang Chao leave, they came to Zither Garden Tea House. A few people rented a private room and drank tea while investigating the identity of Yang Chao. Where on earth did he get such great ability? Even Wang Long was fawning on him. Yang Chao, Jiang Zhe, and others didn't believe him at all. They directly contacted all the forces they could find and began to collect information about Yang Chao. Half an hour later, all of Yang Chao's information appeared in front of everyone. Isn't this just a green-haired turtle? He worked for several years and bought a shabby house. His education is just a rubbish second-tier university degree. I really don't know what he is pretending to be. Jiang Zhe looked at Yang Chao's message on the desk with a look of disdain. The villa in Shanghai Bay and the Ferrari are probably all rented. Such a character actually made us rich second generations look bad tonight? He is really slapping us in the face. Jiang Zhe talked to himself. He was cheated on by his wife, and he just divorced her a while ago, and he still has millions of foreign debts? According to this situation, Yang Chao should have applied for a credit card, otherwise, his spending must be very problematic. Jiang Zhe looked at the rich second generation. Yes. It must be a credit card. I originally thought he had some special identity, but I didn't expect. It seems like he is going to go all out. The purpose of doing this must be to embarrass you. Next time I will also save up some money to spend. Supreme Dragon, did you see Wan Long's expression after he found out that Yang Chao had eliminated the Supreme Dragon? I always thought Wan Long was some kind of taboo existence. But I didn't expect that I was just an ordinary person. It's just 400,000 yuan worth of wine. I will save it up and enjoy the treatment Yang Chao gave me tonight. Then I can go back and show off to my dad. One of the second-generation rich people was so naive that he thought that Wang Long was flattering Yang Chao because of a set of Supreme Dragon. It was a bit brainless to think so. What is Wang Long's identity? In his eyes, the 400,000 Supreme Dragon set is nothing special. Wang Long is attracted by Yang Chao's mysterious identity. He wanted to buy the Shanhaiwen villa for a long time, but he didn't buy it. However, it was taken down by the young Yang Chao. Now that Yang Chao's identity is about to be revealed, the rich second generations who originally thought he had some mysterious identity also breathed a sigh of relief. We can play with him however we want. Now let's do as we said before and take care of Ling Qingyin's factory first. I'm familiar with this. The person who spoke was called Sun Bin. Like Jiang Zhe, he was a rich second generation who lived a life of idleness and waiting for death. I have received information about where Ling Qingyin's factory is located. It is near Qingjiao village. Sun Bin looked at his phone. Suburban village. Jiang Zhe talked to himself. The machines have just been moved into the factory, and we are still in the stage of recruiting people. We can start from this aspect. Chapter 35 Accident at the Factory. A cold light flashed in Sun Bin's eyes. Yang Chao, this time I want to see what you can do. Sun Bin narrowed his eyes. The next morning, Ling Qingyin received a call saying that the machine was fully ready and the factory now just needed to recruit workers. Once all the workers were recruited, they could start work directly. Listening to Ling Qingyin's call, Yang Chao nodded his head and placed it on Ling Qingyin's belly. Do you need me to help you find workers? After listening to this, Ling Qingyin pinched Yang Chao's earlobe and said, Do you really need to help with such a small matter? It's just recruiting. I can still handle such a small matter. Don't underestimate me. I'm the president of Yinhai International. After Jiang Zhe and others received this information, Sun Bin directly sent people to find the local gang leader, explained everything to them, and asked them to go to the recruitment site and follow the workers to work for about 3 to 5 days. When the product is almost finished, if they gather to cause trouble, how can Ling Qingyin's factory continue to operate? Then Jiang Zhe will show up. If Ling Qingyin wants to complete the project, she must obey him, otherwise they will not be able to continue the project. The gang leader Wang Meng took 7 or 8 of his brothers to apply for the job and naturally entered the factory. We have completed the first step. Now it will depend on Wang Meng and his people. Jiang Zhe and others gathered together, drinking wine, looking so carefree. They could already foresee the expressions on Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin's faces after what happened next. Soon, the recruitment vacancies were filled and the work in the factory was proceeding smoothly and orderly. Yang Chao felt that something was strange, but he couldn't tell where it was. According to the personalities of Jiang Zhe and others, as well as Yang Chao's understanding of Jiang Zhe and others, they would definitely not just watch Ling Qingyin complete this project so easily. According to this progress, it will only take a few days for the factory to be completed. Ling Qingyin sat in the office, drinking tea and looking at the information on the computer. At this moment, the door of Ling Qingyin's office was pushed open and Ling Qingyin's assistant rushed in from outside. What's going on? You're so impatient. Didn't I tell you to knock on the door before entering? No. It's bad, Mr. Ling, something happened at the factory. The assistant did not reply, but spoke to Ling Qingyin breathlessly. The workers are on strike. They say they're quitting. You'd better go over and take a look, the scene is really chaotic. The assistant continued to urge. Yang Chao was still sleeping in the Shanhai Bay villa when he was woken up by a phone call. Who is it? Yang Chao mumbled in a daze. But soon Yang Chao opened his eyes wide and sat up from the bed. Don't worry, I'll be there right away. You wait for me downstairs in the company. I know this matter is not that simple. Yang Chao received a call from Ling Qingyin saying that something happened at the factory. Jiang Zhe put on his shoes and drove his Ferrari towards Yinhai International. Seeing Ling Qingyin looking anxious downstairs, Yang Chao just called out and Ling Qingyin got into the car. Yang Chao stepped on the accelerator, looked at the road, and asked, What's going on? Ling Qingyin also shook her head. I don't know much about it either. It's just that a few workers were causing trouble and then went on strike. They said they were injured in some way, and it sounded very serious. After this happened, Ling Qingyin was extremely anxious. It was not easy to negotiate the project. If something happened at the factory, it would definitely affect the progress. I can confirm that our machines are very complete and there is no way any worker could get hurt. Ling Qingyin was very confident. The workers recruited by the factory do not have any particularly dangerous jobs. They just do installation work and there is no chance of injury. Ling Qingyin also felt that today's incident was a little strange. 20 minutes later, Yang Chao parked the car outside the factory. Before the two of them entered the factory, they heard a lot of noise and chaos inside. We're on strike. What a crappy factory. The food is terrible, but the machines are not even standard. My friend's arm was cut open several dozen centimeters long. If you don't give me an explanation today, we won't leave today. You must compensate us for our losses today. Look at the injuries on my friend's body. Where is the boss? The employees are in such a state and the boss has not shown up yet. This shows that he does not take us employees seriously at all. Hurry up. Boss, get out here. Compensate for our losses. The roaring sound was hoarse. The two walked quickly inside and saw several employees in work clothes holding brooms. Some of them were lying on the ground with bandages on their hands, which were stained with blood. Looking at this scene, Yang Chao frowned and looked around at the work machines around him. The boss is here. I don't know who shouted. The noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. When the people who were arguing just now saw Ling Qingyin, there was a flash of surprise in their eyes. This woman is so beautiful, but she's reserved by Master Jiang. Otherwise, I would definitely have a good experience with her. The leader was none other than the gang leader Wang Meng. He looked at Ling Qingyin, the lust in his eyes hidden very covertly. Are you the owner of the factory? Wang Meng turned around and pretended not to know Ling Qingyin, with a ruffian look on his face. I'm the boss. What do you want to do? There is absolutely no problem with the machines here. Even if you operate them improperly, you will not be physically hurt. Ling Qingyin stared at Wang Meng very firmly, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Bah! You said there won't be any problem, right? I tell you, we brothers got injured here. Look, the gauze on his legs is stained with blood. He still has a family. His legs are like this now. How can he support his family? Wang Meng raised the broom in his hand and pointed at Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for what happened today, you won't be able to leave today. Yang Chao, who was standing nearby, had already understood everything. If nothing unexpected happened, these people were probably sent to cause trouble. You said you were injured here, so let's check the surveillance footage. If it shows that you are really injured, I will pay for all your medical expenses and mental damages. Ling Qingyin put the words directly here. Okay. Then watch the surveillance. Wang Meng was not afraid at all because he had short-circuited the surveillance circuits in the factory long ago, so there was no picture at all in the surveillance today and yesterday. At this time, the person in charge of the factory ran to Ling Qingyin and whispered in Ling Qingyin's ear, "Boss, the factory's surveillance is broken. It has been broken since yesterday afternoon. We have already found a technician to fix it, but the technician has not come yet." Yang Chao also heard what the person in charge said and looked up at the surveillance camera on the wall. It's quite a coincidence. The incident just happened and the surveillance camera was broken when I checked it. Yang Chao looked at Wang Meng and shook his head. Fuck. Who are you? What do you want to do here? We are talking to the boss, get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you up. Wang Meng ignored Yang Chao and wanted to take action instead. Come on, let me see what's going on with your friends. Look. Get back here. My friend is seriously injured and you can't get close to him. Yang Chao ignored him and went straight towards the 6 or 7 people lying on the ground wailing. Wang Meng looked at Yang Chao, made up his mind, and smashed the broom in his hand towards Yang Chao's face. Yang Chao dodged and grabbed the broom in his right hand in an instant. Yo, you still dare to hide? Whom? After trying for a long time, Wang Meng found that he couldn't pull the broom out of Yang Chao's hand at all. I said I wanted to see their injuries. Get out, get out, get out. Seeing that he couldn't pull out the broom, Wang Meng reached out to push Yang Chao, but after pushing for a long time, Yang Chao didn't even move. Why? You came here without eating? Yang Chao patted the dust off his clothes sarcastically. Damn it, you little bastard, who are you talking to here? Hey! Yang Chao didn't even give him the chance to finish his words. He just reached out and grabbed his collar, pressed hard, and with a puff, Wang Mang was thrown to the ground, falling flat on his face. After Wang Mang was thrown to the ground, the people who were already wailing in pain screamed even louder. "Look at this! Look at this! The boss actually hired someone to beat me up. How can we work for such an unscrupulous boss? Our employees were injured due to a problem with the machine, but they didn't even give us compensation. Not only did they not compensate us, they even beat us up. They beat me up." Wang Mang looked at the workers on the side, all of whom were expressing their pity. "It hurts so much. The boss actually ordered someone to beat us up. We refuse to accept this. Pay for our medical expenses and mental damages. There are 7 injured brothers in total, and each of them must pay at least 1 million. If it's less than 1 million, we will definitely not leave here. I want to see who can outlast whom. As long as we are here, don't even think about reopening your factory. We will leave only when you compensate us for our losses. 1 million for each person, that's 7 million for 7 people." Ling Qingyin already knew that these people were here to cause trouble. She estimated that even if she compensated them with money, they would still come and continue to make trouble. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Qingyin to compensate them with money. If someone comes to make trouble every day, Ling Qingyin's factory will just be closed down. At this time, the voice of the system came into Yang Chao's mind. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it. Ding! Mission content: do you choose to help Ling Qingyin solve the factory incident? Jiang Zhe thought to himself, yes. Chapter 36 Wang Meng begs for mercy. Just as Yang Chao was making his choice, some younger brothers who were interspersed among the workers saw their boss being beaten by others. Naturally, they were not happy about it. One of them simply picked up a stick from the ground nearby. "Ah!" The younger brother shouted loudly, not knowing whether he wanted to tell Yang Chao that he was going to take action, or to cheer himself up. Squeak! The younger brother braked suddenly when he was 1 meter away from Yang Chao, and his whole body was shaking in place. Gurgle! He swallowed fearfully. When he saw Yang Chao's eyes just now, it was like seeing an old man who had been immersed in martial arts for many years. Just by looking at him, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. In just 2 seconds, the sweat on his forehead had slid down his cheeks to his chin, but he didn't dare to move at all, for fear that his one action would completely infuriate the man in front of him. "Yes, I'm sorry. After saying that, he threw the stick in his hand to the ground, ran back to the line of workers, lowered his head, as if it was not him who came out just now. "Don't look at me! Don't look at me!" He also kept winking at the workers next to him. The workers nearby observed sharply that the man's back was completely wet, and the sweat had soaked his clothes on his back. Wang Mang was also completely frightened by Yang Chao's look just now. What kind of monster is this guy? How many people has he killed with this look? Is this a disregard for life? Wang Mang saw mountains of swords, seas of fire, and endless seas of blood in Yang Chao's eyes. He felt that if he had shouted again, he would be covered in blood on the spot. He was scared. It's terrible. It's terrible. Because of Yang Chao's look, Wang Mang knelt down directly. He is really afraid of Yang Chao now. But he didn't dare to say a word, for fear of angering Yang Chao. Choice 1, help Ling Qingyin deal with the gangsters, rewards, recording pen, factory monitoring backup. Choice 2, do not help Ling Qingyin and let the gangsters make trouble. Reward, 50% chance of project failure. Choose 1. Yang Chao didn't hesitate at all. Then he looked at Wang Mang, who was lying on the ground, covered in dust, and asked, "Can I go over now?" Yang Chao didn't notice the expressions of these people. He walked straight past Wang Mang and went directly to the brothers lying on the ground. With a ripping sound, Yang Chao tore the bandage into pieces, looked at the intact arm inside, and walked to the side, where he saw the right leg which was also intact. At the same time, he put the bandage to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. "Oh, ketchup." Yang Chao turned his head and stared at Wang Mang with a stern gaze. But now Wang Mang didn't dare to look at Yang Chao and lowered his head to look at the ground. Before Yang Chao could ask, he confessed directly. "Brother, we did come here to cause trouble, but we came here because someone else asked us to. It was also our boss who asked us to come here. We are just following orders. You should be magnanimous and treat us like shit and let us go. We don't even want our wages for the past few days." Wang Mang had a drooping face. Not only did he not get the money, but he also got beaten up. But luckily he stopped the loss. If he had continued to make trouble, Wang Meng couldn't imagine what his end would be. After all, I have been in the factory for several days and I have been working diligently every day. You work like a piece of shit. You're the one who slacks off the most every day. I do 60 to 70% of the work for you. I don't know where the sound came from. Is what you just said true? Really, really? It's all true. Our boss asked us to come here. He asked us to act at a critical moment for the factory and then destroy the reputation of your factory so that your factory cannot recruit new workers. If this happens, all the factories here will have to close down. And we also broke the factory's cameras. I broke them all yesterday afternoon. Wang Meng responded quickly. Yang Chao nodded and took out the recorder prepared by the system from his pocket. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied with your answer. After Wang Meng saw the recorder, he felt terrible. He never thought that Yang Chao actually carried a recorder with him. That meant that everything he said just now must have been recorded. Yang Chao walked up to Wang Meng and squatted down. Now let's talk about the issue of compensation. Ah, do you want compensation? Wang Meng was stunned for a moment. What do you think? Don't you think you should compensate for the maintenance of the surveillance and the loss of work today? Brother, how about? Suddenly, an employee ran over and looked at Ling Qingyin breathlessly. It's bad, Mr. Ling. Our car has been stopped outside. The road outside the factory has been blocked by villagers from a nearby village. We have no way of getting our goods in. Boss Ling, you should go over and take a look. The employees were very anxious. Ling Qingyin turned and looked at Yang Chao. You guys take good care of these people. After saying this, he took Ling Qingyin and went straight to the villagers. Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin hurried to the villagers' location. As soon as they got out of the car, they heard the sound of humming and slag, and it was a mess. What the employee just said was right. The road was indeed blocked. As far as the eye could see, there were about 20 to 30 villagers. Look at how big your car is. This road was built with funds raised by us villagers. If your car makes the road bumpy, what will we do? Yes. These roads were built by us villagers together. If you want to pass through, you must pay us a toll. If you don't give us a toll, we will never let you in. Yang Chao heard the villagers' voices and frowned. He felt that after what happened to the gangster just now, it was very wrong for the villagers to come and block the road, cause trouble, and demand tolls. Hurry up, if you want to go in, pay the toll quickly. Otherwise, our road will be full of potholes. What will we do about the losses? And you don't know, your taxi is so noisy that it disturbs us while we are resting. The noise has made it difficult for us to sleep. You must not only compensate us for the toll, but also for our mental damages. Otherwise, you must move your factory away. The toll is 20,000 yuan per person, plus mental damage compensation, 30,000 yuan per person, a total of 50,000 yuan, and there are 26 of us in total. We are easy to talk to. As long as you give us compensation, we will allow you to continue to work nearby. Otherwise. Humph. Where did you come from? Get out of here. Chapter 37 Villagers block the road. After listening to this, Yang Chao did some calculations. 50,000 yuan per person, for 26 people, that would be more than 10 million yuan. It was absolutely impossible for Yang Chao to pay such a large amount of money. This was really exorbitant. This is too much. I chose this place because it is sparsely populated. There are not many people living nearby. These people are quite a distance from the road. When our truck passes by, it will not cause any damage to them. Now not only do they want to pay tolls, but they also ask for mental damages. 50,000 yuan per person, I will never pay it. How much money did Ling Qingyin make from the entire project? She had to pay tens of millions to compensate these villagers. She was about to go bankrupt before she even started making any money. Ling Qingyin would not do such a deal. And she didn't think there was anything wrong with not paying the money. If Ling Qingyin agrees today, then this 10 million will definitely not be the final price. Yang Chao thought about it for a while, combined with the confession of the gangster just now, but the problem with the villagers came up directly. They did not come out when he was working in the past few days, but the villagers came to make trouble just after the gangsters finished making trouble. This was a bit too coincidental. Soon, a large Land Rover stopped right in the middle of the road, followed by several Mercedes-Benz cars. A bald man in a vest got out of the Land Rover, holding an iron rod in his hand. More than a dozen big men got off the Mercedes-Benz behind him one after another, all holding weapons in their hands. The bald man in the lead didn't waste any time and just pointed his stick at Yang Chao's nose. Another group of hooligans? Go! Drag the leader of the factory here. Yang Chao instructed the employee next to him. Within 2 minutes, Wang Meng was brought directly to Yang Chao. Brother, is there anything else you need from me? I have already explained everything to you. Wang Meng knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Yang Chao raised his chin and pointed at the bald man holding the iron rod. Do you know that bald guy? Brother! Brother! He is my boss. He is my boss, the one I told you to go to the factory and cause trouble. Wang Meng confessed really quickly, and he revealed the bald man's identity to Yang Chao without any hesitation. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now. Go to the side and lie down. Yang Chao stood up and looked at the bald man. You little jerk, you're the one who provoked young Master's son? Young Master's son told me that you're just a cuckold whose wife cheated on you. Why are you looking at me like that? What? Are you going to hit me? Our young Master's son asked me to tell you something. If you don't have that much ability, don't pretend to be so arrogant. Of course, our young Master's son also said that if you want to solve this matter, it's easy. Hearing the bald man's words, Yang Chao secretly said, as expected. The story behind these two people is indeed related to that group of rich second generations. However, Yang Chao didn't know who that young Master's son was, but he should be on the same page with Jiang Zhe, because Jiang Zhe was the only one who kept thinking about him. Our young Master's son said so. Send your daughter to him and let her sleep with him for 3 days. Then you can resume operations at the factory. While the bald man was speaking, his eyes were staring at Ling Qingyin behind Yang Chao with lustful eyes. What a pretty girl, but we are not lucky enough to enjoy her. But it should be okay to satisfy our urge to touch her later. The big man licked his lips. Boss! At this time, Wang Meng, who was lying nearby, shouted quickly. Why are you yelling, Nima? You interrupted my train of thought. You are such a loser. You can't even do such a small thing. You are such a loser. The bald man glared. Hurry up, little jerk. Our young Master's son and I can't wait any longer. Boss! Wang Meng's scream was so shrill that his voice almost broke. Damn it! I told you not to scream, but you couldn't hear me, right? After saying that, the bald man walked up to him and slapped Wang Meng's face twice, leaving it swollen. Well, what are you still wasting time on? You little jerk! Hurry up! Send the pretty girl next to you to me quickly. I'm telling you, don't force me to do it myself and grab her. If I have to do it myself, it will be bad if I get hurt. At this time, Wang Meng, who was slapped twice, looked pitiful. He looked at the bald man pitifully. Boss, he has a recording in his hand. He recorded everything you said just now. When the bald man heard this, he slapped him in the face again. Fuck! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Afterwards, he looked at Yang Chao with a gloomy face. You little jerk, I'm giving you a chance. Hand over the recorder to me, otherwise my brothers won't be able to stand it anymore. If someone gets hurt, it won't be something I can stop. The bald man began to threaten Yang Chao directly and asked for the recorder. Naturally, Yang Chao would not hand over the recorder with both hands. Fuck! You forced me to do this, you little bastard. The bald man walked towards Yang Chao with a stick in his hand. Since threatening him didn't work, he might as well just rob him. Want to rob? Sorry, this recorder of mine has a cloud upload function. I believe you are all familiar with it, right? If I don't go home to confirm before 5 o'clock tonight, the recording on this recorder will be sent directly to the Fohai City Public Security Bureau. Yang Chao raised the recorder in his hand. What? Still want to rob? Don't. The bald man hurriedly stopped and stood where he was, looking very funny. He threw the stick to the ground and waved his hands at Yang Chao. No more snatching. The bald man had sweat on his forehead. This was a direct trick played by Yang Chao, but he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Even the younger brothers behind the bald man were so frightened that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground. But after a while, the bald man also recovered. You little bastard, do you think you can control us with just a recording? I, Baldy, have been in Fohai City for more than 10 years, and I don't care about a small recording. The bald man immediately became tough. Public Security Bureau? I, Baldy, have been able to make it to where I am now in Fohai City. How could I not have any trump cards? You are just a cuckolded loser. I don't even take you seriously. The bald man grinned and laughed. In his opinion, anyone who could threaten him with a recording was probably not very smart. If you want to threaten an honest person, a recording is still useful, but who is this bald guy? Would he be afraid of a recording? It's just funny. When the younger brothers saw that their boss had become tough, they stood up one by one, picked up the iron rods on the ground, and approached Yang Chao with their knives sharpened. Chapter 38 Goodbye Wan Long. The bald man cannot be said to be a big boss in Fohai City, but he is also a street leader. He has many bath centers, billiard halls, etc. under his command. He has at least 80 younger brothers under him, and he also knows a lot of big guys. He can have a say in front of them and has certain abilities. No matter how much people laugh at him, he still has to take back the recorder. No matter whether it will be sent to the Public Security Bureau or not, he can just tell the big boss behind him or talk to young Master's son directly. This matter is still easy to handle. Watching the group of younger brothers approaching step by step. You little bastard, I advise you to surrender. With your condition, you may not be able to withstand even one punch from me. The bald man looked at his fist, which was as big as a casserole. However, Yang Chao could feel Ling Qingyin's body trembling. He originally thought that Ling Qingyin was scared, but he didn't expect to accidentally hear Ling Qingyin's laughter. Oh, I'm so scared. Hey, don't come over here. That bald guy said you would fall down with one punch. Yang Chao, who originally wanted to comfort her, was immediately helpless. He really didn't know how this woman could laugh in such a situation. What do you mean you fell down with one punch? Others don't know whether you fell down or not, but don't you know that? There was not a night when I didn't fight to the last minute. Not only Yang Chao heard it, but the bald man and his younger brothers behind him also heard it. This little girl doesn't even take us seriously. Ling Qingyin's laughter sounded particularly harsh in their ears. In such a situation, Ling Qingyin should feel scared. Too much. Too much. You don't take us seriously at all. Not only was the bald man furious, the younger brothers also felt that Ling Qingyin was very disrespectful to them. All right. Yang Chao turned around and rubbed Ling Qingyin's little head, and comforted her softly. Don't worry, I don't care about just a few small cats like these. Ling Qingyin nodded. She was very clear about Yang Chao's strength. His moves were very swift. With Yang Chao by her side, Ling Qingyin did feel full of security. That was why she was able to use laughter to comfort herself just now. Because she knew that with Yang Chao by her side, she would never be hurt and Yang Chao would protect her. I know you're powerful, but you have to be careful. They all have weapons in their hands, be careful not to get hurt. Although Ling Qingyin knew Yang Chao's strength, there were so many people on the opposite side carrying weapons, and Ling Qingyin was still very worried about him if he got hurt accidentally. Looking at the people who were pressing him step by step, Yang Chao didn't want to take action at first, but the arrow was on the string and he had to take action. Just when Yang Chao was about to use force to intimidate the bald man and others, a harsh break sound reached everyone's ears. Damn it! Who is it that comes here at this time to disturb my good thing? The bald man turned his head and looked at the oncoming vehicle. Then the bald man saw a man in a suit and tie with a slicked back hair. Behind the man in the suit was a very beautiful woman, who was dressed very coolly and had a well-proportioned figure. Even the bald man was dazzled by her. The beauty she exuded was not that of a prostitute, but rather she exuded a faint sternness, which was obviously the temperament that could only be developed slowly after being in a high position for a long time. Even the bald guy doesn't have this kind of temperament. The bald man's subconscious mind told him that he couldn't afford to offend this woman. Yang Chao turned his head and looked behind him. Hey! Mr. Yang! We meet again after not seeing each other for a few days. Before Yang Chao could recognize who the man in the suit was, he was recognized by him. This man was none other than Wang Long, the former boss of Jialan Night, so the identity of the woman next to him was obvious. Boss Yang. Xiangwei looked at Yang Chao and greeted him respectfully. The man in front of her was a person who even her own man had to show a fawning look on his face. The man in the suit took off his sunglasses. Boss Wang. Only then did Yang Chao recognize who the person was. After taking off his sunglasses, the bald man was stunned, with lifeless eyes, looking at Yang Chao, who was having a cheerful conversation with Wang Long. The arrogance just now dissipated in an instant. After this kind of existence came over, the bald man now dared not even breathe loudly, for fear of attracting Wang Long's attention. Just now he said that he had a backer, and now Yang Chao's backer came directly over. Even if Wang Long was the person behind him, he couldn't afford to offend him. Even if the people behind the bald man saw Wang Long, they would have to call him Brother Long and bow their heads. He really hated Sun Bin now. He didn't say that Wang Long was standing behind this little jerk. All the rich second generations of Sun Bin combined were not as good as Wang Long alone. Even their fathers had to behave themselves when they saw Wang Long. It is now obvious that since Yang Chao and Wang Long can have such a conversation, their identities are naturally equal. Brother Long? The bald man walked up to Wang Long and called him in a very low voice. Wang Long frowned, turned his head to look at Wang Long, and then continued to talk to Yang Chao. Wang Long was directly ignored. It was obvious that Wang Long didn't recognize the bald man in front of him at all. On the contrary, Xiangwei, who was standing next to Wang Long, felt somewhat familiar with the bald man and thought about it for a while. Your name is Sun Sin, right? You look familiar. Are you from Shanqian district? I remember you. Xiangwei directly said the bald man's name. The bald man also nodded quickly, looking like a chick pecking at rice. After asking the name, Xiangwei ignored him and just stood quietly beside Wang Long. The bald man looked at Wang Long immediately. Brother Long, why did you suddenly come here today? Do you have anything to do here? I am very familiar with this area, just give me your instructions. The bald man looks exactly like a lackey. But Wang Long ignored the bald man's humble look and looked around. I haven't been back since I built the road for the village. It's been so long, and my hometown isn't much different from before. Wang Long was talking to himself, his voice full of sighs. After hearing this, Yang Chao was also stunned. He did not expect that the person who built the road for the village would be him. This was really fate. Wang Long was also a grassroots person at the beginning, but he had a business mind. After getting help from a nobleman, he gradually grew to his current scale and became a well-known figure in Fohai City. Wang Long looked at Yang Chao with eyes full of passion, just like a fan seeing his idol. However, Yang Chao did not notice Wang Long's look, otherwise he would have thought that Wang Long had some special thoughts about him. Wang Long was in a good mood to see Yang Chao in this place, so he asked the bald man more questions. Turning to look at the bald man, he asked in a very good mood, "What are you guys doing here?" As soon as Wang Long asked this question, the smile on the bald man's face froze instantly, and he sat there in a daze, not knowing how to respond to Wang Long's question. Did I come here to cause trouble for Yang Chao? Anyone with a discerning eye would know that the relationship between Yang Chao, this little scoundrel, and Wang Long is very special. If I dare to say so, I'm afraid I won't even see the sun tomorrow. He thought about it and decided that he definitely couldn't tell the truth directly. But the bald man really didn't know how he should respond. He absolutely couldn't tell the truth, but if he lied and was exposed by Wang Long, his fate might be even more serious. Just like that, Wang Long grunted and didn't utter a word. Wang Long looked at several of his younger brothers who were sitting on the ground not far away, with an iron rod next to them. Naturally, his mind was as clear as a mirror, and he saw everything clearly. Before Wang Long could speak, Ling Qingyin stood up from behind Yang Chao and told Wang Long everything that the bald man and others had done. They want to attack us. This big bald guy is not a good person. It was young Master's son who asked them to come and disrupt our factory work. Not only did they block us from starting work, but they also bribed the villagers in this village. The villagers said that they raised funds to build this road and used it to collect tolls and mental damages from us. They also said that our car disturbed their rest by passing by. 50,000 per person, how can I possibly afford that? And what makes me even more angry is that he actually wants me to sleep with this young Master's son. Chapter 39. Wang Long gets angry. Ling Qingyin did not mention Yang Chao at all, but told the truth about what had happened before. Wang Long knew the relationship between Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao, so when Ling Qingyin spoke, Wang Long listened seriously. However, as he listened, his smiling face suddenly turned cold. He stared at the bald man with a gloomy face. You blocked Mr. Yang's factory from working normally, bribed villagers to collect tolls and compensation for mental damage, and even threatened Mr. Yang's woman to sleep with him. You are so bold. After saying that, Wang Long went up and kicked the bald man to the ground. The bald man was kicked in the stomach and held his hand over his stomach, not saying a word. He didn't dare to say a word. Bald. Is what sister-in-law said right or wrong? Wan Long has been in a high position for a long time and he is very good at judging people. He naturally knew that what Ling Qingyin said was true, but he still asked. The bald man didn't dare to speak. He lowered his head and simply agreed with Ling Qingyin's words. But after Ling Qingyin heard Wang Long's address to her, the originally thin-skinned Ling Qingyin buried her head in Yang Chao's arms and dared not look up. This caused Yang Chao to tease her for a while. Ling Qingyin even stretched out her hand and twisted Yang Chao's waist very hard a few times. Only after Yang Chao begged for mercy did she let go. The bald man knew that he was doomed today, but there was nothing he could do. Sun Bin told him that Yang Chao's identity was just a cuckold, and his extravagant appearance was all because of the bank card. It was because of this identity that the bald man came here, but after he came, Yang Chao directly used a king bomb. The appearance of Wang Long directly shattered any idea of the bald man. As sorry. The bald man knelt on the ground, holding his stomach, and apologized with great effort. Wang Long's kick just now was very powerful. At this moment, a man in a suit got out of the car behind. He walked straight to Yang Chao and the others and looked at the bald man. Do you understand the rules? Hearing the words of the man in the suit, the bald man was sweating profusely. He clenched his teeth and nodded, I understand. Then, under the watchful eyes of Yang Chao, Ling Qingyin and others, he picked up the iron rod on the ground and smashed it hard on his arm. Ling Qingyin was so frightened that her face turned pale and she hugged Yang Chao's waist tightly again. With a loud crack, the bald man's face turned pale, he clenched his teeth tightly, and all the muscles in his body were exerting force, and his arm just drooped down. Go away! The man in the suit shouted, and the bald man ran away in embarrassment, covering his shoulder. You guys want to stay for another meal? The man in the suit asked coldly while looking at the group of younger brothers on the ground. The younger brothers didn't care about anything else. They picked up their sticks and crawled towards the car, fearing that they would be stopped if they ran too slowly and have their arms knocked off. After watching the cars leave, Wang Long introduced the man in the suit to Yang Chao. Ha ha ha. Mr. Yang, let me introduce him to you. He is my right-hand man. He drives me when I go out and helps me deal with small matters. Wang Long patted the man in the suit on the shoulder and looked at Yang Chao. The man in the suit looked at Yang Chao very respectfully and bowed slightly. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Chao waved his hand. Since you are Boss Wang's man, calling him Mr. Yang is too distant. You can call him Old Yang or Little Yang. That won't do. Let's put things in perspective. If Mr. Yang doesn't like this title, then just call him Brother Yang. It won't be so strange that way. Wang Long quickly interrupted Yang Chao's thoughts. After a few people exchanged greetings for a while, Ling Qingyin also took her head out of Yang Chao's arms. She had been doing so for a long time and her little face was red. Wang Long looked at the villagers and his voice was stern. Can anyone tell me what's going on? I built the road for your convenience, not for you to use it to rob people and collect money. Besides, I built this road. When did it become something you raised money to build? Wang Long's voice reached the ears of the villagers, and they trembled and dared not speak. Wang Long's eyes swept across their faces, but they all lowered their heads. None of the 20 or so people dared to look at Wang Long. They all lowered their heads and no one knew what they were thinking. I, Wang Long, also came from this village. I saw that the roads in our village were too dilapidated and it was inconvenient for you to travel. In order to provide you with some convenient conditions, I also wanted to give back to the place where I came from. But is this how you repay the help I gave you? If you don't explain the reason today, no one will be able to leave today. After hearing what Wang Long said, the villagers were even more afraid to speak. Wang Long was a well-known person, and they had always known about Wang Long during the long time he had been away. Wang Long has a great reputation. He was so frightened that he could hardly breathe, let alone answer Wang Long's questions. No one has come out to admit it yet? Do you think I should do it myself? Wang Long looked at the villagers. Just at this moment. Zhang Matzi, don't run away, give me back my lollipop. Give it back to me. Hee, Guzi, when you catch up with me, I will give it back to you. Two children passed by here while playing, but when they ran to Wang Long, they stopped unconsciously and stood still. The two children looked at Wang Long very nervously. Guzi looked at Wang Long innocently. Uncle, don't be angry, have some candy. As he said this, he handed the lollipop from Zhang Matzi's hand to him. Wang Long looked at the child and shook his head. Little kid, can you tell your uncle why these uncles and aunts came here to block the road? Guzzi thought for a while. Uncle, I remember now. When I was collecting bird eggs in the village before, I heard a rich man promise us a lot of benefits, and then said that if we can get the money, all the money will be ours. After hearing Guzzi's words, Wang Long narrowed his eyes and nodded, patting his head. Okay, go play, uncle is taking care of something. Goodbye, uncle. Guzzi waved at Wang Long, then took Zhang Mozi's hand and jumped away. After the two children completely disappeared from Wang Long's sight, his gaze once again focused on the villagers. This is the first time, I remember it. Everyone wants to pay a toll and mental damages, but you guys are the ones who thought of it. If Brother Yang gets hurt because of you today, I will never let you go easily. Chapter 40 Antique Auction. The villagers were very afraid of Wang Long, and they dared not disobey what he said. They all promised Wang Long that what happened today would never happen again. Wang Long himself was someone they dared not to provoke. The man whom they had just stopped even showed a hint of flattery on Wang Long's face. After the villagers made their promise, Wang Long directly asked them to move away all the things that were blocking the road. After the villagers moved the things away, the cargo trucks also left directly. Only Yang Chao and 4 others were left. When the crowd dispersed, Wang Long looked at Yang Chao and handed him a cigarette. Yang Chao refused, and Wang Long put it directly into his mouth. Snap, and it ignites directly. Brother Yang, what are you doing here today? This place is so remote. Hearing Wang Long's address, Yang Chao felt even more strange. Considering Wang Long's age, calling Yang Chao Brother Yang sounded more and more awkward. Not only him, but Ling Qingyin also felt that something was wrong. Forget it, just call me Mr. Yang. As soon as you start calling me Brother Yang, I feel like something is wrong. Afterwards, Yang Chao introduced to Wang Long the series of events, including the cooperation between Ling Qingyin Company and a big brand and the establishment of a factory in this remote suburb. After listening to Yang Chao's words, Wang Long felt that he should definitely do something to help Yang Chao. How about this, Brother Yang? Oh no. Mr. Yang. Otherwise, just leave this matter to me. I will definitely do it beautifully for you. Wang Long would definitely not give up such an opportunity when he saw a way to help Yang Chao. But unfortunately, Yang Chao didn't give him the chance to help. Forget it, I can still handle this myself. Yang Chao did not agree with Wang Long's idea of helping. Then, Mr. Yang, I wonder if you have any knowledge of antiques? There will be an antique auction at Ishi Manor on the outskirts of Fohai City in a few days. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Yang to help look at some of the antiques. Wang Long rubbed his hands. Listening to Wang Long's words, Ling Qingyin turned around and stared at Yang Chao with a scrutinizing look, as if asking when Yang Chao became interested in antiques. Yang Chao agreed. Later, Wang Long wanted to treat Yang Chao to a meal, but Yang Chao directly refused and left the place with Ling Qingyin. I discovered something new. I didn't expect you to be interested in antiques. Ling Qingyin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, stared at Yang Chao as if she was looking at Baoyu. Why didn't I realize you're so great before? I don't know what that old woman Wu Meili was thinking. She actually chose to divorce you and then chose a worthless lawyer. Ling Qingyin talked to herself. But it's okay. Wu Meili didn't know you were a rough diamond, but I still made a profit. As she spoke, Ling Qingyin's face showed a sweet smile like that of a little girl. But, you are so outstanding, I am afraid I am not worthy of you. Speaking of this, Ling Qingyin's tone was a little sad. Yang Chao stopped the car on the side of the road and hugged Ling Qingyin, who was lost in thought. It's me who's not worthy of you. It's you who's superior. Besides, do we need to make such a clear distinction between the two of us? Isn't what's mine yours? Finally, after Yang Chao's consolation, Ling Qingyin's originally depressed expression bloomed into a beautiful smile again. That's right. You look better when you smile. After saying that, Yang Chao kissed Ling Qingyin's pink face with lightning speed. I want to eat hot pot. Okay, let's eat hot pot. You can eat whatever you want. A few days later, Yang Chao received a message from Wang Long, who sent him a series of information directly, including the address of the antique auction in the evening. Yang Chao said he would go there in the evening. Boss Yang, see you tonight. Good. The conversation between the two ended here. Ling Qingyin came out of the kitchen and asked, would you like to come with me tonight? Ling Qingyin sat on Yang Chao's lap and said, forget it. I have to work overtime at the company tonight and I don't know when I'll be able to get ready. You can go by yourself. Remember to dress up nicely when you go, so that others won't let you in. Hey, why can't I get in? It's just an auction, not a blind date event. Do I have to dress so formally? Forget it, if you don't want to go, I'll go there myself. Afterwards, Lin Qingyin got dressed and went out to work. Yang Chao lay on the bed alone, feeling very bored. When I woke up, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The auction started at 8 o'clock. Yang Chao packed up and still didn't listen to Lin Qingyin. He just found a set of clean clothes and put them on. I was too lazy to drive, so I just took a taxi and headed straight to Ishi Manor. Handsome guy, are you going to Ishi Manor? Kindness. I heard there's an auction at Ishi Manor today. Handsome, do you know what it's about? The driver's mouth was like a Gatling gun with blue flames coming out, thump thump. Yang Chao's head was buzzing. He never stopped talking until Yang Chao got off the car. He really talked about gossip in the universe, from the universe to the origin of species, and then to the gossip about a certain celebrity in the entertainment industry, but the most important thing was that the driver could directly talk about the villa where Yang Chao lived from the gossip. It really all depends on one's mouth. The taxi fare from Yang Chao's villa to Ishi Manor was more than 100 yuan. It's so expensive. I'd better drive myself from now on. Taxis are too expensive, too expensive. After getting off the car, Yang Chao muttered. Yang Chao looked at the huge manor and compared it with his own villa. That's about it. Yang Chao walked directly towards the gate of the manor. Walking to the door and looking at the security guard who was smiling at him, Yang Chao also responded with a very warm smile. Just as Yang Chao was about to walk past him and go in, he was stopped by the security guard who had just smiled. Sir! Sir, you can't go in yet. Huh? Isn't this an antique auction? Why can't I go in? Yang Chao looked at the security guard strangely. Sir! This is an antique auction, but please show me your invitation. If you don't have an invitation, I really can't let you in. The security guard spoke nicely and did not directly tell Yang Chao to get out. Invitation? Those who can come here are either rich or noble, but not much different. Well, sir, if you have something to prove your identity, I can let you in. The security guard was also helping Yang Chao think of a solution. The security guard did not show any disparagement towards Yang Chao and his words were still very pleasant to the ears. Sir, are you here with your friend? It would be okay if your friend shows you the invitation letter. Yang Chao shook his head in distress. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter reached Yang Chao's ears. Let me see who this is. Isn't this our green-haired turtle Yang Chao? Chapter 41 Meeting Wang Zhengyu again. The person who came was Wang Zhengyu. Then he turned his head and looked at the security guard. How do you do your job as a security guard? To be able to work as a security guard in such an important occasion, you should have some sense, right? Look at this loser, wearing tattered clothes, just like a beggar. Why are you still talking to him? In my opinion, you should hurry up and kick him out. What will other guests think if you leave him at the door? Isn't it just that our auction is not high-end at all? There is actually a beggar standing at the door. Wang Zhengyu talked a lot. The security guard's expression looked a little strange. The security guard also took a look at Yang Chao's clothes. Really? It seems that the whole thing is not as expensive as his security uniform. What kind of shoes are they? Nike, but why is the hook on it backwards? It's obviously a fake. If Yang Chao knew what the security guard was thinking, he would just laugh out loud. You've never even heard of the saying if the hook turns against you, you'll lose everything. He couldn't be called a beggar, but he was definitely not someone who could participate in an auction. He was wearing cheap clothes, without any decorative items on his hands or waist, and he didn't own a watch or a luxury car. The security guards also believed that Yang Chao was someone who came to cause trouble. At this time, many guests who came to this place to attend the auction saw this scene at the door. Who is this person? Why is he blocking the door? I don't know, maybe he's a beggar. A man with good eyesight immediately noticed the pair of shoes on Yang Chao's feet. Beggar, didn't you see the limited edition Nike shoes on his feet? They are limited edition styles in the world, and I couldn't even buy them. How much can a pair of shoes be worth, no matter how expensive it is? The man glared at his female companion. That's really a woman's perspective. Did you see the keychain around my waist? What's so good about the keychain? You are so stupid. I really don't know why I brought you here to participate in the auction today. After the auction is over tonight, just get lost and don't come to me again. You have no sense at all. Bringing you here brings shame to me. That's the access card to the Shanhaemun Villa complex. The man glared directly at the female companion beside him. The female companion, who had not taken it seriously at first, was stunned for a moment. She knew about the Shanghai Bay villas in Fohai City. They were very expensive and not for sale to the public. People who could live there had to have very low status. Even if they wanted to buy a villa in Shanghai Bay, they were not eligible. The female companion's mind went blank for a moment, then she reached out and quickly pulled the man, apologizing continuously. But fortunately, the security guard did not hear the conversation between the two men, otherwise he would not have taken out his baton and pointed it at Yang Chao. I'm telling you, you don't even know who he is. He's the one who dared to steal the key to the Shanghai Bay Luang Villa. What is there that he wouldn't dare to enter here? How dare you let him in? If something is lost, will you pay for the loss? Or something? Wang Zhengyu reached out and adjusted the suit he had tailored. This suit alone cost him more than a month's pocket money. If you want to come to the auction, you must at least have an outfit like mine that costs hundreds of thousands, right? Look at you, you're dressed like a beggar. If I didn't know you well, I would have taken out $12 and told you to get out. Wang Zhengyu looked at Yang Chao. A white shirt and a pair of well-worn jeans, an outfit that couldn't be more ordinary. If you go to a random hotel or something, it's unlikely that you'll be let in. But the most important point is what Wang Zhengyu said just now, that Yang Chao even dared to steal the key to the Shanghai Bay Villa. Thinking of this, the security guard became even more disdainful of Yang Chao, as he was actually the one who stole such things. The security guard held the baton and looked directly at Yang Chao. What are you still doing here? Get out of here. Do you want us to kick you out? We really want to help you, but you're actually a thief. The security guard wanted to take action as soon as they had a disagreement. Yang Chao was immediately surrounded. Wang Zhengyu was standing next to him, hugging his shoulders, looking like he was enjoying the show. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Wang Zhengyu saw that the security guards were hesitating and urged them on. At this moment, he was almost unable to bear it any longer and wanted to see Yang Chao being beaten black and blue as soon as possible. Gradually, more and more people gathered around. What's going on? The auction is about to start. Why aren't you guys going in yet? What's so interesting here? A man in a tang suit squeezed in with a strange look on his face. There's just a beggar at the door. But I just can't understand why there aren't that many people coming to this place, so why did a beggar come here today? It's so strange. But looking at his appearance, he doesn't look like a beggar. He is clean, but he looks a little poor. All the onlookers were paying attention to Yang Chao. Ha ha ha. With so many people here, if this green-haired turtle makes a fool of himself in this place, I'm afraid it will become famous in Fohai City. By then, I guess Lin Qingyin will look down on this green-haired turtle. Maybe this will be my chance. Wang Zhengyu's eyes lit up. Yang Chao discovered that these security guards actually wanted to take action, and there were quite a few people surrounding this place, so Yang Chao could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it. I did come here without an invitation today, but I was invited by someone else. Yang Chao looked at the security guard. Ha ha. You were invited by someone else? Who do you think you are? I just can't believe that someone would invite a piece of trash like you. I think you are a thief. The security guard stared at Yang Chao coldly, as if there was anything wrong with Yang Chao, the baton in his hand would hit Yang Chao directly. The security guard was insulting Yang Chao just to vent his anger. He had just been groveling to this poor bastard, which was simply a disgrace to him. He wanted to take his face back now. Yang Chao, it's already like this, why are you still pretending? I'm telling you, I'm recording now, I'm going to post the video of you making a fool of yourself online, and then you'll be the internet celebrity of our Fohai City. You'll be famous. After you become famous, I will see if Ling Qingyin will continue to be with you. Wang Zhengyu looked at Yang Chao with eyes full of jealousy. He must make Yang Chao humiliate him today. I told you that someone invited me here. I believe you all know this person. Wang Long invited me here. He is the owner of the Jalan Night Bar. Yang Chao looked at everyone and shrugged. Anyway, my words are here. Whether you believe it or not is not my business. After hearing what Yang Chao said, not only the security guard didn't believe it, but even the crowd watching didn't believe it. How could Wang Long possibly invite such a person over? Ha 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 ha. Yang Chao, you are so funny. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Wang Long? Boss Wang invited you to the auction? Why didn't you say that it was the richest man in Fohai City who invited you? You really dare to say that? Chapter 42, 1T Let Me In? When Wang Zhengyu heard Yang Chao's words, it was as if he had heard some huge joke. Don't think that you have a good relationship with Boss Wang just because he spoke to you a few more words last time at the bar. Everyone knows that Boss Wang toasted you after you ordered the Supreme set. Wang Zhengyu thought he had seen through all of Yang Chao's tricks. Yang Chao, you should recognize your own identity. You are just a cuckold. What identity can you have? Don't pretend that you are some big shot. Don't think that you can go against me just because you opened a credit card and overdrew some money. I told you, you don't deserve it. However, little did he know that all of Wang Zhengyu's actions seemed stupid to Yang Chao. Wang Zhengyu is like a person with cerebral palsy, self-righteous and thinking he knows everything, but in fact it is just his wishful thinking, just like Jiang Zhe pursuing Ling Qingyin. Jiang Zhe thought that after pursuing Ling Qingyin for a few months, he would definitely win her. This childish idea was really naive. Boss Wang? Boss Wang is not someone you, a country bumpkin, can get to know. The security guard knew Wang Long's identity, and also knew that with Yang Chao's identity, it was impossible for him to be invited by Boss Wang. When Boss Wang came to the auction, the security guard was also there, but Boss Wang didn't say who he had invited. Oh. I see. You want to use Boss Wang's name to steal things, right? Boy, I've seen through you. The security guard had already determined that Yang Chao was definitely a thief. He had subconsciously believed what Wang Zhengyu had said before. Even if my father came here, he wouldn't dare to say that he was invited by Boss Wang. Who do you think you are? Don't always act in someone else's name. No one is a fool. I have already seen through your despicable tricks. Wang Zhengyu still refused to give in. I'm giving you one last chance, kid. If you don't leave here, we'll really force you to leave. If you get hurt somewhere, it won't be our business. The security guard gave Yang Chao an ultimatum. Since the security guards didn't believe him, Yang Chao decided to just fight his way in. Just as he was about to make the Baji hand gesture. What? You still want to hit me? There are so many of us. Am I afraid of you? If you have the ability, come and hit me. The security guard looked at Yang Chao's posture and snorted coldly. Yang Chao saw a man coming out from inside. It was the man in a suit that Yang Chao had seen a few days ago, and also Wang Long's right-hand man. It turned out that Wang Long looked at the time and found that Yang Chao had not arrived yet. He thought that Yang Chao was lost in the manor, so he asked the man in the suit to go out and help bring Yang Chao in. The man in the suit walked around for a long time but couldn't find any trace of Yang Chao, so he decided to go directly to the door to see if Yang Chao had any accident at the door. When the man in the suit comes out, as expected, an accident happened. Yang Chao was stopped by the security guard. Not only was he stopped, but it looked like the security guard was about to attack Yang Chao. If you dare to attack Mr. Yang, no one will be able to save you. The man in the suit looked at him coldly, then hurriedly stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Chao. Boss Yang, the boss sent me to take you in. The man in the suit looked at Yang Chao apologetically. After seeing the man in the suit, Yang Chao retracted his gesture. It's just that you came in time, otherwise I would have taken action directly. Yang Chao looked coldly at the security guards who surrounded him. The security guard became unhappy immediately when he heard Yang Chao's pretentious words. Damn it! What did you say, you little thief? Say it again? Do you still dare to do it? I want to see how you dare to do it. The man in the suit ignored him and prepared to take Yang Chao in. But he was stopped again by the security guard who had just stopped Yang Chao. Who are you? This person is a thief. How can you bring a thief in? The security guard looked very stern. Although the man in the suit is Wang Long's right-hand man, he rarely shows up in public, so the security guards don't know him, otherwise they wouldn't dare to stop him. He had never seen the man in the suit, but some security guards had. Isn't this the man who follows Wang Long, Boss Wang? I broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. Combined with what Yang Chao said just now, I know that what Yang Chao said just now is true. It turns out that this is really a guest invited by Boss Wang Long. They actually stopped Boss Wang's distinguished guest outside. But the stupid security guard who was blocking the way refused to give in and refused to let Yang Chao in no matter what. Bang! There was just a crisp sound. Are you fucking blind? Who told you to stop this gentleman? A security guard who knew the identity of the man in the suit slapped the security guard who blocked the road in the face and scolded him harshly, but his eyes still revealed his fear. I really don't know what you are doing here. You even dare to stop Mr. Lee. Get out of my way right now. The security guard who was slapped in the face couldn't believe it, but he also knew that the man in the suit was not someone he could afford to offend. That's right, he's a thief. The security guard was still mumbling. Mr. Lee is someone close to Boss Wang. How can you question Mr. Lee's identity? It's Mr. Lee's freedom to bring in whoever Boss Lee wants. When does Mr. Lee need to inform a security guard like you before bringing someone in? After hearing the 3 words Boss Wang, the security guard who was slapped felt his legs go limp and he fell to the ground. His whole body was shaking as if he had heard something taboo. Boss Wang? Even Wang Zhengyu recognized Mr. Lee's identity and was stunned with disbelief in his eyes. Mr. Lee was Boss Wang's right-hand man. It can be said that Mr. Lee represents Boss Wang's face. Even when his father was around, Mr. Lee would never be so polite. On the contrary, his father would be servile and fawning when facing Mr. Lee. Sir. I'm sorry, I don't know your identity. If I knew your identity, I wouldn't dare to block your way even if I had 10 times the courage. The security guard on the ground immediately knelt down beside Yang Chao and begged for mercy. He hoped to be forgiven by Yang Chao. If Yang Chao did not forgive him, then his future would be miserable. He had offended Boss Wang's distinguished guest, which would be a slap in Boss Wang's face. As a security guard, he hit Boss Wang in the face, and he knew what the consequences would be. But it was obvious that Yang Chao didn't want to pay attention to him. He followed the man in the suit. When he passed by Wang Zhengyu, he looked at Wang Zhengyu's disbelieving eyes and smiled at him, as if he remembered all of Wang Zhengyu's actions just now. It was not until Yang Chao's figure disappeared from everyone's sight that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The young man just now turned out to be a guest invited by Boss Wang. Didn't the security guard offend Boss Wang's guest? I noticed that when the young man came in, his face looked very dissatisfied. Chapter 43 Heirloom. Come on, let's go in too. The auction will start soon. After Yang Chao went in, people began to enter the entrance, which was originally blocked by crowds of people. After knowing that all the guests at the door had gone in, the security guard was still kneeling on the ground and Wang Zhengyu was still standing there. He couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. He was unwilling to believe that the person who took Yang Chao in was Boss Wang's man. Impossible. Impossible. I don't believe it. How could Yang Chao, a green-haired turtle, be so familiar with Mr. Lee? Even Mr. Lee is so respectful to this green-haired turtle? The fact that the man in a suit came out to pick up customers was so small that it couldn't be any smaller, but it shattered all of Wang Zhengyu's previous thoughts. The man in the suit took Yang Chao into the manor. Boss Yang. I'm really sorry. This incident today is my fault. The man in the suit was the first to admit his mistake. Yang Chao, who originally felt that he had been fooled, calmed down after seeing the man in the suit. Although today's auction may seem ordinary to others, it is very important to the boss. Among the exhibits at this auction are some of my boss's heirlooms that have been lost. The boss came here today to collect his own exhibits. The man in the suit continued talking. At the same time, after the boss included the items in today's auction, it attracted many bigwigs to come. Among these people, there are also enemies of the boss. Their purpose of coming here is to snatch his heirloom in front of him. These people came here today with bad intentions, and I was too worried about my boss's safety, so I was too anxious to see him, so I didn't come out to pick you up in time. From the suit man's words, Yang Chao could still hear his anxiety about Wang Long's safety. Yang Chao did not blame the man in the suit. The two walked side by side. Before entering the auction site, Yang Chao discovered a wide variety of antique toys in the manor. At the same time, after entering, Yang Chao discovered that this manor was also very luxurious, much better than what he had seen in some TV dramas. Along the way, the man in the suit kept expressing his apologies to Yang Chao, saying that this matter was entirely his own fault. Ha ha ha. Okay, I've already said it's okay. If you apologize again, I'll really get angry. As Wang Long's right-hand man, it's normal for you to worry about his safety. Yang Chao really couldn't stand it anymore. The man in the suit had been apologizing all the way, so he patted the man in the suit on the shoulder. Let's go and see Boss Wang. Yang Chao entered the venue under the guidance of the man in a suit. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Chao saw Wan Long talking to several old men around him. They were talking and laughing, and looked very happy. Isn't it said that Boss Wang has a bad relationship with Boss Sun, Boss Li, and Boss Zhou? Why do I feel like they have a very good relationship? The person who spoke was a woman in gorgeous clothes. What the woman saw was that the several people were getting along harmoniously, but what Yang Chao noticed was that although they had smiles on their faces while talking, Yang Chao could tell that they were still competing with each other in private, and they were arguing with each other non-stop. The people who are talking to the boss now are the ones who don't have a very good relationship with the boss, and they are also the ones who came here today to covet the boss's heirloom. The man in the suit helped Yang Chao introduce himself. Boss Wang, I heard that your heirloom is on auction today? Should we make a bet or something? An old man in his Zhongshan suit, his face full of wrinkles, but his eyes exuded the cunning look of a fox. Yes, Boss Wang, how about we make a bet? After today's auction, there will be a treasure appraisal session. How about we compare whose treasure is more valuable? Another old man in a tang suit, this one looked older, rubbing his beard and smiling. How about this, we'll see whose treasure is more valuable. I know Boss Wang owns 12 nightclubs. If we win by a small margin, I'll take 3 of Boss Wang's nightclubs. That shouldn't be too much, right? I have 5 seats. Then I'll take 4 seats. I believe Boss Wang won't refuse, right? Wang Long narrowed his eyes. These old foxes were still thinking about his own property. Although he invited Mr. Yang to take a look today, he was not sure about Yang Chao's ability. However, he still decided to trust Yang Chao. It's just a nightclub, so I'll make a bet with you guys. If I win, I won't ask for much. You just need to compensate me for the nightclub you didn't sit in. I believe you won't lose money on this deal, right? Wan Long immediately asked for 3 more nightclubs. Boss Wang, you are a little. I'm competing with the 3 of you. If I don't have some privileges, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? Don't forget, there are 3 of you. I'm already giving you face by not asking for 12 seats each. If you can't afford the gamble, then don't gamble. Wan Long looked at the 3 people coldly. Yang Chao, who had just come in, also heard their conversation. It turned out that this group of people were not only thinking about Wang Long's heirloom, but also about Wang Long's property. However, Wang Long was too confident in himself. Wang Long glanced and saw Yang Chao. Before the 3 bosses could reply, Wang Long actually stood up and left his seat. Then, in full view of everyone, he quickly walked to Yang Chao's side, with a smile on his face, and shouted, Boss Yang. However, little did they know that Wang Long's action was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone present, even the 3 bosses just now were no exception. What kind of identity is Wang Long? He represents half of the underground world of Fohai City, but such a person actually smiled at a young man, and even had a bit of flattery. Yang Chao's identity became a mystery in everyone's mind. They didn't dare to imagine what Yang Chao's identity was, nor could they imagine how terrifying Yang Chao's identity was. The 3 bosses looked at each other and all agreed that Yang Chao was the backer he had invited. However, they did not show any expressions of excessive surprise. Could it be that Wang Long had a backer, but the 3 bosses had no backers? However, Yang Chao's appearance still disrupted the thoughts of the 3 bosses. I can only grit my teeth and continue to follow my previous ideas. Wang Long took Yang Chao to their seats. Wang Long gave his original seat to Yang Chao and sat directly in the seat next to him. Wang Zhengyu's eyes almost popped out when he saw Wang Long fawning on Yang Chao. When he was outside, he thought that Yang Chao was just invited by Boss Wang to attend the auction together, but he didn't expect that Yang Chao was sitting in a more honorable position, and Wang Long was sitting next to him. Just this action can clearly reflect the status of 2 people. Fuck it. Zhang Zhe. Didn't you say that Yang Chao's identity is just a cuckold, a piece of trash who graduated from a second-tier university? How could such a loser be treated like this by Wang Long? It's obvious that Wang Long's identity is not as noble as Yang Chao's. Wang Zhengyu kept cursing Zhang Zhe. If Wang Zhengyu had known Yang Chao's identity earlier, he would never have joined Zhang Zhe in tripping Yang Chao. Now, Yang Chao has already hated him. How can he still live a good life? As he thought about it, cold sweat began to flow down Wang Zhengyu's forehead and drip onto his suit worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. He didn't even notice it. Now there was nothing but fear in his heart. He really wanted to leave the auction as soon as possible, but his legs were no longer under his control. He just sat in his seat stupidly, looking very listless. Zhang Zhe, I'm going to kill you. What you said is all bullshit. Bullshit second-tier university, bullshit ordinary people, bullshit credit card. They're all fucking fake. Wang Zhengyu faced Yang Chao head-on today and offended him badly. The smile he gave him when he came in before seemed more and more sinister the more he looked at it. Before, Zhang Zhe had always been in direct confrontation with Yang Chao. Now Zhang Zhe was put in solitary confinement by his father, and he even mocked him. Now, he was afraid that he was finished, and that he might not even be able to save his father. Chapter 44 let him speak. Wang Zhengyu was so anxious that he almost cried. It's so sad. It's like the pot calling the kettle black. I have completely figured out Yang Chao. Zhang Zhe. You killed me. Wang Zhengyu was hesitant and wanted to apologize to Yang Chao, but it felt like there was a huge rock weighing thousands of pounds under his feet and he couldn't move his legs. When he thought of the scene of humiliating Yang Chao at the door just now, his little heart couldn't help but beat up and down. Wang Zhengyu even felt that his heart might jump out in the next second. Yang Chao, who was sitting not far away, had no idea how conflicted Wang Zhengyu was. He also had no idea that Wang Zhengyu hated Zhang Zhe. To him, Wang Zhengyu was just an ant and not worth his attention at all. To put it bluntly, the dragon god would not care about the noise of ants. In Yang Chao's eyes, Wang Zhengyu is just an ant, so he never takes such a person seriously. As soon as Yang Chao sat down, the three bosses rolled their eyes and looked at each other, as if they had reached some kind of agreement. It was the older man in the tang suit who spoke again. He said with a smile, Boss Wang, who is this boss? Why does he look so strange? As soon as the old man in the tang suit started talking, the old man in the Zhengshan suit next to him quickly added, That's right, Boss Wang, your friends are here, why don't you introduce them to each other? That's not very nice. Several people were talking to each other, as if they were very familiar with Yang Chao. If you don't know, you might think these people are just old friends who have been dating for many years. How could Wang Long not know what these old guys were thinking? Just as he was about to speak, a middle-aged man who looked slightly older than him suddenly walked over. The middle-aged man said to Yang Chao with a contemptuous tone, What a bullshit big boss, he is just a loser who was cheated on by a woman. Yang Chao was about to get angry when the system notification sound suddenly came to his mind. Every time the system prompt sounded, Yang Chao knew that his good luck was coming. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, facing the humiliation of Minister Liu, please choose whether to fight back? Fight back, you must fight back. Yang Chao doesn't like being scolded for no reason. Option 1, do not fight back and allow Minister Liu to humiliate you. Reward, lose Wang Long's favor and be looked down upon by everyone. Option 2, fight back. As the old saying goes, if you want to destroy someone, you must first make him crazy. Let Minister Liu become extremely arrogant, and then fight back crazily. You will get a reward, a copy of the fake financial accounts of Minister Liu's company, and 60% of the shares of Minister Liu's company. After seeing the system's option rewards, Yang Chao was shocked. Sure enough, the products produced by the system must be high quality. Minister Liu has many companies under his name, and any one of them is estimated to be valued at over 100 million. To obtain 60% of the shares of one of these companies is no small amount. Just as he hesitated, the three bosses had different reactions. Well, the three bosses were stunned and their eyes immediately became strange. So, this is just a poor fellow. We thought he was from nowhere. Minister Liu, do you want to die? Wang Long was angered by the middle-aged man's behavior. Yang Chao was his invited guest, and now he was being humiliated in public like this, how could he bear it? Immediately, Wang Long started to curse. Boss Wang, let him speak. Yang Chao held down Wang Long, who was about to stand up, and signaled him not to speak. The system has said that if desire leads to one's destruction, it must first drive one crazy. Let this guy talk a few more words, he will cry later. Wang Long was signaled to sit down by Yang Chao, although he didn't understand what this meant, he sat down directly. Seeing that Wang Long and Yang Chao did not refute, the man actually thought that these two people were afraid of them. Involuntarily, the three men became even more rampant. Boss Wang, we thought he was some big shot, but we didn't expect you to invite such a jerk. The middle-aged man explained, you may not know this, but this guy is a poor guy. He has been a gigolo for a female company boss in the past few days. He was called a cuckold before. His wife has been cheating on him for more than a year, and the hat on his head has become as green as a prairie. I told you, look at his attire, everything on him is not worth as much as a mouthful of my spit. It turns out he is just a poor fellow. He's just a bumpkin, Boss Wang. You invited someone like him here. Isn't that a slap in your face? Looking at these people spitting everywhere, Yang Chao's expression did not change at all. It was as if these people were not talking about him. You don't know. When he entered the door just now, the security guard stopped this kid. If someone hadn't brought him in, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to get through the door. At this moment, the middle-aged man laughed even louder. Wang Long was sitting next to Yang Chao. Listening to these words that insulted Yang Chao, his face looked extremely ugly. What's going on? Wang Long looked at the man in a suit standing beside him. As Wang Long's right-hand man, the man in the suit naturally knew that he could not hide anything and immediately told him what happened at the door. Have that security guard pack up and leave immediately. Also, from today on, I don't want to see that security guard again in the entire Fohai city. Yang Chao was a guest invited by Wang Long, and he was stopped by a security guard. How could Wang Long not be angry? Ha, Boss Wang, if you're angry, don't take it out on the people below you. The middle-aged man said provocatively again. The middle-aged man's name is Minister Lu, and he is a well-known figure in the entire Fohai city. Although it is slightly weaker than Wang Long, the gap is not that big. The two of them are running the same business, and they have always had many conflicts. In past confrontations, Minister Lu always lost more than he won. Today, he finally got a chance to strike Wang Long on his territory. How could he let it go? You're done? Looking at Minister Lu quietly, Yang Chao spoke slowly. That's it. What's wrong with you? You're just a poor bastard. Even if you don't accept it, you have to endure it for me. Minister Lu said with disdain. He is just a poor boy who was cheated on by his wife. What qualifications does he have to talk to me? Your acting is okay, and your expressions are good too. I think you are suitable to be an actor, and you can definitely win the Best Actor award. Yang Chao looked at Minister Lu as if he was watching a monkey, with a look full of mockery. He let Minister Lu jump up and down and didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, I'm giving you face, but you dare to say such things to me. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake today, I promise you will die an ugly death. That's enough. Wang Long, who was standing by, finally couldn't help it anymore and shouted, interrupting Minister Lu's words. Chapter 45 Mr. Yang, I was wrong. This auction was organized by Wang Long, and this is also Wang Long's territory. As the saying goes, one can do it once or twice, but not 3 times. Minister Lu's humiliation of Yang Chao really made Wang Long extremely furious. If Wang Long had not been held down by Yang Chao before, he would have exploded long ago. Unfortunately, Minister Lu's excessive demands caused Wang Long to completely explode. In an instant, the huge courtyard became eerily quiet. Whether it is the 3 bosses, Minister Lu, or Wang Long, the status of these 5 people is quite high among all the people in the entire courtyard. Not to mention here, even outside this yard, these 5 people are considered well-known figures in the entire Fohai city. The abnormality of these 5 people made countless people look sideways. Minister Lu, please don't be shameless. Wang Long did not hide his anger at all. He pointed at Minister Lu's nose and started cursing loudly. Boss Wang, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so angry? Could it be that what I said was a lie? Minister Lu was not going to stand up to Wang Long's loud scolding in front of so many people. The 3 bosses next to them seemed determined to stand on Minister Lu's side, and they spoke almost at the same time. Boss Wang, what Boss Lu said is right. That guy is just a poor fellow. I don't know what tricks he used to deceive you. You don't have to be angry with him. Yeah, what are our identities? A loser who was cheated on by a woman, what qualifications do I have to be compared with you and me? Don't you feel cheap sitting with him, Boss Wang? After Minister Lu spoke, the 3 people spoke one after another, and in just a few words they made Yang Chao sound worthless. It is no exaggeration to say that those who can appear here today are not ordinary people. A person worth millions is no different from an ordinary person here. From the perspective of those present, Yang Chao's clothes were no different from those of a beggar. Wang Long knew what those people were thinking, but he also knew Yang Chao's mystery, so he immediately retorted, "You guys remember this, no matter who it is, as long as I, Wang Long, like someone, he is my brother." Then, with everyone stunned, Wang Long spoke again, word by word, "From now on, all the companies and entertainment venues under my name, Wang Long, will be divided into half to brother Yang Chao." Hiss. Wang Long's decision shocked everyone present. Many people exclaimed, "Is this a dream? Who is Wang Long?" Although he is not omnipotent in the entire Fohai city, he is still a big shot whose feet would tremble if he stomps his feet. He owns more than a dozen nightclubs, not to mention other entertainment venues. And now, he was going to give half of his wealth to a plain-looking young man in front of so many people. If the media reporters knew about this, it would probably dominate the headlines of tomorrow's news. "Brother Wang, you are too polite. I really cannot accept this gift from you." Yang Chao smiled and rejected Wang Long's kindness. But he didn't like this kind of gift. As the saying goes, a poor man doesn't accept food given out of pity. Besides, he was not a poor man. "Brother Yang." Just as Wang Long was about to continue speaking, Yang Chao decisively interrupted him. "Okay, Brother Wang, I appreciate your kindness." Just rejected Wang Long's gift? This scene stunned everyone present. Someone actually refused half of Wang Long's wealth. Some people think that Yang Chao must be a fool, otherwise why would he refuse this decision? In everyone's opinion, no one would refuse Wang Long's decision unless he was a fool. Wang Long has numerous businesses in Fohai City. Many people believe that he has tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Giving half of his wealth to anyone would make them a billionaire. But Yang Chao just gave up like that, and countless people secretly cursed Yang Chao for being stupid. "Ha, I told you, this guy is poor." Turns out he's not only poor, he's also an idiot. "Boss Wang, did you see that? Someone is willing to give up tens of billions of dollars but refuses to take them. Do you really need to sit with such a moron? Yeah, hurry up, stay away from this guy, lest his stupidity infect us." Ding! Congratulations to the host for making Minister Lu so inflated. As a reward, the host will be given a copy of the fake financial account information of the company under Minister Lu's name, and 60% of the shares of this company. The System's reward has arrived. At this moment, Yang Chao was extremely happy. Just when Minister Lu was about to avoid Yang Chao as if he were the plague, Yang Chao stopped Minister Lu. "I don't want to get close to idiots, please keep your distance from me." Minister Lu taunted. "Oh, then please have a look at this document, Boss Lu." Having said that, Yang Chao directly used the file format of his mobile phone to open the information about the tax evasion of Lu Qingqing's company that was awarded by the system. Yang Chao just opened an interface at random and displayed some data. After seeing the familiar data above, Minister Lu's face turned green on the spot. "This must be fake. It must be fake. You hired someone to trick me." Minister Lu desperately shook his head to deny it all. Even if he has something to hide, he dare not admit it. "Fake?" Yang Chao sneered, "Take a look at the others." As he spoke, he flipped through a few more pages of documents on his phone. "No, absolutely not." Minister Lu was almost frightened to death. What happened to Boss Lu? The people around him didn't understand. Why does it look like Boss Lu was startled by something? Just now, didn't Boss Lu look down on that person? Why did his expression suddenly change? He's as scared as a mouse seeing a cat. What surprised everyone was yet to come. Yang Chao casually flipped through the document in his phone again. Minister Lu, you can no longer stand this time." His legs went limp. Sweat began to flow from his forehead. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. All that information was about his company's accounts, and the pages he saw were all problematic accounts. Once these accounts are seen by the relevant personnel, his company will be finished. "Boss Yang, no, Brother Yang, I was wrong, please let me go." With a thud, Minister Lu fell to his knees on the ground. His eyes were filled with tears, and he looked as pitiful as he could be. "Boss Lu, what happened?" Everyone was stunned when they saw Minister Lu suddenly kneeling on the ground. What is going on? Why is Minister Lu kneeling down? "Boss Lu, what are you doing? Get up quickly." The three people next to him wanted to hold Minister Lu back, but no matter how they persuaded him, Minister Lu just refused to get up from his knees. "Brother Yang, I was wrong. What I said just now was just bullshit. Please forgive me." I swear, I will never do it again. Minister Lu cried loudly, and everyone could hear his crying clearly. Chapter 46 Buying Antiques. The sudden change made everyone drop their jaws. Both Wang Long and the three bosses standing by were confused. They didn't know what was wrong with Minister Lu. What I just said was all bullshit. I was just talking nonsense because I was crazy. Can you just pretend you didn't hear anything? Minister Lu tried desperately to defend himself. He didn't dare to hesitate at all. The information in Yang Chao's mobile phone doesn't need to be much, any random page can put him in trouble. Minister Lu, you are such a coward, why are you afraid of a loser? Can he eat you? The old man in Tang suit had a look of disdain on his face. No, how can Mr. Yang be a waste? I am the waste. I am the waste. Compared with Mr. Yang, I am not even worthy of being called a waste. I can only be called garbage. Minister Lu tried his best to humiliate himself, hoping that Yang Chao would let him go. After all, if he took those things out, he would be sued. Minister Lu, don't you think it's a little late to admit your mistake? Yang Chao spoke slowly to Minister Lu, who was kneeling on the ground. Boss Yang, please let me go. I am willing to give you 10% of the company's shares. 10%? Yang Chao smiled and said, I don't need it. Wow, this Mr. Yang is so amazing. Even a person like Mr. Lu was scared like this. Who is he? Nonsense, he was invited by Boss Wang to sit in that position. How could he be an ordinary person? I didn't expect that a person who usually dares to confront Boss Wang would cry like this in front of Boss Yang. This is really... Although everyone was not clear about what had happened here, the result was now before their eyes. Minister Lu even knelt down to Yang Chao. This was more convincing than anything else. Boss Yang, what's going on? Wang Long was also a little confused. Why would Minister Lu kneel down to Yang Chao? But when some law enforcement officers entered the yard accompanied by security guards and said they wanted to take Minister Lu back for investigation, Wang Long understood instantly. Awesome. 666. That's amazing. They actually put Boss Lu in jail. This somewhat absurd farce ended with Minister Lu being arrested, which really shocked everyone. It was also during this scene that everyone secretly speculated about the true identity of this Mr. Yang. Minister Lu's departure did not end the auction, but made it even more lively. Many of them were eager to get to know Yang Chao, but when they saw Wang Long next to them, they gave up the idea. Boss Wang, Mr. Yang, there are some good things for sale over there. Let's go over there first. Boss Li and the other two had originally wanted to use Minister Lu to deal a good blow to Wang Long, but in the end they lost face because of Minister Lu's arrest. Now, they can only think of other ways. As time goes by, some of the antiques displayed at the counter have begun to be sold. Some of the gadgets that looked valuable were sought after by many people and were sold at high prices. Boss Yang, let's go and take a look. Wang Long was in a good mood because of what happened just now, and immediately wanted to see if he could buy some nice things. Please. Wang Long, Yang Chao, and the man in the suit slowly walked towards the exhibition stand. When several people approached a booth, a middle-aged man was introducing a plate-shaped porcelain with saliva flying. Someone saw Wang Long and his group approaching, and subconsciously made room for them. This is a Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl that I bought from a farmer. It is rare in the country, and there are even fewer in Fohai City. I can't guarantee that it is a treasure, but based on my experience, I am about 70% sure that it is authentic, so I'm asking for 5 million. 10 million. The old man in Tang suit who had always been at odds with Wang Long was named Zhou Sudong, who was in his 60s or 70s. He usually liked porcelain antiques and the like, so when he saw the blue and white porcelain bowl, he was immediately attracted. Without waiting for Wang Long to speak, he directly offered to buy this Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl. Wang Long also saw the blue and white porcelain bowl, but unfortunately he was a step too slow. He was about to raise the price, but finally held back. Although he could also raise the price, Zhou Sudong spoke before him, so if he raised the price again, it would seem like competition. After all, this treasure is not for auction. If competition arises now, there will definitely be some unexpected troubles later. So, Wang Long had no choice but to give up that plan. Boss Wang, I'm sorry, I'll take this treasure first. Afterwards, under the helpless eyes of Yang Chao and Wang Long, Zhou Sudong bought several treasures in succession, each of which was worth several million, and one even cost tens of millions. The other two people, Li Haishan and Sun Xianfeng, also bought a few antiques. The only thing in Wang Long's hand was a treasure that looked pretty good, which Wang Long bought for 1.8 million. Although this thing looks good, it is inevitably inferior to what Zhou Sudong and the others have. About half an hour later, after each of them bought some antiques and treasures, they met each other again. But it was still similar to before, and Wang Long still had the least things in his hands, one held in each hand by the man in the suit, and there was also an ancient painting in his arms. Hey, Boss Wang, you're not reluctant to spend money, are you? Why did you buy these few things? And Mr. Yang, why did you only buy one? Could it be that this one is priceless? When the three men saw that Yang Chao only had a scroll in his hand, they immediately began to laugh. Come on, let me see this? After taking a look, he pretended to be shocked and exclaimed, Wow, this is actually Tang Bohu's painting. The two people next to him also asked in an exaggerated manner. Tang Bohu's painting was bought for more than 1 million yuan, so it should be worth at least 10 million yuan, right? If it was a real Tang Bohu painting, 30 million would be enough. Unfortunately, this is a fake painting, so $100 is enough. After saying this, the three of them immediately burst into laughter. Mr. Yang is too young. He only bought one thing, but it turned out to be fake. I think he wants to cry. That thing looks pretty scary, it's just to fool kids, but I didn't expect someone would actually buy it. In fact, many people have seen the painting of Tang Bohu in Yang Chao's hand, but they all knew it was a fake, so no one bought it. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, facing the ridicule of Zhou Sudong and the other three, will you help Wang Long and yourself regain face? Option 1, regain your face and gain super treasure appraisal ability. Option 2, don't save face and let Zhou Sudong continue to mock you. Damn, it must be to regain face. Yang Chao didn't even think twice and directly chose option 1 to save his face. Facing Zhou Sudong's blow, he smiled slightly. You must be joking, old man. I never told you who wrote it, did I? Yang Chao's counterattack stunned Zhou Sudong and the other three, and they couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. It seemed that from beginning to end, Yang Chao never said that this thing belonged to Tang Bohu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for regaining his dignity and obtaining the super treasure appraisal skill. The next moment, Yang Chao felt a pain in his eyes, as if something extra was there. Chapter 47 Real Fake Painting. After obtaining the super treasure appraisal technique, Yang Chao's gaze immediately stopped on his own scroll. Is it authentic? The super treasure appraisal technique gave Yang Chao some information. After digesting the information, Yang Chao looked a little strange. My luck is really good. This landscape painting by Tang Bohu is indeed fake, but he is also real. Because this is Zheng Daqian's imitation of Tang Bohu's landscape painting. Boss Yang, what do you mean? This is signed by Jinshan Tangyin, but you say he is not Tang Bohu? Who says that if the signature is Tangyin, it must be Tang Bohu? When Yang Chao said this, the onlookers were stunned. Then, all the onlookers couldn't help laughing. No, oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. I am really dying of laughter. Has this guy ever been educated? Doesn't he know Tangyin, also known by his courtesy name Bohu? It's really scary to be uneducated. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but even Wang Long and the others felt extremely embarrassed. Indeed, Tangyin is Tang Bohu, which is basically common sense, but Yang Chao said it is not, which is really laughable. Boss Wang, look at Boss Yang. Is he going crazy because he can't stand this blow? Zhou Sudong suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, it's just a fake painting, it's only over 1 million, it's really not worth that. Just as Zhou Sudong and the other three were laughing, Yang Chao shook his head helplessly. By the way, did you guys listen to me? Okay, then let's listen to what Mr. Yang has to say. Zhou Sudong and the others were laughing so hard that their mouths were almost crooked. At this time, they didn't care what Yang Chao said to explain more. Just as you said, the signature on it is indeed the signature of Tangyin from Jinshan, but didn't you just say that this painting is not Tangyin's? So, you say, this signature is from Tang Bohu? Yang Chao's question made Zhou Sudong, who was standing opposite him, stunned. This seems to make sense indeed. Besides, Yang Chao continued, who said this is a fake painting? Without waiting for Zhou Sudong to speak, Yang Chao explained, could it be that Tang Bohu was the only one in ancient times who could paint? Could it be that Mr. Zhang Daqian couldn't paint? Zhang Daqian? After hearing Yang Chao say this name, some people immediately remembered his deeds. No, this is an imitation of Mr. Zhang Daqian's painting. It's really a copy of Zhang Daqian's painting. We couldn't tell it at all. Although this painting is not an authentic work of Tang Boho, it is an authentic work of Mr. Zhang Daqian. His paintings are not necessarily cheaper than Tang Boho's. I missed out on an authentic painting by Zhang Daqian. I'm so pissed off. So pissed off. Some people were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. This painting was purchased for just over 1.2 million yuan. Even if it was an authentic one, it would only be worth several times the price. But if it was a work by Zhang Daqian, that would be a different story. Boss Yang, you are really amazing. At this time, Wang Long was almost overwhelmed with admiration for Yang Chao. Any ancient painting he bought could have such value. He didn't know how to describe his admiration for Yang Chao. Boss Zhou, what a pity that you three missed out on such a great painting. Why don't you take a look at other works? Maybe you can also gain something like this. As he spoke, Wang Long began to laugh unscrupulously. Wang Long was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. On the other hand, Zhou Sudong and the other three looked as if they had stepped on dog poop, their faces looking extremely ugly. The words Wang Long and Yang Chao said just now were like a loud slap in the face. Their faces turned red and they couldn't say a word. After slapping Zhou Sudong in the face, Yang Chao's gaze shifted to the blue and white porcelain bowl in Zhou Sudong's arms. Fake. When the information about this blue and white porcelain bowl appeared in Yang Chao's mind, he almost laughed to death. Zhou Sudong bought 6 treasures in total. Although the blue and white porcelain was not the most expensive one, it was almost as expensive. Zhou Sudong was also secretly proud of being the first to buy this blue and white porcelain. After learning from Wang Long that the old man in tang suit was called Zhou Sudong, Yang Chao laughed playfully. If the other party knew that he spent 10 million to buy a fake thing, would he be so angry that he vomited blood? Boss Zhou, I see you've gained a lot. How's it going? Any good stuff? That's right. I bought 6 pieces in total, and each one is very valuable, especially this blue and white porcelain bowl. I bought it thanks to Boss Wang. If I sell it, it will start at 30 million. I guess it should be slightly more expensive than the painting in your hand. Zhou Sudong couldn't help but get excited when he thought that his treasure was worth more than the other parties and he could win the bet. Those words just now were also told to him by an old man next to him. In order to strike back at Wang Long at the auction this time, Zhou Sudong, Li Hashan and Sun Xianfeng all used their connections to invite a master of antiques. It is because of these 3 masters that the 3 of them are so confident. After buying this blue and white porcelain bowl just now, Zhou Sudong turned around and asked the master for advice. The master recognized it at a glance and set a price, so Zhou Sudong said that. Snort. Wang Long was very angry when he thought that the blue and white porcelain was bought right in front of him, but unfortunately he was powerless to refute. There's nothing he can do about it, it's just that he is not familiar with the antique business. Look, Boss Wang is going to suffer a loss. Some people around saw the contest here, and they also realized that Wang Long and Yang Chao were at a disadvantage at the moment. Both Wang Long and Yang Chao are not too old, so it is not easy for them to buy an authentic item by accident. Compared with Zhou, Li, and Sun, the combined age of the 2 of them is probably about the same as that of one of them. Many people couldn't help but sigh, Boss Wang is going to suffer a big loss, after all, he is still young. In the antique business, experience is what counts. Compared to Boss Zhou and his team, Boss Wang and his team are just too young. No one was optimistic about Yang Chao and Wang Long. After all, considering their age, they don't look like they have been in the antique business for a long time. Well. At this moment, Yang Chao took a look at the blue and white porcelain bowl in Zhou Sudong's hand and couldn't help but sigh. Blue and white porcelain bowls are indeed very expensive, but if they are fake, they are not worth much. Boss Yang, what do you mean? What makes you say my blue and white porcelain bowl is fake? Zhou Sudong said to Yang Chao with dissatisfaction. Ahem, Boss Zhou, there are so many people watching here. It would be too embarrassing if people knew that you spent 10 million to buy a fake thing. Yang Chao's face showed an expression of I'm doing this for your own good, but his voice was so loud and deep, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Chapter 48. A bowl was broken. Fake? That's impossible. Boss Zhou is so old, how could he be wrong? Maybe Mr. Yang is just talking nonsense. How can he have any experience? He probably bought that painting by sheer luck. Many people still think that Yang Chao is too young and has little experience. But Zhou Sudong is different. Many people know him in the antique business. Hearing Yang Chao say that the blue and white porcelain bowl was fake, Li Hashan beside him couldn't help but speak up. Boss Yang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You said that this blue and white porcelain bowl is fake, so does it mean it is fake? That's right, if you say it's fake, then it's fake. Do you have any evidence? Zhou Sudong quickly added. Then, without waiting for Yang Chao to answer, Sun Xianfeng spoke again. Boss Yang, with your status, you shouldn't say anything careless, right? If you say something wrong, you should apologize to Boss Zhou, right? Apologize? Yang Chao sneered and looked at the three guys. Okay, then I'll give you the evidence to see if this bowl is fake. Humph, he's just a young boy, he doesn't know shit, let him talk, see if he can explain it. Does he know what blue and white porcelain is? Li, Zhou, and Sun all looked down upon Yang Chao. In their opinion, Yang Chao was just talking nonsense. Yang Chao ignored the looks of the three people and pointed directly at the blue and white porcelain bowl in Zhou Sudong's hand and said, in fact, there are not many Song Dynasty porcelains in existence, so there are not many examples that can be verified. When Yang Chao said this, many people couldn't help but blink. It is not difficult to see from this sentence that Yang Chao has some knowledge about Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Zhou Sudong and the others urged them impatiently. After taking a look at the three guys, Yang Chao continued, the Rome we can see now are basically grayish-white with thick tires and white with thin tires. Have you ever seen a dark black one with thin tires? Also, look at those spots on the bottom of the bowl. Do you think they are the result of cat urine? What Yang Chao said was easy to understand, and the people around him couldn't help but be a little surprised. They underestimated the young man in front of them. He knew no less than some experts and scholars. Zhou Sudong, who was standing by, almost vomited out of disgust when he thought about how he couldn't help licking the rim of the bowl just now. So disgusting. After hearing what Yang Chao said, Zhou Sudong felt that he might not be able to eat for a week. It's really fucking disgusting. He didn't pay any attention to these details when he bought it before. He was just busy buying things before Wang Long. I didn't expect Boss Zhou to die so early, but that thing really doesn't look like a product of modern technology. Someone said in a low voice. Who knows? I spent 10 million and bought a fake thing. What a loss. Fortunately, I didn't buy it, otherwise I would be so angry. Indeed, only those big bosses can afford such expensive things, and only they can bear the consequences of it being a fake. Although the discussion nearby was not loud, it pierced Zhou Sudong's heart like a steel needle. It seems that Mr. Yang is quite impressive. A young man actually bought a real painting, while Mr. Zhou actually bought such a fake. Shoo, stop talking. If they hear you, you'll be in big trouble. Zhou Sudong spoke with a sad face. Mr. Chiu, is this thing really fake as he said? There aren't many Song Dynasty porcelain products left in the world, and I'm not sure, but when I think about the flaws Mr. Yang mentioned, it seems to be true, but... The master standing next to Zhou Sudong, who was about the same age as him, hesitated for a while before speaking slowly. After saying this, Zhou Sudong rolled his eyes on the spot. I suffered a huge loss, I spent 10 million and bought nothing. Buying fake things is a small matter, but losing face in front of Wang Long is a big deal. Ah, thank you so much, Boss Zhou, for saving me 10 million. Thank you, you are such a good person. It would have been fine if Wang Long didn't say anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhou Sudong almost fainted from anger. Rubbish, rubbish. Bang. After the roar, Zhou Sudong was furious. Without waiting for Master Chiu to finish his words, he threw the Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl in his arms to the ground. The sound of the porcelain bowl breaking was extremely clear, and Yang Chao was stunned by it. The things I bought for 10 million were broken into pieces. Boss Zhou, why did you drop it? If the fake thing doesn't fall, what's the point of having it? Zhou Sudong said unhappily. But he's not fake, is he? Ahem, well, although this is not from the Song Dynasty, it is a product of the official kiln of the Yuan Dynasty. Yang Chao said with some heartache. What? Zhou Sudong widened his eyes, looked at Yang Chao in disbelief, and then looked at Master Chiu. Mr. Yang is right. After the Song Dynasty was destroyed by the Yuan Dynasty, most of its craftsmanship was inherited by the Yuan Dynasty. I did misjudge this porcelain bowl at first, but although it is not from the Song Dynasty, it is also from the Yuan Dynasty. Its value. As he was talking, Master Chiu discovered that the way Zhou Sudong looked at him had changed. It was as if he wanted to kill him. How much is it worth? Zhou Sudong asked through gritted teeth. It's estimated to be around 3 to 5 million. If we can equip a team, or 4 of them, the price may be higher. Oh my goodness. Zhou Sudong was so angry that he lost his rationality and couldn't help but swear. Just with that move, 3 to 5 million are gone. He is rich, but no matter how rich he is, he cannot afford to squander like this. A bowl worth 3 to 5 million yuan was just smashed like that? Why do I feel like Boss Zhou has been fooled? Someone said in a low voice. Maybe if I pick it up and glue it together, I can sell it for hundreds of thousands. Staring at the fragments on the ground, Yang Chao said seriously. Puff. A female guest in a pink and white dress couldn't help laughing out loud when she heard what Yang Chao said. When she smiled, the onlookers couldn't help laughing crazily. Boss Zhou, you are rich, Wang admires you. Wang Long did not even try to conceal his sarcasm at this time, and he even wished he could beat the other person to death. It feels so good. Except for Zhou Sudong, Li Heshan and Sun Xianfeng hesitated for a moment, but finally resisted the urge to show off. They don't want to be fooled. Boss Wang, President Yang, the auction hasn't ended yet, and the treasure appraisal hasn't started yet. Let's wait and see. Let's go. After saying this harsh word, Zhou Sudong no longer dared to stay. He turned around and walked into the crowd with Master Chiu, not even daring to mention an apology. Boss Yang, you are truly a god. Wan Long was once again shocked by Yang Chao's methods. He never thought that he could trick Zhou Sudong like this. Just now, Yang Chao almost rubbed Zhou Sudong's face on the ground. Chapter 49. The auction begins. The auction is about to start, and I don't have anything good. Wang Long, who only had 3 things in his hand, frowned. There will be a treasure appraisal conference after the auction, and that will be the highlight. He has already made a bet with those 3 men. After this auction, during the treasure appraisal session, whoever has the most valuable item can win a lot of entertainment venues from the other party. Although Wang Long's family is wealthy, if he loses the bet, losing the nightclub is a small matter, but losing face is a big matter. Let's take it one step at a time. There are still a lot of good things here. Let's take a look first. Maybe we can find some bargains. After acquiring the super treasure appraisal skills, Yang Chao also gained confidence. Even though Li Zhousun and the other 3 have professional masters in charge, compared with the super treasure appraisal technique, those old guys are nothing. After buying a few more items, the auction was finally about to begin. Boom! Then a huge bell rang. The huge courtyard immediately became quiet. The free purchasing time is over, and now it will be the climax of the day. The auction will officially begin in 2 minutes. When the host announced the news through the loudspeaker in the yard, the crowd that had been gathering in groups of 3 or 4 all walked in a specific direction. After everyone was seated, a white-haired old man accompanied by a tall girl announced the start of the auction. This auction is quite special. All items are auctioned blindly. During the auction, no one knows what is being auctioned, not even the host. Moreover, just in case, all the items were placed in a glass box and the auction was conducted under the supervision of a third party. There was also a black cloth covering the glass box so that no one could see it. Only when the items are in the hands of the customers will the auctioneer know what the items are. There were a total of 100 items participating in the auction. The best ones among them are priced over 100 million. Not only are those items astonishingly expensive, their research value is equally astonishing. It is no exaggeration to say that they are priceless. These items are also known as the treasures of this auction, or the most valuable treasures. Among them are heirlooms belonging to Wang Long, so Wang Long is determined to get these things. Of course, not all of these 100 items are rare treasures. There are also some medium-quality items, which account for about 1/5, and the rest are all ordinary items. Although there are a large number of them, their total price may not be as high as that of one of the most valuable items. But no matter how valuable they are, one thing is guaranteed: these things are all real. If a fake item is bought at an auction, the owner of the item will return double the price to the auctioneer. Because of this, when the first auction item appeared, many people started bidding. The reserve price was 1 million, and a fat man bid 1.5 million. 1,800,000. Not far from the fat man, a man in a suit and tie spoke. 2 million. 3 million. Wang Long made an offer. I'll give you 5 million. Although Wang Long also called out a price, this did not stop others from bidding. Wang Long hesitated for a moment, but in the end did not continue speaking. There are 99 items in total being auctioned this time, and it is impossible for every one of them to be a good one. In the end, the first auction item was bought by a beautiful middle-aged woman, but it was not directly shown to everyone. Instead, it was kept by the person involved herself. This is also an unspoken rule. No matter who it is, after taking a picture of the item, they are not allowed to show the item to others on the spot. This is also to prevent some people from having bad ideas. After the first item, the second item also started. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth. It wasn't until the 10th item was bought by Wang Long that his face became even uglier. There were a total of 10 items in front, and Wang Long only bought 2. The other 8, except the first one, were all bought by Li Zhousun and his 2 companions. As for Yang Chao, he never spoke. The main reason was that he knew nothing about this kind of auction and had no idea how to start. Wang Long was not satisfied with this result. "Ah, Boss Wang, you're bound to lose this bet." Li Hushan laughed wildly. He teamed up with 2 other people and had already bought several good treasures. If the current situation continued, as long as he bought more things from the auction than Wang Long, the probability of him defeating Wang Long would be much greater. Zhou Sudong and Sun Xianfeng also had the same idea as him. No matter how you look at it, Wang Long is only one person, while they have 3, and the things they just photographed are quite good. Although their value is not too high, it is not low either. Isn't it too early for you to be proud? Wang Long looked at Li Heshan and the other 3, then turned his gaze to Yang Chao. "Boss Wang, stop looking. This is probably Mr. Yang's first time attending an auction like this." Seeing that Yang Chao remained silent, Li Heshan and the others couldn't help but chuckle. This kind of auction is rare in Fohai City. This time, they also wanted to trick Wang Long, so they joined forces with many people to promote this kind of auction, so that Wang Long would watch his treasure slip away. "Mr. Yang, you are still young, it is normal that you have never seen it. This is something that only high-end people can play with." "Ha ha, Boss Wang, the person you hired is no good. It seems that we can't help you this time. It seems that you are destined to lose to us later. Your nightclub KTV must be ready. We will go there to sign the contract tonight." Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, do you want to help Wang Long get those treasures that are circulating outside? Option 1, help Wang Long to bid for those treasures that are circulating outside, and you will get a reward, 3 hours of perspective. Option 2, do not help Wang Long to bid for those treasures that are circulating outside. Afterwards, Wang Long will lose the bet and will lose the super treasure appraisal technique given by the system. Coming again? Yang Chao originally came to help Wang Long, but there was not much he could do to help. Now that the system has given Yang Chao this opportunity, how could Yang Chao give up this opportunity? Without any hesitation, Yang Chao instantly chose option 1. No matter what, he would help Wang Long get back the treasures that were circulating outside. As soon as Yang Chao chose option 1, he heard a ding sound in his ear, and then Yang Chao felt as if his eyes were enlightened. Just in time, the 11th item was placed on the table. With a casual glance towards the auction, he saw what was underneath the black cloth. This is a Tang San Kai. Chapter 50, the most valuable treasure. After seeing this piece of Tang San Kai, Yang Chao immediately spoke in a low voice. "Brother Wang, is there a Tang San Kai among those things you have? That is my family heirloom, and there is another thing, a bronze basin from the Western Zhou dynasty. These 2 things are the most precious of all my treasures. 10 million. Before the old auctioneer had even put the item down, Yang Chao directly called out an astonishing price. "Mr. Yang, you are crazy." Li Heshan and the other 3 were confused by Yang Chao's move. Not only Li Heshan, but even Wang Long and the man in the suit beside him were stunned. What is going on with Yang Chao? The man in the suit was about to speak, but Wang Long shook his head. 12 million. Li Heshan also called out a price. After hearing the bidding prices of these 2 people, many people could only smile bitterly. Among the 100 items, only a handful are worth more than 10 million yuan, and the others are priced at most around 60 to 70,000 or 80,000. If you spend so much money and buy the wrong one, you will suffer a huge loss. You are so petty. Boss Li is so rich, so you only want to add 2 million? Follow my example and add 20 million. Yang Chao smiled and didn't care about the other party's price increase at all. He directly called out a price of 20 million. After shouting out the price, Li Hushan fell silent. That's not how you play it. No one would come up with 10 or 20 million right away. Isn't that nonsense? He looked at Wang Long and saw that Wang Long had no expression. He turned to look at the other two people, and those two people didn't say anything either. 25 million. Li Hushan gritted his teeth and called out the highest price at the moment. This is the highest price he can offer at the moment. If Yang Chao's price is higher, he will not follow suit. There are still 70 or 80 treasures behind. If they are all priced at this price, on average, 10 pieces would cost 200 million. If there are more, he dare not even think about it. 30 million. As soon as Li Hushan mentioned 25 million, Yang Chao shouted out the price of 30 million without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Yang, you are so cruel. Li Hushan gave up. In his opinion, Yang Chao was a lunatic. No one would bid like that. Haha, Boss Li, are you feeling bad for me? But I bought it for Mr. Wang, and it wasn't me who paid for it, so I definitely don't feel bad. After Yang Chao finished saying this, Li Hushan and the other three's eyelids twitched. This guy is so infuriating. Even if it's someone else's money, you can't spend it like this. But looking at Wang Long's expression, he didn't seem unhappy at all. Now, they could only glare at Yang Chao fiercely. Wang Long, who was standing behind Yang Chao, couldn't help but twitch his face after hearing what Yang Chao said. But he still said, no matter how much money Brother Yang spends, it will be charged to me. After the hammer price was set, the goods were delivered quickly. Seeing that Yang Chao spent 30 million to shoot this thing, although they didn't know what it was, Li Hushan and the others couldn't help but say something sarcastic. Young people are young people. They spend 30 million on impulse. If they buy something worthless, they will be laughed at. That's not certain. Maybe Mr. Yang is lucky enough to buy a treasure that can keep the place in good condition. There are only a few of the 100 items. If he buys them, it would be better than picking up 10 million on the street. While the things were being delivered downstairs, Li Hushan and the other three, who were not far away, were making sarcastic remarks one after another. Because it was covered with black cloth, no one could see what was inside. But as soon as the things were handed to Wang Long, the old man presiding over the auction spoke. Congratulations to Mr. Yang for winning one of the most valuable treasures in this auction. The host's words immediately made Li Hushan and the other three open their mouths wide. How is it possible? It's absolutely impossible. The three of them shook their heads desperately. But the next moment, the excited Wang Long tore the black cloth apart. Just by seeing a corner of Tang San Kai, Wang Long stood up on the spot. Wang Long's eyes were fixed on a corner of the Tang San Kai. After a brief moment of distraction, Wang Long bowed to Yang Chao. Damn, it's actually Tang San Kai. Li Hushan couldn't help but jump up. This piece of Tang San Kai is one of Wang Long's heirlooms. This time Wang Long took a huge risk by taking out this treasure. But what no one expected was that Yang Chao won this thing in his first bid. For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Yang Chao. Fuck, how is it possible? How can this guy be so lucky? Absolutely impossible. He only took the photo once. There were only a few good items among hundreds of items. How could he have taken the photo so quickly? Boss Li, I guess that guy just got lucky. Old Li, don't worry too much. There are 3 most valuable treasures in total, and only one has come out now. The other 2 have not come out yet. Seeing Li Hushan getting so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring, Zhou Sudong and Sun Xianfeng beside him hurriedly tried to comfort him. Mr. Yang is really lucky. He got one of the most valuable treasures right away. This Tang San Kai is one of the most expensive treasures in this auction. It is definitely worth over 100 million. I bought it for 30 million. I made a lot of money. So, Mr. Yang is really good at what he does. Of course. Can the person invited by Boss Wang be an ordinary person? Many people sighed. Congratulations, Mr. Yang. The man in the suit did not hide his excitement and bowed deeply to Yang Chao. He just saw it too. That is one of the 2 treasures that the boss cares about most. Now that one item has been returned, he couldn't help but feel happy for Wang Long. These 30 million were totally worth it. The old man presiding over the auction did not pay attention to these things, but continued to bring up the next item for auction. 2 million. This time, it was Sun Xianfeng who spoke first. He also wanted to follow Yang Chao's example and try his luck. 3.5 million. Yang Chao said casually. Are you disgusting me? 5 million. Only adding 500,000, Yang Chao's behavior is disgusting in Sun Xianfeng's eyes. 5 million. It's not my money anyway, so I don't feel bad. Maybe I'll be lucky and it's another most valuable treasure. Yang Chao also spoke, seemed to have taken a fancy to this thing, and made an offer. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. After he said this, Li Hashan was so angry that he almost fainted. He stood up and shouted loudly, 10 million. 15 million. Yang Chao continued to raise the price. 50 million. Before Sun Xianfeng could interrupt, Yang Chao and Li He had already raised the price to 50 million. Another amazing price appeared. Okay, this belongs to Boss Li. Suddenly, Yang Chao spoke to Li Hashan with a smile on his face. This made Li Hashan stun for a moment, and then he immediately realized that he had been fooled. Chapter 51 begins? Ends? Brother Yang, why don't you raise the price? Seeing that Yang Chao suddenly stopped raising the price, Wang Long couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Why raise the price? It may not be a good thing. It may just be a piece of junk. While Wang Long was talking to Yang Chao, the black inkstone that Yang Chao had seen through was sent to Li Hashan. 50 million, 50 million. Li Hashan was so excited that the box in his hand fell to the ground with a snap, and then the black inkstone fell to the ground suddenly. Inkstone? This is an inkstone. Judging from its quality, it doesn't seem to be very good. Some enthusiasts saw the value of this inkstone. 100,000 at most. Hua Changqing, who was standing next to Li Hashan, couldn't help but sigh. You spent 50 million to buy an inkstone worth 100,000 yuan. Lao Li, you've suffered a great loss. Sun Xianfeng couldn't help but complain. Puff. It would have been fine if Sun Xianfeng didn't say anything, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Li Hashan almost fainted from anger. If it wasn't for Yang Chao, why would he spend this money in vain? In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Not good, call an ambulance. Sun Xianfeng and Zhou Sudong hurriedly greeted them. Oh, Boss Li is still strong and healthy. He can still show us blood spraying at this age. Not bad, not bad. Wang Long was so happy at this time. Her face was almost blooming with smile. No need to help me. Li Hashan was trembling, looking fiercely at Yang Chao and Wang Long, his eyes full of resentment, but he waved his hands and sat down again. Li Hadong's vomiting of blood was just a minor episode, the auction was still going on. And ever since Yang Chao bought him a piece of Tang San Kai and then made Li Hashan so angry that he vomited blood, Wang Long stopped talking and let Yang Chao do whatever he wanted. After more than an hour, a total of 57 items were auctioned. Including the Tang San Kai that Wang Long bought himself before and the one that Yang Chao bought, Wang Long has a total of 9 treasures in his hands so far. The most expensive ones are a Tang San Kai piece and a jade pendant from the Three Kingdoms in Jin Dynasty, while the others are just average. These 2 items are the treasures of the auction and one of the most valuable treasures. When the second thing appeared in Yang Chao's hand, Li Hashan spat out blood again. The other 2 people almost exploded with anger. Looking at Li Hashan and the others now, they are like eggplants hit by frost, completely devoid of energy and spirit. They had nearly 30 items in their hands. It can be said that half of the nearly 70 items photographed earlier were in the hands of those 3 people. Unfortunately, these things are all of low value, and not many of them are worth over $1 million, while they have spent over hundreds of millions. 2 of the 3 most expensive items in the venue were already here, and they were disappointed. He looked at Yang Chao with resentment, then looked at the podium. Li Hashan and the others were waiting for the next most valuable treasure to appear. Finally, the 71st auction item came out. It's the bronze basin. Yang Chao's eyes of perspective immediately saw the bronze basin the size of a human head under the black cloth, which was a bit like the legendary cornucopia. 1 million. 1.5 million. Towards the end of the auction, many people no longer had much enthusiasm. Even though they knew that there were 2 treasures among the last 30 items, they still did not dare to bid too high a price. The bidding from several people finally came down to 3.8 million. This time, Li Hashan and the other 3 did not participate in the bidding. 3,900,000. When the price was about to be set, Yang Chao suddenly spoke. He only added 100,000. What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to disgust us again? As soon as they saw Yang Chao raising the price, Li Hashan and the other 3 were immediately excited. In the past hour, they had been swiped by Yang Chao no less than 5 times. Each time, things that could have been bought with 2 or 3 million often required tens of millions or even more, which really scared them. After hesitating for a while, they finally decided not to compete with Yang Chao. They have already made the decision to give up this one and buy all the remaining 20 treasures. They were confident that the third most precious treasure must be among the last 20 treasures. Congratulations, Mr. Yang, for obtaining the third most valuable treasure. When the item was delivered to Wang Long, the host repeated the sentence again. Fuck, I don't accept it. You guys are playing dirty. You are cheating. This time, Li Hushan and the other 3 were completely furious, and Sun Xianfeng almost cried. The 3 most expensive treasures all fell into Wang Long's hands. How could they play anymore? What the hell, this Mr. Yang actually bought all 3 of the most expensive treasures. Who knows what's going on? If the person hosting the auction wasn't absolutely reliable, I would have thought it was manipulated in secret. We invited the people here together, and the bidding was random. The facts are right in front of us. The 3 of you said we cheated. Li Hushan, Sun Xianfeng, Zhou Sudong, do you think I, Wang Long, am such a person? Wang Long slowly stood up, glanced at the 3 people, and spoke in a cold tone. You? Li Hushan pointed at Yang Chao, his face flushed, and he was breathing heavily, as if he was having an asthma attack. Mr. Li. When the person next to him saw that something was wrong, he quickly took out the medicine he had brought with him and gave it to Li Hudong to take. Mr. Yang, you are cruel. There's more to come. Wang Long sneered. He said in a deep voice, I will buy all the next 20 items, no matter how much they cost. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. What was going on? Hey, you 3, I heard there will be a treasure appraisal meeting later. Do you think it will continue? Yang Chao asked suddenly. Continue? Zhou Sudong and the other 3 were stunned. There's no point in continuing. The most expensive things are all with Wang Long. The prices of these 3 treasures are more expensive than all the other treasures in the venue combined. How can we continue? Now, the treasure appraisal meeting ended before it even began. To be honest, we just bought a few pieces, plus these 3, what can you 3 compare with? Yang Chao said jokingly. God is blind. Zhou Sudong let out a long roar towards the sky. They were the ones who proposed the treasure appraisal bet, but now, they don't even dare to go through with the treasure appraisal process. It's really embarrassing. They had never been so embarrassed. A bet? What kind of bet? Judging from the situation, this auction is not that simple. I heard that the 3 bosses were betting with Boss Wang that whoever got the most valuable item at the auction would lose 3 nightclubs to Boss Wang. Wow, big news. Boss Wang won't make a lot of money this time. Look, Boss Li and Boss Zhou have fainted. In the end, before the auction was even over, Li Hudong was carried into an ambulance. Sun Xianfeng was not much better off, and he was so angry that his mouth was twisted on the spot. Chapter 52 Resignation Incident. Boss Yang, thank you so much for what happened today. I really don't know how to thank you. If Yang Chao had not taken action at this auction, Wang Long would definitely have suffered a great loss. He knows this better than anyone else. Zhou, Li, and Sun all came prepared, and they were accompanied by masters of antiques. It was clear that they wanted to embarrass Wang Long at the auction. But Wang Long couldn't refuse. Due to various reasons, this auction almost made Wang Long worry so much that his hair fell out. Previously, Wang Long suggested asking Yang Chao to come and take a look, but in fact, there was an element of gambling involved. Now, Yang Chao has proved with facts that Wang Long made the right bet this time. It's a small matter. This time it was Boss Yang who invited me, so I came here just to broaden my horizons. No need to be so polite. Yang Chao answered very politely. Brother Yang, I won a total of 9 nightclubs in this bet, so I decided to give you half of them. Here are the equity transfer documents for 5 of them. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign them. While they were talking, the man in the suit had already handed the contract to Yang Chao. Boss Wang, this is inappropriate. These things are too valuable. I can't accept them. Yang Chao rejected Wang Long's decision without even looking at it. He came to help Wang Long, not for those things, but purely to help Wang Long as a person. He would never accept these things anyway. Seeing Yang Chao's firm attitude, Wang Long did not continue and immediately asked the man in the suit to take the contract transfer letter away. Since Mr. Yang doesn't want to, I won't force him. Let me tell you, I have a jade bracelet here. It's from tonight's auction. I think your sister-in-law will like it. Seeing that Yang Chao was about to refuse again, Wang Long immediately said, if Brother Yang is still so distant, then our friendship should end here. The man in a suit beside him also persuaded, Boss Yang, you have saved such a huge loss for our boss Wang today. It's just a bracelet. You must accept it. In that case, I'll take it. Just as the two were chatting, Yang Chao's phone suddenly rang. It was Ling Qingyin who called. On the phone, Ling Qingyin burst into tears. Yang Chao, something happened in the company. Hearing Ling Qingyin's cry, Yang Chao was immediately anxious. He hurriedly asked, Qingyin, don't cry. What's going on over there? Yang Chao vaguely heard some noise on the other end of the phone, as if someone was arguing and fighting. Qingyin, where are you? I'm at the entrance of the company. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Brother Yang, what's going on? I think I heard something on the phone. Wang Long asked with some doubt. Something happened at the company. Qingyin is there now. I need to go to the company now. Well, I won't keep you here. By the way, did you drive here by yourself? I came here by myself. Yang Chao replied somewhat helplessly. If Wang Long hadn't asked, Yang Chao would have almost forgotten about it. It is already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Ishi Manor is not in the urban area, so there is not much traffic here. Wang Long saw Yang Chao's reaction clearly, so how could he not understand what was going on with Yang Chao? Xiaoli, drive Brother Yang over there quickly and see if there's anything you can do to help. Because there were still a lot of things to do in the manor, Wang Long did not drive Yang Chao there himself. Moreover, he also understood that if he really drove Yang Chao there, Yang Chao probably would not agree. Ishi Manor is not too remote, and of course, not too prosperous either. It is still some distance away from Ling Qingyin's company. Originally, there were 4 or 5 traffic lights between the two places. However, all of this was ignored by the man in the suit because of Yang Chao's anxiety. There's no need to be so anxious. Sitting in the car, Yang Chao finally understood why Wang Long asked the man in the suit to send him back. My goodness, he didn't even look at the traffic lights and was driving at least 100 miles per hour. Fortunately, it was at night. If it happened during the day, there would probably be a few more traffic accidents. Of course. In this case, the journey that would have taken 20 or 30 minutes was completed in just 9 minutes by the man in the suit. Grass. As soon as the car drove into the gate of Ling Qingyin's company, Yang Chao saw that the glass of Qinghai International's gate was almost all smashed, and paint was splashed on the gate. At the door, many cleaning staff were cleaning, and Ling Qingyin was also busy cleaning up the glass fragments. Qingyin. Yang Chao rushed out of the car. Woo woo woo. Ling Qingyin, who was cleaning up the mess, saw Yang Chao appear and burst into tears. After a while, he burst into tears. It's all right. It's all right. Yang Chao hugged Ling Qingyin's trembling body and gently stroked her shoulders. He could see that the girl was frightened. Luo Shui, what's going on? There were several other people working overtime with Ling Qingyin, and now they all put down their work and helped to deal with the garbage. Yang Chao looked at a female colleague who was working overtime with Ling Qingyin. He had a pretty good relationship with this female colleague. What else could it be? Someone is targeting you. Either you or Mr. Ling. I guess someone has offended you, so they are throwing paint and smashing the windows. Luo Shui sighed helplessly. What were those people starting with? Yang Chao asked again. He had offended a lot of people recently, and he wasn't sure whether these people were targeting him or Ling Qingyin. I don't know. We were working overtime when we saw a group of people rushing in. The security guard was about to go over to ask them when he was knocked unconscious. Then they threw paint and smashed the glass without saying a word. But before they left, they told us to be careful because they would come again. Yang Chao, what should we do about this? The company has just started to take off recently, and something like this has had a huge impact on the company. Ling Qingyin is also a little worried. If this matter is not handled properly, the company's future development will definitely be affected. Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao with red eyes. She had completely lost her composure. It's okay, leave this matter to me, I will definitely find out who is behind this. Yang Chao looked at the glass fragments not far away and frowned. This time, no matter who it is, he will not let the other party go. Just when Yang Chao was about to comfort everyone, someone walked out from the crowd. Boss Ling, I want to resign. The person who was speaking was a boy who was working overtime tonight. He was also a colleague of Wang Chao and was usually a bit timid. This incident made him feel fearful. Chapter 53 Actor? As soon as the first person started speaking, the second person immediately followed. Boss Ling, I also want to resign. Soon, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. You know, there are only 9 people working overtime tonight. And just in this short while, 6 people actually wanted to resign and leave Inhai International. After requesting to resign, they didn't even dare to raise their heads, obviously feeling guilty. Cheng Zikong, what do you mean? Resigning at this time, are you worthy of President Ling? Luo Shui, who was being questioned by Yang Chao, loudly questioned the first man who spoke up to resign. And you, Ma Xiaoyun, you Kai, tell me, how does Mr. Ling treat you normally? Now that the company has just encountered a small problem, are you going to abandon the company? Luo Shui, I admit that the company and President Ling have been good to us, but our lives are more important. You saw what happened just now. Those people had weapons in their hands. They smashed things today, and they might smash people tomorrow. We don't want to leave the company, but it's too dangerous. We don't dare to joke with our lives. Several Mancheng argued helplessly. It can be seen that these people were frightened by what happened just now. Do you think you guys are still men? You have no backbone at all. It's really embarrassing for me to work with you. Luo Shui looked at the expressions of these people and said with some regret. Cheng Zikong, Ma Xiaoyun, do you guys really want to resign? Ling Qingyin looked at the employees who resigned with some discomfort, and tears flowed from her eyes again. Inhai International is different from other large companies. It has not been long since Ling Qingyin founded it. Therefore, the employees here can be regarded as veteran employees. Most of these people have been with Inhai International through all the ups and downs. To Ling Qingyin, they are like brothers and sisters. How could Ling Qingyin not feel sad when they offered to resign? Boss Ling, I'm sorry. We are all people who have to support our families. It's not that we are afraid of trouble. It's just that you have seen those people. They are not ordinary people. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling. At worst, we just don't want this month's salary. Several employees who resigned said helplessly. Just as these people were about to leave, Yang Chao spoke. Everyone, you are all old employees of Inhai International. Today's incident is indeed not your fault, but please give me a chance, give President Ling a chance, okay? Yang Chao, if you are given a chance, what can you do? Someone asked in confusion. Don't resign yet. Give me 24 hours. If I can't resolve this matter within 24 hours, then you can resign at this time tomorrow night. That's easy to say, but how can you solve it? Those people are desperate criminals, and we don't know who hired them. How can we solve this problem? Everyone was talking about it. They didn't understand where Yang Chao got the courage to speak like that. There were even a few people who thought that Yang Chao was crazy. They were determined to resign, and they would not believe what Yang Chao said even if he said something fantastic. Boss Yang, there's no need to bother with this. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me to handle. At this moment, seeing that Yang Chao was a little embarrassed, the man in the suit suddenly spoke. How long will it take at the earliest? Yang Chao also knew that he was not an expert in this kind of thing, and the man in the suit definitely had more connections in Fohai City than he did. For this kind of thing, it is most appropriate to make friends with men in suits. 3 hours, at most. Within 3 hours, I will find out the information of those people. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I will make the person behind the scenes kowtow and apologize to you. The man in the suit answered seriously, and at the same time, he started to operate his mobile phone. After getting off the car, he took a quick look and immediately understood what was going on. As Wang Long's right-hand man, he is all too familiar with this kind of thing. When Wang Long first started out in Fohai City, he experienced a lot more cruel things. Well, thank you for your help. If you want to do it yourself, it does take some thought. Who is this person and why is he so arrogant? Could it be that they are actors hired by Yang Chao? They are showing off here in the middle of the night and they want to ask people to come here tomorrow morning to kowtow and apologize. If that group of people comes again tomorrow, they will probably be scared to death. That's right, what's wrong with Yang Chao? It's already this late, why is he still in the mood to do this? Those who worked overtime shook their heads helplessly. The group of people who came to destroy things just now were like desperate criminals, all holding sticks, and they didn't dare to get close at all. So, deep down, they are somewhat afraid of those people. But the people at Inhai Company did not know the man in the suit. If Wan Long showed up, they would definitely recognize him, but the man in the suit was too ordinary, or too low-key. The people at Inhai Company didn't know the man in the suit at all, so when he said that, everyone was a little surprised. My last name is Li Tanchi, but many people call me Master Chi. After the man in the suit finished a phone call, he said to the man who questioned him, Li Tanchi, that's a good name. This was also the first time Yang Chao heard the man in the suit introduce his name. Li Tanchi, you are actually Li Tanchi. Ma Xiaoyun stared at Li Tanchi as if he had seen some ferocious beast. It seems that this name is like a taboo. You are the man in a suit next to boss Wan Longwang. Finally someone recognized Li Tanchi's identity. Not long ago, when Wan Long appeared in the bar, Li Tanchi was there. However, Wan Long's appearance at that time was too dazzling, and everyone's eyes were on Wan Long, and few people noticed Li Tanchi at all. Now that he said this, some people at the scene still recognized him. Ma Xiaoyan looked at Li Tanchi tremblingly. My heart started to race. He was actually blinded by greed and suspected that Li Tanchi was an actor hired by Yang Chao. If the other party held a grudge against him, he might not even survive tonight. At the same time, he was also curious about how Li Tanchi, the popular person around boss Wan Longwang, appeared here. And it seemed that the other party was very respectful to Yang Chao. Boss Yang is a good friend of our boss Wan. His affairs are boss Wan's affairs, so do you have any doubts? No, we are not resigning. Yes, even if someone beats us to death, we will never resign. Inhai International is so good, how could we bear to resign? We just saw that the atmosphere was too depressing, so we made a little joke. After knowing that the person in front of them was Li Tanchi, and knowing that Yang Chao was Wang Long's good friend, how could they dare to resign? Chapter 54. A group of old people. A bunch of spineless guys, why don't you just quit? Luo Shui looked at this group of people who changed their attitudes faster than turning the pages of a book, and couldn't help but curse them in a low voice. When they didn't know Li Tanchi's identity just now, they were all scared like grandsons. Everyone wanted to resign, as if they were afraid that they would be implicated if they stayed here any longer. Now, as soon as he knew Li Tanchi's identity, he immediately became another person and refused to talk about resignation. Yang Chao had expected the performance of these people just now. This wasn't the first day he had known these people. Since the night in Garing, he had already understood that some people can only be colleagues and not friends. The reason why Yang Chao wanted to keep them just now was partly out of testing, and partly because he was worried that the sudden loss of personnel would cause losses to the company. If someone had agreed to stay when Yang Chao tried to persuade them to stay, Yang Chao would definitely look at them with higher regard. Unfortunately, among these people who resigned, not a single one wanted to stay. Among the people standing in front of him, Yang Chao had already secretly noted down the few who had resigned. After tonight, he will let Ling Qingyin apply for new employees. There is no need for these people to stay. Boss Yang, I have already informed Boss Wang, and Boss Wang will also use his greatest power to find those people tonight. Li Tanchi had just sent a message to Wan Long, informing him of the entire situation here. Wan Long also repeatedly instructed that this matter must be done beautifully. This time, Yang Chao helped Wan Long so much with the auction. If he hadn't been concerned about his own status, Wan Long would have almost kneeled down to Yang Chao. Now that this has happened, Wan Long is eager to handle the matter perfectly. Even Wan Long was alarmed. Damn, who is this Yang Chao? During the previous Jolin night, everyone saw Wan Long coming over to toast Yang Chao and so on, so everyone thought at the time that Yang Chao hooked up with Wan Long purely because of the consumption issue. Now that the suited man Li Tanchi appeared here, their thoughts were further confirmed. Even if you are not very familiar with Wan Long, as long as you know Wan Long and tell him your name, you will feel honored. In fact, many people did not think that Yang Chao was very familiar with Wan Long, and probably said that what he just said was just a polite remark. Xiao Xue. Otherwise, you can go back first and don't work overtime today. But don't worry, everyone who works overtime today will be paid double the salary. Seeing that it was already very late, and Ling Qingyin was also a little tired after today's incident, she asked the employees to go back first. Okay, Mr. Ling, we'll leave first then. After everyone left, only Yang Chao, Ling Qingyin and Li Tanchi were left at the entrance of Haiyin International. Boss Yang, leave this matter to us. I'll take you back to rest first. Well, okay, go back and rest first, and we'll talk when we have news. Because of this incident, Ling Haiyin didn't sleep well all night. Early the next morning, she got up with dark circles under her eyes. Yang Chao looked at the time and it was not yet 6 o'clock in the morning. If you didn't sleep well, just sleep a little longer. Why did you get up so early? Seeing Ling Haiyin's two panda eyes, Yang Chao touched her head with some heartache. I can't sleep. As soon as I close my eyes, I think about what happened yesterday. Ling Haiyin smiled bitterly, helplessly. Didn't Li Tianqi promise to help solve the problem? Now that he has spoken, we should trust him. I know Boss Wang's reputation, but I don't think those people are ordinary people. I'm afraid they will not consider the consequences. If that happens, things will be difficult to deal with. It doesn't matter. I'll go to the company with you today. If they dare to show up again, I will definitely destroy them. Yang Chao was not afraid that the other party would deal with him openly. At worst, he would just fight back against the enemy with his own troops and block the water with earth. He has the support of the system and recently received a reward from the system. His kung fu is also quite good, so he is not afraid even if he encounters some gangsters. But Ling Qingyin is just a weak woman. She can't stand such intimidation. Once was bad enough, and Yang Chao definitely didn't want this to happen a second time. Therefore, he must catch the person behind this incident, and he must let everyone know that he will never tolerate such things. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. The two of them had a quick breakfast and then went out. This time, Yang Chao did not take a taxi again, but drove his Ferrari at lightning speed. After the rumbling sound, the Ferrari rushed out directly, and not long after, the two people arrived at the door of Haiyin International. What's going on? As soon as the car arrived at the entrance of Haiyin International, Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao were stunned. They thought they had arrived early enough, but unexpectedly, someone arrived earlier than them. The entire entrance of Haiyin International was filled with a group of old men and women. These people were all very enthusiastic, as if they had encountered some happy event. If they were not too old, Yang Chao would have thought that this group of people were here to tear down the company. What's going on? Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin got out of the car and wanted to go over to take a look, but were pushed back by the crowds of onlookers. Auntie, what's going on? Why are you all here? Yang Chao was afraid that these people would hurt Ling Qingyin, so he could only protect Ling Qingyin with one hand and then talk to an old lady who was trying hard to squeeze in. I don't know either. I heard early this morning that Haiyin International wanted to do good things and give back to the society. As long as all the elderly over 50 years old come to the door of Haiyin International to sign up, their company will give them 50,000 yuan. As she spoke, the aunt took out a book-sized leaflet, and the text on it was exactly what the old lady had said. What? $50,000? After hearing the aunt's answer, Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin were both a little confused. What does this have to do with anything? Why would Haiyin International distribute this kind of flyers? I'm afraid only the worst would distribute this kind of flyers. How long has Haiyin International been established? How does it give back to the society? Besides, the entrance has been blocked. There are probably at least 300 of these people, if not 500. And judging by the situation, it seems that many more are on the way. Yang Chao, what should we do? If these people keep blocking the door, the company's business will be completely gone. Even a fool can see it. And 50,000 yuan per person means tens of millions for these hundreds of people. If they insist on taking the money before leaving, I'm afraid the company will go bankrupt completely. Ling Qingyin was so anxious that she started crying. The company's two security guards are still in the hospital because of what happened yesterday. The broken glass door was also completely ajar. There was absolutely no way to stop the terrifying pace of this group of old men and women. Chapter 55 Conspiracy. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Under normal circumstances, it was time for office workers to clock in for work. Haiyin International is no exception. As soon as some Haiyin International employees arrived at the door, they saw a group of old men and women blocking the door. Some had even rushed into the company. They were also a little confused. What is going on? Is this Haiyin International? Why does this look like a vegetable market? The employees who were getting ready for work asked a series of questions. They were just about to call to ask Ling Qingyin what was going on when a sharp-eyed girl saw Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. Yes, Mr. Ling, it's Mr. Ling is there. The person who spoke was a petite girl. Because her voice was a little soft and there was a lot of noise around her, her colleagues next to her didn't hear her the first time she spoke. In desperation, the petite girl could only shout again loudly. Now, the colleagues around finally heard it, but at the same time, they were not the only ones who heard it. The people around also heard it. The girl was just about to walk towards Ling Qingyin with her colleagues when the people in front of them suddenly became noisy. It's the CEO of Haiyin International. It's her. She's here. Stop her and don't let her leave. A group of gray-haired old men, at this moment, suddenly felt their vision and hearing become surprisingly good. Surround her and let her give out money. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Before Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao could react, the group of old men and women immediately surrounded Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. It's her. She is the CEO of Haiyin International. If she gets angry, each person will get 50,000 yuan, not a penny less. The old man and the old woman's robe-like behavior gave Yang Chao a headache. He never expected that someone would use this method to mess with Haiyin International. No matter how this matter is handled, Haiyin International will be the one that suffers. If you give all the money. There are hundreds of these people. If we give them all away, it will probably cost tens of millions. If they don't give it to me, these old men and women will probably stay here for 3 or 2 days. It can be said that it is not the right answer if you give money, and it is not the right answer if you don't give money. Humph, I heard that Haiyin International spent tens of millions of dollars on a piece of land a few days ago. What's going on now? You can't even spend a little money? Boss Ling, we're not saying anything bad about you. If you pay us, we can help you promote your product for free. Isn't this better than hiring a celebrity to endorse your product? Don't be stingy. Haiyin International is such a big company. Giving us a small amount of money is not going to kill us. If you pay us earlier, we can go back earlier. In the crowded crowd, there are people who try to take advantage of every opportunity to set the pace. Those old men and women were indeed easily instigated, and they all clamored for Ling Qingyin to spend money to settle the matter. I give you money. Why should I give you money? Yang Chao backed away while protecting Ling Qingyin. Who told you to distribute flyers for promotion? Since you distributed flyers, you have to pay us. Otherwise, your company will be closed. Yes, it's because you guys at Haiyin International are so rich. You even sent us flyers, saying that we can get money as long as we help you promote Haiyin International. People kept approaching Yang Chao, forcing him to retreat cautiously. We didn't make these flyers. They have nothing to do with us. Ling Qingyin wanted to explain herself, but unfortunately, her voice was too soft. Those people didn't listen to her at all. Although some people heard it, they no longer cared about it in order to receive the 50,000 yuan. Give out money, give out money. Hundreds of people began to roar loudly. Mad. Yang Chao was now almost at the peak of anger. These old ladies are really too much. Hey, Mr. Yang, let me see how you solve this matter this time. What happened yesterday was just an appetizer. In the crowd, a man wearing a tang suit, sunglasses and a baseball cap looked in Yang Chao's direction with a sneer. Just now, it was he who instigated these old men and women, and most of the words were said by him. Give me the money quickly. Otherwise, we will smash your company and accuse you, Haiyin International, of defrauding the elderly and fooling us. This group of old men and women all acted like crazy. Hurry up and pay them, or we will really rush into the company. You know, the law does not punish everyone. The man in tang suit shouted again. It's you, you bastard. Finally, Yang Chao saw the person he wanted to see. Sun Bin. It was Sun Bin who had planned the incident with Wang Meng before. In a rage, Yang Chao pushed aside several old ladies and grabbed Sun Bin. Sun Bin, do you want to die? Yesterday you hired someone to sabotage the house, and today you asked someone to block the door. Are you tired of living? Yang Chao, Ling Haiyin, you're done. Sun Bin laughed out loud. So what if you catch me? This time I'm plotting something openly. Even if you know it's my doing, so what? Either you pay up or go bankrupt. I'll take care of you. Last time at the factory, he had people blackmail him but failed, and in the end he attracted the great god Wan Long. When Wang Meng came back and told him the news, he was horrified. But after a few days, he was getting angrier and angrier, so yesterday he simply spent money to hire a few desperate criminals to cause trouble, and then used this trick again. This is a blatant conspiracy. Unless Yang Chao takes the initiative to spend money to settle it, Haiyin International's reputation will definitely be ruined. Therefore, even if he was caught by Yang Chao, Sun Bin was not afraid at all. Grandpas and grandmas, this guy is very rich. He is the husband of the president of Haiyin International. He lives in a super big villa. And, did you see that Ferrari not far away is his? He is a rich man. Hurry up and ask him for money. Sun Bin shouted desperately. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, do you want to help Ling Qingyin solve the current difficulties? Choice 1, help Ling Qingyin solve the problem at hand and receive a reward of 80 million. Choice 2, if we don't help Ling Qingyin solve the current problem, Haiyin International will go bankrupt. Choose 1, choose 1. I will solve this difficulty right now. Originally Yang Chao was still hesitating, deciding to spend money to solve the problem. Now that the system pays, there is nothing to worry about. Give out money, give out money. A large group of old men and women were very enthusiastic and squeezed each other, almost squeezing Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin flat. Chapter 56 I Have Money. The situation at the scene was very tense. Because of Sun Bin's words just now, these old men were almost like hungry wolves, staring at Yang Chao. Afraid that Yang Chao would run away. Quiet, quiet. Looking at this group of emotional old people, Yang Chao almost shouted these two words. Give out money, give out money. But those people ignored him and continued shouting and screaming. If anyone talks again, all the money will be gone. Swish. In an instant, the entire entrance of Haiyin International fell silent. At this moment, the air was so quiet that you could even hear the breathing of some elderly people. Listen carefully, you can ask for money, but there is a condition. You say. There was an old man looking at Yang Chao. Beat this guy up. It doesn't have to be too hard, just one punch will do. What do you mean? Someone asked in confusion. You guys want money, right? It's very simple. Line up now. Whoever punches him once will get 10,000 yuan. Oh, and add to that the 50,000 yuan you got before. That means, as long as you punch him once, you can get 60,000 yuan. What if I punch him 100 times? An old man with outdated teeth asked in a hoarse voice. A person can only throw 5 punches at most, no money will be paid if they throw more than that. So, one person can only receive 100,000 yuan? That's right. Besides, the number of places is limited to the first 500. You line up now. I won't admit anyone after 500. Yang Chao, you dare. Sun Bin, who was caught in his hand, screamed desperately. Shi Yong, you all come and save me quickly. Soon after Sun Bin shouted loudly, someone rushed out. It's them. That's them. It was these few people who rushed into our company last night and destroyed it. Ling Haiyin, who was next to Yang Chao, subconsciously took a step back after seeing these people. Last night, it was these people who beat up the security guards of Haiyin International, then smashed the glass at the door and the front desk. Is that just you guys? Yang Chao was still worried about finding these people, but now, these guys actually showed up by themselves. You little bastard, put young Master Sun down right now, or we'll kill you. Put Sun Xiao down quickly, or you will be dead. The people who were talking were all desperate criminals hired by Sun Bin. These people are not locals, they are all wanted criminals with murder records. They didn't care about Wang Long's status and position. After getting the money from Sun Bin, they only listened to Sun Bin. As soon as they opened their mouths, a murderous aura emerged. Feeling this murderous aura, the old men and women around them couldn't help but take a step back. In an instant, a piece of open space of moderate size appeared in the middle of the crowd. Kill me, and now I want to kill you guys too. Superior. Those people shouted and rushed forward. Yang Chao grabbed Sun Bin in his hand and threw him towards the two people opposite. Bang! Sun Bin's body weighing more than 100 pounds hit the two men hard, knocking them to the ground immediately. You are messing up my company. I think you are courting death. As he said that, Yang Chao leaped forward and broke one of the men's arms with one foot. Behind him, the man with a scar took out a machete and stabbed it straight towards Yang Chao's waist. Watch out behind you. When Ling Qingyin saw someone trying to sneak attack Yang Chao, she screamed in fright. In fact, even if Ling Qingyin didn't shout, Yang Chao could feel there was someone behind him. Yang Chao dodged with his waist, turned his body, and grabbed the man's wrist with his right hand. Crack! Apply a little force. The wrist of the scarred man holding the machete was crushed by Yang Chao. After a while, there were 4 people in total, all lying on the ground wailing. Sun Bin, take care of them. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Mr. Yang, if you dare to touch me, I will make sure you die a miserable death. Suddenly, Sun Bin felt a little scared. He spent 3 million to recruit these 4 desperados, but now, they were easily dealt with. Why wouldn't I dare? Since you can find someone to sabotage me, and then plot against me, I can also plot against you. Murder is against the law. Sun Bin was scared. So many people do this to themselves. Even though most of them are old, there are also quite a few men in their 50s and 60s. Those old guys usually exercise a lot. If these people take action, even if he didn't die, he would probably be crippled. Don't believe him. He doesn't have that much money. At this time, Sun Bin could only desperately explain to those old people. He bought the land and built the factory, but now they have no money at all. He is just a poor loser. His wife cheated on him and he still owes a lot of money on his credit cards. He lives in a house that he entered by stealing the key to someone else's villa. Even his car is rented. Don't trust him. By the way, I also had the company flyers printed. Believe me, he really has no money. A few minutes ago, Sun Bin was still desperately advocating that Yang Chao was a rich man, but now, he was overturning everything he had just said. I have to say, this reversal is really fast. Hearing this, the old ladies and old men couldn't help but hesitate. Then, an old man spoke. It doesn't matter if he has money or not. If he doesn't have money, he will destroy the company and Ferrari. Who dares to cheat us? Don't worry, old man. I'm poor now and the only thing I have left is money. Wait a minute, I'll have someone send the money over right now. After saying that, Yang Chao immediately called Wang Long. He definitely couldn't have so much cash, and these old men would never agree to his online payment method. In this case, he could only rely on cash flow. At this time, only Wang Long had the ability to come up with a large amount of cash in a short period of time. Hey, you'll know whether you have money or not later. Everyone, please wait a moment. The cash will be here soon. About 20 minutes later, cars appeared one after another. Each person who got off these cars was carrying a lot of bags. Is Mr. Yan here? Because there were so many people, those people couldn't squeeze in at all. Make way, I'm here. This is 5 million in cash, and the rest is being delivered soon. Crash. As soon as the man finished speaking, the bag in his hand was torn into pieces, and then piles of $100 bills fell to the ground. Before Yang Chao could speak, another car appeared. Same words, same actions. Another 3 million in cash arrived. Oh my god, how much is this? After just half an hour, a pile of $100 bills had grown into an area as big as a grave. Chapter 57, Come to me when something goes wrong. So much money. So much money. Many people have been shocked. The fact that so much money appeared here in this way really shocked everyone. But in just a short while, several waves of people had brought large amounts of cash. 3 million, 5 million, 2 million, 1 million. The amount delivered each time is different, but even so, the amount of cash here is already frighteningly large. You know, most people here have never seen so much money. In fact, many people have only heard of it. It would be nice if all this money was given to me. The person closest to the cash said with shining eyes. If he hadn't been frightened by the momentum of Yang Chao who had just crippled those desperate criminals with just 2 moves, and if he hadn't been surrounded by men in black suits watching him, perhaps he would have been unable to resist the urge to take action. The same is true for most other people. Since ancient times, money has moved people's hearts. They could no longer suppress the urge in their hearts. Everyone, let's get started. When the last payment of cash was delivered, it was already 8:30 in the morning. At the entrance of Haiyin International. A lot of people have gathered here and it looks very lively. Haiyin International is really amazing. It's so rich. Let me tell you, my neighbor's kid's aunt's friend works here. Are you envious? A middle-aged woman in her 40s said. Oh, that's amazing. The people around him envied him sincerely. Of course not. After hearing what this person said, the people around him were amazed. I'll be the first one. The man closest to Sun Bin took a step forward and punched Sun Bin directly. Yang Chao, my regards to your whole family. Bang, bang, bang. After a few punches, Sun Bin's nose started bleeding. Sun Bin, how do you feel? Yang Chao, who was standing nearby, picked up a stack of cash and immediately gave it to the person who beat Sun Bin. 100,000. I got 100,000 in cash. The man roared excitedly. Bang, bang. At the entrance of Haiyan International, a long queue was lined up in an orderly manner. Yang Chao was standing next to them holding a large stack of cash. As long as someone took action, he would immediately give the cash to that person. Okay, everyone else, get back to work. Seeing that the situation had been stabilized, Ling Qingyin waved her hand, signaling the company's employees to go into work. Yang Chao, where did this guy get so much money? A villa, a Ferrari, and now a pile of cash. I guess Mr. Ling doesn't have that much money. Those employees couldn't help but sigh. Everyone knows what kind of person Yang Chao was in the past. A loser, a cuckold, a gigolo. The employees were already surprised during the previous night in Garin. Nowadays, these employees have no idea how to view Yang Chao. Judging from the assets displayed so far, they easily exceed billions. Could it be that we were wrong before? Maybe. Yang Chao is so rich, so he must have been pretending to be poor before. That must be the case. He must be afraid that we will borrow money from him. Many employees thought so. 2 or 3 hours later, Sun Bin was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He wasn't dead, but he was almost dead. The 50 million in cash was finally distributed. Cool. Yang Chao kicked Sun Bin in the calf again and then made a phone call. Each of those people lying on the ground is a fugitive and a wanted criminal. These people have all been convicted of murder. Now they appear with Sun Bin and attack Yang Chao. I'm afraid that even if Yang Chao killed them with one punch, he would not have to bear any legal responsibility afterwards. After a call to the police, all these people were taken back, including Sun Bin. This guy was harboring a wanted criminal. This crime alone is enough to make him lie in jail for the rest of his life. In addition, the other party intentionally injured others and instructed others to maliciously destroy other people's property, which then caused a certain degree of damage to the property. If all these things were placed on Sun Bin, the result would be really great. Oh my goodness, Sun Bin is completely finished now. Not far away, Wang Zhengyu looked at Sun Bin being taken away, and thought about the fact that he had always been against Yang Chao. He had originally planned to come and apologize to Yang Chao early this morning. He watched everything in Ishi Manor from beginning to end yesterday. Whether it was the 3 bosses who were so angry that they vomited blood, or Wang Long, they were people that he or his father could not afford to offend. With this relationship with Wang Long, Wang Zhengyu was already scared out of his wits. He thought about it for a while and decided that he should apologize quickly before talking. But now seeing this situation, he immediately became cowardly again. He also knows Sun Bin. Fohai City is only that big. The circle of so-called rich second generations is actually limited. Who doesn't know who in the circle? Wang Zhengyu also knew about Sun Bin's family situation. I wouldn't dare say that they are evenly matched with the Wang family, but the two families are about the same. Now that Sun Bin has been completely eliminated, how can Wang Zhengyu be any better? After thinking about it, he finally decided to let his father take action. After all, the old man has seen more and knows more than him. When the time comes, let the old man come forward to apologize and make amends to Yang Chao. Perhaps, Yang Chao will not take the previous grudges too seriously. Soon, Wang Zhengyu got through to his father on the phone. Dad, I have something here that I want to discuss with you. Wang's father frowned when he received Wang Zhengyu's call. He just got the company's secretary into bed these 2 days, and finally had sex a few times. He was in the mood, and if someone else called, he would have started cursing. Hearing the voice belonged to his precious son, Wang's father could only hold back his anger. Baby, I'm going to take a call, we'll continue later. Wang's father touched the secretary's little face lovingly, and then started communicating with Wang Zhengyu. Zhengyu, what's going on? Why are you calling me so urgently in the middle of the morning? Just now, Wang's father had heard the anxious tone on the phone. Based on his understanding of Wang Zhengyu, his beloved son must have encountered something big that he couldn't solve, which was why he called him. Dad, I'm in trouble, and it's really big. I need you to come forward and solve it. A disaster? What kind of disaster can scare you so much? The king's father didn't care. In his opinion, Wang Zhengyu was just a child after all. How could he cause any big trouble? It was just a fight between a group of kids, but in the end it still cost hundreds of thousands to solve. If it really doesn't work, at best it would cost 100,000 or 100,000 to solve it. Dad, did I provoke Yang Chao? What the hell, who is Yang Chao? Wang's father was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly searched his memory in his head. After thinking for a long time, he didn't expect that there was a big boss named Yang Chao in Fohai City. Chapter 58 The King's Father's Attitude. Yang Chao, I don't know him, who is he? Even if you don't know Wang Fu, the big boss of Fohai City, you must have heard of his name. But this was the first time he heard the name Yang Chao. Dad, Yang Chao is a young man, but what? The king's father asked. He knows Boss Wang. Boss Wang, who is Boss Wang? I, your father, am also Boss Wang. The king's father said unhappily. If we were to count how many bosses there are in Fohai City with the surname Wang, there would be at least 8 if not 10. Coincidentally, my last name is also Wang. Wang Long, Boss Wang. Wang Zhengyu said with a wry smile. What the hell, Wang Long, are you saying that Yang Chao actually knows Boss Wang? Yes, that's Boss Wang. You didn't offend Boss Wang, did you? By the way, what's the conflict between you two? The king's father doesn't even take ordinary people seriously. But who is Wang Long? He is probably not even worthy of carrying the other person's shoes. If my son offended such a person, I would probably be in trouble too. I didn't offend Boss Wang, I just offended that Yang Chao. So what's the conflict between you? Wang's father finally let go of his worries. No matter what the situation is, as long as we don't provoke the great god Wang Long, it will be fine. Yang Chao is just a young man. How good of a relationship can he have with Wang Long? At most, they are just familiar with each other. When the time comes, I will spend some money, use all my connections, and call Yang Chao out. Then I can just apologize casually, and the matter will be over. There was a little conflict during the Garen night and the auction, and then we became enemies. That shouldn't be a big deal. The king's father took a deep breath. Then he said, okay, don't worry about this matter for now, leave it to me. Dad, you have to take care of this matter. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Good. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhengyu looked at Yang Chao again, then smiled helplessly. Zhang Zhe, Sun Bin, ah. Wang Zhengyu is now having a headache because he has offended Yang Chao. When Wang Zhengyu was having a headache, Yang Chao was standing with Ling Qingyin in the company. As the company's president, Ling Qingyin must try to calm people down now that something like this has happened. Yesterday's resignation incident happened only about 12 hours ago, and she really didn't want that mistake to happen again. Everyone, I called you to the meeting because some bad things happened in the company yesterday and today. I'm sure you all know about it, right? Yes, I know. Many people nodded. They also heard about what happened yesterday. The security guard was injured, the glass was smashed, and some things inside the company were also destroyed. These happened yesterday and only the few people who worked overtime yesterday experienced them personally. However, the blocking of the door today was seen by all the employees who came to work in the company. In other words, if Yang Chao had not taken out a large amount of cash at the critical moment, they might not be able to sit here and work now. Everyone, Haiyan International has not been established for a long time. In the past, it is precisely because of everyone's efforts that Haiyan International has become what it is today. Here, I, Ling Qingyin, would like to say thank you to everyone. As she spoke, Ling Qingyin bowed to everyone. Boss Ling, you don't have to do this. Many people in the company were excited. In their eyes, Ling Qingyin is the boss of the company, but also their goddess. A true strong woman. One person made Haiyan International stronger and bigger, and they had nothing but admiration for Ling Qingyin. So, when Ling Qingyin said that, everyone was shocked. Ling Qingyin glanced at everyone, calmed herself down, and continued speaking. Although Haiyan International has experienced some ups and downs, many employees are willing to step forward and help the company through difficulties. I am very pleased about this. When I said this, the faces of those people who had shouted that they wanted to resign last night immediately turned red like monkeys' butts. Especially for Ma Xiaoyun, he was neither happy nor unhappy at this moment, because he was the one who shouted his resignation the loudest last night. This matter has nothing to do with us. If it weren't for Yang Chao, the company would have become a mess long ago. As a witness to yesterday's events and today's events, Luo Shui sincerely felt that the company was able to get through these events safely entirely because of Yang Chao's help. When Luo Shui said this, some people were happy and some were worried. Humph, isn't it just a connection with Wang Long? Seeing Yang Chao's calm appearance, Ma Xiaoyun was immediately filled with resentment. In the past, Yang Chao was just a wimp and nothing. If he hadn't climbed into Ling Qingyin's bed, he would still be nothing now. As a man who has been cheated on by his wife for so long, Ma Xiaoyun looks down on Yang Chao from the bottom of his heart. But now, Yang Chao has transformed himself into a super rich man. Anyone would be unhappy to see such a change in someone like Yang Chao. Ma Xiaoyun, who was more tolerant, was even more unhappy. Cheng Zikong, Yu Kai and others were also very unhappy, but unfortunately, they didn't dare to refute. They were somewhat embarrassed by what happened yesterday. Ling Qingyin could see all the changes in these people's expressions. Then she cleared her throat. In light of some of the things that have happened in the past 2 days, I have a decision to make. After sweeping her eyes over everyone, Ling Qingyin slowly spoke again. Now, I am officially announcing something. That is, our company needs a vice president. I wonder if anyone has any candidates. You can recommend one, or you can recommend yourself. Boss Ling, I think Fu Yu is suitable. He is mature and steady in our company. You know his working ability. Besides, his last name is Fu. Vice President, Boss Fu is easy to pronounce. I think no one is more suitable than him. Inside the company, a usually active man spoke. The person he was talking about was known in the company as a good guy and was capable of doing things. However, Fu Yueke shook his head and refused. Xiao Chen, you are kidding me, the position of vice president is not an ordinary position, I am not qualified to take it. After Fu Yu spoke, several other people spoke. Haiyan International is not very big and there are not many people, just a few. After all, it's just those 2 people. These 2 people are considered to be quite prestigious in the company. Boss Ling, why don't you let Yang Chao be the deputy chief? As soon as Luo Shui opened her mouth, the air suddenly became quiet. Everyone in the company knew about the relationship between Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. Luo Shui's words made everyone feel awkward. Chapter 59 Vice President Yang. Ahem. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward, Ling Qingyin glanced at everyone and quickly coughed. Her relationship with Yang Chao is indeed known to everyone in the company. In other companies, some people might avoid suspicion because they are in the same company, but she, Ling Qingyin, is different. She is a woman who dares to love and hate, so she does not shy away from any of this. She and Yang Chao are together, so they are together. No matter what anyone says, they are together. Does anyone else want to say anything? No more. Everyone thought about it and had no idea what to say. It seems inappropriate to oppose Luo Shui's proposal. It doesn't seem appropriate to agree with Luo Shui's proposal. Well, Mr. Ling, I support Mr. Yang as the deputy general manager. Me too, I agree. Ma Xiaoyun and Yu Kai spoke almost one after the other, with the most flattering expressions on their faces. The resignation incident yesterday had already left a bad impression on Ling Qingyin. In order to restore their image in the company, they had to do their best to get along well with Yang Chao. As long as Yang Chao is happy, Ling Qingyin will naturally not say anything. If it weren't for Boss Yang, who knows what would have happened today? If Boss Yang is promoted, I would definitely support it with both hands. At this time, Ma Xiaoyun and a few others were flattering Yang Chao with all their might, as if they were afraid of missing this opportunity. Do you think it's okay? Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao. She didn't know what Yang Chao was thinking yet. Although being a vice president is a very good promotion opportunity for others, she understands that this so-called vice president is just that for Yang Chao. I have no objection. Yang Chao had a smile on his face. Just the vice president. With my current status, let alone being a vice president, I can easily start a company and be the president myself. In other words, this company belongs to Ling Qingyin. If it were someone else, he might not agree to be the CEO even if they asked him to do so. Everyone actually guessed Yang Chao's reaction. I guess this was the result of an agreement between the two. Seeing that no one else objected, Ling Qingyin then made the announcement. In the next stage, Yang Chao will serve as the company's vice president. Congratulations, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is well received for this position. Yes, Mr. Yang is so capable at such a young age. In the future, under the leadership of Mr. Yang and Mr. Ling, Haiyin International will surely do better and better. People in the company were also applauding. When those people looked at Yang Chao, there was envy and some other emotions in their eyes. After all, Yang Chao's identity change was indeed too fast. It hasn't been long since then, and the wimp they made fun of before has already started to climb over their heads. Next, please allow Mr. Yang to speak. When Ma Xiaoyun, Yu Kai and others saw that Yang Chao readily agreed, they immediately started to flatter him again. Well, I don't know much about company management, and everyone knows it, so the company still needs your help in the future. However, there are some things I still need to emphasize. As he was talking, Yang Chao suddenly stopped. His eyes were fixed on the two people in front of him who were about to flatter him. He said with a half smile, for a company, the most important thing is cohesion. No matter what time it is, the company's employees should be united. Yes, unity. Ma Xiaoyun responded to Yang Chao's words. Only by uniting together can we, Haiyin International, move towards glory. Yu Kai next to him also answered seriously. So, I decided to fire Ma Xiaoyun, Yu Kai, Cheng Zikong, and others. The names that Yang Chao called out were all the people who had shouted and made a fuss yesterday about wanting to resign. Yang Chao's decision was so sudden that they were dumbfounded. Expel us? Ma Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, and finally looked at Yang Chao in disbelief. Boss Yang, are you really going to fire us? Ma Xiaoyun asked again carefully. Yes, it's you guys. Having said that, Yang Chao read out the names of these people again. Maybe some people are still unsure about the first time. But now, when these names came out for the second time, they immediately confirmed that their own names were among those read out just now. Well, they should have fired these spineless guys yesterday. Luo Shui next to her couldn't help but cheer. She was displeased with these people yesterday. He starts to worry as soon as something happens in the company. How can such a person stay in the company for a long time? For a company, this kind of person is a time bomb that may explode at any time. By then, it will be the company's interests that will be harmed. Luo Shui's strong reaction made those who were fired very dissatisfied. They are also people who care about their reputation. How could they bear being fired in front of so many people? Fuck, Yang Chao, why the hell did you fire us? Cheng Zikong was the first person to resign yesterday. When Yang Chao read out the expulsion list, he exploded immediately. Yes, Mr. Yang, what qualifications do you have to fire us? If you hadn't begged us to stay yesterday, do you think we would be willing to stay? Now you are crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Is this what a human being would do? Those people whose names were read out broke out again under the leadership of Cheng Zikong. Mr. Yang, don't go too far. These people thought that the resignation matter had come to an end, but they did not expect that Yang Chao would bring up the old matter again at this time and directly fire them in front of everyone. This was too embarrassing for them. You started doing these things right after you got promoted. You are just killing the donkey after it has done its work. Brothers in the company, do we still dare to work with you? After hearing what those people said, the rest of the people also felt that if they provoked Yang Chao, they would be in danger. Oomph, whatever you say, you've been fired now. I'll compensate you for your salary. As for the company's affairs, you don't need to worry about them. That's right. Ling Qingyin continued, the company is in a period of rapid growth, so it needs some adjustments. This is a good opportunity to make a personnel transfer. Adulterer and adulteress. Cheng Zikong and the others almost shouted. Originally they thought that this was just Yang Chao's wishful thinking. If that was the case, there would be no hope for them to stay if they asked Ling Qingyin for mercy. But in this situation, how could they not understand that the other person had already passed the gas? Pa! Yang Chao slapped Cheng Zikong directly on the face. Shut your dog mouth and get out of here. Chapter 60 Customer Resources. Yang Chao, who the hell are you? If you hadn't climbed into the bed of that stinky woman Ling Qingyin, do you think you would be where you are today? At this moment, everyone's emotions exploded. They were already somewhat unhappy with Yang Chao. Now Yang Chao fired several of them as soon as he took office, especially Ma Xiaoyun and Yu Kai. He couldn't help but want to curse. Just now they were flattering me the loudest, but now they are turning their backs on me. It is said that a new official will start with 3 fires upon taking office, and this fire started so fast that they had no time to react. You are just a loser who relies on women. Why do you want to fire us? President Ling, we don't accept it. Ma Xiaoyun complained loudly. Yes, we don't accept it. Several other people said the same thing. Did you guys see that? This guy fired us right away. Who knows who will be the next one? We didn't treat Yang Chao well at the beginning. Ma Xiaoyun and the other three added fuel to the fire. After hearing this, many people became a little scared. Someone immediately spoke up to plead for Ma Xiaoyun and the others. Boss Yang, they are all veterans of the company. Now the company is in its prime. If we fire them all at this time, the company's progress will definitely come to a halt. Although Ling Qingyin just said that the company needs to make adjustments, adjustments do not mean stagnation. Yinhai International is not a small company. It may not have too many employees, but its business is quite broad. If these people are fired now, it will inevitably have a lot of impact on the company. Many people thought about this and used it as an excuse to plead for mercy to Ma Xiaoyun and others. Is that what you all think? Ling Qingyin looked at the people who were talking. These people have a good relationship with Ma Xiaoyun and the others, so it is normal for them to speak for them at this time. Moreover, their reasons are very normal and there is nothing wrong with them. Humph, you should be fired. However, some people don't think so. For example, Luo Shui, in her opinion, these people should be fired. Ma Xiaoyun and the others looked at Luo Shui with a hint of viciousness in their eyes, but they didn't say anything. At this time, he also knew that it would be better for him to keep his mouth shut. Why, do you think the company will collapse without you? Yang Chao looked at these people. They all looked complacent and self-satisfied. Of course. Ma Xiaoyun replied proudly. We are considered veterans in the company. Many of the company's accounts and cooperation were facilitated by us. Without us, will those customers still cooperate with our company? What Ma Xiaoyun said is indeed the truth. These few people, at least in terms of business, are definitely acceptable in the company. Many cooperative clients were negotiated by them. Boss Ling, let's make this clear. If you fire us today, the company will suffer the consequences. Yes, without us, the company would lose at least 1/3 or even more of its customers, not to mention other impacts. If you dare to fire us today, I, Ma Xiaoyun, guarantee that you won't be able to get even a single word of those clients' information. Not only Ma Xiaoyun, several other people said the same thing. Ma Xiaoyun's threat immediately made Ling Qingyin feel a little embarrassed. Boss Ling, what Xiao Ma and the others said is very right. Without them, it would be very difficult for our company to continue operating. Half of the company's customers have left. This is a huge loss for the company. The company cannot afford this kind of loss at all. Boss Yang, let's leave it at that. Although you handled this matter today, do you know these customers? Will they pay attention to you? Thinking that this incident was caused by Yang Chao, many people shifted the topic to Yang Chao. So what if Yang Chao is rich? There are so many rich people in Fohai City, but not everyone knows Yang Chao, and not everyone will give Yang Chao face. Seeing that many colleagues were speaking up for him, and that he did have a lot of company resources at hand, the current situation was favorable to him and his people. Ma Xiaoyun and his team immediately felt more confident. Yang Chao, here, I call you Mr. Yang, that is to give face to Mr. Ling. Now, you just need to apologize and admit your mistake to us, then this matter will be over. Yang Chao, if you don't admit your mistakes, then you will have to bear the recent losses of the company. President Ling, you can handle it yourself, okay? Are you threatening me, or perhaps the company? The attitudes of these people made Yang Chao more and more angry. Indeed, many of the company's customers are in the hands of a few people right here. It is no exaggeration to say that once these people leave, the company will definitely suffer great losses, but even so, what does it matter? Yang Chao, don't be so shameless. Either apologize, or you won't get any of these customer resources. Ma Xiaoyun and his group, who were full of confidence, became more arrogant because they had customer resources in their hands. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, Yinhai International employees threatened customer resources. Should we refuse to apologize and fire them? Choice 1, refuse to apologize and fire them. Reward, all customer resources in everyone's hands. Choice 2, do not refuse to apologize and do not fire them. Ling Qingyin will be sidelined and the company's resources will be lost in large quantities. Apologize? There's no way I'm going to apologize. I'll never apologize in my entire life. Yang Chao never knew what it meant to apologize. Yang Chao, hurry up and apologize to us, otherwise, we can't guarantee the company's customers. You are fired. Before Ma Xiaoyun could finish his sentence, Yang Chao spoke again. The attitude is extremely firm and there is no room for negotiation. Ding. The reward has been distributed to the host. The system notification sounded, and then Yang Chao felt his phone vibrate. After opening it, he saw a folder. A large number of names, genders, hobbies, mobile phone numbers, home addresses, relatives and friends, and social networks. What profession, and so on and so forth. These materials are what Ma Xiaoyun calls customer resources. This group of people accounts for about half of Yinhai International's customers. At the same time, there are some texts in blue font behind these materials. When seeing these text prompts, Yang Chao couldn't help but take a few more glances. This is the big news, this is the truly valuable stuff. This is the kickback record in detailed situation between Ma Xiaoyun and some clients. The kickbacks are quite a lot. Yang Chao looked at Ma Xiaoyun and sneered. Chapter 61 Evidence. This guy looks like a decent human being, but he is quite ruthless when it comes to doing these unscrupulous things. For every deal he makes, he takes nearly 20% in kickbacks. No wonder he drives a small car and usually looks like a wealthy man. Ma Xiaoyun, you usually take a lot of kickbacks, right? Yang Chao, what the hell are you talking about? Ma Xiaoyun felt a little nervous because he felt hurt by being poked. But when I think about the things I have done, only I and the person involved know about them, and no one else will ever know. When he thought of this, he immediately cursed back at Yang Chao. Don't think I won't scold you just because you're some shitty vice president. Apologize to me now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Things have come to this point, and Ma Xiaoyun knows that his relationship with Yang Chao is irreparable. Regardless of whether he stays in the company in the future or not, the relationship between the two of them will inevitably be like water and fire. Now that I have control over a part of the company's customer resources, I can thrive in any company with this. Yu Kai, will you come with me? Ma Xiaoyun glanced at Yu Kai. Boss Ling, we were actually wrong yesterday, but we repented in time. Today, Yang Chao was being unreasonable. You can see that he was forcing us to leave, not us who had to betray the company. Unless Yang Chao kneels down and kowtows to apologize to us today, the 9 of us will leave the company immediately, and the company will not get any of those customer resources at all. The few people who were specifically named and expelled by Yang Chao were the backbone of Yinhai International, even if they were not the mainstay. This is also the reason why many people pleaded for them just now. Whether it is Ma Xiaoyun, Yu Kai, Yi or Cheng Zikong, the business capabilities of these 3 people are obvious to all in the entire company. This is also the reason why sometimes these people go too far and Ling Qingyin can't do anything to them. Yang Chao, either kneel down and kowtow to us, or you can expect the company to suffer losses because of you alone. Humph, Yang Chao, who do you think you are? You are a loser who got to the top by sleeping with women. Who knows what price you paid to get to know Wang Long? When the man spoke, he glanced at Ling Qingyin with a look that seemed to have a hint of deep meaning. You want to die? Yang Chao raised his hand and slapped the man in the face, and blood immediately gushed out. You just hit me, and now you hit Su Mingfu, Yang Chao. I'm telling you, we don't want to stay in this company anymore, brothers, let's go. Whoever is willing to come with me, we brothers guarantee with our personal integrity that he will definitely have a better life than he did in Yinhai International. Ma Xiaoyun turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. He believed that as long as he spoke, many people would follow him. Sure enough, as soon as he opened his mouth, 2 more boys stood up. Yang Chao, see? This is my Ma Xiaoyun's network of contacts. After Ma Xiaoyun spoke, Yu Kai and Cheng Zikong also spoke. In almost the same situation, 3 more people stood up. There were 2 girls and 12 boys in total, all standing opposite Yang Chao. 14 employees are about to leave the company at once. As the company's boss, Ling Qingyin feels more uncomfortable than anyone else. Have you all thought it through? Ling Qingyin asked with some heartache. I'm sorry, Mr. Ling. I was brought up by brother Xiao Ma. He is half my master. I'm really sorry. A young-looking man, with a shy look in his eyes, spoke with some difficulty. Yang Chao knew this man, his name was Yang Jie. A young man who is usually taciturn and has only graduated for a few years. At Yinhai International, Ma Xiaoyun was the one who guided him in his work. Although Yang Chao didn't like Ma Xiaoyun, he still felt pretty good about Yang Jie. Yang Jie, actually, you don't have to leave. Yang Chao shook his head. Among these 14 people, Yang Chao doesn't care about anyone except Yang Jia. Although this young man Yang Jia lacks experience, his character is absolutely convincing to everyone. Hardworking and down to earth, never complains. The remaining people were not too surprised by the departure of others, but they were still quite puzzled about Yang Jia, and even felt it was a pity. It is true that Ma Xiaoyun is half master of Yang Jia, but everyone in the company knows that Ma Xiaoyun just treats him as his assistant. All the hard work and swearing was done by Yang Jia, and any credit was attributed to Yang Jia. Yang Jia, don't be silly. Ma Xiaoyun has always treated you the way he has treated you. When Luo Shui saw that Yang Jia was actually planning to leave with Ma Xiaoyun, she hurriedly tried to persuade him. Except Luo Shui, others also spoke up to dissuade him. Yang Chao, you are so hypocritical. Yang Jia is my apprentice. Do you think he will stay after I leave? Even if he does, you don't know how to deal with him. Boss Ling, we'll give you one last chance. Let Yang Chao kowtow and apologize to us. Let's end this amicably. Otherwise, are you planning to take all the customer resources away? Or are you constantly taking kickbacks? Yang Chao looked at Ma Xiaoyun with cold eyes again. Yang Chao, you are slandering me. Ma Xiaoyun screamed as if his tail was stepped on. False accusation? Then I'll tell you the evidence. Yang Chao was too lazy to explain. Amid everyone's surprised gazes, Yang Chao read out the blue font text in the files on his mobile phone. At 4 p.m. on Thursday, March 17, Ma Xiaoyun and Lin Yi, the head of Tongqing Company, had dinner at the Xinda restaurant and discussed how to deceive both companies and make a profit. Afterwards, the two of them divided the 740,000 equally. On April 9, Friday at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ma Xiaoyun reached an agreement with Mr. So-and-so, the person in charge of a certain company, at a certain place, in which Ma Xiaoyun falsely reported that the company had suffered investment losses and later embezzled 34,700 yuan from the company. Yang Chao mentioned 5 things in a row, all of which were related to Ma Xiaoyun. These 5 kickbacks and the embezzlement of company assets for various reasons probably amounted to more than 2 million. Later, Yang Chao mentioned some more information. These were customer resources that only Ma Xiaoyun himself knew about. No one else knew about them except him. Ma Xiaoyun was sweating profusely on the spot, his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. Yang Chao, you are so cruel. You secretly investigated Ma Xiaoyun. But we are not afraid. We are upright and have nothing to fear. You definitely have all the client resources of Chang Zikong. Before Chang Zikong finished speaking, Yang Chao started reading again. After Yang Chao finished his first sentence, Chang Zikong's face turned pale. He was so frightened that he didn't know what to say. Just one sentence was enough to ensure that he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Chapter 62. The dust settles. There were 14 people in total who were preparing to leave. Except for Yang Jia, Yang Chao told almost all of their shameful deeds. 2 of the 13 people were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. The leader among them, Cheng Zikong, Ma Xiaoyun, and Yu Kai, were so frightened that the big man was shaking. The others are fine because the money involved is not much, and they have not betrayed the company's core interests. Even if legal proceedings are taken, it is within their tolerance. But Cheng Zikong and the other 3 are different. The amount of money they were involved in was simply too great. The direct amount is 6 or 7 million, and the indirect benefits are more than 10 million. Even Ling Qingyin was somewhat surprised by this kind of gold-related case. No one knows better than herself how much capital Yinhai International has. All in all, Yinhai International's annual profit is only about 3 to 5 million. It is only recently, due to various reasons, the company's partners have increased and its profits have increased. But Ling Qingyin never expected that several pillars of the company could make so much money from the company in just a few months. The money these people pocketed was comparable to the company's annual profit. As for the indirect loss of profits they caused to the company, it was even greater. Ma Xiaoyun, Yu Kai, Cheng Zikong, the company has let you down in every way. Why are you doing this? Ling Qingyin has spent countless nights working overtime for Yinhai International, leading her subordinates to work overtime, and even visiting other companies in person. This is what brought Yinhai International everything it has today. Ma Xiaoyun and the other 2 were like termites, causing the company to suffer huge losses. Boss Ling, call the police. Someone suggested. Boss Ling, don't call the police. These people have made no contributions to our company, but they have worked hard. If we call the police, they will be completely finished. There are also people in the company who want Ling Qingyin to let Ma Xiaoyun and the others go. I can forgive the others for what they did and just resign on their own. But these three are stirring up trouble and trying to take away client resources. Do you think I should let them go? Yang Chao said coldly. Yang Chao, you are too cruel. You are dooming us to eternal damnation. Ma Xiaoyun roared. You are willing to let them go, but why are you not willing to let us go? Let you go? You don't deserve any sympathy at all, you are such a ruthless bunch. After saying these things, Yang Chao no longer cared about the lives of these people. Naturally, he doesn't need to deal with these matters. The company has a legal department and they will handle these matters. Yang Chao, please let me go. I will kneel down and kowtow to you. Ma Xiaoyun, Yu Kai and others were crying loudly. Boss Ling, please say a good word for us and ask Boss Yang to let us go. We are still young and don't want to be ruined like this. Whether it is Yu Kai or Ma Xiaoyun, at their current age, they are in the prime of their lives. Once Yang Chao hands over the evidence, it is no exaggeration to say that the rest of their lives will be completely over. Yang Chao, do you remember that I treated you to a meal? Yu Kai was also trying his best to build relationships at this time. He told Yang Chao about the time he invited him to dinner. Are you treating me to a meal? Yang Chao was slightly stunned. Damn, how dare this guy talk about eating? Yes, Yu Kai did treat himself to a meal. What did I eat? I ate some stinky tofu that cost 3 yuan per serving on the roadside. A large portion costs 15 pieces for 10 yuan, a small portion costs 7 pieces for 5 yuan, and an extra small portion costs 4 pieces for 3 yuan. In the end, Yu Kai ate half of them by himself. Is this what you call treating someone to a meal? Yang Chao suspected that Yu Kai was out of his mind to say such things at this time. Yu Kai, you treated me to a big meal, so I must repay you. Don't say anything. In Yang Chao's opinion, Yu Kai's words could only stir up hatred at this time. Yang Chao, you forced me to do this. Suddenly, Ma Xiaoyun took out a sharp dagger from somewhere and stabbed Yang Chao directly. Hand over the evidence, or I'll kill you. Just a few of you? Yang Chao didn't take Ma Xiaoyun's threats seriously at all. He slapped the opponent's wrist with his broad palm, breaking it into pieces. Immediately, the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. What are you two doing standing there? Come on. Ma Xiaoyun wailed in pain and shouted loudly to Yu Kai and Chang Zikang. At this time, the two people suddenly reacted. Unfortunately, these two people were a bit slow to react. After Yang Chao kicked Ma Xiaoyun away, they rushed towards Yang Chao. The result is predictable. As soon as the two men rushed to Yang Chao, before their fists touched Yang Chao, they felt a pain in their chests, and then, their bodies flew backwards. Catch them and charge them with premeditated murder. Yang Chao said coldly. Yang Chao, you're going to die a miserable death. I will never forget you in my life. You are just a coward, a cuckold. I curse you to be cuckolded by women forever. When they were dragged away by other colleagues, Chang Zikang and his colleagues couldn't help cursing. See? These are them. Yang Chao shook his head helplessly. He knew the nature of this group of people too well. Yesterday's resignation incident was just a medium. If those people yesterday had had a little more backbone, these problems wouldn't have occurred. Yang Chao, this is too cruel. Seeing Chang Zikang and the others in such a miserable state, the rest of the people couldn't help but gasp. Pay attention, from now on you are Mr. Yang, and you can't call me Yang Chao anymore. Oh, how could I have forgotten that? After being reminded, the person next to him quickly changed his words. Just now, those few people were still showing off their power. In just a few minutes, whether it was Yu Kai, Chang Zikang, or Ma Xiaoyun, they were all firmly controlled by Yang Chao. Even the customer resources that these people were most proud of became a handle for Yang Chao to restrain them at the last moment. It was precisely because of those so-called resources that those people ended up like this. Everyone, this matter ends here. I hope that everyone can work together to create brilliance and make our company stronger. At the same time, I am announcing that all employees today will increase their original salary by 30%. After saying all this, Yang Chao looked at Yang Jia. Yang Jia, I am here not only to serve as your superior, but also as your friend. I hope you can continue to stay. Yang Chao looked at Yang Jia sincerely. He really didn't want Yang Jia to leave here, not because Yang Jia was very capable at work, but because this person was really good. Yang Jia looked at Yang Chao hesitantly, then at Ling Qingyin, and then at the colleagues standing around him. From their eyes, Yang Jia saw expectations. Finally, Yang Jia nodded. Chapter 63, Tired. This day was a period of one crisis after another for Inhai International. But fortunately, everything went smoothly in the end. Whether it was Sun Bin hiring someone to smash the window glass and injure the security guard yesterday, or someone blocking the door of Inhai International Company early the next morning, these were all visible to the outside world. With Yang Chao's strong hand, all dangers were averted. However, all this is nothing compared to the turmoil within the company. A 1,000-mile dam can be breached by a single ant hole. No matter how powerful the enemy is, the damage they inflict cannot necessarily be as great as that inflicted by an attack from within. This is the case with Soundsea International. The customer resources controlled by Yukai, Ma Xiaoyun and others are enough to put Inhai International into trouble. Losing some profits would be the least of the problems. In serious cases, competitors would seize the opportunity and Inhai International might even go bankrupt. Of course, this is the worst outcome. Because of Yang Chao, Yukai and his group were not able to threaten the company's security. Even they themselves ended up losing more than they gained because of this reason. During this internal turmoil in the company, 13 people left the company at once, including some who were the backbone of the company. Such a big company suddenly seemed a little empty. I'm so tired. Ling Qingyin looked at the empty seats, and suddenly, she felt as if she had lost something. At this moment, her body was extremely tired. Take a break. Yang Chao also noticed that Ling Qingyin's expression seemed a little strange. Ling Qingyin seemed to have not slept well last night. Now that such a thing has happened, for the young Ling Qingyin, this blow has completely exceeded her ability to bear. Boss Ling. Not far away, Luo Shui, who was about to report to Ling Qingyin, also discovered this situation. She looked at Ling Qingyin with some worry, then turned her gaze to Yang Chao. Boss Yang, is Boss Ling okay? I'm just too tired. Yang Chao held Ling Qingyin gently in his arms and said with heartache. He also knew that today's incident was indeed a huge blow to Ling Qingyin, but what he didn't expect was that this incident almost made Ling Qingyin faint. The news that Ling Qingyin almost fainted spread quickly throughout the company. Have you heard that President Ling seemed to have almost fainted just now? It may be because of Yukai and the others just now. After all, they are old employees of the company. I didn't expect that they would want to plot against the company before leaving. Who said it wasn't true? The company only made a few million in profit a year, and those guys took millions from it. How could Mr. Ling not be angry? Many people in the company have grown up with Inhai International little by little, so many people have a general understanding of the company's investment. It is not easy for Ling Qingyin to reach this point at such a young age. There may be rumors that Ling Qingyin was able to get to this point because she hooked up with someone or hooked up with a big boss, but everyone in the company knows it very well. Ling Qingyin relies on her own efforts. It is for this reason that the young people in the company are so motivated. When the news that Yang Chao was a gigolo came out later, many people felt sorry for Ling Qingyin. What kind of person is Yang Chao? He is a notorious coward and loser. But it is this kind of man that Ling Qingyin actually likes. Even so, Ling Qingyin is still the indomitable strong woman in the eyes of everyone. Looking across the entire Fohai city, it is difficult to find someone who was much better than her, but no matter how outstanding Ling Qingyin is, she was still a young woman after all. After the company suffered such turmoil, no matter how strong she was, she could not withstand the blow. Alas, the company has been in a very eventful time recently. Some people couldn't help but sigh. Although Inhai International has been in the limelight recently, it cannot help but have a weak foundation. Just like what happened this time. There are only 3 people, Ma Xiaoyun, Zhang Zikong and Yukai, but because of their outstanding business capabilities, they control nearly half of the company's existing customer resources. This kind of thing would never happen in other companies. The company's customer resources are controlled by employees, which is like the ancient frontier officials who had their own troops and were in great danger at any time. Facts have also proved that this situation is a huge threat to the company. In Ling Qingyin's office, Yang Chao gently hugged Ling Qingyin, with a look of tenderness on his face. Ling Qingyin, who was being held in his arms, asked Yang Chao absent-mindedly, "Tell me, did I do something wrong in this matter?" "This matter is their fault. It has nothing to do with you." "Then why are they doing this to the company?" Ling Qingyin didn't understand why Ma Xiaoyun did that. Ma Xiaoyun was able to obtain those client resources because of the company's help. And most importantly, Ling Qingyin trusts them unconditionally. In the company, Ling Qingyin never doubted those people. Even if there were problems with previous investments and some collaborations, Ling Qingyin still trusted these people very much. All this is because they grow together with the company. The company has never actively requested these customer resources. But now, what Ma Xiaoyun and the other three did made Ling Qingyin very disappointed. It made her extremely sad. Good intentions cannot feed a wolf that wants to eat people. Besides, these people are ungrateful. It's not your fault. It's their fault. I know, but I think, is it really worth it for them to do this? You should have a good rest these 2 days, and leave the rest to me. Yang Chao did not directly answer Ling Qingyin's question. Sometimes, there are some things that don't need to be looked into too deeply. Ling Qingyin was indeed tired, not only physically, but also mentally. After coaxing Ling Qingyin to sleep, Yang Chao gathered everyone together for a small meeting. Now that the company has expanded, these current staff are definitely not enough. Together with the employees who left today, to a large extent, they can be considered the backbone members of the company. Losing these people is a huge loss for the company. But even knowing the result, Yang Chao still chose to do it in order to prevent the situation from getting out of hand later. Today, Ma Xiaoyun can use customer resources to threaten the company, and the day after tomorrow, Ma Dayun can also use customer resources to threaten the company. They never felt there was anything wrong with using the resources given to them by the company to threaten the company. But in this case, the company's interests have suffered great losses. Although the customer resources are still there, the people are gone. Yang Chao felt that under the current circumstances, the personnel gap must be filled no matter what. Chapter 64 Job Fair. After gathering everyone in the company, Yang Chao began to express his ideas. We have to recruit enough people into the company within 1 day to fill the jobs of those who have left. 1 day, Mr. Yang, isn't this a bit too hasty? As a good guy in the company, Fu Yu spoke directly. In his opinion, recruiting people is simple, but making sure the other party meets the company's requirements is a rare opportunity. Those who left today are all key personnel of the company. It is not easy to fill their positions. I understand that, too. Yang Chao nodded. He understood Fu Yu's concerns, but the situation was different now. Yinhai International was now in a period of rapid development. Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin had visited the newly built factory before and were generally satisfied with it. Although the Wang Meng incident caused the factory to temporarily stop, the appearance of Wang Long resolved the issue and the factory was operating normally again. In the early stage, Ling Qingyin and Wang Chao might go over to take a look, but with the development of Yinhai International, Ling Qingyin must have other more important things to do. It is even more impossible for Yang Chao to waste his time on such a trivial matter. Therefore, there must be someone in charge of this place. The most important thing for a company is talent. What kind of talent? Management talent. If there are such talents, many companies are willing to pay high salaries to hire them. Similarly, Yinhai International also lacks this kind of talent, and it is in urgent need. After thinking about it, Yang Chao pondered for a while. It is true that time is tight, but as you know, the company is also building factories in other places, and there are other successful bids. These things all require personnel to cooperate. Now we don't have enough staff here, so we must recruit a large number of talents. Boss Yang, what should we do now? Many people asked anxiously. Now the company's interests are their interests. If the company is gone, they will become endless water. You will have to find a job again at that time, and the salary in the future may not be better than it is now. Therefore, for various reasons, those who attended the meeting still hope that the company can develop in a good direction. Don't worry about that. There should be a job fair in the south of the city this afternoon. When the time comes, Fu Yu and Luo Shui can just accompany me there. Wang Long told Yang Chao about this yesterday. If it weren't for Wang Long's news, Yang Chao would not have fired Ma Xiaoyun and the others so casually. He would not hastily fire those people until he was absolutely sure. This news from Wang Long is the source of Yang Chao's confidence. In the morning, we adjusted the staff and fired Ma Xiaoyun and his group of company parasites, and then we started recruiting again in the afternoon. This speed is definitely not slow. Boss Yang, are we sure we want to go to this job fair? Of course we should go. Since there is a job fair, why don't we go? I heard that there are a lot of talented people there, and they are all talented and knowledgeable people. That's true, but the problem is that our company may not be qualified to participate in this job fair. Fu Yu looked a little embarrassed. He didn't dare to say directly that our company was definitely not qualified and probably wouldn't even be able to enter the job fair. According to Fu Yu's understanding, this job fair in the south of the city was not an ordinary job fair held by a company. The companies that can enter are all large companies that rank among the best in Fohai City. Inhai International cannot compare with those companies at all. Fu Yu had heard of that corporate job fair before, but unfortunately, there were thresholds for both the recruiting companies and the applicants. Most importantly, the bar is high. How high is the threshold for this kind of job fair? Fu Yu attended one many years ago. He was eliminated in the first round alone. It's not because of anything else, it's just that my academic qualifications are too low. Logically speaking, Fu Yu is a graduate student, so his academic qualifications are already acceptable. But at that job fair, the first threshold of all companies was that undergraduate graduates from universities other than the double first class 211985 would not be admitted, and the minimum academic qualification must not be lower than a master's degree, otherwise they would not be admitted directly. Fu Yu was stunned at that time. He didn't even have the chance to interview and was rejected before he even sent out his resume. This is so hurtful. Since then, Fu Yu has come to know the power and perversion of those recruiting companies. Although there are not many companies, each of them is a leader in its respective industry. Those companies are all large in scale, with registered capital of over 100 million. There are 2 or 3 companies among the Fortune Global 500, and the rest are among the Fortune Domestic 500, that is, the large companies in Fohai City, or the leading companies. These alone are enough to discourage most small businesses. However, Yang Chao didn't know all this. After hearing the relevant information from Fu Yu, he just smiled casually. No matter what, at 1:30 p.m., you two should come with me, taking the company's relevant documents. Fu Yu originally wanted to say something, but after seeing what Yang Chao said, he didn't know what to say. Since Yang Chao holds a higher position than him, he only needs to do his job. After letting Ling Qingyin have a good rest in the company, Yang Chao drove his Ferrari and took Luo Shui and Fu Yu to the location of the job fair. Wow, it's so comfortable to sit in a Ferrari. Luo Shui sat on it and couldn't help but speak. Fu Yu was also a little excited. This is a Ferrari. This model of Ferrari is not cheap, it costs several million. Not to mention Yang Chao's super villa, this Ferrari alone would probably be enough for him to live on for most of his life. Not long after, Yang Chao brought Luo Shui and Fu Yu to the place where the job fair was mentioned by Wang Lon. The roar of the Ferrari immediately attracted many people's attention to Yang Chao. Seeing so many people looking at him almost at the same time, Yang Chao touched his nose awkwardly. When did he suddenly become handsome? Why are so many people looking at him? Well, hello, help me stop the car, thank you, here's the tip. When parking the car, Yang Chao wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Looking around, the huge parking lot is full of Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and a few low-key Volkswagens. There are so many cars here, but Yang Chao can't find a luxury car comparable to Ferrari. This makes him feel very strange. His Ferrari was parked among the dark cars, standing out somewhat. See? Here comes a second-generation nouveau riche driving a Ferrari. I don't know where this bumpkin came from, but he's stupid enough to drive a Ferrari here. Does he think that driving a Ferrari is awesome? Can't he see that there are Mercedes-Benz, Audi and Volkswagen all around him? People who are truly capable are low-key. Who would show off like this idiot? Chapter 65, The Despised Ferrari. This job fair looks more like a talent recruitment method similar to that of a talent market. There were a few people sitting at any random recruitment booth, and it seemed like they had been interviewed. However, there were not many applicants. Yang Chao took a look and estimated that there were less than 100 applicants at most. There is no such thing as sitting in an office and asking questions one by one. The communication between recruiting companies and applicants is very quick, and often just a few sentences are enough to confirm their intention, and then both parties will have an in-depth communication. It will take 2 or 3 minutes at most to determine whether you can enter the company or whether the company will accept you. Those who can enter here are highly educated talents who have passed the first round of screening. In the past, Yang Chao might not have been qualified to come in. After all, his academic qualifications were not that good. But now, he has a bachelor's degree from a top 5 university in the world. His education level should be higher than most people here. Unfortunately, he was not here to apply for a job, but to recruit talent. Everyone here is dressed in suits, well dressed, walks quietly, and seems to be particularly well mannered. However, some people's secret comments made Yang Chao feel a little unhappy. He always felt that the whole world was against him. If he doesn't drive a Ferrari, people will say he is a poor loser. If he drives a Ferrari, people will say he is a country bumpkin, a second-generation nouveau riche, and they will say he is showing off. What the hell is going on? I drive a Ferrari and yet people call me an idiot. Moreover, these guys didn't hide anything at all, as if they were afraid that Yang Chao couldn't hear it. Yang Chao was so angry that he wanted to beat up the two guys on the spot, but when he thought about the purpose of his visit, he finally held back. "Sir, are you here for the job fair?" A man who looked like a waiter appeared in front of Yang Chao. Then the waiter asked Yang Chao directly. "Yes." Yang Chao nodded. Judging from the waiter's appearance, is it possible that what happened yesterday is going to happen again? Yang Chao still remembered the security incident at Ishi Manor vividly. He was dressed simply and was thoroughly interrogated by the security guards of the manor. "After all, I drove a Ferrari this time, so I shouldn't be suspected of being a poor loser now." "Sir, are you a company or a job applicant here to attend the job fair?" "We are a company that is attending the job fair and we are here to look for some talents," Yang Chao explained as he casually looked around the venue. The waiter looked at Yang Chao, nodded, and said politely, "Sir, please come this way. There is a vacant position for corporate recruitment here." "Okay, thank you." The waiter took Yang Chao, Luo Shui and others to a recruitment counter and left quickly. "Old Fu, you've been here before, so you and Luo Shui can handle it. What about you, Mr. Yang?" "I, of course, am responsible for the final screening." "Good." After confirming it, Yang Chao sat on the stool leisurely. "Next it's the work of Luo Shui and Fu Yu. Inhai International? What kind of company is this? Why haven't I heard of it?" When the big words Inhai International appeared next to the recruitment counter, people around immediately looked at it curiously. Those people were whispering to each other, trying to find out information about Inhai International. But unfortunately, after asking around, no one knew about this company. Those job applicants who are familiar with the Fortune 500 companies can be sure that there is absolutely no such company among them. Finally, someone couldn't resist his curiosity and slowly came to the recruitment booth where Yang Chao and his team were. "Here is my resume, take a look." Fu Yu took the resume, took a look at it, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Durga, 29 years old. Graduated from Tsinghua University. This is your name, age, and the school you graduated from. Then, there was a long list of award certificates, both domestic and foreign, and then some descriptions of holding a certain position in a certain company and having an annual salary of several million. There was some more introduction at the end, but Fu Yu no longer had the courage to read on. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. At Inhai International, it was already good for him to make hundreds of thousands a year, while the other party started with more than 3 million. There was no comparison at all. "Boss Yang, how about you take a look?" Luo Shui took a look and didn't dare to look at it again, so she gave the resume directly to Yang Chao. After taking a look at the resume, Yang Chao couldn't help but smile with relief. The man in front of him, named Durga, is definitely a rare talent. "Mr. Du Jia, right? I am Yang Chao, the vice president of Inhai International. I have read your resume and I am very satisfied with it. I wonder if you are willing to work in our company." Yang Chao must be polite to this kind of talent, as he is more valuable than Ma Xiaoyun and his friends. It is no exaggeration to say that among the dozen or so people who left, not necessarily they were as valuable as Durga alone. "Excuse me, Mr. Yang, is your company a Fortune 500 company?" "No." Yang Chao replied with a smile. "Excuse me, Mr. Yang, is your company one of the top 50 in the country? Or top 100 is also okay?" "No." Yang Chao suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Yang, let me ask you again, does your company's annual net profit exceed 9 figures?" "Ahem, no." 8 figures? Neither do I." "Has your company been established for 10 years?" "No." "Well, I don't have any other questions." Having said that, the other party was about to take back his resume. "Mr. Du, what do you mean? Don't you like our company?" Yang Chao asked somewhat unhappily. The other party didn't even ask about the salary and benefits. "What is this?" "Mr. Yang, let's be frank. Your company is not qualified for me to take any position, even as the CEO." Durga was a little disappointed. He thought there was a new domestic top 100 company. But now it seems that this is not one of the top 100 companies, it is just a small company at best. Sir, you didn't see him just now. He drove over here in a Ferrari. He is as unsophisticated as he can be. Maybe he is the coal boss who got rich and became a nouveau riche. He just let his son start a company for fun. You don't need to bother with such a crappy company. Why don't you come to our company and take a look? There was a person next to him, speaking to Durga with a smile on his face. A bumpkin driving a Ferrari? A nouveau riche? Huh, you think that truly wealthy people are all low-key, luxurious, and sophisticated. Look at yourself, Adidas, who wears it except for the nouveau riche? Chapter 66 Chongling Pharmaceutical. Looking at the way he's dressed, you can tell he's not on the same level as us. He looks like a gangster. Maybe he was a gangster when he was in school. As if he was not satisfied yet, the man continued. I think it's possible. He didn't even go to college. Otherwise, his family paid for him to go to a private university. Who knows? That makes sense. After leaving the Inhai International recruitment desk, Durga's expression changed instantly. It seemed as if he had just been to the recruitment desk of Inhai International and had experienced something disgusting, and now he couldn't wait to distance himself from it. In response to the two people's almost unanimous ridicule, Yang Chao narrowed his eyes and rolled his eyeballs, but did not say much. Why was I so blind to go to their place just now? It's really unlucky. They don't even know what kind of person I am, and they still want to hire me? Mr. Du, why do they still want to hire you? It's just a crappy company. How can they hire a great man like you? Why don't they take a piss and look at themselves? What the hell? Seeing that Yang Chao, Fuyu, and the other two hadn't said a word, these two people seemed to be addicted to scolding them. That's enough. Just when the two wanted to continue talking, Yang Chao suddenly shouted. He looked at Durga and spoke calmly. If you don't like Inhai International and don't want to join our company, that's your freedom. I won't force you. But, what do you mean by the following words? Yang Chao is a little unhappy now. Is this an insult to myself? Do I look so easy to bully? Then he looked at the man next to Durga. The direction the man just came out from was a company called Chongling Pharmaceutical. When Yang Chao saw Chongling Pharmaceutical, he felt it was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. But none of this could stop him from refuting the other party's ideas. And you, I don't think I know you. How can I be a bumpkin just because I drive a Ferrari? How can I provoke you? Who do you think you are? When is it your turn to comment on my clothes? Who do you think you are? I have no grudges against the other party. Even if we are in competition here, there is no need to escalate it to personal attacks. Yang Chao looked at the person who spoke, and he saw the mockery of himself in the other person's eyes. It can be seen that the person in front of him is very disdainful of himself. Humph, I'm telling you what's wrong with you. I can tell from your appearance that you're a country bumpkin. You don't even know if your Ferrari is borrowed or not. After that person spoke, Durga next to him also spoke. The annual profit is not even 9 figures, not even 8 figures. How dare such a company call itself an international company? How dare you come here? It's none of your business whether I lend it or not. You'd better take care of yourself. Kid, who the hell are you talking to? Do you know who I am? Love whoever you want. Yang Chao didn't care about this person at all. Kid, remember, my name is Kong Ziming, and I'm the Deputy General Manager of Changling Pharmaceuticals. Hey, Deputy General Manager, I thought you were the CEO of the company, you're talking so arrogantly. Mr. Yang, you should not be so high profile. Although I don't know how you got in, the companies that can be here are not the ones that Inhai International can afford to offend. You should be more polite when you speak, otherwise, you will get into trouble by your words. It is exactly as Durga said. Today, there are recruiting companies that can appear here. Each of these companies is a leading enterprise that can stand on its own in Fohai City. Misfortune comes from the mouth, so I want to ask, what kind of misfortune can I have? Yang Chao didn't believe that the other party could turn the tables in such a tiny place. In response to Yang Chao's question, Du Jia pointed at Kong Ziming and introduced him with a slightly flattering expression. Let's not talk about the people far away. Let's just talk about the person next to me, the Deputy General Manager of Changling Pharmaceutical. Their company is well known throughout Fohai City. 1/3 of Fohai City's medicinal materials market was previously controlled by Changling Enterprise, with an annual profit of more than hundreds of millions. Their company pays 20 to 30 billion in taxes a year. As soon as Durga finished speaking, Kang Ziming spoke up. Mr. Dujia seems to know something about our Changling Pharmaceuticals. You said that our Changling Pharmaceuticals has paid more than 500 million in taxes for 10 consecutive years, and last year's tax payment was as high as 740 million. 740 million? Fu Yu and Luo Shui, who were standing behind Yang Chao, felt somewhat embarrassed. It has paid more than 500 million in taxes for 10 consecutive years, and last year it reached 740 million. This big taxpayer is indeed incomparable to ordinary small companies. Even if it is just a fraction of the 40 million, it seems to be enough for Inhai International to struggle for a few years. Mr. Yang. Fu Yu was about to speak when Du Jia and the man from Changling Pharmaceutical Company on the opposite side spoke again. So, Mr. Yang, this is the gap between Inhai International and Changling Pharmaceuticals. Did you hear that? The tax others pay in a year is enough for Inhai International to earn in 100 years. When Dugga said this, it was as if he was a member of Changling Pharmaceutical Industry, and the expression on his face was one of great pride. What a shitty CEO, Yang. In my opinion, you are nothing. As long as Changling Pharmaceuticals says a word, your shitty Inhai International will go bankrupt in 3 days at most. The situation of Inhai International and Changling Pharmaceutical has been seen by many companies and job applicants. They do not know Inhai International, but are very familiar with Changling Pharmaceutical. After knowing that the two companies actually had a conflict here, everyone started to make fun of it. Inhai International is in trouble. They have actually provoked Changling Pharmaceuticals. Hasn't the other party heard of Changling Pharmaceuticals? Some people really don't know their place and dare to provoke any company. It would be strange if such a company didn't go bankrupt. No company is optimistic about Inhai International. So do the job applicants. Originally, after Durga, there were two people who were ready to get closer to ask some questions about Inhai International, but in the current situation, they dared not get closer. What a fool! If their boss knew about this, he would have no place to cry. Boy, did you hear that? How dare you talk to me like that? Believe it or not, I will make sure you can't survive in this small piece of land in Fohai City. Also, who is your boss? Hurry up and call him to come over and apologize to me. Kang Ziming said proudly that he didn't take Yang Chao seriously at all. Apologize? What are you, a vice president? Changling Pharmaceutical. Yang Chao hasn't finished speaking yet. As the deputy general manager of Changling Pharmaceutical, can't I say a few words to you? Suddenly, a man who looked to be in his early 20s came over with a beautiful woman in his arms, and he was the one who said the same words just now. Chapter 67, Cursing on the Phone. Hey, Mr. Tion, why are you here? What if you get too hot in this hot weather? Leave the things here to me. The people down there are really annoying. Why did they let you come here? Come and sit down, come and sit down. Kang Ziming's face changed immediately when he saw the greasy man with a big belly. This person was none other than his immediate superior, the general manager of Changling Pharmaceuticals, Tion Siheo. At the same time, the other party is also the fourth son of the Tion family and one of the direct descendants of the largest shareholder of the Tion Group. It's Mr. Tion Si, why is he here too? The Tion family is a well-known and prominent family in Fohai City, and the fourth son of the Tion family is naturally a well-known figure. As soon as he showed up, the recruiters from other companies all stood up and greeted him. Kang Ziming did not receive such treatment. Although he and Mr. Tion Si are both general managers, one is the chief and the other is the deputy, and Mr. Tion Si is just a figurehead, but in terms of status, Mr. Tion Si is far better than him. To put it bluntly, he was just a worker working for the Tion family, and the fourth young master Tion was the fourth son of the landlord's family. When he met them, he had to bow and nod. This is also the reason why the leaders of other companies are so polite to Mr. Tion Si. After all, other people as general managers are just general managers, but this one is different. He is a direct descendant of the Tion family. When he saw Tion Siheo coming, Kang Ziming felt more confident. Originally, he thought he was more than capable of running a small company like Inhai International. He knew all the well-known large companies in Fohai City. After making sure that he had never heard of Inhai International, he had made up his mind. Humiliate the other party severely, and then ask the other party's boss to apologize to you. If I am happy, then the matter is over. If I am unhappy, then Inhai International is over. In his opinion, as the deputy general manager of Changling Pharmaceutical, it would not take much effort for him to deal with a small company with a value of tens of millions. Now that the fourth young master had said such things again, he felt that it was necessary to show off again. While thinking, Kang Ziming pointed his finger at Yang Chao and spoke in a triumphant tone. Did you hear that? Our general manager is asking you a question. Answer it quickly. He is your general manager, but not my general manager. You are his dog, and I am not. Just a general manager. Yang Chao didn't even know who this guy was. But the other party looked so superior, which made Yang Chao feel very uncomfortable. It felt as if the other person was an ancient prince, and everyone who saw him had to kowtow and kneel in worship. Fourth master, look at him. He doesn't even give you face. If this gets out, you will be laughed at by others. The charming woman sitting on Tion Siheo's lap said. She buried herself in Tion Siheo's arms, kissing and caring with Tion Siheo as if no one was around. He didn't take this so-called job fair seriously at all. Little devil, he has the guts to talk to me like that. If he knew who I was, he would probably pee his pants in fear. Tion Siheo glanced at Yang Chao out of the corner of his eye, then patted the butt of the charming woman in his arms. It seemed as if he didn't take Yang Chao seriously at all from his words. Boy, based on what you just said, tell me, how do you want to die? The fourth son of the Tion group, why is it him? Why is he here? When Luo Shui and Fuyu saw Tion Siheo appear, their faces looked extremely ugly. The other party actually uttered such cruel words in public. The Tion family is one of the most prominent families in the entire Fohai city. When Tion Siheo said this, it was undoubtedly a verdict on Yang Chao. Just when Fuyu and Luo Shui were about to remind Yang Chao's phone suddenly rang. Brother Yang, how is that job fair I introduced to you? There are so many talented people there. Wang Long on the other end of the phone was a little excited. This job fair encountered some minor troubles. Yang Chao told the truth. Hearing this, Wang Long immediately became unhappy. When he talked to Yang Chao on the phone yesterday, he learned about Yang Chao's idea. Knowing that Inhai International is currently short of talents, he recommended this job fair to him. After estimating the time, he called Yang Chao at this time hoping to get good news from Yang Chao, or in other words, hoping to satisfy Yang Chao. But after the call, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Now Yang Chao actually said that he had encountered trouble at the job fair. Isn't this tantamount to slapping himself in the face? Brother Yang, wait for me. I'll be there soon. As he spoke, Wang Long was about to come over. On the other side, Tion Siheo saw that Yang Chao didn't seem to care about this and was instead on the phone, and he became very angry. Fuck, kid, did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Who the hell are you talking to? Are you looking for death? This time, Tion Siheo's voice was a little loud. Even on the other end of the phone, Wang Long could hear the voice. Fuck, which turtle bastard is yelling? This time, Wang Long also started swearing. The general manager of Changling Pharmaceutical is Tion Siheo. Yang Chao didn't know Tion Siheo, but Wang Long did. When Wang Long heard the name Tion Siheo, he immediately thought of a human face. Brother Yang, can you please give the phone to Tion Siheo? I gave him face, and he even dared to scold you? You know him? Yeah, I know his father. That's easy. Yang Chao suddenly walked towards Tion Siheo with the phone in hand. I have a friend who wants to talk to you. You know you're wrong, and you're trying to find connections now? I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you today. Tion Siheo didn't believe that Yang Chao could have any connection. Your friends are nothing but monsters and demons. What's the point of talking to that kind of trash? I advise you to kneel down and kowtow, hit yourself in the mouth, and then. Tion Siheo, who the hell are you talking to? Yang Chao is my brother. How dare you say another word of nonsense? The phone in Yang Chao's hand was in speaker mode, so Wang Long could hear clearly the conversation between Tion Siheo and him. After Wang Long heard what Tion Siheo said, he started cursing. Damn it, you dare to scold me, do you believe that my Tion family will destroy you? When Tion Siheo heard Wang Long swearing on the other end of the phone, he also shouted at the top of his voice. In the entire Fohai city, there are few people who dare not give face to the Tion family. Tion Siheo does not think that a little-known figure like Yang Chao will recognize the big boss who can threaten him. Tion Heo, you are so bold to talk to me like that. Go find Tion Shuemin and see if he dares to kill me. Who are you to dare to call my grandfather's name? What's your name and where are you? Give me your address. I'm going to kill this guy first. Then I'll bring people to kill you right away. My name is Wan Long. I'm at Ishi Manor right now, waiting for you to come over. Wan Long, Ishi Manor? Suddenly, Tion Heo was stunned. Chapter 68 The Big Trouble. Awesome, this guy is really awesome. Although many people looked down on Yang Chao, at this moment, they suddenly began to admire him. Someone actually dared to scold him after knowing that the person on the other end of the phone was Tion Heo. I can only say that the other party was really bold. At the same time, many people also feel that the person on the other end of the phone is truly a great immortal. Even the God of heaven cannot save him. The Tion family is such a big family, and there are so many means they can use. If they want to make someone disappear, it would be very easy. This guy is gone, and his friends are not much better. When people thought about the fate of these two guys if they offended the Tion family, many of them began to mourn for them. To go against the Tion family is like hanging yourself, seeking death, isn't it? This guy's friend is also a pitiful thing. If he wasn't surnamed Jiang, how could he have started arguing with the fourth young master Tion and even dragged the old man of the Tion family into it? Many people were observing a moment of silence for Wang Long on the other end of the phone. But there were only two people who were awake. One was Yang Chao holding the phone, and the other was Tion Heo with a suspicious look on his face. Yang Chao was not only sober, but also very calm. It seemed that with Wang Long's presence, the matter would definitely be settled. Even if we take a step back and say that Wang Long couldn't settle it in the end, it would be better for him to do it himself. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Yang Chao still has this minimum confidence. Tion Heo looked at Yang Chao with a suspicious look on his face, then looked at the mobile phone in Yang Chao's hand. Hearing the beeping sound, he suddenly asked a question subconsciously. Wan Long, Ishi Manor? Is he the boss Wan Long from Jialan Knight? If there is no second Jialan Knight in Fohai City, then this Wan Long should be the boss Wan Long you mentioned. Fuck it, this is fucked. Suddenly, Tion Heo jumped up from his seat. As expected, the charming woman in his arms fell to the ground because of this sudden movement. Secretary Li, did you fall? Kong Ziming, who was standing nearby, didn't understand why his boss suddenly got angry, but seeing that the charming woman looked a little hurt from the fall, he quickly helped her up. Mr. Tion, what are you doing? After standing up, the charming woman asked in a slightly angry and coquettish manner. Get lost. After pushing the charming woman aside, Tion Heo sat down again suddenly. He was feeling a little depressed now, with the only two words Wang Long in his mind. How could he be in the mood to care about the charming woman? Mr. Tion, you. Pa. This time, Tion Heo could no longer control himself and slapped the beautiful woman in the face. Suddenly, half of the beautiful woman's face became red and swollen. If you weren't such a bitch just now, how could I have been so possessed by the devil? And you. Suddenly, Tion Heo slapped Kong Ziming in the face again, knocking him unconscious. Boss Tion, are you confused? Did you hit the wrong person? Kong Ziming had no idea why he was suddenly slapped by Tion Heo. You son of a bitch, you dare to question me? I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, Tion Heo threw everything he could get his hands on at Kong Ziming. After Tion Heo vented his anger severely, Kong Ziming's face was bruised and swollen and he couldn't speak. Wang Long, I actually scolded Wang Long. I'm done. I'm really done. After beating Kong Ziming, Tion Heo immediately sat on the ground and started crying, muttering Wang Long's name. This shows how much of a deterrent Wang Long is to him. What's going on? Why is Mr. Tion crying? Yeah, didn't he have a conflict with the vice president of Inhai International? Why did he beat up his secretary and vice president Kong? What's going on? The people watching were not involved in the incident and could not understand Tion Heo's mood at all. Not to mention crying, he even wants to die now. Why don't you do something good yourself? You have to come here with a cramp in your brain, and then be stubborn and curse at others. Well, little brother, you sit down, you sit down. As he cried, Tion Heo suddenly thought of the person in front of him. He thought of what Wang Long said on the phone. Yang Chao is my brother, why don't you say another word of nonsense? No need to sit, it's more comfortable to stand. Yang Chao said calmly. From Tion Siheo's expression, he could probably tell that this Tion guy was no match for Wang Long. Since Wang Long can suppress this guy, things will be much easier next. Brother Yang Chao, right? Do you know boss Wang Long Wan? As soon as he finished saying this, Tion Siheo immediately slapped himself in the face. Look at me, I'm out of my mind. If you didn't know boss Wan Long, how could he say those things? I just don't know what your relationship with boss Wang is. It's just so. Yang Chao said indifferently. So? Hearing this, Tion Siheo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Would you call Wang Long's tone on the other end of the phone just now just average? I'm afraid even brothers are no more than this. If the two men's surnames were not Yang and Wang respectively, Tion Siheo would really have thought that Yang Chao and Wang Long were brothers. Brother Yang, stop joking. I was wrong about what happened today. I'm here to apologize to you. See if this can calm down boss Wang. Tion Siheo now didn't even dare to think about asking Wang Long to let him go. Tion Siheo knows better than anyone else who Wang Long is. He is a notoriously ruthless man in Fohai City. No matter which path he is on, everyone has to give him some face. Even Tion Xuemin from the Tion family, Tion Siheo's grandfather, was very polite to Wang Long. The Tion family has a history of 100 years in Fohai City, while Wang Long has only been around for about 20 years. But even so, the Tion family can only stand at the same level when facing Wang Long. Just like what Wang Long said on the phone, he knew Tion Siheo's father and Tion Siheo's grandfather. Theoretically, Wang Long is twice as powerful as Tion Siheo's father, but in terms of status, Wang Long's status in the underworld is comparable to that of the old man of the Tion family. What are you talking about, Mr. Tion? Your Tion family is so rich and powerful. How dare we, Inhai International, compete with you? Brother Yang Chao, I kneel down to you. Please show mercy on this matter. With a plop, Tion Siheo knelt directly on the ground. He was really afraid that this matter would become too big a deal. If Wang Long came into conflict with the Tion family because of this incident, the old man of the Tion family would kill him. This immediately shocked everyone. The fourth son of the Tion family actually knelt down to Yang Chao? No matter how you look at it, this seems unreal. Damn, is my eyes blurry or am I hallucinating? Why is Mr. Tion kneeling down? Who knows what happened and why Mr. Tion knelt down to that young man? Chapter 69, Centennial Tion Family. The huge Tion family is also a behemoth in Fohai City. No matter when, it is the Tion family that bullies others. No one has ever heard of anyone daring to challenge the Tion family. The young master of the Tion family knelt down before the vice president of a small company. It was no exaggeration to say that this kind of thing shocked everyone. Boss Yan, this. Fu Yu and Luo Shui didn't know what to say. Boss Tion, why are you kneeling down to him? Who the hell is he? Kang Ziming still hasn't figured out what's going on. In his eyes, the fourth son of the Tion family, who was as high as the sky, actually knelt down to Yang Chao. What was this? Damn it, if you still dare to talk nonsense, I will slap you to death. Do you believe it? The more Tion Siheo thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for this guy Kang Ziming today, how could he come here and how could he confront Yang Chao? He would not even argue with Wang Long. The Tion family is not a family that fears trouble, but it depends on who the other party is. Tion Siheo's father once told Tion Siheo that although the Tion family is powerful in Fohai City, they are not without rivals. In addition to those opponents, there are a few other people in the Tion family in Fohai City who must not be provoked. Among them was Wang Long. Wang Long is different from those big families. He doesn't have much of a family. The reason he could achieve his current status in Fohai City is because of his ruthlessness. Tion Siheo had also heard the rumors. More than 10 years ago, Wang Long took on 4 places by himself and beat 3 forces until they were almost left with no one. Since then, few forces dared to provoke Wang Long. Anyone who dares to provoke Wang Long's forces will eventually be defeated by Wang Long. In Fohai City, Wang Long is synonymous with a ruthless person. He doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but few people dare to cause trouble to him. This is Wang Long's strength. The Tion family and Wang Long don't have a very good relationship, but, at the same time, the relationship between the two sides is not too bad either. The old man of the Tion family had also met Wang Long twice and they had quite pleasant conversations. In the entire Tion family, there is a clear rule that the great god Wang Long must not be provoked. Wang Long alone is not that scary, but the key is that the Tion family also has opponents. If they provoke Wang Long, it would be equivalent to pushing Wang Long to their opponents. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. This is a principle that everyone adheres to, and these businessmen also agree with it. In the shopping malls of Fohai City, few people would take the initiative to provoke Wang Long. After all, in the entertainment city, Wang Long is an absolute giant. Wang Long doesn't like to get involved in the struggles of other industries, so everyone has to be polite to him. But if Tion Seheo provoked Wang Long, it would be a disaster for the Tion family. It is precisely because of this factor that Tion Seheo is so cautious. Boss Tion, you're joking. Just now, Vice President Khan wanted us to disappear from Inhai International, saying that a small company like us doesn't deserve to be called international. He's just talking nonsense. Inhai International, such a nice name, how can it be inappropriate? As if afraid that Yang Chao would be dissatisfied, Tion Seheo slapped Kong Ziming in the face again. Mr. Kong, let me tell you. You are fired now. After beating Kong Ziming, Tion Seheo spoke again. Boss Tion, are you confused? Why are you so afraid of him? Looking at his appearance, do you think he can know any important people? Kong Ziming said with disdain. Deep down, he didn't think Yang Chao had any backing. Tion Seheo was also a little confused. He was indeed a little nervous just now. Because when he thought of Wang Long, he was indeed a little scared, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that what Kong Ziming said was also correct. This guy in front of me doesn't look like he knows Wang Long at all. Thinking of this, he stood up again. Fuck you, I was almost fooled by you. How could a rubbish like you know Wang Long? Ma'am, kneel down for me. If I don't break both of your legs today, my last name is not Tion. He was frightened to the point of kneeling down, and Tion Seheo had no intention of letting Yang Chao go. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the 4 bodyguards who had followed him in and were standing not far away immediately took action. Beat him to death, I want to kill him. Tion Seheo roared. No matter what he said, he couldn't let Yang Chao leave here safely, otherwise he would lose all his face. Why, you're not afraid anymore. Yang Chao dodged a bodyguard's attack by waving his right arm, then broke his arm and the bodyguard immediately screamed. Kill him. Tion Seheo yelled. Unfortunately, the result was not as expected. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 bodyguards were knocked down by Yang Chao. Good people are often bullied and good horses are often ridden. Yang Chao understood this principle. If Tion Seheo had been nicer just now and continued to beg for mercy, Yang Chao might not have let him go. But unexpectedly, seeing that Yang Chao had softened his heart, this guy started to show off again. This made Yang Chao very helpless. If you want to die, there's nothing I can do. From the time Yang Chao started fighting with the bodyguard to the end, it took no more than a minute at most. In less than a minute, all 4 bodyguards were lying on the ground. The onlookers all looked as if they had suddenly realized something. No wonder the vice president of Inhai International dared to speak to Tion Seheo like that. It turns out he is also a martial artist. You took care of those 4 bodyguards in just a few moves. I was wondering, how could you be so arrogant if you don't have any skills? Oh my god, isn't that the second master of the Tion family? Why is he here? Suddenly, there was one more person at the job fair. A middle-aged man in his 40s appeared and immediately pointed at Kong Ziming and said, "From now on, you are fired." How can you fire me? I have made great contributions to the company, master, you can't fire me. Kong Ziming, who was suddenly fired, almost went crazy. Dad, why are you here? When he saw this middle-aged man, Tion Seheo was stunned. You still know that I'm your father? After saying this, the middle-aged man slammed his right hand on Tion Seheo's face without any hesitation. Boss Yan, right? I've heard about you from Boss Wang a long time ago. I'm Tion Ming, Tion Seheo's father. I've heard about what happened to you at Ishi Manor yesterday. It's true that heroes emerge young. This wicked son has offended you, so please don't take it personally. He's just a kid. You beast, why don't you apologize to your Uncle Yang? After being polite to Wang Chao, Tion Ming turned around and gave orders to Tion Seheo. However, this title and seniority made Yang Chao feel a little embarrassed. What's going on? How did he become an uncle for no reason? Moreover, I don't seem to be even older than Tion Seheo. It wasn't just Yang Chao who was embarrassed. Tion Siheo was also a little confused. But after looking at his father's expression, Tion Siheo didn't dare to refuse and could only speak up. Uncle Yang, I'm so sorry, it was my fault just now. Chapter 70 Cooperation. Because of Tian Ming's arrival, Tion Siheo finally apologized to Yang Chao obediently. In order to calm Yang Chao's anger, Tian Ming even beat Tion Siheo up again. The fight continued until even Yang Chao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Only after Yang Chao spoke out to stop it did Tian Ming stop. Mr. Yang, I came here this time to discuss other things with you. I have just had someone send a contract to your company. It is about the cooperation between Changling Pharmaceuticals and Yinhai International. I don't know. As soon as Tian Ming finished speaking, Yang Chao's cell phone rang. It's a call from the company. It is said that Changling Pharmaceutical has sent a 5-year cooperation contract. The person from the company on the other end of the phone told Yang Chao that this cooperation contract was completely beneficial to Yinhai International. With this contract alone, Yinhai International can reap nearly 50 million in net profit every year. Hearing this, Yang Chao couldn't help but look at Tian Ming. Mr. Tion, what does this mean? It's nothing special. It's just that our Tion family is very optimistic about Yinhai International, so we plan to cooperate with your Yinhai International. Of course, Mr. Yang can also regard our cooperation as an investment. Tian Ming is a businessman. He has been in the business world for too long. Regarding today's incident, he knew that he had to give Yang Chao a satisfactory answer. If I give him the money directly, it would be a slap in Yang Chao's face. He is not a fool, so he would never do such a thing. Since we can't start directly at Yang Chao, we can only start from the people around Yang Chao. Yinhai International is the most convenient target for Tian Ming. That's why he sent someone to deliver a contract to Yinhai International before coming here. On one side, he severely taught Tion Siheo a lesson, and on the other side, he gave Yinhai International a big gift. By moving forward together, he has already brought the greatest benefits to Yang Chao in terms of both face and substance. Yang Chao looked at Tian Ming quietly, and finally suddenly smiled. He had to admit that compared with Tian Ming, Tion Siheo was not even a scumbag. Tian Ming is a smart man. Mr. Tion is making such a big move. Aren't you afraid that Yinhai International won't be able to handle it? No. Tian Ming smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Yang Chao and said, as long as Mr. Yang is here, I'm not afraid. I don't believe that Mr. Wang would make a mistake in choosing someone. Besides, I don't think I would make a mistake in choosing someone. Mr. Tion, you are too kind. Mr. Yang is young and promising. I hope we can have a chance to talk more. Today's incident really caused you trouble. Okay, then Yang will not keep Mr. Tion. After talking to Tian Ming, Yang Chao looked at Tion Siheo, who was beaten into a pig's head. He said with a look of regret, "What a pity, Mr. Tion is such a smart and wise man, but he has such a useless son, it's really. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang, I'll have to ask you to bear with me in the future." Sure. The two people were like old friends who had known each other for a long time, communicating freely, as if they didn't notice the people around them at all, as if they didn't exist. After the two chatted for a while, Tian Ming said that he still had some things to deal with, so he left quickly. Fuck, did you see that? Even the second master of the Tion family is so polite to this guy. What kind of company is Yinhai International? Can anyone tell me? No, I want to join Yinhai International. I want to work in their company, even if it means cleaning. As soon as Tian Ming left, the people watching around him went crazy. What did they see today? First, the fourth son of the Tion family knelt down, and then the second master of the Tion family showed goodwill. What kind of status does one have to make someone from a family like the Tion family do this? Many people can't think of it. However, this does not prevent people from speculating about Yinhai International. The next moment, countless talents began to rush frantically towards the stage of Yinhai International. I want to submit my resume to Yinhai International. Mr. Yang, please take a look at my resume. Mr. Yang, I have 2 doctoral degrees and I have extensive work experience. My salary is low. As long as Mr. Yang is willing to sign a contract with me, I can work for free for a month. The recruitment booth of Yinhai International, which was extremely deserted just now, became very popular in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire job fair battlefield, all the talented people were desperately trying to squeeze into Yinhai International. Watching this scene, Durga felt a little uncomfortable. He was the first applicant to enter the vision of Inhai International in the entire recruitment venue. It can be said that he had every opportunity to enter Inhai International when no one paid attention to it. Even Yang Chao took the initiative to extend an olive branch to him, but unfortunately, he rejected it harshly. It was definitely impossible to enter Inhai International, so Dugga could only choose other companies. But in the next second, Dugga helplessly discovered that these recruiting companies seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. I'm sorry, our company is not considering talents in your field for the time being. Our company is not short of people for the time being. The first one is a little more subtle. The second one simply said that there was no shortage of people. Why come here if you are not short of people? Aren't you mentally ill? Durga wanted to kill someone. These companies clearly seemed eager to recruit talents, but why did they immediately put on a sour face as soon as I approached them? At this time, no one paid any attention to Durga, including Kong Ziming on the ground. Needless to say, they would never want to pick up someone who was abandoned by the second master of the Tion family. Unless, this is to make things difficult for the Tion family. Mr. Yang, I won't let you go. Kong Ziming looked at Yang Chao viciously. You seem very dissatisfied? Yang Chao and the crowd seemed to feel some sinister gazes. When he turned around, he saw Kong Ziming not far away. Okay, go talk to them. After pushing away the people around him, Yang Chao slowly walked to Kong Ziming's side. Mr. Yang, you caused me to lose my job. Let's fight to the death. Oh, you are welcome to trouble me. If you don't mind, you can do it now. What Yang Chao is least afraid of is this kind of self-righteous guy. He's just the vice president of a company. To put it bluntly, Kong Ziming, the vice president, is actually just a dog of the Tion family, who was abandoned at will. Otherwise, how could Tion Ming not even look at him before leaving? Yang Chao's contempt made Kong Ziming extremely angry, but after hesitating for a long time, he still did not dare to take action. A man who could defeat 4 bodyguards with his bare hands, he really didn't think he had defeated them. You may even get severely punished by the other party. Chapter 71 Opportunities of Inhai International. After returning from the job fair, Yang Chao found Ling Qingyin looking at some documents in the office. Yang Chao felt a little distressed. Didn't he let Ling Qingyin go to rest? Why did she start working again? Why is Mr. Ling working again? Yang Chao asked his colleagues in the company. It was that contract. After seeing the contract, my colleagues in the company felt that the matter was serious, so they told Mr. Ling about it, and then they called you. Okay, I know about this matter, you go ahead and do your work. Yang Chao shook his head helplessly. He also knew Ling Qingyin's character. Since she is already working, let her work. Anyway, she is such a workaholic, so let her have more rest when she has time. However, the cooperation contract sent by Changling Pharmaceutical this time did give Yang Chao some surprise. With this contract, Inhai International will not have to worry about having no source of customers for some time to come. This contract will be enough to enable Inhai International to develop rapidly in the next 5 years. Of course, the premise of all this is that Inhai International can make good use of this contract. Ling Qingyin sat in the office, looking at the contract carefully, as if she was afraid of misreading a punctuation mark on the contract. She had never looked at a contract so seriously. But this time, it's different. This contract is of different value, it is really too heavy. Since the establishment of Inhai International, Ling Qingyin has never taken over such a large contract. As long as this contract is used well, the grand blueprint in her mind will probably have taken a crucial step forward. Ling Qingyin was looking at the contract carefully, and she didn't notice anyone walking into her office. It was not until Yang Chao sat opposite her that she was startled. Then, she discovered that Yang Chao had returned. You're back? Well, seeing that you were so serious, I didn't bother you. After reading it for so long, what do you think of this contract? Do you have any questions? Sitting in the office, Yang Chao casually took a sip of water and then asked. Although someone on the phone just gave Yang Chao a brief introduction to the contents of the contract, after all, some things still require the contract to be seen. Moreover, in fact, Yang Chao was not very interested in these things. Ling Qingyin could handle such detailed things better than Yang Chao. This is a great opportunity. For some reason, Changling Pharmaceuticals would choose to cooperate with Inhai International, and this contract seems to be entirely for the benefit of Inhai International. After reading the contract, Ling Inhai thought he was dreaming. She just couldn't figure out why Changling Pharmaceutical, a pharmaceutical giant in Fohai City, would cooperate with Inhai International. The two companies have absolutely no intersection and no common development direction. The most important thing is that companies like Inhai International cooperate with small-scale companies and are not at the same level as giant companies like Changling Pharmaceutical. It's like a primary school student who deals with substitute teachers or class teachers. Maybe sometimes when you make mistakes you will encounter the head teacher. But suddenly one day, the principal appeared in front of the elementary school student and said that he wanted to give him private lessons. This was simply incredible. Just as Tion and Kong Ziming said, Inhai International is not qualified to be compared with Changling Pharmaceutical. The gap between the two is too big. The content of this contract is dominated by Inhai International. All the money was earned by Inhai International, and Changling Pharmaceutical has almost no possibility of making any profit. Even if there is a loss in the end, it will be borne by Inhai International, and if there is a profit, the majority of it will go to Inhai International. To put it simply, the content of the cooperation contract between the two companies is that Changling Pharmaceutical will provide money, labor, and manpower, and bear all risks, but will not make much profit. As for Inhai International, they didn't have to do anything, just go through the motions and they got tens of millions, and the key point is that this is a long-term contract. With the reputation of a large company like Changling Pharmaceutical, this contract is almost 100% profitable. So, Inhai International definitely made a huge profit this time. Under normal circumstances, this kind of contract is 100% impossible to happen. But now it appeared, so Ling Qingyin always felt that it was a little unreal. This contract should be related to you, right? Suddenly, Ling Qingyin seemed to have thought of something, and stared at Yang Chao with her eyes wide open. Ha, you're so smart. Here, I'll reward you with a kiss. After standing up and kissing Ling Qingyin, Yang Chao then told her about the job fair. But he only said part of it, and there was a part he didn't say. We must seize this opportunity. Changling Pharmaceuticals is a household name in Fohai City. With the big name of Changling Pharmaceuticals, we must make Inhai International famous. Yes, I will. This contract is very important to Inhai International. I will follow up on it personally. Ling Qingyin said seriously. Later, she added, the cooperation with Changling Pharmaceutical will allow Inhai International to get involved in some fields that it has not touched before. Many things in these fields are worth exploring. Inhai International has indeed made a profit from this cooperation. The reason why Yang Chao let Tion go was actually because he was attracted by the huge brand of Changling Pharmaceutical. With the help of Changling Pharmaceutical, Inhai International can definitely realize its hope of taking off in a short period of time. As for money, Yang Chao has no shortage of it. As long as the company needs it, Yang Chao will help even if Ling Qingyin doesn't ask. Yang Chao has no shortage of connections now. As long as he is willing to speak up, I believe Wang Long will help Inhai International. But this is not a long-term solution after all. This incident of the Tion family suddenly made Yang Chao's eyes light up. With Changling Pharmaceutical, Inhai International has opened up a new channel. I believe that it won't be long before Inhai International becomes a household name throughout Fohai City. Thank you. You helped me with this matter again. Ling Qingyin said softly. I don't know how many times Yang Chao has helped me. It was always like this, it was Yang Chao who helped her. Sometimes Yang Chao's help would make Ling Qingyin feel like she was really incompetent. Although the company is his own, he still has to rely on Yang Chao for help with many things. We're family, so why are you saying thank you to me? If that doesn't work, let's go home and play for a while longer tonight. When Yang Chao talked about playing, he deliberately bit the word. Suddenly, Ling Qingyin blushed, and her whole face turned red, just as red as the butt of a monkey on the mountain. Hey, this is still in the company, don't talk about this. Sometimes Ling Qingyin may be very bold, but sometimes, Ling Qingyin is also very shy. For example, Ling Qingyin was extremely embarrassed at this time. Chapter 72 Dalu Company. Time flies. 4 days have passed since the incident with Tion Siheo. During these 4 days, Changling Pharmaceutical also sent several groups of people to Inhai International for some negotiations. Finally, the two companies determined the specific content of the cooperation, including the subsequent development. Less than 2 minutes after the contract was signed, Changling Pharmaceutical's initial operating capital of 10 million was in place. Subsequently, this cooperation officially began. All this was carried out in an orderly manner under the leadership of Ling Qingyin, and Yang Chao did not interfere. During these 2 days, Inhai International also recruited a lot of employees. Although their work level cannot reach that of the previous ones, at least the company will not be short of manpower. Seeing that everything was under control, Yang Chao nodded with satisfaction. Just when Yang Chao was feeling very happy about the affairs of Inhai International, a man claiming to be from Dallo Company called him and said that Yang Chao was their chairman, and then said a lot of nonsense. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Yang Chao immediately hung up the phone in dissatisfaction. 2 days later, Yang Chao suddenly remembered this incident. Yang Chao thought of the incident with Minister Liu. He took out his cell phone and saw that, as expected, his previous affair with Minister Liu had indeed earned him 60% of the shares of Dallo Company. When Minister Liu got into trouble, Yang Chao became the chairman of Dallo Company without any surprise. Moreover, at some point, those procedures and documents had appeared in Yang Chao's office drawer. Yang Chao smiled bitterly and called back the number, but the person on the other end of the phone was extremely excited. He told Yang Chao that he was not in the company now, but was outside, but he would be back soon and he would inform the people below of the news. After hanging up the phone, Yang Chao explained the work matters here and went straight to Dallo Company. Yang Chao did not drive there directly. Firstly, he was not familiar with the place, and secondly, he did not want to show off. Driving a Ferrari to meet your employees for the first time really makes people feel a little bit heroic. Considering this, Yang Chao took a taxi and drove there directly. Little brother, I'm telling you, if you go out to apply for a job like this, many companies won't hire you. The taxi driver saw that Yang Chao had some papers in his hand and had just come out of Inhai International. He thought he was an interviewee who was rejected by Inhai International. Yang Chao was a little embarrassed. How does what I wear look like something I would wear for a job application? Thank you, master. Young man, you must do your best. I wish you success in your application. The driver replied with a smile. Okay, I'll take your words. Looking at the people coming and going in front of Dallo Company, Yang Chao couldn't help but laugh. My Dallo, here I come. Yang Chao couldn't help but shout. What the hell are you talking about? Get out of here. The company is not hiring right now. As soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, a security guard at the door pointed at him with an electric baton. Did you hear me? I told you to get lost. You are dressed like this and you still have the nerve to apply for a job in our company. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see how much you weigh? The 2 security guards at the entrance of Dallo Company flattered others and let them in, while loudly scolding Yang Chao. Who is this? A customer of Dallo Company asked the accompanying staff. The staff member originally didn't know why Yang Chao came here, but after the 2 security guards shouted, he immediately thought that Yang Chao was here to apply for a job. So he quickly explained, I guess they came to apply for a job at our company. Mr. Sun, you know that companies like ours get people applying for jobs every day. Unfortunately, they don't meet our company's application standards at all. The person who was speaking had an arrogant look on his face while he was speaking, as if it was an unparalleled honor to work in Dallo Company. Your company is indeed good and has been thriving in recent years. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to cooperate with your company. The person who was speaking was the owner of a small company. The company is not big, but it is worth several million. He had put in a lot of effort to get the opportunity to cooperate with Dallo Company. The 2 of them talked as they walked, and soon came to Yang Chao's side. When passing by Yang Chao, the employee of Dallo Company couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, as if he saw an acquaintance. Why, Lu Liang, do you know this person? Mr. Sun saw that the person next to him seemed a little confused, so he opened his mouth and asked. Mr. Sun, I'm very familiar with this person. I seem to know him. Lu Liang replied somewhat uncertainly. He just felt that Yang Chao looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember who the person in front of him was for a while. The other person's name seemed to be on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't say it. Never mind. Are you Yang Chao? Do you know me? Yang Chao was a little confused. Yang Chao, why, when you meet an old classmate, you pretend not to know me? Old classmates, are we old classmates? Yang Chao was stunned. Yang Chao, what do you mean? Even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, you can't pretend not to know me, right? Well, it's been a while, I really didn't notice it at once. Maybe Yang Chao didn't think about it at first. But after this reminder, Yang Chao did have some more memories about Lu Liang in his mind. Oh, my old classmate is doing really well. He had good grades in high school and college entrance exams. Now he's working in a company and is doing very well. That's right. Don't you see who I am? I'm just starting out now. I will go further in the future. As for you, I heard that you don't seem to be doing well right now. You got divorced some time ago, right? How come you lost your job now? But don't worry, just follow me. I'll take you to the company later to see if there is a suitable position for you. Just as Yang Chao was about to explain, Mr. Sun next to Lu Liang suddenly spoke up. Xiao Lu, don't waste time here, let's go in quickly. Okay, Mr. Sun, let's go in now. Oh, you so-and-so, come in with us. While Lu Liang was speaking politely to Mr. Sun, he pointed at Yang Chao next to him and asked him to follow him in. Who? Yang Chao shook his head. How come my identity has changed in the blink of an eye? Am I not even worthy of having a name? Because of Lu Liang, after entering again, the two security guards did not continue to stop Yang Chao. Hey, you sit here for a while. I'll go do something. We'll talk later. Good. Yang Chao could also see that the other party was busy, and he didn't pay attention to these details. After talking to Lu Liang, he found an empty seat and sat down. After sitting down, Yang Chao couldn't help but stroll around. After walking for about 10 minutes, he still didn't get anything. This company seems just average, right? Yang Chao said with some disappointment. Humph, you look like a bad person, but you are so arrogant. Just as Yang Chao finished speaking, a person passing by couldn't help but scold him. Chapter 73, Blatant Accusation. Ahem, I just said it casually, you don't have to take it seriously. Yang Chao was just saying it casually just now, and he didn't have any other intentions in his mind. After learning that the valuation of Dallo Company exceeded 1 billion, Yang Chao thought that the company should be the kind of place where big contracts were being negotiated everywhere. But after watching for a while, he realized that this was not the case. Although there are many employees in Dallo Company, they are all busy with their own things. The keyboards are clacking, but few people are communicating continuously. Based on this, Yang Chao discovered that Dallo Company was not as auspicious as he had imagined, so he said that. I didn't expect that someone would accidentally hear it. You are just a small employee. Who do you think you are? The company pays you and gives you work, but now you are saying these things behind my back? I will deduct 3 months' salary from you. Deduct 3 months' salary? Yang Chao asked in confusion. Either deduct your salary or get out, your choice. By the way, which department are you from? I'll ask your leader to come find me later. If you hang out here during work hours, I'll deduct another 3 months' salary. As he was speaking, Yang Chao had already had 6 months' salary deducted. But he doesn't care about this. After all, he is not an employee and no one can deduct his salary. Which department? However, this question from the other party left Yang Chao completely at a loss as to how to answer it. Which department does the chairman belong to, sales, operations, or other departments? Yang Chao thought about it and it seemed that none of the parts counted. Seeing Yang Chao hesitating, the middle-aged man looked at Yang Chao again. No, you shouldn't be considered one of our companies, right? The middle-aged man looked at Yang Chao's dress and couldn't help but frown. Security, come here immediately. No need to call security, I'm here to look for someone? Yang Chao explained. Looking for someone. Who are you looking for? What's his name? What position does he hold? He didn't tell me either. Yang Chao felt helpless. The person who called only told him that he was the chairman of Dallo Company and didn't say anything else. I don't even know what that person does. Looking at your sneaky look, I can tell at a glance that you are not a good person. What you said just now makes me very suspicious that you are a spy sent by another company to steal our company's confidential documents. Be honest, put your head in your hands and squat down. You just need to stay where you are until the security guard comes. You're going too far. I'm not a suspect. Why do you want me to squat? Now, Yang Chao was indeed a little angry. Treating myself as a spy and a thief and asking me to squat, isn't this a clear insult to myself? Just squat down when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let you go out lying down, do you believe it? The middle-aged man said with a sinister look on his face. Oh, let me go out lying down. I want to see how you let me go out lying down. Even a clayman can get angry. Besides, he is the boss of the company after all. Being scolded by a subordinate like this is a complete loss of face. You can't tell me why you're here, and you're not from our Dallo company. I seriously suspect that you're a thief. Security guard, arrest this guy immediately. The middle-aged man opposite shouted, and immediately 3 security guards rushed over. Along with the security guards, there were also many employees of this company. They were working, but suddenly, they heard a quarrel here, and followed the security guards, and they surrounded them. Fuck, let me repeat myself, I'm here to look for someone, and I didn't come in secretly, someone brought me in, and he's an employee of your company. Who brought you in? Tell me his name. His name is Lu Liang, and he is the sales manager of your Dallo company. He was the one who asked the 2 security guards to let me in at the door. Lu Liang? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he said, "Go, call Lu Liang over." Soon, Lu Liang, Mr. Sun, and the 2 security guards came over. Hey, Mr. Lu, what did you want me to do, and why are you here? I haven't seen you for several days. After arriving here, Lu Liang didn't even look at Yang Chao, but walked straight towards the middle-aged man, his posture like a pug. Lu Liang, this guy is sneaking in the company. He said you let him in. Is this true? Hey, Mr. Lu, you are wrongly accusing me. How could I know this guy? How could I know him? Look at his shifty look and the way he is dressed. How could I possibly know him? He is talking nonsense. Is this your classmate? There was a bitterness in Yang Chao's mouth. Not long ago, the other party was responding to me with a smile, but in less than 20 minutes, his expression changed? The middle-aged man surnamed Lu looked at the 2 security guards again. Have you seen him? Boss Lu, we haven't seen him. He probably sneaked in. These 2 security guards are also very smart. Since Lu Liang had spoken like that, they naturally knew what to say. Bullshit. Do you want to check the surveillance camera at the door? When I came in openly. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about the surveillance? After hearing what Yang Chao said, Lu Liang suddenly panicked. Surveillance cannot be false. Oh, that's a misunderstanding. Well, let's just forget about it. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu saw that Yang Chao seemed to have physical evidence present, so he had no evidence to prove that the other party was a thief, and he asked everyone to disperse. Just then, Lu Liang suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, Mr. Lu, this guy is indeed my classmate, and I did bring him in, but I just asked him to sit at the door, not here. You just said that he was sneaky like a thief, which reminded me of something. What's the matter? Tell me. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu glanced at Lu Liang and found that this guy seemed to be making eye contact with him. He immediately understood what the other party meant. This guy was trying to cooperate with him so that he wouldn't lose face and make trouble for Yang Chao. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and motioned Lu Liang to continue. Boss Lu, it's true that this guy is my high school classmate, but I heard from the classmate group that he is now divorced, his wife cheated on him, and he owes a large sum of money. And just now I saw him holding a resume, and I thought he was looking for a job. Now it seems that he may have been greatly stimulated and has mental problems. It is not impossible that he stole things. Manager Lu, what you said makes sense. A person who is in debt and divorced may do something extreme. I think your classmate may be such a person. Yeah, this guy doesn't look normal. Just now when he was at the door, he was saying something like, "My Dalu, here I come." The security guard repeated what Yang Chao had said, which immediately caused everyone to laugh. Chapter 74. It's too late. It seems that this guy is really a lunatic. Not only was he divorced, he was also in debt, and then he lost his job. It's understandable that he suffered a mental blow and did something mentally disturbed. Lu Liang, your classmate is so pitiful. He's about to become a fool. Everyone now looked at Yang Chao with a different look in their eyes. According to Lu Liang, Yang Chao has become a person at the bottom of society. Who would care about such a person? Fool, if I were to say, I'm your boss. In response to these people's doubts, Yang Chao sighed helplessly. He also wanted to try and see if he had said this. Boss, did you hear that? He said he is our boss. Yang Chao, please stop embarrassing yourself here. I am so unlucky to have you here today. No, I will use grapefruit juice to get rid of the bad luck when I get home to avoid bad luck in the future. Our boss's surname is Lu. He is Mr. Lu's uncle. You said you are our boss. Are you kidding me? Everyone burst into laughter again. Everyone in the entire Dallo company knows that Minister Lu is the boss of the company. No one else dared to claim that he was the boss of Dallo company. It is precisely because of Minister Lu that the middle-aged man surnamed Lu dares to be so unscrupulous in the company and deduct wages at will. My uncle is the chairman of the board. What can you do if you don't accept it? If you dare to talk back, you will be fired immediately. This is the confidence of the middle-aged man surnamed Lu. Alas, it seems that no one believes me anymore. Yang Chao was helpless. This was the first time he was treated as a fool. He didn't expect that Lu Liang would feel that he had become a psychopath because of the blow he suffered. I really am your new boss. Yang Chao explained somewhat helplessly. Okay, stop talking to him, security guard, kick this guy out immediately. Also, Manager Lu, don't bring any random people in from now on. Otherwise, who will be held responsible if they damage the company's property? Yes. Mr. Lu, I will definitely listen to you. I felt sorry for Yang Chao, but who knew he would become a psychopath? I'm sorry. Lu Liang kept apologizing to the middle-aged man surnamed Lu, fearing that he would be angry. Since no one believes it, it seems I can only call that person and ask him to verify it personally. Who is that guy? He's a mentally ill patient, still talking nonsense here. Call the police. Oh, and call the hospital to take a look. If that doesn't work, send him directly to a mental hospital. No one present believed what Yang Chao said. The security guards were also approaching Yang Chao carefully. If a mentally ill patient suddenly attacks and injures someone, the situation is quite serious. They don't want to be hurt by a psychopath, otherwise they won't be able to handle it even if they call the police. Sorry. The user you dialed is busy. Please try again later. The mechanical voice of the customer service in Chinese and English made Yang Chao roll his eyes completely. The person who called him was actually on the phone right now, which made Yang Chao feel like he was really abandoned by the goddess of luck. Oh, I still have the proofs. Yang Chao thought about the documents he brought with him. It contains my share certificate and some other identification documents. Unfortunately, he had just put it on the seat he sat on when he came here. If he asked this group of people to go look for it now, I'm afraid they would not even pay any attention to him. All of you, use the electric batons, come at me together. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. Seeing that the security guards were still shrinking, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu began to urge them impatiently. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, we will complete the task. When the security guards heard that they could use electric batons, they immediately became alert. Just now they were indeed a little afraid that Yang Chao, the mentally ill patient, would do something extreme, but now with the assurance from the middle-aged man surnamed Lu, they no longer had to be afraid. You two on the left, you two on the right. We two, in the middle. There were a total of 6 security guards, who headed straight towards Yang Chao in 3 directions, as if they wanted to catch him in a jar. Humph, no matter if you are really a psychopath or not, as long as you are caught, you are a psychopath. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu was already a little angry because of Yang Chao. Therefore, he must get rid of the resentment in his heart. And with his connections, it is not difficult to turn Yang Chao from a normal person into a mental patient. Even if it costs some money, he is willing to do so. Stop it. Stop it. Just as the 6 security guards were about to rush forward, suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing glasses rushed over and pushed 2 of the security guards away. You are late. Yang Chao's words were somewhat displeased. When he saw the man with glasses, Yang Chao immediately realized that this should be the man on the phone. The voice was almost exactly the same. I'm sorry. It was my mistake that caused you to be insulted like this. This is my dereliction of duty at work. I am willing to accept your punishment. Boss Ma. When everyone in the company saw the man with glasses, they immediately greeted him respectfully. But the man with glasses ignored them and looked at Yang Chao cautiously, as if he was afraid that Yang Chao would be angry. What's going on? Why is Mr. Ma so polite to that psychopath? That's right. Even the former President Lu had never been so polite to him. The man with glasses who was called Mr. Ma is named Ma Tingwei, 45 years old. He is the general manager of Dallo Company and is usually in charge of all the company's affairs. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the previous chairman, Minister Lu, came, he would not be so polite. But when facing Yang Chao, he lowered his posture to the lowest level. It's all because of one reason. Yang Chao owns 60% of the company's absolute shares, and Yang Chao has control over all the financial information of Dallo Company. If Yang Chao wanted to lose his temper, he could easily sue Ma Tingwei, so Ma Tingwei did not dare to be dishonest. Boss Ma, this guy is a psychopath. Why are you so polite to him? Crazy, are you all crazy? He is the new chairman of our company. Yang Chao, you actually said he is crazy. I think you are the crazy ones. Ma Tingwei couldn't help but burst into cursing. Then, Ma Tingwei pointed at the 6 security guards and said, "From now on, you are fired. Get out." Ma Tingwei's words stunned everyone. How is that possible? How could this psychopath with dirty clothes be the new chairman of the company? Just when everyone was in doubt, a girl at the front desk suddenly ran over with a stack of documents. After seeing Yang Chao, he quickly said, "Chairman, your information was left on the chair outside. I brought it to you." Is he really the chairman? It's over. Chapter 75. Who is crazy? At this moment, countless people were feeling uneasy. Among the people present, few were not afraid when looking at Yang Chao. They never imagined that this young man who looked so ordinary would be the new chairman of the company. What about the former chairman, Minister Liu? Many people have doubts in their minds. Although working for anyone is still working for you, it does feel a bit unreasonable when your boss suddenly changes and no one knows about it. If we were to ask who among the people present knew the most about this matter, it would definitely be Ma Tingwei. Even the middle-aged man surnamed Liu was not quite clear about this matter. Thank you. After taking the document from the girl at the front desk, Yang Chao directly spread out the contents of the document. Take a look. This is my name and photo. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Impossible, how could you be the chairman? If you are the chairman, then what about my uncle? Your uncle? Yang Chao looked at this middle-aged man who was preparing to deduct his salary and turn himself into a psychopath. He was confused by the other party's question. How would I know who your uncle is? Ahem, chairman, this is the nephew of the previous chairman, Lu Shan, who is also the deputy general manager of our Dallo company. After introducing Lu Shan, Ma Ziyuan pointed at Yang Chao and spoke. Vice President Lu, this is our company's new chairman, Yang Chao. Mr. Yang, your uncle Minister Liu has been taken away for investigation because of tax issues. Bullshit, Ma Ziyuan, you are talking nonsense. My uncle has the largest share in the company, how could anything happen to him? It must be you who deliberately teamed up and lied to me. Yes, it must be you who lied to me. Vice President Liu, you have to accept this reality. President Liu is no longer the chairman of Dallo Company. President Yang is now. Ma Ziyuan explained patiently. Impossible. My uncle is the one. Even if something happens to my uncle, I will still be the heir to the company. I am the new chairman. Lu Shan shook his head desperately. He didn't believe anything Ma Ziyuan said. Ha, I'm the new chairman of the company, hurry up and call me chairman. As he was talking, Lu Shan suddenly started jumping up and down, with an extremely serious expression on his face. He's crazy. Yang Chao spoke slowly. Yes, Lu Shan is crazy. Just as Ma Ziyuan finished saying that, Lu Shan went completely crazy. Unable to accept the blow of Minister Liu's accident, he went crazy on the spot. Boss Liu, is he crazy? The employees who witnessed Lu Shan going crazy couldn't help but talk about it. He was a fine person just now, but suddenly he went crazy. Director Yang, what should we do with this person? As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. If the chairman of the company changes, there will inevitably be some new adjustments to some positions in the company. Ma Ziyuan has been thinking about how to take over Lu Shan these days. Minister Liu is no longer the chairman of Dallo Company, so Lu Shan no longer has a backer. Originally, Lu Shan was able to reach this position thanks to Minister Liu. He was just a freeloader in the company and had no ability at all. Moreover, Lu Shan has always been criticized in the company. He frequently harassed female subordinates and used his position to make excessive demands on company employees. What about deducting wages and bonuses? Isn't this normal? Even if today's incident had not happened, Ma Ziyuan would have suggested to Yang Chao that Lu Shan leave Dallo Company. Now, Lu Shan has gone crazy. The problem was solved instantly. Not long after Lu Shan went crazy, the police cars and cars from the mental hospital arrived. Excuse me, what's going on with this phone call? Who's crazy? It was an employee of our company who suddenly became mentally abnormal and went crazy on the spot. As the chairman of the company, Yang Chao naturally stood up at this time and pointed at the crazy Lu Shan over there. Looking at this, it seems like he is really crazy. The police also saw Lu Shan's condition, and he seemed to be shouting desperately. There is a real possibility of hurting someone. The doctor at the mental hospital over there directly concluded that Lu Shan was absolutely crazy. With the cooperation of both parties, Lu Shan was directly taken to the car of the mental hospital. Combined with some transcripts from the chairman of Dallo Company and others, it is impossible for Lu Shan to be discharged from the hospital for the rest of his life. He was taken away just like that? That's right. Mr. Lu was a good man, but he suddenly became crazy. Sigh. He's crazy, and you're not happy? Seeing that someone actually felt sorry for Lu Shan, someone nearby immediately asked. What a joke. How could I not be happy? If he turns out to be a psychopath, I would definitely be happy. If he were to be shot right now, I would treat the entire company to a dinner tonight. Me too, please. I'll treat you. Many people said this in a rush. Is Lu Shan so annoying? Yang Chao remembered clearly what Lu Shan had done just now. No one present dared to contradict Lu Shan. Now that Lu Shan has just left, this group of people wished that Lu Shan would be shot immediately. Yang Chao didn't know what to say. Are these people too spineless, or have they been suppressed for too long? In fact, Yang Chao didn't know what attitude the people at Dallo Company had towards Lu Shan. Because of what Lu Shan did in Dallo Company, almost everyone has been exploited by him to some extent. Either become his lackey, or have your salary deducted by Lu Shan. The reasons for deducting wages are varied, and there is nothing he can't do, except what you can't think of. Because of consideration for the chairman and the good benefits offered by Dallo Company, many people endured it. This time when Lu Shan was taken away to the mental hospital, many people felt happy inside, but they did not express it because they were concerned about so many people. Okay, the Lu Shan incident is over. Mr. Yang is the new chairman of the company. Please let Mr. Yang have a word. Ma Ziyuan is indeed a veteran of the company. Seeing that everyone was still immersed in Lu Shan's incident, he immediately clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Then he asked someone to gather all the employees in the company. About half an hour later, almost all the employees of Dallo Company arrived. Some of those who were absent were discussing business outside, while others were absent due to scheduling reasons. After almost everyone arrived, Yang Chao, as the chairman of Dallo Company, naturally stood up from his chair. His speech was simple and concise. One could even say that it is concise and to the point. Everyone, I don't have much to say. I just have one thing to say. You just need to work hard. You will have a bright future. The future is bright. Countless people responded loudly. Chapter 76 Ma Ziyuan's Reminder. Yang Chao didn't really care about the affairs of Dallo Company. Owning shares in this company was completely accidental. It can even be said that if it weren't for Ma Ziyuan's notification, Yang Chao would have completely forgotten that he had a valuable company. Speaking of which, less than a month ago, Yang Chao was still a complete loser with no background and no power. Some of the money was taken away by my wife, and the key point is that the money was spent by my wife and her lover together. Even though Ling Qingyin liked Yang Chao very much before and expressed her love for him, in fact, Yang Chao had always been avoiding her. This is also the reason why Ling Qingyin took the initiative to sleep with Yang Chao, and she used some special means. If it happened to other people, this would be something they wouldn't even dare to think about. Being noticed by a beautiful, rich and white lady is no less lucky than saving the galaxy in your previous life. But even so, if the previous Yang Chao had not been replaced by the current Yang Chao, he probably would not dare to divorce his wife. The Yang Chao before was indeed a coward. But nowadays, as the saying goes, things are very different. With the system in hand, Yang Chao was not only calm and composed when Wang Long, a person whom he had never dared to think of before, appeared before him, not to mention the trivial matters in the past. In the past few days, countless so-called rich second-generation and wealthy people have been slapped in the face by him. All of this is a powerful blessing given to him by the system. With the support of the system, Yang Chao naturally would not care about this so-called valuable Dallo company. With the support of the system, in Yang Chao's opinion, no matter how rich a millionaire is, he is not worthy of polishing his shoes. Billionaire, that's a joke. No matter how powerful you are, you can never be more powerful than the system. If you are good, go give money to passers-by. Everyone knows that a big incident happened in front of Inhai International a few days ago. A young man is handing out money to people on the main road. Tens of millions in cash, just given out on the spot. Is there anything more generous than this? So, for Yang Chao, Dallo Company is just an unexpected little gift. After he gave a brief speech to all the employees at Dallo Company, the rest of the time was spent on a private conversation between him and Ma Ziyuan. Director Yang, this is some of the recent developments in our company. As he spoke, Ma Ziyuan handed some detailed information about the company to Yang Chao. Ha ha ha, what is Mr. Ma doing? Do you think I can't trust you? As he spoke, Yang Chao took out a lighter and burned the documents. This fire not only burned some problems of Dallo Company, but also the past of some company employees. For example, the one in front of you. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. It is not that Dallo Company does not have any problems at all. The last time Minister Liu was taken away, it was because his case was quite serious. He was involved in more than just the Dallo Company. That's why he was so scared when Yang Chao took out those things. Similarly, Minister Liu has problems, Dallo Company has problems, and Ma Ziyuan and other senior leaders of Dallo Company also have problems. But for Yang Chao, all these are not a big problem. As long as it's not too much of a problem, you can ignore it. At least for now, Ma Ziyuan has been managing the company well in the few days since Minister Liu's accident. Many senior executives of companies will abscond with the money when something goes wrong at the company. This has almost become a common problem for many companies that have problems. But Ma Ziyuan he didn't do that. Based on this, Yang Chao can let bygones be bygones for his past. Boss Ma, I would not normally interfere with Dallo Company. I trust you. I will leave it to you to manage. I hope you can help me handle all matters here. After all, my focus is on Inhai International. Inhai International? Is it the company that was rumored to be cooperating with Changling Pharmaceuticals a few days ago? Well, why, you heard about it too. Yang Chao was also a little surprised to hear Ma Ziyuan ask this. But after thinking about it, isn't this exactly the result I want? This matter has spread all over the circle. Everyone says that Inhai International is lucky to have cooperated with Changling Pharmaceutical. This is a great thing that others dare not even dream of. Changling Pharmaceutical is a household name in Fohai City. Being able to cooperate with some small enterprises means that they can definitely gain the upper hand over the other party. Even a company like Dallo would benefit from cooperating with Changling Pharmaceutical, not to mention Inhai International. Well, it's just Changling Pharmaceutical. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is very long. Yang Chao nodded with satisfaction. He felt more and more that this cooperation with Changling Pharmaceutical would definitely be a win-win situation with no harm. Excuse me, Mr. Yang, you and Mr. Ling from Inhai International. She is my girlfriend, and I am also the vice president of Inhai International now. Oh, I see. Ma Ziyuan nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, he already had a plan in mind. Although Dallo Company is not as good as Inhai International, because of Yang Chao's relationship, it is bound to have a certain connection with Inhai International in the future. This kind of relationship is more stable than other relationships. If you make plans early, it may be beneficial to both parties. But when he thought of something else, Ma Ziyuan couldn't help but frown. Although Ma Ziyuan's action was not obvious, Yang Chao still noticed it. Why, you look like something is wrong. Is there something else going on? Hey, Mr. Yang, there are some things I don't know how to say. Ma Ziyuan smiled bitterly. If he hadn't learned about Yang Chao's other identity today, he might not have told Yang Chao the news. Go ahead. It's like this. I heard these days that some companies in Fohai City seem to have been secretly instigated by other companies and are preparing to join forces to suppress Inhai International. Other companies have joined forces to suppress Inhai International. When did this news come out? Yang Chao was a little surprised. Inhai International, which is cooperating with Changling Pharmaceutical, has now apparently gained a strong supporter. Choosing to take action against Inhai International at this time, isn't that courting death? I heard that some old rivals of Changling Pharmaceutical took the lead and united with several other companies and some other big families in Fohai City to teach Changling Pharmaceutical a lesson. Yang Chao was speechless. I was just thinking that the cooperation between Inhai International and Changling Pharmaceutical this time would be absolutely beneficial with no harm, but then I heard this news, which seemed like a slap in the face a bit too much. Well, I know about this, thank you for reminding me. With Ma Ziyuan's reminder, Yang Chao would naturally notify Ling Yinhai and the Tion family. However, Yang Chao also understood that the Tion family could not be completely ignorant of this and would definitely have received news about this. Chapter 77 We Are Classmates. Inside the office, when Yang Chao was talking to Ma Tingwei, someone was standing at the door of the office. Yang Chao, he is actually the CEO of Dallo Company? Outside the office, Lu Liang was trembling with fear. My calves were trembling. He didn't know what to say now. He had just humiliated Yang Chao quite a bit. First, he belittled Yang Chao's status, and then said that Yang Chao had mental problems. Who could bear this? Lu Liang wanted to slap himself hard a few times, and then kneel down and beg for mercy from Yang Chao. As long as Yang Chao was willing to forgive him, it would be fine. He has joined Dallo Company since graduation. He climbed to this position step by step, and no one knew how much it cost. Others kept their distance from Lu Shan, but he licked him like a dog. The purpose is to secure his position as a manager. I thought I could rise to the top with this big mountain, but I didn't expect that Cheng Yao Jin would appear halfway. Yang Chao suddenly became the chairman of the company, and this change really caught him off guard. After waiting for more than an hour, the office door opened. Plop. With a crisp sound, Lu Liang fell to his knees. Manager Lu, what's going on with you? Ma Tong was a little confused. Why did Lu Liang suddenly kneel down to him out of nowhere? Director Yang, Lu Liang was about to speak when he realized he had knelt to the wrong person and was immediately embarrassed. But he still gritted his teeth and said, Boss Ma, where is Boss Yang in there? Inside, what's going on? What do you want to talk to Director Yang about? If it's not a big deal, can you tell me? Yang Chao, who had just come out of the office, could hear almost clearly the conversation between Ma Ziyuan and Lu Liang. Yang Chao actually didn't have any big thoughts about Lu Liang. The current identities of the two are, one in heaven and one in hell. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. Yang Chao doesn't take Lu Liang seriously at all. Therefore, when Lu Liang knelt down, Yang Chao felt that the matter could actually be let go. But when Lu Liang told Ma Tingwei everything that had just happened in one breath in order to get him to plead for mercy, Ma Tingwei's face changed immediately. Pa! Ma Tingwei didn't even think twice and slapped Lu Liang in the face. You are a piece of trash, a waste who came from Lushan, and you actually scolded Director Yang. You deserve to die. Come here, kick him out, and notify all the companies that cooperate with Dallo Company. If any company dares to let Lu Liang work in its company, Dallo Company will immediately stop cooperating with the other party. Director Yang, we are old friends and old classmates. For the sake of our old classmates, please forgive me, just this once. Director Yang, I won't dare to do that again. Lu Liang was crying loudly. Ma Tingwei's punishment on him was too harsh. Unless he can find a company more powerful than Dallo to back him up, his future will be ruined. Okay, Lu Liang, you are also a talent. I won't take this incident seriously. You just stay in the company and work hard for the company. After comforting Lu Liang, Yang Chao slowly spoke to Ma Tingwei. As soon as he turned around, Ma Tingwei, who had just scolded Lu Liang and didn't dare to say a word, suddenly became extremely respectful. Boss Ma, Lu Liang is my classmate after all. Besides, he has good personal abilities. This is my personal matter. I personally forgive him. Let's just let it go. Let him continue to stay in the company. Unexpectedly, in response to Mr. Yang's words, Ma Tingwei just shook his head. Director Yang, this is not your personal matter. What Lu Liang did is really. Then, Ma Tingwei said something. After saying these words, he stopped talking. Lu Liang, I thought you were a talented person, but I was wrong. Get lost. From Ma Tingwei's words, Yang Chao learned one thing. In order to get Lu Shan's help, Lu Liang had gotten girls in the company drunk and sent them to Lu Shan several times. There were 5 girls in total, 2 of whom were slept with by Lu Shan, and the other 3 were not successful because other colleagues discovered them in time. Therefore, Lu Liang's popularity in the company is even worse than Lu Shan's. Yang Chao, don't believe him. He's lying. I didn't do it. Lu Shan did it himself. We are classmates. Don't you believe me? Lu Liang had just finished speaking. A girl came out nervously. I am the girl that Lu Shan took advantage of. It was Lu Liang who got me drunk, and that is how Lu Shan succeeded. I can testify to Mr. Ma. I can testify to that, too. In less than a minute, several employees left the company. Most of these people are female employees, and they have been plotted against by Lu Liang and Lu Shan to some extent, so they stood up at this time. Lu Liang, what do you think of their words? Should I believe them or not? Director Yang, they are jealous of me. They are blatantly jealous of the relationship between you and me. And this old guy was afraid that I would take his place in the future, so he teamed up with so many people to frame me. Jealous of you? Yang Chao shook his head helplessly. If there is only one person, it is jealousy, but if there are 2 or 3 people, it is. With so many girls, who would be willing to use their own innocence to frame someone? What's more, Lu Liang's next sentence is even more nonsense. A small manager actually said that the general manager would be afraid that he would take his position. This is an even bigger joke. Yang Chao, we are classmates, don't you believe me? After speaking to Yang Chao respectfully, Lu Liang turned around and looked at the group of employees in the company. You bunch of bitches, it was obviously you who were horny and wanted to seduce President Lu, and now you are framing me. Do you think President Yang is a fool? He will never believe you. Do you have any evidence? If not, shut up. The girls who stood up gritted their teeth. But unfortunately, there is really no evidence. All the evidence had been destroyed by Lu Shan before. Otherwise, how could they allow Lu Shan and Lu Liang to bully them until now? Seeing Lu Liang's smug look, the girls' lips turned purple with anger and their eyes were about to burst into flames, but they could do nothing because they had no evidence. Director Yang, see? They are just framing me. There is absolutely no evidence. I suggest that Director Yang fire all these bitches to prevent them from ruining the company's reputation. Seeing that Yang Chao didn't say anything, Lu Liang became even more arrogant. He was already sure of one thing, that is, Yang Chao believed in himself very much. Director Yang, we. The girl who stood up first was trembling all over. She pointed her finger at the smug Lu Liang, bit her lip, and her teeth itched with anger, as if she wanted to fight Lu Liang to the death. Yang Chao watched all this quietly, with neither joy nor sadness on his face, as if the mutual accusations among this group of people did not exist at all. Chapter 78 Who to Fire? Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Task content: in the previous Dallo company, many female employees were schemed by Lu Liang and finally taken advantage of by Lu Shan. Do you believe the explanation of the female employees and fire Lu Liang? Option 1, believe the female employee's explanation and fire Lu Liang. Reward: video evidence of Lu Liang drugging the female employee, unanimous approval by all employees of Dallo company. Option 2, do not believe the female employee's explanation and do not fire Lu Liang. Reward: 1/5 of the company's employees experience emotional fluctuations, and within a month, 1/3 of Dallo's employees leave. Is Lu Liang's influence so great in the company? After knowing the 2 rewards given by the system, Yang Chao couldn't help but look at Lu Liang again. Lu Liang also saw the look Yang Chao gave him. It seemed that it was a look of disbelief and admiration. Lu Liang couldn't help but straighten his back. In his opinion, Yang Chao was trying to protect himself. In full view of everyone, Yang Chao slowly patted Lu Liang's shoulder. Lu Liang, you are really great, not bad, not bad. Lu Liang was a little nervous when he heard the first sentence, but the last 2 sentences were good and made him look radiant. Mr. Yang, you are too kind. As your classmate, this is what I should do. Well. Yang Chao's actions and words made everyone feel disappointed, even Ma Tingwei. They realized that Yang Chao and Lu Liang were probably birds of a feather. Director Yang, fire all these people. Lu Liang said this according to the situation. Well, okay, expel, expel. Ma Tingwei, fire Lu Liang immediately. Ding! The mission reward has been sent to the host, please check it in time. As soon as Yang Chao announced the expulsion of Lu Liang, the system's reward arrived immediately. Director Yang, is that right? Ma Tingwei was just about to persuade Yang Chao to reconsider and not fire those female employees, but he suddenly discovered that the person Yang Chao fired was Lu Liang, and his face immediately changed. He immediately responded, okay, fire Lu Liang, fire Lu Liang. Next to him, Lu Liang, who was laughing loudly and preparing to humiliate those female employees, was subconsciously stunned. Yang Chao fired not those women, but himself. Fire yourself? Did I hear it wrong? Lu Liang couldn't help but look back at Yang Chao. Yang Chao, are you going to fire me? Now, not only Lu Liang was confused, but everyone else was too. The two of them were clearly having a pleasant conversation just now, so why did Lu Liang suddenly get fired? Why, as the chairman, can't I fire you? But why did you fire me? Lu Liang didn't understand. Could it be that you believe what they say? Director Yang, these bitches are talking nonsense. How can you believe them? They are all shameless bitches. Everything they say is a lie. Lu Liang tried desperately to argue. If what they said is true, then let them produce evidence. If they can't, I won't agree with you firing me. Moreover, I will hire a lawyer to sue these bitches and bring them to ruin. When Lu Liang did those things, he did them almost flawlessly, and no one noticed. In addition, Lu Shan, one of the parties involved, had gone crazy. Lu Liang can be sure that there is absolutely no one in this world who can find evidence of the past. All the evidence has been destroyed, and this is Lu Liang's greatest confidence. You want evidence? I'll give it to you, how about that? Looking at the self-righteous Lu Liang, Yang Chao showed an expression of pity for him. Do you have evidence? What a joke! How can you have evidence? Lu Liang's face was full of disbelief. If Lu Shan had evidence, perhaps Lu Liang would still have a 1 in 10,000 chance of believing it. But who is Yang Chao? He just came to Dallo Company today. This was probably the first time he had heard of this. How could such a person have evidence of such trivial matters? It was not only Lu Liang, but also the employees of Dallo Company. They also didn't believe that Yang Chao had any evidence. Especially those female employees. At this time, they even felt that Yang Chao was playing tricks on them. Don't you believe it? Just look at this and you'll know. As he spoke, Yang Chao opened the video that the system rewarded him with. Then he handed the phone to the first female employee who stepped forward, named Han Wei. This was the day Lu Liang invited me to dinner. When Han Wei saw the contents of the video, she was stunned. The content in the video is indeed that Han Wei is having dinner with Lu Liang. Then Lu Liang took advantage of the moment when Han Wei turned her head to talk to the woman next to her and dropped a drop of liquid into Han Wei's water cup. Han Wei immediately became dizzy after drinking the glass of water, and was finally forced to drink a lot of wine by Lu Liang. Finally, Lu Liang supported Han Wei and made a phone call to someone. Not long after, Lu Shan appeared. What followed was the obscene exchange between Lu Liang and Lu Shan, and the scene of them entering the hotel. From the video, you can even hear the voices of Lu Shan and Lu Liang communicating. It was nothing more than some words that Lu Liang said that he had made Han Wei drunk and unconscious and let Lu Shan have fun. Those words were very explicit. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Liang on the side was completely dumbfounded. How could Yang Chao have this video? This one video alone is enough. There is nothing else to say. Anything more is just quibbling. This is the evidence Lu Liang wants. This is also the evidence that many girls in Dallo Company want. All along, everyone has been suffering from the lack of evidence. They clearly know that Lu Liang did some things, but they just can't express their grievances. Now there is evidence, and the evidence is so clear, Lu Liang will definitely not be able to escape. There are more than a dozen videos of this kind in Yang Chao's mobile phone. They are all videos of Lu Liang having dinner with female colleagues from the company on various occasions, and then getting the female colleagues into Lu Shan's bed. But most of them failed. Yang Chao, we are classmates, you can't hurt me. Lu Liang rushed towards Yang Chao like crazy, trying to snatch the phone away. Yang Chao didn't even look at Lu Liang, he just kicked him away. Han Wei, right? If you use this video as evidence, you should be able to arrest Lu Liang, and also Lu Shan before. However, I'm worried about your reputation. Call the police. The female employee named Han Wei didn't even wait for Yang Chao to finish speaking and directly called the police. No, I was wrong, Mr. Yang, I was wrong, Han Wei, I was wrong. We are colleagues, please let me go. I really don't want to go to jail. It was not until this moment that Lu Liang realized the seriousness of the situation. Unfortunately, it's all too late. Not long after, the police car came rushing over. Chapter 79 Wang Yu was here. Because the video was in Yang Chao's hands, if he wanted to hand it over as evidence, Yang Chao would naturally have to go there. Therefore, as the party involved, Yang Chao had to cooperate with the case handlers, make a record, and then hand over the video to the case handlers. Only after he had brought in the staff did he put the matter to an end. Because Lu Liang's matter involved many people, after returning to the company with everyone, Yang Chao had to come out and say a few words again. People's hearts are a little unstable. If it weren't for the Lu Liang incident, perhaps many people would not be too cold towards Yang Chao. But because of this incident, many people suddenly had other thoughts about Yang Chao. Putting aside other things, at least from now on, Yang Chao is not an arbitrary person. In today's incident, if Yang Chao insisted on protecting Lu Liang, many people would be unable to do anything to Lu Liang. There were even a few female employees who had the urge to resign immediately. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Yang Chao made a decision that no one expected. It is no exaggeration to say that Yang Chao's decision at least saved Dallo Company from a crisis of personnel turmoil. At the same time, it also allowed everyone to see that the chairman was not the kind of person who favored people based on personal connections. In the process of calming everyone down, Yang Chao, in the name of the company, paid mental damages ranging from 100,000 to 1 million yuan to all female employees who had been bullied by Lu Shan in the company. After making this decision, Yang Chao could immediately feel that the way everyone looked at him had changed. It seems to be becoming somewhat supportive. At this time, Yang Chao nodded with satisfaction. We have finally made relatively good progress in our control over Dallo Company. He had been thinking about how to manage this company before. If this incident had not happened, it would have been difficult for him to do it. But now, some situations have become very clear. Dallo Company no longer needs to worry about people's hearts. After returning from Dallo Company, Ling Qingyin had already learned from Yang Chao about the fact that many companies were jointly targeting Changling Pharmaceutical. Ling Qingyin's face became a little solemn after she heard the news. It is indeed a troublesome thing that Changling Pharmaceutical attracts attention because of its size, but the key is that they have the capital. Even if a strong wind blows, with their strength, it would at most be just a few bumps and collisions. There is no need to worry at all. Yinhai International is different. Compared with giants like Changling Pharmaceutical, it would be a bit boastful to say that Yinhai International is a baby. Even though those people can't do anything to Changling Pharmaceutical, they may be able to bring down Yinhai International. Ling Qingyin didn't want Yinhai International to run into trouble just when it was starting to get a little better. But for a moment, Ling Qingyin couldn't think of any good solution. After all, Yinhai International has just started up. What means does Ling Qingyin have to dare to take action against Changling Pharmaceutical? Those companies are definitely not something that Yinhai International can compete with at present. In desperation, she could only look at Yang Chao. Yang Chao is her backbone. Don't worry about this. As the saying goes, when enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Yang Chao was not afraid that those guys would target Yinhai International. After all, Yang Chao is not the kind of person who allows himself to be bullied. The key point is that the other party has not taken action yet, but only plans to take action. In this case, it is difficult for Yang Chao to come up with a response. In the current situation, we can only take it one step at a time. Probably not long after Ling Qingyin learned about this, the Tion family also called. It was Mr. Tion from the Tion family who called personally. The other party didn't say anything, but just asked about the recent progress of the cooperation between the two companies. Then when he was about to hang up, he gave a subtle reminder. Boss Ling, things may be a little bit uneasy recently. Some scoundrels may cause trouble. Changling Pharmaceutical is a big company and has a great business. We never take those petty thieves seriously. However, both Yinhai International and Boss Ling need to be careful. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Tion. I will pay attention to it. After hanging up the phone, Ling Qingyin's face turned grim. Since the second master of the Tion family said so, then it must be correct. The only thing that is uncertain now is when those people are going to take action. At this time, Yang Chao was sitting aside. Since Ling Qingyin was on speakerphone, Yang Chao could hear everything clearly. Tion family, have you also heard about this? Ling Qingyin's brows were almost knitted together. I guess they are old rivals. The Tion family is one of the local bosses in Fohai City after all. How could they not know these things? As soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, his cell phone rang. It was Wang Long who called him. Brother Yang, I received news that several companies are planning to join forces to challenge Changling Pharmaceuticals. Recently, the cooperation between your company and Changling Pharmaceuticals has been making a lot of noise. These guys will definitely target your company. We are not afraid of those shady means, but if the other party uses those disgusting business means, I will also have a headache. On the other end of the phone, Wang Long's tone was full of worry. Even if he took action in this matter, it would be extremely troublesome. Those who dare to compete with Changling Pharmaceutical must be strong, especially when so many forces join forces. It can even be said that these people are secretly suppressing Changling Pharmaceutical. Many hands make light work, and Wan Long understands this truth. It is precisely because he understands this truth that Wan Long is so worried about this matter. He is not afraid of a head-on confrontation. The worst that can happen is a fight to the death. Wang Long has never been afraid of such head-on confrontations. But these group companies are different. They don't play those games with you, they play business tactics. A group of companies will cut off your company's source of customers, steal your business partners, and poach your company's employees. Business competition is even more terrifying. They're going to mess with you openly, but you still have to accept it. If one company can't kill you, then try 2 companies. If that doesn't work, then try 3 companies. Since these people dared to come out, they must have been prepared. Therefore, Wang Long is also very worried about Inhai International. Don't worry, Brother Wang. They are just some scoundrels. If they dare to attack, I will definitely not let them succeed. With the support of the system, Yang Chao naturally would not be afraid of this group of people. Okay, Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just tell me. At worst, I'll fight them to the death, but I can't do that. What can these bastards do to us? Wang Long also has a bad temper. If those business tactics really were used, he would definitely not be able to resist, but he also couldn't just watch Yang Chao suffer. If the situation really comes to that, he won't care who the other party is. As long as it gets out of hand, he will just be ruthless to you. At that time, you will have to obey whether you like it or not. Boss Yang, Boss Ling, a guest named Wang Zhengyu has arrived. He is waiting in the reception room outside. He wants to see you. Wang Zhengyu. Chapter 80 Invitation to Apologize. Why is Wang Zhengyu here? Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao. Could it be that he is here to get back the favor for that guy Jiang Zhe? Yang Chao thought about it and really wanted to figure out the reason why Wang Zhengyu came here at this time. Speaking of which, Yang Chao has never seen Wang Zhengyu since they last met at Wan Long Zishi Manor. In fact, if Wang Zhengyu hadn't come to him on his own initiative this time, he would have almost forgotten about him. Let him in. Yes. Soon, under the guidance of his secretary, Wang Zhengyu walked in cautiously. Boss Yang, Boss Ling. Wang Zhengyu nodded politely to the 2 people. What do you want from us? Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao looked at Wang Zhengyu. It was obvious that this guy seemed to be afraid of the 2 of them. In other words, he was somewhat afraid of Yang Chao. Boss Yang, this is what happened. Because we were ignorant and had some problems with you before, after I told you about this, my father, Jiang Ze's father, Sun Bin's father, and several other uncles specially set up a banquet at Dingxiangla to apologize to you. I hope you can attend tomorrow night. Apologize? Yang Chao was slightly stunned. He never thought that Wang Zhengyu came here for this matter. Is this what you fathers meant? I guess so. My father took the lead in this matter, and several other uncles also agreed to it. Isn't this the Hongmen banquet? Yang Chao smiled casually. No, Mr. Yang, you think too much. I saw everything that happened at Ishi Manor that day. Just based on your relationship with Boss Wang Longwang, we dare not do that. Wang Zhengyu is now so frightened by Yang Chao that he no longer dares to have any thoughts about Yang Chao. Originally, his father was a little hesitant about this matter. In his eyes, Yang Chao was just a guy. How could he have any connection with a person like Wang Long? Just when Wang's father was about to give up, the news of the cooperation between Inhai International and Changling Pharmaceutical came out. This shocking news made the king's father hesitate again. After repeated persuasion from Wang Zhengyu, Wang's father finally agreed to take the lead and invite the elders of Jiang Ze's family to have a meal together to see if the matter could be resolved. Others don't know how terrible Yang Chao is, but Wang Zhengyu has already developed a fear of Yang Chao in his heart. He really didn't want Yang Chao to have a bad impression of him in his memory. It was for this reason that Wang Zhengyu volunteered to come to Inhai International and invited Yang Chao. I've been a bit busy these days, I think. Yang Chao thought about it and was about to refuse, but Wang Zhengyu suddenly started crying. Boss Yang, you have to go no matter what. Wang Zhengyu thought that Yang Chao was unhappy, and immediately fell to his knees with a thud. Boss Yang, I was blind and overconfident before, and I trusted that bastard Jiang Ze. Otherwise, how could I go against you? Just treat me as a fart, and let it go when you feel uncomfortable. The shadow Yang Chao left on Wang Zhengyu was too deep. This made Wang Zhengyu extremely afraid of Yang Chao. He has made up his mind. This time, no matter what, I must let my father resolve the conflict between the two of them. No matter what the cost, Yang Kaoba must change his impression of him. If necessary, it might be possible to provoke Jiang Zhe and others. Or, just agree to it. Ling Qingyin still felt a little soft-hearted after all. Although he had had some conflicts with Wang Zhengyu before, he felt sorry for him when he saw Wang Zhengyu crying and kneeling. In this regard, Yang Chao could only shake his head helplessly. Ling Qingyin had already said so, what else could he say? Well, since Qingyin has asked for it, I dare not refuse. However, remember one thing. If any of you dare to have ideas about Qingyin again in the future, I will not forgive you even if the King of Heaven comes. The dragon has a reverse scale, and anyone who touches it will die. And Ling Qingyin is Yang Chao's Achilles heel now. He would never allow anyone to pose any threat to Ling Qingyin. No one can do it. Otherwise, the other party will have to bear his wrath. Boss Yang, you must be joking. I, Wang Zhengyu, guarantee with my life that I will never dare to make plans against Boss Ling again. Wang Zhengyu also heard a hint of murderous intent from Yang Chao's words just now. He thought of the scene at the gate of Yinhai International where Sun Bin and his men fought with Wang Chao and were defeated. Thinking of this, how could he not be afraid? But now that Yang Chao said this, he had already agreed to the banquet tomorrow night. Yang Chao's attitude still made him quite excited. At least, I won't have to worry about Yang Chao settling the score later. Although the Wang family is not bad, facing a person of Wang Long's level, it is estimated that with just one word from Wang Long, the Wang family may be in trouble the next day. The Wang family really can't afford to offend Yang Chao, who is on good terms with Wang Long. By the way, Mr. Ling, please come with us when the time comes. Okay, tomorrow night, right? Tomorrow evening at 7:30, Dingxi Anglu. We remember the time and place, and tomorrow will pass. Ling Qingyin smiled and nodded. Wang Zhengyu also understood the meaning of these words and felt that it was time for him to leave. After Wang Zhengyu left, Ling Qingyin immediately turned and looked at Yang Chao. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, Jiang Zhe and his people wouldn't have troubled us again and again. You don't need to apologize to me. Besides, these people are just a bunch of clowns. Don't pay any attention to them. From the beginning to the end, Yang Chao never took Wang Zhengyu and Jiang Zhe seriously. To put it bluntly, they are just a few small shrimps and are not worthy of being on the stage. If he really wanted to make things difficult for them, Wang Long could destroy the families of those people with just one word from Yang Chao. Aren't you worried that tomorrow will be a Hongmen banquet? Yang Chao asked with a smile. I trust you. Ling Qingyin still knew Yang Chao's skills. The last time she met Wang Meng, Ling Qingyin didn't show any worry at all. Perhaps Ling Qingyin would be worried about other aspects. But if it comes to fighting, Ling Qingyin is completely confident in Yang Chao. You trust me so much? Yang Chao touched his nose. Ling Qingyin was too confident in herself. I am Ling Qingyin's man, you don't need to worry. All right. The two chatted in the office for a while and then started working. Wang Zhengyu's incident was not a big deal at all. To put it bluntly, by then, the other party will have to act according to Yang Chao's mood. However, what Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin should be concerned about is what those companies that are against Changling Pharmaceutical will do to Changling Pharmaceutical in the future. All they have to do now is to do their own part and wait for those people to be ready to make their move. Chapter 81 Mutation. A day passed in a flash, and with the appearance of the sunset, the sky gradually darkened. Ling Qingyin and Wang Chao only started to rush to Dingxi Anglu after they had almost dealt with the affairs in the company. The red supercar Ferrari 488 is extremely dazzling even in the busy traffic. During the traffic jam, many people were even ready to whistle to tease Ling Qingyin, but after seeing the red Ferrari, those people suddenly lost their courage. Are you kidding? A luxury car worth millions with such a beautiful woman sitting next to it. The man sitting in the car must be either the second generation or the third generation of rich people. Anyway, he is definitely rich. Yang Chao didn't care too much about all this. It was exactly 7:20 when I drove Ling Qingyin to Dingxi Anglu. There are still 10 minutes until the 7:30 that Wang Zhengyu mentioned yesterday. Boss Ling, Boss Yang, thank you for your hard work. As soon as Ling Qingyin and Wang Chao walked to the door, Wang Zhengyu and his father, Wang Dafa, came to greet them immediately. Their attitude was as respectful as it could be. The two security guards at Dingxi Anglo couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when they saw Wang Dafa being so polite to the two young men who came over. Although Wang Dafa is not very rich in Fohai City, he is still considered a wealthy man with a net worth of tens of millions. This kind of worth is only considered average in Dingxi Anglo. The security guard had seen a lot of them and was not surprised by this multi-millionaire. But what surprised them was that a man like Wang Dafa could be so polite to the two young people. Both the woman and the man looked young, probably around 24 or 25 at most. A person that Wang Dafa respects so much. The security guards couldn't help but start speculating about the identities of Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. This must be Mr. Ling, and this must be Mr. Yang. You two are truly a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Wang Dafa came up and started praising him directly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Dafa, and I'm Wang Zhengyu's father. After some praise, Wang Dafa introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Wang. After taking a look, it seemed that only Wang Dafa and Wang Zhengyu were there, and none of the others came, which made Yang Chao a little unhappy. Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao did not react much to Wang Dafa's enthusiasm. They just agreed politely and nodded. Wang Dafa seemed not to notice and still had a smile on his face. Didn't Jiang Zhe and the others come? This is the question in Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin's hearts. Wang Zhengyu said in person yesterday that Jiang Zhe, Sun Bin, and Wang Zhengyu's parents would come together today. But now there are only Wang Zhengyu and his father. This situation is undoubtedly deceiving Yang Chao, so both Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao can't help feeling a little unhappy. Wang Dafa and Wang Zhengyu, who were standing by, also felt miserable after seeing the expressions of these two people. It had been agreed yesterday that the elders of the three families would come out to have a meal with Yang Chao to resolve their past grievances, but now things had suddenly changed, which made Wang Zhengyu almost want to curse. Mr. Wang, right? I wonder what you two, father and son, mean by this. Looking at these two people, Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin did not move. Boss Yan, this. Yang Chao's question made Wang Dafa feel a little embarrassed. According to him, it was the younger generation who were wrong in this matter, and it was only natural for them as elders to clean up the mess for the younger generation, but if they went out to greet them, it would be a very embarrassing thing. But the truth has already come out, and Yang Chao seems to have some relationship with Wang Long. Later, I heard that Inhai International has cooperated with Changling Pharmaceutical and the Tion family. After thinking about it, Wang Dafa decided that it was okay to endure it a little. But Sun's father and John's father refused to agree no matter what. In their words, apologizing to Yang Chao for this matter was already a great honor, and if they went out to greet him, that would be giving Yang Chao too much face. No matter what, they were unwilling to lose face. So, this scene happened. Did the two families regret it? Yang Chao asked coldly. No. As soon as Yang Chao opened his mouth, Wang Dafa quickly denied it. But he hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. What does Mr. Wang mean by this? You and your son are here, but where are the people from the Jiang family and the Sun family? Could it be that the Sun family wants to take revenge for what happened to Sun Bin? Sun Bin was arrested in front of countless people a few days ago. This was indeed a bit embarrassing for the Su family. When the people from the Sun family heard about this, they wanted to cause trouble for Yang Chao. When Wang Dafa found out, he stopped them immediately and told him about Wang Long. The Sun family was somewhat disdainful of this. The Sun family did not want to go to the Wang Dafa and Jiang families, as these two families became wealthy relatively late, but the Sun family had been in Fohai City for quite some time. I can't compare with a family like the Tion family, but I can also be considered a member of the half-upper class. They felt that it was impossible for Yang Chao to know Wang Long, so they did not believe what Wang Dafa said. It was for this reason that even though they were persuaded by Wang Dafa to come to Dingxi Anglo, they had no intention of coming out to greet Yang Chao. Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin saw the reactions of Wang Dafa and Wang Zhengyu. Even though the two people didn't know the specific situation, they could probably guess it. Yang Chao looked at Wang Dafa, who looked embarrassed, and spoke. Mr. Wang, remember, you invited me here today, and I only agreed to come because President Ling spoke well of you. But in this situation, I feel like you don't take me seriously at all. If that's the case, there's no need for this banquet tonight. Humph, you are such a shameless person. I let you come here because I am giving you face. Suddenly, several people came out from the hall of Dingxi Anglo. The one walking in front was Jiang Zhe, followed by several middle-aged men. One of them looked very similar to Jiang Zhe, and the other was a young man who looked particularly like Sun Bin, but he looked a little older than Sun Bin. The person who spoke just now was the man who looked similar to Sun Bin. Boss Lu, Boss Shang, why are you here too? Wang Dafa looked at those people and said with a hint of surprise. No one paid any attention to Wang Dafa. The man looked at Yang Chao and continued, I don't know who gave you the courage to think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the support of Changling Pharmaceutical. Don't forget, Fohai City is not only about Changling Pharmaceutical, nor is it only about the Tion family. As soon as the man who looked somewhat like Sun Bin spoke, Jiang Zhe next to him also spoke immediately. Yang Chao, you rubbish, just because Yinhai International cooperated with Changling Pharmaceutical, do you really think Yinhai International has become a superstar overnight? When Jiang Zhe spoke, he showed a proud expression and walked to the side of a middle-aged man. He pointed at Yang Chao with disdain and shouted, believe it or not, with just one sentence, Yinhai International will be completely finished? I don't believe it. Staring at this group of people who were coming with such a fierce momentum, Yang Chao spoke calmly. Chapter 82, Trap. Yang Chao saw it. The few people next to Jiang Zhe should be the reason why Jiang Zhe dared to say what he just said. As for the identities of these people, there is no doubt that they must be from prominent backgrounds. Moreover, Yang Chao noticed something else. That is, Wang Jiangyu and his son seemed a little surprised about the people behind them. It seemed that the father and son had no idea that these people would appear here. Are you Yang Chao? A slightly bald man glanced at Yang Chao casually, and then he spoke in a condescending manner. Exactly. Do you know who we are? The man continued speaking. Have no idea. Yang Chao answered without even thinking. It didn't matter to him who these people were, but their attitude made him very unhappy. Yang Chao hated his condescending attitude. Humph, you country bumpkin, you don't even know Mr. Lu. This is Lu Qingshan, Vice President Lu of Tianhe Group. Hearing Yang Chao say that he didn't know Lu Qingshan, Jiang Zhe immediately stepped forward and introduced him to Yang Chao. It seemed as if he was afraid that others didn't know who this bald man was. I still don't know him. Mr. Lu from Tianhe Group? Just because Yang Chao doesn't know him doesn't mean Ling Qingyin doesn't know him. She had heard of some well-known entrepreneurs in Fohai City. Tianhe Group is a large company that is only slightly inferior to Changling Pharmaceutical. It is involved in many businesses including finance, real estate, and healthcare. It is considered a big player in the entire Fohai City. Compared with Yinhai International, the two are just like an ant and an elephant. Is it Tianhe Group? Wang Jiangyu was also slightly surprised when he knew the other party's background. He didn't understand how Jiang Zhe and his son and the people from the Sun family invited the vice president of Tianhe Group here. Yang Chao, see, Ling Qingyin, a woman, knows more than you do. After Jiang Zhe severely despised Yang Chao, his gaze immediately shifted to Ling Qingyin. Ling Qingyin is still so beautiful and attractive. This made Jiang Zhe very unhappy. He really didn't understand why Ling Qingyin fell in love with Yang Chao. In his eyes, trash is not worthy of Ling Qingyin at all, and only he is worthy of Ling Qingyin. Qingyin, I really don't understand why you would fall for this kind of rubbish. He knows nothing. Why do you like him? Don't call me Qingyin, you don't deserve it. When Ling Qingyin heard Jiang Zhe calling her like that, she instantly felt extremely disgusted. She even felt like vomiting. Jiang Zhe, is this your confidence? Is this your backer? That's right, Yang Chao, your Yinhai International is about to be finished. You think you can rise to the top just because you have a little connection with Chang Pharmaceutical, but I tell you it's impossible. With Mr. Lu from Tianhe Group and Mr. Zhan from Payday Group here, you are nothing. Yang Chao, you had my brother beaten up and sent him to prison. I will never let you go for this vengeance. After Jiang Zhe finished speaking, another young man immediately spoke up. The person who spoke was Sun Bin's brother, Sun Quan. He came this time because of his younger brother Sun Bin's matter. His father stood behind him and did not say a word. So, you never intended to apologize to me? After quietly waiting for these people to finish speaking, Yang Chao slowly opened his mouth and asked. Apologize? Ha ha ha, are you out of your mind? You want us to apologize, but are you worthy enough? Jiang Zhe, Sun Quan, and others laughed sarcastically. That's right, you must be mentally ill. Who the hell do you think you are to deserve our apology? Jiang Zhe, I didn't believe you when I heard you say this guy is a fool. But now, I believe you. In this situation, he still wants us to apologize. I'm sure he was kicked in the head by a donkey. The way Sun Quan looked at Yang Chao at this moment was exactly the same as looking at a fool. Little guy, it seems that you haven't figured out the current situation yet. The bald man called Mr. Lu shook his head slightly. Then he pointed at the people from the Jiang family and the Sun family and said, "From now on, stop all cooperation with Changling Pharmaceuticals, and immediately kneel down and apologize to the people from the two families. And you, hand over 60% of the shares of Yinhai International. If you don't do it, I don't mind using some special means to finish you, or the so-called Yinhai International. Apologize, hand over your shares, who do you think you are? Why should I care about you?" Yang Chao didn't take Mr. Lu's words seriously at all. "Do I, Yang Chao, need your consent to do anything or to cause trouble for someone?" The words of the CEO of this damn Tianhe group really made Yang Chao angry. What qualifications do they have to ask us to kneel down and apologize to those two companies? Do they think that Tianhe group is the boss? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you think that just because Yinhai International has some relationship with Changling Pharmaceuticals, you can forget everything? I tell you, even if Changling Pharmaceuticals comes forward, it will be useless. That's right. After the man surnamed Lu spoke, the vice president surnamed Zhang next to him echoed, "We don't care about Yinhai International, and we don't care about Changling Pharmaceuticals either. If Changling Pharmaceuticals stands up for you, they will also be in trouble." At this time, the two men no longer had any concealment. They spoke directly what was on their mind. The conspiracy against Changling Pharmaceutical has already begun from now on. And it just so happened that the first people they caused trouble for were Yang Chao and Yinhai International. So what Wang Jiangyu said about apologizing to me was a lie. Yang Chao thought for a moment, looked at Wang Jiangyu and his son, and then at Jiang Zhe and the others. Yes, this is a trap. You are only asking for trouble by coming here. Lu Qingshan answered casually. No, Mr. Yang, we didn't lie to you. We really want to apologize to you. We didn't know about these things, did we? Wang Jiangyu explained loudly. Originally, the father and son planned to apologize to Yang Chao. But now it seems that Tianhe Group is plotting against Yang Chao. Jiang Zhe, who had found a new backer, said to Wang Jiangyu with a proud look on his face, "Wang Jiangyu, you coward, I said that Yang Chao is trash, I can crush him to death with just one finger, do you see it now?" Jiang Zhe, didn't you agree that if you apologize to him, this matter would be over? Wang Jiangyu was really scared. Moreover, this incident was originally caused by Jiang Zhe, and there was no major conflict between him and Yang Chao. So, he didn't want to fight with Yang Chao anymore. You are a piece of crap, Wang Jiangyu, I will show you how Yang Chao kneels down to me. As he said that, Jiang Zhe came in front of Yang Chao like a big shot. He shouted loudly. Yang Chao, you rubbish, kneel down quickly, otherwise, even Changling Pharmaceutical and the Tion family can't save you? Chapter 83 Wan Long is coming. This time, with the support of Tianhe Group and Payday Group, Jiang Zhe is more confident than before. He secretly swore to himself that he would kill Yang Chao. Sun Quan also had the same idea as him. He felt very sad when he thought about his own brother who was now in prison. Yang Chao, you've hurt my brother so badly, I will make you regret it. Sun Bin deserved it. If he hadn't taken the initiative to cause trouble for me, do you think he would have ended up like that? Yang Chao has never been a person who actively seeks trouble. What happened to Sun Bin was Sun Bin's own fault. First, he took the initiative to cause trouble for Yang Chao in Yapensai, and then sent people to cause trouble in the factory. Yang Chao did not argue with him about these things. But that guy went even further and went to the bottom of the office building and smashed the signboard of Yinhai International. As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. However, Sun Bin challenged Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao's bottom line again and again. How could Yang Chao let him go? He deserved all that. Humph, so what if Sun Bin is causing trouble for you? You are an ant born with a lowly life, living in the world in vain. How can you be compared with the likes of us? Jiang Zhe had a look of disdain on his face. It seemed that in his eyes, people like Yang Chao were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. So what you're saying is that you're causing trouble for me, and I deserve it? Of course. Jiang Zhe and Sun Quan said almost in unison. You guys are too shameless, aren't you? At this time, Ling Qingyin couldn't help it anymore. These two people really went too far. They described Yang Chao as worthless and made their two families sound like royal nobles. If you didn't know, you would think these two people were princes of a feudal dynasty. Stupid. Wang Chao's behavior toward these two people can only be described with these two words. Yang Chao, can you please say it again? Zhang Zhe and Sun Quan were so angry when they were suddenly scolded by Yang Chao. Although Wang Zhengyu, who was standing by, didn't like Zhang Zhe, he couldn't help but persuade him when he thought about the good relationship they had in the past. Zhang Zhe, I told you that Mr. Yang has a close relationship with Boss Wang. If you provoke him, you are provoking Boss Wang. Wang Zhengyu had seen with his own eyes Yang Chao and Wan Long sitting side by side. Moreover, Wan Long's attitude towards Yang Chao at that time was extremely respectful. Based on this alone, Wang Zhengyu was certain that Yang Chao and Wan Long had a close relationship. It was for this reason that Wang Zhengyu gave up the idea of provoking Yang Chao. Wang Zhengyu, are you stupid? Who is Yang Chao? How could he possibly know Wan Long? Were you blind at the time? That's right, Wang Zhengyu, you must have seen it wrong at that time. Also, you'd better stay here honestly now, otherwise, I will deal with you too. Zhang Zhe and Sun Quan have almost become extremely arrogant now. With Tianhe Group and Pictet Group as their backers, they are not afraid of anything now. Boss Yang, Wang Zhengyu doesn't know what to do now. On Yang Chao's side, there are Wan Long and Changling Pharmaceutical. On Zhang Zhe and Sun Quan's side, there are Tianhe Group and Payday Group. No matter who he provokes, he will not be able to bear the consequences. With a long sigh, Yang Chao suddenly looked at Zhang Zhe, Sun Quan, Wang Zhengyu and the other three with a smile, but Yang Chao did not say a word. Being stared at like this, Zhang Zhe and Sun Quan suddenly felt a little scared. But when he thought of his backers, Zhang Zhe immediately said, Yang Chao, I'm not afraid of you. Not to mention you, even if Wang Long comes, I won't pay any attention to him. At this time, Zhang Zhe had already given it his all. He doesn't care what can be said or what cannot be said. What great abilities can a local thug have? The two vice presidents of the companies nearby also spoke up. They are different from Wang Long. They have achieved this by relying on their extraordinary business acumen and are quite famous in Fohai City. But they looked down upon people of Wang Long's background, thinking that he was just a gangster, so after Zhang Zhe spoke, they also spoke. Kid, Inhai Group is just a small company with only a few employees. It would be easier for us to destroy you than to kill an ant. Yes, compared to us, Inhai International is nothing. As long as we open our mouth, Inhai International will go bankrupt. If you don't want to be unlucky, kowtow to them and apologize, kneel down in front of them, and then, be obedient and steal the business secrets of Changling Pharmaceutical. Otherwise, humph. The vice presidents of the two major groups were quite aggressive. Not only did they want Yang Chao to kneel down and apologize, but they also wanted Yang Chao to turn against them. This method was extremely despicable. You guys have a nice idea. Yang Chao sneered. Indeed, these two companies are definitely not small companies, and there are many ways to bring down Inhai International. Don't count on Changling Pharmaceutical and Wang Long. They don't dare to confront us head-on. The two men said with extreme confidence. Oh, are you two so confident? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Wang Long is here. Next to him is Li Tianqi. Standing next to Wang Long was a middle-aged man, the second master of the Tion family. Tian Ming also said, is this how Tianhe Group and Payday Group bully people? It's them. Seeing Wan Long and Changling Pharmaceutical appear, the middle-aged man surnamed Lu and the middle-aged man surnamed Zhang were a little surprised. Zhang Zhe was completely frightened. Brother Yang. Brother Wang, why are you here? The appearance of Wang Long and Tian Eri surprised not only the people on the opposite side, but even Yang Chao. He had never expected Wang Long to suddenly appear. Wang Long. Zhang Zhe never thought that Wang Long would appear here. What he just said was said in a rush. Who is Wang Long? A big guy who can make him tremble with just one look at him. How could he dare to say that without the support of the two vice presidents of Tianhe Group and Payday Group? Wang Long glanced at Zhang Zhe, then at Sun Quan. From now on, all the properties under my name, Wang, no longer welcome the two of you. Yes. Li Tianqi was still dressed in a suit as before. When he heard Wang Long speak, he immediately agreed. It's over. Now it was Zhang Zhe and Sun Quan's turn to be anxious. How could the two of them dare to offend a figure like Wang Long? How could this be possible? How could Yang Chao know Wang Long? Zhang Zhe didn't believe at all that Yang Chao knew Wang Long. That's why he dared to go against Yang Chao so unscrupulously. He plotted against Yang Chao and even wanted to make Yang Chao kneel down, but all this was based on the premise that Wang Long was not there. However, the moment Wang Long appeared, he immediately realized how stupid his idea was. Chapter 84: Repairing the Boss. What Wang Long said just now was very clear. All the businesses under Wang Long's name do not welcome Jiang Zhe. This is not just about making a statement. Everyone knows that more than half of the entertainment venues in Fohai City are under Wang Long's name. Wang Long's words were tantamount to putting Jiang Zhe and the others on the grill. At the same time, he was also making his identity clear to Jiang Zhe and the others, that they were enemies, not friends. The two of them paused for a moment, then quickly said loudly, "Boss Wang, we don't know your relationship with him, otherwise, even if we were given 10 more guts, we wouldn't dare." Waste. Seeing the changes in Jiang Zhe and Sun Quan, the two vice presidents next to them couldn't help but curse. Unfortunately, these two people did not understand the fear in Jiang Zhe's hearts. They had no idea how intimidating the name Wang Long was to a small figure like Jiang Zhe. "You made my brother kneel down and apologize, and you said you looked down on me. I, Wang Long, have never met many people like you. We are doomed to be enemies. Us." After Wang Long said this, Jiang Zhe and Sun Quan almost collapsed to the ground. Has this meant that I have provoked Wang Long? I will ask all of our partners in Changling Pharmaceuticals to stop immediately as long as they are involved in the business of your two companies. After Wang Long said that, Tion Ming beside him also added, "No. Jiang Zhe is going crazy. All of Wang Long's industries are related to entertainment. Without entertainment, he would not die. But Changling Pharmaceutical is different. It is related to medicines. Jiang Zhe can choose not to have fun, but he can't guarantee that he won't get sick, right? Two bosses, please help me." Jiang Zhe and the others looked at the two vice presidents beside them. Before coming, the two assured him that with their support, this would be an easy task. At the critical moment, Jiang Zhe could only ask for help from those two. Not only Jiang Zhe, but also Jiang Zhe's father and Sun Quan's father looked at the two vice presidents at the same time. "Wang Long, Tion Ming, what do you mean?" When the two vice presidents thought of their backers, they immediately felt emboldened. "You two are not qualified to talk to this old man, but you two can try and see if you can save them?" As soon as Wang Long said this, the two men hesitated. "Boss Lu, Boss Zhang, you can't do this." Seeing the expressions of these two men, the Zhang and Sun families knew that they were finished. Even though they were prepared to confront Wang Long and Changling Pharmaceutical, their two vice presidents still didn't dare to force their way in. Although Tianhe Group and Pictet Group are very good, they are just a whole. If it were just these two vice presidents, Wang Long would not even look at them. The two deputy general managers are nothing in front of him. Even if the general managers of these two companies came, Wang Long would still not take them seriously. After hesitating, the two vice presidents winked at the bodyguards next to them. As long as they can take these two families away, that's enough. They don't care about anything else. "Humph, you don't know how to live or die." Wang Long sneered and stopped Yang Chao, who wanted to take action himself. "Brother Yang, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? You don't need to use a knife to kill these small fish." As he spoke, Wang Long waved his hand, and Li Tianqi next to him immediately approached Jiang Zhe and the others. Two at the same time, the bodyguards also rushed over. Neither side hesitated at all and started fighting right away. How powerful can one person be? When the two vice presidents saw that Li Tianqi was the only one taking action, a relaxed and confident smile appeared on their faces. They didn't think that Li Tianqi could defeat the bodyguards around him. But to their disappointment, within just a few seconds, all the bodyguards fell to the ground. The two vice presidents looked at their bodyguards, then at Li Tianqi, and were so surprised that they couldn't speak. "Oh, by the way, let's help these two CEOs clear their muscles and bones." After dealing with those bodyguards, Wang Long spoke again. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean?" The two were extremely terrified. The two of them are not martial artists and are absolutely not comparable to those bodyguards. If I get beaten up by the other party, it will take at least 10 days or half a month before I can get up. Be gentle, don't kill him. Yes. Li Tianqi nodded seriously. Wang Long, you dare. The two vice presidents shouted loudly. They never thought that Wang Long would dare to take action here. All the surveillance cameras around here are broken, and there is no authentication. Tell me, do I dare to do this? Really? Yang Chao hadn't noticed these things just now, but when Wang Long said this, he immediately turned around and looked. Not only Yang Chao, but others also noticed all this. Strangely, there was no surveillance at the entrance of Dingxianglu. Not only Dingxianglu, but also the surrounding areas where people could see the place had no surveillance and no one at all. Wang Long, we are. Before the two vice presidents could finish their words, Li Tianqi's fist had already fallen. About 2 minutes later, the two men lay on the ground like dead dogs. You two losers, you dare to yell in front of me. Do you really think I, Wang Long, am a vegetarian? The Jiang family, right? And the Sun family, they are really brave. They dare to cause trouble for Brother Yang. They are really bold. Brother Yang, how do we deal with these two families? After dealing with the two vice presidents, Wang Long looked at Yang Chao. Now, as long as Yang Chao gave the order, the Sun and Jiang families would be in trouble. Yang Chao, Brother Yang, I was wrong, please, let me go. Zhang Zhe fell to his knees with a thud. Since Wang Long dared to attack the two vice presidents, he would not hesitate to attack himself. When Zhang Zhe saw the tragic appearance of the two vice presidents, he felt his body trembling. I don't want to see these two people appear in Fohai City again. As for how to deal with them, it's up to you. Okay, leave this matter to me. Wang Long is the best at handling this kind of thing. Yang Chao, please, let me go, I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Zhe slammed his head hard on the ground, and after a few hits, the ground turned red. Yang Chao, don't go too far. You sent my brother to prison, and now you're attacking me. Don't you think you're going too far? On the other side, Sun Quan suddenly roared at Yang Chao, as if Yang Chao had done something wrong. I'm overdoing it, but can I be as overdoing it as you? I'm overdoing it, but I won't set traps for others to come over. No matter how overdoing it I am, I won't do such obscene and dirty things. Yang Chao had no good face at all towards these two people. I almost pointed at their noses and scolded them. Now he actually says that I have gone too far. I have to say that Sun Quan is really shameless. Chapter 85 The Old Man of the Tion Family. Tion Ming smiled and said, You two, since you have chosen to stand on the same boat with them, you should have thought about the consequences. When you asked me to kneel down just now, I didn't see you show any mercy. Now you know you are wrong? It's too late. What were you doing before? As soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, Li Tianqi waved his hand and asked someone to take the two people away. For some things, even if there is no evidence, they don't like to do it in such a place. You won't kill them, will you? Ling Qingyin, who was standing by, grabbed Yang Chao's hand with some fear. This question made Yang Chao feel a little embarrassed. Even Wang Long didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, he was also a big shot who had experienced many ups and downs, so he immediately explained, Boss Ling, you are joking. We are all law-abiding citizens and will never do anything illegal or disorderly. Oh, that's good. After hearing Wang Longfei's answer, Ling Qingyi nodded as if she understood something. She looked at Yang Chao again. What do you think? Well. Yang Chao could only smile bitterly. I don't know even if you ask me. It wouldn't involve murder, but Yang Chao couldn't guarantee some other things. Fortunately, Tian Ning, a smart person, spoke in time to ease Yang Chao's embarrassment. He changed the subject to another matter. Actually, these are all minor matters, but I'm really sorry that I've implicated Yinhai International because of Changling Pharmaceuticals affairs this time. It has nothing to do with other people. Even if there was no Changling Pharmaceutical, Zhang Zhe would not easily give up the opportunity to go against me. However, this time he has no chance at all. Yang Chao spoke slowly. He also had some understanding of Zhang Zhe's character. This is a man who will avenge himself, and he has always had feelings towards Ling Qingyin. Unless he is completely destroyed, he will definitely not give up. Fortunately, with the help of Wang Long, this time the problem was completely solved. If Wang Long takes action, it would be really strange if Zhang Zhe and the others still have a chance to take action. This one? While several people were talking, Wang Long suddenly looked at Wang Zhengyu standing aside. This guy hasn't made any sound since Wang Long showed up, and he didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of being noticed by them. But unfortunately, Wang Long still noticed him. I've also seen this. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. This matter between us is over. Yes, yes. Hearing this, both Wang Zhengyu and Wang Dafa couldn't help but tremble. Freed. Finally freed. Brother Yang, you are really a good person. If this guy offends me, his body will be eaten by wild dogs tomorrow. Sometimes, more friends mean more paths. Not necessarily. You can also build your own road. Wang Long's words immediately left Yang Chao speechless. What should we do with these people? Not far away on the ground, the two bosses were still wailing. Yang Chao was a little hesitant, not knowing how to deal with this guy. If you two are confident, just leave this matter to me. Since Mr. Tion has spoken, I will naturally not be worried. Yang Chao said with a smile. Anyway, he is too lazy to take care of these things. It would be best if someone is willing to step forward to solve them. Wang Long looked at the bodyguards and the two vice presidents on the ground and couldn't help but frown. What are you going to do, throw them in front of the company gate, or what? Let the CEOs of Tianhe Group and Payday Group come and redeem the people. Tian Ming waved his hand. At this time, the two sides have already faced off. The fuse was Yang Chao and Yinhai International. Since the other party has taken the initiative, Changling Pharmaceutical cannot remain indifferent. Next, it's time for both sides to interact with each other. Ling Qingyin looked at the two people on the ground, with a hint of doubt. The other party wants to deal with Changling Pharmaceutical. Could it be that there are only two groups? Boss Ling, you are joking. If it were just these two groups, our Changling Pharmaceutical would not take them seriously. There are a total of 16 forces: Tianhe Group, Payday Group, Jinhua Group, Yuyue Group, plus its 3 subsidiaries, and 5 not-so-small families. 10 or 6 forces. It seems that the other party is coming with great force, and they are going to take down Yinhai International in one move. Yes. Tian Ming nodded. He said earnestly, these 16 forces are involved in a wide range of industries, including finance, real estate, pharmaceuticals, education, entertainment, and media. It is no exaggeration to say that Wang Long felt somewhat complicated after hearing the news. One force can withstand it, but there are 16 forces in total, covering all walks of life. Once they attack at the same time, it will be a huge pressure on Changling Pharmaceutical. 16 forces, isn't Changling Pharmaceutical only engaged in pharmaceutical business? How could it be? Yang Chao was a little confused. Competition among peers is understandable. But how come Tianhe Group, a company that has absolutely nothing to do with Changling Pharmaceutical, also emerged? Isn't this just looking for trouble? Since ancient times, people die for money and birds die for food. Over the years, our Tion family has grown bigger and bigger. Although Changling Pharmaceutical is only involved in the pharmaceutical industry, my Tion family has some other industries. Although they are not as good as Changling Pharmaceutical, they are also pretty good. No wonder. Now, Yang Chao finally understood. There is a reason why a tall tree attracts the wind. The Tion family is involved in too many industries and has snatched the cake from too many people. Coupled with the support of Changling Pharmaceutical, those small or medium-sized companies dare not do anything. However, some strong large companies will naturally not sit idly by. And now, it's time for them to take action. Before, Yang Chao thought that big trees attract wind, so as long as the tree is big enough, he would not be afraid. But now it seems that the tree is indeed big enough, but the wind is even stronger. The wind is so strong now that even the trees are a little scared. More than a dozen forces have joined forces, and this is still on the surface. Who knows how many more are there in secret? Alas, if the old man hadn't had any health problems, how would they dare to go against my Tion family? When Tian Ming thought about the health of the old man of the Tion family, he suddenly became annoyed. Master Tion? Neither Yang Chao nor Ling Qingyin knew the old man of the Tion family. After hearing what Tian Ming said, they suddenly became curious. They felt that this matter was a little strange. As if he saw the confusion in Yang Chao's and the others' minds, Wang Long took the initiative to explain. The old man of the Tion family is very powerful. He helped many of his juniors, and now they have become bigwigs in various fields in Fohai City. For so many years, the Tion family has been able to stand firm, all thanks to the influence of the old man of the Tion family. However, recently, the old man's health has suddenly deteriorated. That's why those people suddenly took action against Changling Pharmaceutical. Is that so? Yang Chao looked at Tian Ming standing beside him and found that he didn't seem to be abnormal when Wang Long said these words, and he immediately understood. Chapter 86 Targeting begins. From the expressions of these two people, Lin Hao probably also saw some clues. The old man of the Tion family is a key figure. Those forces probably took advantage of the fact that the old man of the Tion family was in poor health when they launched the attack. From this, it is not difficult to infer the deterrent power of the old man of the Tion family on those people. Is all this because Mr. Tion's health is failing? Yang Chao didn't have any reservations and just said it directly. Yes. Although Tion Ming's face showed a trace of sadness, he still nodded. The old man is 83 years old this year. Over the years, our Tion family has had countless saints trying to extend his life. Unfortunately, none of them worked out as expected. Tion Ming sighed. The old man of the Tion family is the mainstay of the Tion family. Over the years, the Tion family has encountered various problems. No matter whether the sons were fighting for power or there was external pressure, all of them were suppressed because the old man of the Tion family was still alive. But all this is based on the premise that the old man of the Tion family is still alive. Once the old man of the Tion family is gone, the huge Tion family will inevitably fall apart. At that time, it would be the right time for all the major family forces to launch a massive offensive against Chanling Pharmaceutical and the Tion family. Birth, aging, sickness and death are common to all human beings. We are not gods, so who can guarantee that we will not die? In Yang Chao's opinion, the old man of the Tion family had lived to be over 80 years old, so it should be normal for him to pass away at this time. That being said, as long as the old man is alive, those people won't dare to do anything wrong, and our Tion family can prepare for one more day. The situation of the Tion family is a bit too complicated. It's not the one or two things happening now. And the people of the Tion family are not fools. They had been making preparations, but the old man of the Tion family's condition suddenly worsened, catching them off guard. It is for this reason that they are somewhat worried. They were not afraid that the old man would die, but that he would die suddenly. Brother Yang, I also know that you are very capable and can solve all kinds of problems. If you have the ability to help Mr. Tion. Wan Long on the side looked at Yang Chao and suddenly spoke thoughtfully. Wan Long still feels Yang Chao's identity is very mysterious. Especially Yang Chao's methods are even more amazing. It is for this reason that he admires Yang Chao so much. Just now, a light bulb went off in his head, and he suddenly felt that letting Yang Chao give it a try might help the old man of the Tion family. Yang Chao was a little hesitant. Boss Yang, as long as the old man can live longer, the Tion family will be grateful. The old man means too much to the Tion family, so even though Tion Ming doesn't know much about Yang Chao, when he sees Wang Long say this, he can only speak in this way. Okay, I'll try, but I can't guarantee anything. No problem. When Tion Ming saw that Yang Chao agreed, he couldn't help but feel happy. The more possibilities there are, the more hope there is for the Tion family. The day after tomorrow at noon, my eldest brother and third brother will each invite a medical expert to check on the old man. If Mr. Yang doesn't mind, you can come along then. Okay, then I'll go there the day after tomorrow at noon. The old man of the Tion family is a great man. I would like to visit him again when the time comes. Good. How could Tion Ming dare to refuse Wang Long's request? The current Wang Long is no weaker than the Tion family. He dared not to give Wang Long this face. After saying this, Wang Long and Tion Ming gave Yang Chao some instructions, and then told Ling Qingyin about some company cooperation matters. In tonight's incident, a large part of the reason why the two major groups took action came from the Tion family. Therefore, Changling Pharmaceutical, as a cooperative company of Yinhai International, added an annual investment of 50 million to Yinhai International. Thank you so much, indeed. Ling Qingyin's face turned red. The relay valve almost doesn't know what to say. This casual addition of 50 million in investment is indeed very important for Yinhai International. Time flies. Soon it was the afternoon of the next day. Ever since the incident at Dingxianglu yesterday, all the major family forces have revealed their hideous faces. They are all using their own methods to start making efforts. As a small enterprise that has been gaining popularity recently, Yinhai International naturally cannot escape the targeting of these people. First the product failed, and then the company's funds were withheld. Then, a large number of employees suddenly resigned without reason, resulting in the interruption of the industrial chain, which was another huge loss. Finally, all major forces exert pressure together. Although no one knew about it openly, there was a rumor circulating secretly that whoever dared to cooperate with Yinhai International would be in trouble. These people's methods are really. Looking at the documents on the table, Ling Qingyin felt a bit of a headache. The cosmetics cooperation that we had worked so hard to secure suddenly went bankrupt this morning due to some special reasons. This kind of thing, under normal circumstances, is completely impossible to happen. But now, it is happening so realistically. The products that sold well yesterday have already been rectified by the cooperating brands today. If I tell others about this situation, no one would believe it. But what can you do if they just can't come up with the funds to pay you? Just as Ling Qingyin frowned, the secretary came running over in a hurry again. Boss Ling, someone just called and said that we don't have enough raw materials. The factory has almost stopped production, and they are urging us to hand in the order. Are there not enough raw materials? Ling Qingyin frowned even more tightly. On one hand, we are urged to deliver the order, and on the other hand, we have no raw materials. A good cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how capable Ling Qingyin is, without raw materials, those machines cannot produce anything. It doesn't matter. Let them hurry up. It's clearly written in the contract anyway. There's still a long time to hand in the bill. Yang Chao smiled faintly. It was obvious that these methods were all devised by those people working together. It has to be said that these people are really ruthless in using the tactic of cutting off the source of the problem. However, just as he finished speaking, someone knocked on the office door. Boss Ling, Boss Yan, they. The secretary didn't know what to say. The companies that placed orders actually came to us at this time. You two are so relaxed. Don't you know that your factory has almost stopped operating now? If the machine doesn't operate, there will be no products. Without products, what will you give us? If we fail to deliver the ordered quantity of products by the due date, we will sue Inhai International until it goes bankrupt. As soon as a few people came in, they immediately started to aggressively blame Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao. Chapter 87, Loyal Lackey. These people are all heads of companies that have cooperated with Inhai International. These people came here before the factory stopped working. They were just waiting for the company to stop working. Now that something has happened in the factory here, they can no longer hold back. Everyone, don't worry, Although Ling Qingyin knew that the tone of this group of people was a bit excessive, she understood more clearly that this matter was the responsibility of Inhai International. Finally, once the contract deadline is up, if the order cannot be delivered in time, Inhai International will definitely suffer the loss. Not only will they have to pay money and face lawsuits, but most importantly, it will also cause great damage to the reputation of Inhai International. Inhai International is just starting out now, can it not withstand such a blow? So, at this time, she could only smile. Don't worry, what do you want to worry about? What did you say when we first started working with Inhai International? We would deliver the goods once a month and guarantee the completion of the task on time and in the right quantity. Now the raw materials are gone. How can you let us rest assured? If we didn't have other intelligence, perhaps we wouldn't know about this until you couldn't deliver the goods at the end of the month, right? That's right. It's only 2 weeks until the end of the month. The transportation of the raw materials for the products will take at least a week. Plus the processing, won't it take at least a month to complete it? Let alone anything else, Inhai International, you can't even get enough raw materials. What can we use to make us trust you? Several people questioned her continuously, leaving Ling Qingyin speechless. There was nothing she could do. The warehouse storing raw materials was accidentally burned, and the entire factory's production chain collapsed in an instant. No one could have imagined such an outcome. Snort! Seeing the aggressive look of these people, Yang Chao smiled. On the same day, employees resigned and the warehouse caught fire, burning all raw materials and inventory. Before Yang Chao could call the police, several of their companies came to his door. No one would believe that there was no fishy going on. But now it is indeed Inhai International that is in the wrong, and Yang Chao can't say anything directly. He just wanted to see what those people were trying to do. If we can't deliver the goods by the end of the month, we will compensate you according to the contract. But if you have nothing else to do, please leave my office immediately. After all, Ling Qingyin is the CEO of Inhai International. It has never said that it would avoid this matter. She hasn't even figured out the situation yet, and these people are just coming to her door and saying these things. Being questioned like this, she became a little angry. How dare you get angry? Your Inhai International has run into problems, so you should pay compensation. Now, I demand that you pay compensation immediately. Yes, compensate immediately. If you don't, we will not leave here today. As they were talking, one of them sat directly on the coffee table in the office. The people next to them did almost the same thing. They just sat down casually, completely ignoring Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. You are scoundrels. Ling Qingyin didn't know what to say anymore. This group of people is really shameless. Humph, if you don't pay me today, don't even think about letting us get out of here. Those people said it directly like scoundrels. If I remember correctly, the contract states that the goods will be delivered 3 days before the end of the month, and if they are accepted, both parties will have a balance. If there is a problem on one side, then they will only lose money on the last day of the month. So what? We don't trust you now. Your Inhai International has a bad reputation. We don't have the raw materials and can't deliver the goods. You need to pay us now. Since Inhai International can no longer operate the factory, it is better to lose money now to avoid wasting time. You either keep the factory running now or you lose money now. These are the two options. Didn't you just conclude that the factory couldn't make those products without the raw materials? You're right. Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. The raw materials you need in the entire Fohai city have been bought up by others. Now, we have you in our hands. Mr. Yang, aren't you awesome? Don't you know people from the Tion family in Wanlong? You're awesome. Go find them now and see if they can find the raw materials for you. Tell me, what do you want to do? Yang Chao didn't want to waste time talking to these people. At worst, he can just pay compensation in the end. He is not short of money. This time, he would have to pay the other party at most 20 or 30 million yuan in compensation, which was nothing to him. Ah, did you guys see that? He got scared. The guy named Yang got scared. It's good to be scared. When several people heard Yang Chao asking this, they all thought that Yang Chao was scared, and they started to show off. Since you're scared, then it's easy to talk about. You have to pay compensation, a total of 28.6 million, and then compensate for other losses, 14.4 million, a total of 43 million. How can there be so many? Ling Qingyin was shocked. For this cooperation, no matter how much compensation she had to pay, it would only be a little over 20 million. But now she had to pay more than 43 million. How could she agree to this? At most more than 20 million. How did you calculate it? Ling Qingyin immediately called the relevant personnel from the company over. No matter how you calculate it, it's only over 21 million. We said more than 43 million, that's more than 43 million. If you don't pay, you will be in trouble later. Several people looked at Ling Qingyin with a sneer. They have already taken over Inhai International. This is just the beginning. Once Inhai International paid the first installment, there would be a second installment, a third installment, and even if the entire Inhai International was sold, it would still be impossible to pay it all off. Of course, if you take out all the shares of Inhai International, that's another matter. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, Inhai International's warehouse caught fire. The inventory and raw materials were burned. Ling Qingyin was embarrassed by the major companies. Should Ling Qingyin pay compensation or transfer shares to the major companies? Option 1. Do not let Ling Qingyin pay compensation or transfer Inhai International shares to major companies. Reward, disappearance of raw materials and inventory 5 times. Option 2. Make Ling Qingyin pay compensation or transfer Inhai International shares. Reward, become the other company's loyal lackey. Grass. I'm actually letting them be their lackey. Is the system poisonous? Yang Chao never thought that if he chose option 2, he would become someone else's lackey, and a very loyal one at that. How can a man who is destined to be the protagonist become someone else's lackey? Yang Chao chose option 1 without any hesitation. According to the contract, everything has to wait until the end of the month. Now Inhai International doesn't welcome you, get out immediately. Security, throw them out immediately. Chapter 88, Cargo Transportation. Yang Chao gave an order, and without caring about the reactions of those people, he just picked up one person with each hand. 2 security guards nearby were carrying one person. A total of 4 persons in charge were thrown out of the office building. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the reward has been issued. As soon as he dropped these 4 people off beside the main road, Yang Chao felt that there was something extra in his pocket. A list of inventory items. At the top is the address where raw materials and inventory are placed. There is also a key. Seems to be the key to the inventory door. Seeing these 2 things, Yang Chao suddenly felt confident. Before, a good cook could not cook without rice, but now we have everything. Not to mention other things, the inventory alone is enough to meet the order volume. not to mention a large amount of raw materials. Yang Chao, how dare you do this to us? Mr. Yang, you are finished with Inhai International. No one can save you. The four responsible persons who were thrown out pointed at Yang Chao's nose and shouted loudly. They never thought that Yang Chao would dare to treat them like this. What's going on? The passers-by walking on the road were shocked by the behavior of these four people. It was the first time for them to encounter such a thing, standing under an office building and howling in broad daylight. You want to pay compensation? That's impossible. Everything will not happen until the contract date. Forget it. Yang Chao directly cut off these people as thoughts. They still want to pay compensation and want shares of Inhai International. Are these useless guys worthy of it? Is this too much? Although Ling Qingyin was also very angry with these people, she was still a little worried when she thought about the contract. If you can't produce the goods by then, you will definitely have to pay compensation. Boss Yang, throwing them out is a bit too much, isn't it? At some point, many employees of Inhai International had come to Yang Chao's side. When they saw Yang Chao abandoning those people on the street, they felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Inhai International was in the wrong in this matter. Excessive? How can it be excessive? They came to Mr. Ling's office to cause trouble and affect Mr. Ling's work. This is excessive. I just threw them out. If I didn't think they were dirty, I would have beaten them up a long time ago. All right. Everyone also knew that Yang Chao had a bad temper. I also understand that if anyone dares to cause trouble, they are indeed seeking their own death. Mr. Yang, do you think that just throwing us out will make this matter go away? I didn't say anything about the past. If you think you can go through it, then go through it. Yang Chao replied nonchalantly. You forced us to do this, don't blame us. One of the four men shouted loudly and immediately started shouting at the top of his voice on the road. Dear citizens, please come and see how Inhai International does business. Friends, you don't know that our companies are cooperating with Inhai International. Now they have no raw materials and no inventory. Now we asked them to compensate us, but they refused to do so and even threw us out of the company. This kind of company is simply conscienceless. Don't buy anything from Inhai International in the future. Don't buy it. By the way, don't cooperate with this kind of company. They will cheat you to death. Four grown men just started shouting in the street. No, I want to hold a press conference and publish an article in the newspaper. I want all the citizens of Fohai City to see the ugly face of Inhai International. While speaking, one of them had already started calling reporters. The citizens passing by were not aware of what was going on, but after being instigated by these four people, many of them could not help but start cursing. The same is true for the people next to you. All of a sudden, the streets were filled with curses, almost all of which were negative towards Inhai International. Boss Ling, Boss Yang, what should we do? The employees around were already getting anxious. If this continues, Inhai International's reputation will be ruined. Don't worry. Seeing Ling Qingyin's worried face, Yang Chao patted her shoulder. Then, Yang Chao walked out slowly. You are the vice president of Yang Chao Inhai International, right? Bah, you are such a bad guy. After signing the contract, why don't you pay the money? Why should I lose money? Yang Chao questioned loudly. You signed the contract, but you can't deliver the goods. The contract stipulates that the goods must be delivered by the end of the month. If the goods cannot be delivered by the end of the month, you will have to pay compensation. Everyone was stunned when Yang Chao said this. This seems to make sense. The contract states that if we fail to deliver the goods by the end of the month, we will have to pay compensation. But what if you run away? There is still half a month left. Who knows if you will run away? Yes, what if Inhai International runs away? Many citizens also agreed with this. Ha, do you think Inhai International will run away? Besides, why would we run away? If you can't come up with the money, what else can you do besides running away? Who said we were going to take the money? Yang Chao asked again. You, Inhai International, can't deliver the goods. Aren't you going to lose money? The four responsible persons stood side by side and spoke loudly to Yang Chao. Look. This is the video we recorded. The warehouse was burned down and there is no raw material left. Inhai International, what can you give us the goods? If you don't give us the goods, you will lose money now. Seeing the photos and videos and the four people as phones, everyone started cursing again. That was indeed Inhai International's former warehouse. Now everything is gone. Inhai International must lose money. You said it was gone, so who do you think you are? Did you go to the warehouse to check, or did you set the fire in the warehouse? Yang Chao asked directly to the man just now. No, I just saw it by accident. When asked this by Yang Chao, the man immediately shook his head. If you don't know the situation, just shut up. Otherwise, I'll sue you for spreading rumors. And you too. Yang Chao pointed directly at the four responsible persons. Why do you say we are out of stock? What can you do if I can get the product now? Humph, as long as you can take out half of the order now, we will pay immediately, and double it. What if it's the entire amount? Then 10 times. Okay, that's what you said. Fuyu, drive to this place and bring the inventory over. Without saying a word, Yang Chao threw the warehouse key to Fuyu. Boss Yang, Fuyu was a little confused. He had no idea where to go. Here is the address and list. Bring a few people with you. I'll go too. Ling Qingyin, who was standing by, did not doubt Yang Chao's words at all, and left directly with Fuyu and a group of employees. About half an hour later, 2 trucks drove directly to the entrance of the office building. Open. Yes. Fuyu, with an excited look on his face, opened the back doors of the 2 cars without saying a word. Count them and see how many there are. Yang Chao looked at the 4 spokesmen. Chapter 89 Tion Zhengguang. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The goods on the 2 trucks were exactly the total quantity of orders from the 4 companies. The 4 people were dumbfounded. Fuyu, come and show them the contract to see if the quantity is enough. The quantity on the contract is clear, and the inventory in the car is also clear. When everyone saw this, they immediately turned their eyes to the 4 men. You 4 just said that you would buy them at double the price, or even 10 times if the quantity is sufficient. Us? The 4 people had no idea how to answer. See? I just said those words in front of everyone, and now they are denying them. I have decided that after delivering the products, I will never cooperate with these companies again. When Mr. Yang saw that everyone was very excited, he immediately announced the news. These onlookers may not be of any other use, but they are definitely enough for publicity. These 4 companies have poor credibility. They lied in broad daylight and now they deny what they just said. The products of such companies are definitely not good. Yes, my son runs a company, and I will definitely not let him cooperate with them. In an instant, a group of passers-by began to discuss the matter. It was also at this time that the entertainment media and journalists arrived. Those reporters and the like didn't care about the situation here at all. They just wrote down whatever they heard. Breaking news, Inhai International's partner went back on his word and framed Inhai International. Eat melons, eat big melons. Inhai International's partners are unreasonable and make a lot of noise. They are unwilling to pay. The 4 responsible persons never expected that the reporters they called over would start to belittle them as soon as they arrived. Some reporters even started making up stories out of nothing, and the 4 people who were listening to them almost had their heads explode. These reporters are really amazing. Yang Chao didn't expect these reporters to be so powerful. Seeing that something was wrong, the 4 responsible persons turned around and slipped away without saying a word. The head of a certain company was so ashamed that he covered his face and ran away. The reporters kept talking more and more outrageously, and Yang Chao could hardly bear to listen any longer. Time passed quickly, and by the evening, the incident at Inhai International had become a hot topic. In just one afternoon, the reputations of those 4 companies were almost ruined to the extreme, and at the same time, their stock prices were plummeting wildly. A farce, a few reporters, 4 or 5 sentences. 4 cosmetics companies lost hundreds of millions in just one afternoon. Suddenly, the top executives of those 4 companies became furious. The 4 responsible persons also suffered bad luck because of this. However, it is precisely because of this reason. Those forces that were ready to take action were suddenly prepared. No more rash actions. After spending a peaceful day, it was time to meet the second master of the Tion family. After tidying up their clothes a little, Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin went over. After arriving at the Tion family's courtyard, both Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao were stunned by the scale of the Tion family's manor. It's really magnificent, and it's no worse than the palaces in TV dramas. Looking at the huge manor, Yang Chao couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time in his life that he saw such a real and grand manor. After sighing, Yang Chao prepared to take Ling Qingyin in. An ignorant bumpkin. As soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, a young man who was about to pass by Yang Chao said with a hint of ridicule. Yang Chao just glanced at the man without much reaction. Just a rich second generation, he has seen too many people like this. I'm too lazy to deal with these people. He doesn't like dealing with this kind of people, but that doesn't mean the other party doesn't want to deal with him. Just as he was walking ahead and was about to step into the Tion family manor, the young man suddenly reached out and stopped him. Hey, I didn't expect that there would be such a stunning beauty next to this country bumpkin. The man saw Lin Hao Qingyin next to Yang Chao out of the corner of his eye, and suddenly, a lustful light flashed in his eyes. Beauty, how about giving you 1 million and staying with me for a week? The young man ignored Yang Chao standing aside and walked straight over. Ling Qingyin couldn't help but frown at this man's frivolous behavior. Master. It was also at this time that someone came jogging over to the door of the Tion family and shouted respectfully to the young man. You mean the young master of the Tion family? Yang Chao looked at the young man. Between his eyebrows, he does seem to be somewhat similar to Tian Ming. Just know who I am. Some important things happened at home today, and some outsiders are not allowed to enter. Yes. The guard agreed respectfully. After saying that, the young master of the Tion family turned to Ling Qingyin and said, Beauty, if you want to go in, I can take you in. Excuse me, I'm with my boyfriend. Ling Qingyin frowned and took a step forward, thinking about Yang Chao's position. Ling Qingyin's attitude made the young master of the Tion family a little unhappy. He glanced at Yang Chao and said, You must be here to find someone to do something for me. Okay, tell me what you are doing and I'll have someone write it down. The young master of the Tion family had put all his attention on Ling Qingyin. Seeing that Ling Qingyin seemed to focus on Yang Chao, he could only look at Yang Chao. We are. Ling Qingyin was about to explain when the young master of the Tion family immediately interrupted her. Beauty, you may not know my true identity just now. Shao Kai, tell this beauty my name and identity. Yes. The guard next to him straightened his back, pointed at the young master of the Tion family, and slowly said, Now let me introduce this young master. His name is Tion Jingguang, the third young master of the third generation of the Tion family. That's him. After Tion Jingguang finished speaking, he took the initiative to extend his hand. He believed that as long as he revealed his identity, the woman opposite him would definitely take the initiative to come to him. But this time, he was disappointed. Hello. Ling Qingyin simply greeted him and then pulled Yang Chao's hand. This is my boyfriend, Yang Chao. We did come to the Yang family this time because of something, but it's not what you think, so I hope you can apologize for what you said just now. Tion Zhengguan, right? For the sake of you being a member of the Tion family, apologize to my girlfriend immediately. Yang Chao resisted his impulse. Apologize? Tion Zhengguang and the Tion family guard next to him were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Master Tion, what's going on? Just then, a few more people came over. From the way they dress and speak, it is not difficult to tell that these people should be Tion Jingguang's cronies. Everyone, just now, I heard a huge joke. What's the joke? A person who came to our Tion family to ask for help actually asked me to apologize to him. I am dying of laughter. As Tion Jingguang was speaking, he suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 90 Broken Leg. From beginning to end, Tion Jingguang didn't take Yang Chao seriously at all. After hearing what Tion Jingguang said, the people nearby couldn't help but laugh. Then one of them spoke loudly. Boy, while young Master Tion is not angry yet, kneel down and kowtow to him. Maybe young Master Tion will be in a good mood and forgive you. Kneeling down to apologize is not enough. Ask him to give his girlfriend to Tion Shao to play with for a few days. This method is also possible. A few people said in a booing manner. Ling Qingyin was indeed good-looking, and there was no shortage of women around them, but none of them had such a temperament. As one of Tion Jingguang's close friends, they know Tion Jingguang very well. Lust is one of Tion Jingguang's biggest hobbies, and he especially likes to steal other people's women. You guys, are you sure you want to do this? Yang Chao looked at the Tion family's large garden and shook his head helplessly. If it wasn't for Master Tion Air inviting me, I wouldn't be in the mood to come, but now, I think there's no need to go in. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Those people were all laughing loudly. Is this guy so boastful that he has gone crazy? He said that my second uncle asked him to come here. Why didn't he say that it was my grandfather who asked him to come here? Several people looked at Yang Chao as if he were a fool. Stop these two people and don't let them leave. Seeing that Yang Chao was about to do it again, Tion Jingguang gave an order and people nearby immediately surrounded Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. Humph, do you think my Tion family is a place where you can come and go as you please? What do you think my Tion family is? Tion Jingguang looked at Yang Chao with a sneer, his face full of teasing. He saw it. The beautiful woman cares a lot about the man's attitude. If she makes the man kneel at her feet now, will she still like this man? The answer is yes. Any man who loses his dignity around his woman will cause the woman to have a lower opinion of him. He decided that no matter what, he would have a good time with the man in front of him today and make him completely lose his dignity. Who do you think you are? What kind of place is the Tion family? You come and go as you please. You really don't take the Tion family seriously. The people around Tion Jingguang also heard that some important people from the Tion family would come over at noon today. That's why they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if they could get some support or something. Now that Tion Jingguang and Yang Chao are facing off, they naturally stand on Tion Jingguang's side. Why, you're not going to let me go? Go, you still want to leave? Tion Jingguang burst into laughter. You can leave if you want. Kneel down and crawl under my crotch. Then, let this woman stay with me for a month. Otherwise, I promise that within 3 days. Just as Tion Jingguang was speaking, several people have walked out of the manor and are heading this way. Ling Qingyin also saw these people. She looked at the people around her again, and suddenly, she smiled. She didn't know how high Tion Jingguang's status was, but she knew the relationship between Wang Long and Yang Chao. Boy, I saw your girlfriend, she's smiling. When Tion Jingguang saw Ling Qingyin laughing, he thought that Ling Qingyin was laughing at Yang Chao. Second Master, Boss Wang, why are you two here? When the security guard Xiaokai saw the second master of the Tion family and Boss Wang appear, he immediately became excited. What's going on? Tian Ming and Wan Long walked side by side. The two of them came out to greet Yang Chao. The time agreed upon yesterday was approaching, but in order to show their sincerity, the two of them came out early. But Yang Chao was not at the door, only a group of people seemed to be making trouble. Suddenly, Tian Ming felt a little unhappy. Uncle, Boss Wang, there's someone causing trouble here. I'll go in right after I take care of him. Seeing Tian Ming and the others, Tion Jingguang immediately waved. Brother Yang. Mr. Yang. At this time, Wang Long and his companions finally saw clearly the people surrounded in the crowd. Uncle, Boss Wang, please wait a moment. We don't need you two to do anything here. Tion Jingguang thought that Tian Ming and the others were going to help him, so he waved his hand. It's just a small matter, a small matter. Tion Jingguang said indifferently. A rich second-generation guy next to Tion Jingguang was also a little smug. By following Tion Jingguang, it is really possible to meet the big boss. Kid. Did you see who they are? One is the second master of the Tion family, and the other is Boss Wan Longwang. If the two of them come over, you're dead. After saying this, Tion Jingguang looked at Yang Chao with smugness. Boy, did you see that? This is my second uncle. Didn't you say that it was my second uncle who invited you here? Tion Jingguang just turned around and pointed at Yang Chao and cursed him, but suddenly his head hurt. Damn it, who attacked me? Tion Jingguang couldn't help but turn around and was about to curse a few words, but he hadn't finished his words. Pa! Tian Ming slapped Tion Jingguang in the face without saying a word. Second uncle, why did you hit me? Tion Jingguang was confused. Pa! Tian Ming didn't explain at all, but slapped Tion Jingguang in the face again. One slap on the left and one slap on the right. After two slaps, both sides of Tion Jingguang's face began to swell up. Do you really want to die? Tian Ming slapped Tion Jingguang in the face again and again. Second master, did you hit the wrong person? The people nearby were stunned. The second master of the Tion family came up and beat Tion Jingguang directly. This plot seems a bit wrong. They were a little confused. Isn't this Mr. Tion's second uncle? But why does he look like that boy's second uncle now? Crack! Suddenly, the second master of the Tion family kicked Tion Jingguang on the calf. Tion Jingguang never thought that his second uncle would do this to him. He never expected that his second uncle would break his legs. Kneel down. Apologize to President Yang. Second uncle. Tion Zhengguan cried out in pain. My own second uncle actually made me kneel down in front of others? Mr. Yang, I'm sorry. While pressing Tion Zhengguan to the ground, Tian Ming also bowed slightly to Yang Chao. I'm sorry, this is our Tion family's mistake. Tian Ming apologized again. Master Tion Air actually apologized to him? I actually saw Mr. Tion apologize to him. Oh my god, what did I see? The eyes of the rich second generations who came back with Tion Zhengguan almost popped out of their heads. The person who was just humiliated by me actually made the second master of the Tion family apologize. In an instant, beads of sweat dripped down their faces. We. Those people were so frightened that they were speechless. Master Tion, alright, let's end this matter here. Brother Wang, let's go in together. Finally, Yang Chao spoke. After he said this, he pulled Ling Qingyin to Wang Long's side. From beginning to end, Yang Chao didn't pay any attention to those rich second generations. Starting today, you won't have to get involved in any family affairs for 3 years. Chapter 91 Respect the elderly and love the young. Tian Ming's words, like the sound of a huge bell, struck Tion Zhengguan's mind hard. In an instant, he lost all ability to think. There was only one thought in his mind now. He is finished. At this moment, Tion Zhengguan collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Master. The security guard rushed over and supported the limp Tion Zhengguan. The second master of the Tion family has destroyed Tion Zhengguan. Those rich second generations looked at the backs of Yang Chao, Wang Long and others and fell into deep thought. Who can tell them what is going on? Didn't that guy come to the Tion family to ask for help? What is his identity? Several people looked at the guard. I don't know either. The guard said in fear. All right. Those people sighed. Isn't this the Tion family? Why are the second master of the Tion family and boss Wang so polite to this kid? Suddenly, they thought of a possibility. The kid just said that it was the second master of the Tion family who invited him over. Thinking of this, several people's hearts were completely chilled. It's over. It's completely over. Yang Chao had no idea what those people at the door were thinking. Along the way, Tian Ming tried his best to apologize to Yang Chao, hoping to get Yang Chao's forgiveness. Mr. Tion, you are too polite. It's just a small matter. Since Tian Ming is so sincere, Yang Chao is not the kind of person who will not give in even if he is right. Moreover, Tion Zhengguan's legs were broken, and this result made Yang Chao relatively satisfied. When he walked in side by side with Tian Ming, many people in the yard looked at Yang Chao. These people came here because they knew some important news. Old man of the Tion family is dying. The Optimus Prime of the Tion family is almost finished. Almost everyone knows the significance of the old man of the Tion family to the Tion family. As long as the old man of the Tion family is gone, the Tion family will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. So over the past few months, the Tion family has been visiting famous teachers, hoping to prolong the life of the old man of the Tion family. This rumor has been circulating among the people. Finally, it was confirmed today. Because today, several medical masters from Fohai City came to the Tion family, and all of them came for the old man of the Tion family. The second master of the Tion family is an important figure in the Tion family, not to mention the boss Wan Long Wang. These two big shots didn't even communicate much with other people, as if they were waiting for someone, and just now they rushed out in a hurry. Now two people appeared beside Yang Chao. This scene aroused curiosity in countless people. Could it be that the two people just now were going to greet the young man in front of them? In an instant, Yang Chao's identity made countless people suspicious. Who is this person and what is his identity that two big shots treat him like this? Under the guidance of Wang Long and Tian Ming, Yang Chao quickly arrived at the hall of Tian's house. At this time, there were already two people sitting in the hall. Except for these two people, everyone else was sitting. Mr. Yang, please take a seat. After driving into the living room, Tian Ming politely asked Yang Chao to sit down. Mr. Tian, you're welcome. You can go and do your work first. Qingyin and I will sit here for a while and talk to Brother Wang. Yang Chao also discovered it. There were quite a few people coming today, some of whom he had only seen on TV or in the news before, but today, they appeared here. At this time, Yang Chao also realized that the status of these people was probably extraordinary. You can also tell from the way the people around them look at them. Okay. Tion Ming nodded. He didn't know what the situation was with his father, so he needed to go check on him. Brother Wang, I heard from Mr. Tion the other day that the old man is dying, but I don't know how old Mr. Tion's health is. Alas, I don't know how to explain this matter. The old man was in good health before. Normally, he would have no problem surviving for another 2 or 3 years. But a week ago, his body suddenly had problems. If we can't find a solution. While the two were talking, a white-haired old man next to them slowly walked towards Yang Chao. Next to him were 2 young female assistants. 2 female assistants accompanied him on his left and right. They didn't look like assistants but more like ancient maids. President Liu, why are you here? Please take a seat. The old man's identity seemed quite surprising, and even Wang Long was very polite to him. Boss Wang, you're welcome. Although he said this, Dean Liu was still not polite and was ready to sit down. However, as there were not many seats here, there was no extra seat near Wang Long, so he could only sit on the other side. But in this way, his 2 female assistants had no seats. Then, he looked at Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin who were sitting aside without responding. Seeing that the 2 people had no intention of getting up from beginning to end, Dean Liu snorted with a little displeasure. Alas, young people nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. They don't even know to stand up and say hello when they see an elderly person. Well. Wang Long was slightly embarrassed. Dean Liu once helped him with a small favor, so he was so polite when Dean Liu came over. But he also knew Yang Chao's temper, and it was basically impossible to make Yang Chao give in. Who do you 2 think you are to be qualified to sit here? Don't you know the identity of Dean Liu? Seeing that Ling Qingyin and Yang Chao still did not stand up, the 2 assistants spoke directly. Just sit here. Yang Chao frowned at the attitude of the 2 assistants. The 2 assistants are just taking advantage of the power of others. This Dean doesn't seem to be a good person either. When he walked over just now, his eyes were fixed on Ling Qingyin's thighs. Yang Chao really didn't know how this old guy could still have such thoughts at his age. Seeing that something was not right, Wang Long quickly tried to smooth things over. President Liu, this is Mr. Ling from Yinhai International, and this is my good brother, Yang Chao, also Mr. Yang from Yinhai International. You 2, this is Director Liu from the First People's Hospital of Fohai City. Before Wang Long could finish, Dean Liu snorted again. What kind of small company is Yinhai International? Why didn't I tell you that the person in charge of such a small company can come here? And that Mr. Yang, he has a godly status, can a vice president also sit here? Suddenly, Dean Liu's voice became louder. Immediately, it attracted everyone. In the hall, there were only a handful of people who could sit down, and each of them was a big shot in Fohai City. Now, a young man suddenly sat there, which had already attracted many people's attention. Now that Dean Liu raised his voice, how could everyone sit idle? Go away, this is not the place for you to sit. Chapter 92 Doctor. Everyone sitting here is a well-known figure in Fohai City. How can you, a vice president of a company, be qualified to sit here? We came here with Boss Wang and Mr. Tion. Why can't we sit down? Ling Qingyin argued with reason. She felt very depressed. Why should she get up? Why can't she just sit here? What rights do these people have to say about her? You don't know how high the sky is. Look at the people sitting here. Which one of them can be compared with you? Others asked you to sit down just to be polite. How dare you sit down? A middle-aged man shouted at Ling Qingyin. If they can sit, so can we. Don't think you can act like a big shot just because you're older. We don't owe you anything. If you want to show off, get out of here. How could Yang Chao just ignore it when someone bullied Ling Qingyin? Immediately, he started to scold and accuse someone indirectly? Another old man spoke. This old man seems to be about the same age as Dean Liu, and his identity seems to be very unusual. He seemed a little unhappy with what Yang Chao said. Young man, you are full of youthful vigor. I used to be like you, but I have the capital and you don't. As soon as he spoke, many people standing there echoed him. What the old man said is right. I am indeed young and energetic. But how can I be considered a young man if I am not energetic? You said you have the capital, but how do you know that I don't have it? Also, whether you sit or not is your business, and whether I sit or not is my business. If you don't want to sit, don't sit. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Faced with everyone's criticism, Yang Chao directly fought back. How dare you talk to Master Yuan like that? This is outrageous. A small vice president of a company dares to contradict Mr. Yuan. He must be kicked out of the Tion family today. Yes, I think so too. It must be so. Yang Chao's words immediately caused a huge uproar. Almost all the people in the hall pointed their fingers at Yang Chao. Everyone was criticizing Yang Chao, and some even shouted that Yang Chao must be kicked out. Boss Yang, right? I'm giving you one chance now. Get out of the Tion family on your own. Otherwise, I'll have the Tion family kick you out. Dean Liu made some harsh remarks. No one has ever dared to treat him like this. No matter who it is, even Wang Long, who was sitting next to Yang Chao, as the top boss in Fohai City, he still has to be polite when seeing him. It is precisely for this reason that Dean Liu has developed a condescending attitude. I, Liu Tianyang, always keep my word in Fohai City. Get out of here by yourself or let someone kick you out. Get out. Get out. In the hall, almost everyone was blaming Yang Chao. What's going on? Just at this moment, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out. President Liu, Mr. Yuan, Boss Wang, what's going on? The person who spoke was the eldest son of the Tion family, Tion Liang, who was also Tion Jingguan's biological father. Xiao Tion, how come anyone can come into your Tion family? Can even a cat or a dog come in? Lu Tianyang and Yuan Lao looked at each other, then looked at Yang Chao. Tion Liang took a look at the situation and roughly figured it out. Boss Wang, this one? He was hired by your brother to treat the old man. Wang Long answered truthfully. Tion Liang looked at Yang Chao and was about to speak when someone next to him whispered something in his ear. Suddenly, Tion Liang's face changed drastically. Second brother, you're being too harsh. After saying this, he looked at Yang Chao again. Are you here to see the old man? Don't you think so? No. Tion Liang shook his head. Although he knew that his second brother had invited someone to treat the old man, he didn't know who he had invited. He thought it was Dean Liu and Mr. Yuan. What, Xiao Tian? Are you saying that this person was hired by Tian Ming to treat the old man? Tion Liang's words stunned the two medical masters. Yes, that's the situation. Tion Liang answered truthfully. Although he didn't know what his second brother wanted to do, since the old man had handed over all matters to his second brother, he could only give his full support. After getting Tion Liang's answer, the two medical masters couldn't help but burst into laughter. A yellow-haired boy, let him treat the old man. Your Tion family is not afraid of trouble, but I, Liu Tianyang, am afraid of losing face. Boy, are you sure you want to see Mr. Tion? Yes. Yang Chao nodded. Now that you are here, make the most of it. At this point, there is no need to dodge. Then let me ask you, what is the old man's illness? Have no idea. Yang Chao shook his head. How could he know since he hasn't even met the old man yet? Do you know whether to use traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine to treat the old man? Have no idea. Yang Chao continued to shake his head. Then let me ask you again, do you have any titles in the medical field in Fohai City? No. Who is your mentor, which medical university did you graduate from, and what papers have you published in academia? I'm not a medical student. I don't have a master. Did you hear that? Yuan Lao suddenly turned around and said to everyone, he's not even a medical student, how can he treat the old man? Young man, you are too young and full of energy. Besides, you don't have the capital to say that. Boss Tion, I ask you now to make him apologize immediately for what he just said and get out of the Tion family. Apologize and get out of the Tion family. Everyone agreed. Tion Liang also looked at Yang Chao at this time. Ding. The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding. A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding. Mission content, the old man of the Tion family has been poisoned and needs timely treatment. The host is now in trouble. Do you want to apologize and get out of the Tion family? Option 1, refuse to apologize, reward, peerless medical skills, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Option 2, apologize to the 2, reward, from now on, the host will be sick every day, and all doctors will refuse to treat him. So cruel? The appearance of the system immediately made Yang Chao happy. He knew that the time had come for him to slap himself in the face and show off. But the second option really scared him. Being sick every day can lead to death. If you are really medical geniuses, I would definitely apologize for what I said just now. What a pity. You are not, and you are not worthy. At the same time, I want to say that I am a doctor who treats illnesses and saves lives, not a so-called medical genius like you who are high and mighty. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued. The moment the system's mechanical voice sounded, Yang Chao immediately realized that there were many more things related to medicine in his mind. This medical knowledge can be said to span ancient and modern times, and integrate both Chinese and Western learning. In just a moment, Yang Chao had already firmly grasped them. Chapter 93, Poison. How dare you, a person who is not even a medical student, speak so brazenly? Whether I am a medical student or not is none of your business. But you wake up every day feeling dizzy and weak, with dull eyes. How long do you think you can hold on? Looking at Lu Tianyang, Yang Chao said with a half smile. A Chinese doctor will examine the patient's body, observe, smell, ask and feel. Just with a casual glance just now, Yang Chao could tell that Lu Tianyang was not going to live long. You. Lu Tianyang suddenly looked like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his face looked a little scary. You are old, but you still have to eat all kinds of messy things. Don't you know that you are overdrawing your vitality? You know, Chinese medicine is profound and extensive, and many things in it can really prolong your life, but you just use those crooked things, which consume your remaining energy. If you continue like this, you will definitely not survive this summer. With every word Yang Chao spoke, Lu Tianyang's expression would grow darker. After he finished speaking the last sentence, Lu Tianyang seemed to have lost his soul. He was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat. At the same time, his body fell to the ground involuntarily. You, how do you know this? Lu Tianyang was shocked. The most basic of Chinese medicine is observation, auscultation, questioning and palpation. We are so close, and I have already used both of them on you. Naturally, I know your condition. After Yang Chao said this, Lu Tianyang immediately realized that he had met a master. Mr. Yang, no, Mr. Yang, save me, I don't want to die. He suddenly stood up and knelt down in front of Yang Chao. Only Yang Chao knew what he said. No one else knew it except him. But Yang Chao told him all those words in detail, how could he not be shocked? Lao Lu, what are you doing? Seeing Lu Tianyang's attitude, Yuan Lao on the side couldn't help but scold him. The director of the First People's Hospital actually fawned on a young man. If this were to get out, it would be a joke. Mr. Yuan, right? Yang Chao looked at the old man next to him again. Just a glance and he immediately frowned. He saw strange phenomena. It seems like something is missing from the other person. It seems to be a soul. If you lose your soul, you will definitely die within a month. Moreover, there was an aura of death lingering around the other person. This is not the death energy of other people, but the death energy generated by Yuan Lao himself. No one with this kind of death energy can survive for more than a month. You. Yang Chao was about to speak, but in the end he didn't say anything. Huh, kid, I don't believe your nonsense. Let me tell you, I go to the hospital for a full body checkup every week, and I'm in good health. Check. Can any sophisticated instrument tell you that you are missing 3 souls and 7 spirits? Yang Chao sighed and shook his head. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter. Can you cure Mr. Tion? Although Yang Chao did sound very serious just now, everyone knew that Mr. Tion's matter was the focus of today. Why, you think I can't save the old man? Of course. No one can cure the old man's condition. He will die for sure. After Yuan Lao finished saying this, he immediately realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly changed his words. The old man's illness is very strange, you definitely can't cure it. What if I am cured? If you can cure me, wherever you go in the future, I will immediately respectfully call you Dr. Yang, whose medical skills are unparalleled. But if you can't cure me, you must kneel down and get out of here. As you said, wait until the old man gets better, then maybe you will be convinced. Just now the system has prompted that the old man has been poisoned. Now that Yang Chao had this direction, he naturally knew how to start. Mr. Tion, could you please take us in to see the old man? This? Tion Liang was a little hesitant. Right now, there are 2 medical experts discussing countermeasures with the old man. If I go in at this time, will I disturb them? Tion, don't worry. I know the two guys in the room. Their medical skills are on par with ours. We can help them if we go in. But I don't know if some of them are here to cause trouble. I guarantee with my life that nothing will happen. At the critical moment, Wang Long stood up. Wang Long's words surprised Tian Liang, but at the same time, he couldn't say no. Dr. Yang, Mr. Tion's illness is not an ordinary illness. When Tian Liang walked in front, Lu Tianyang, who was next to Yang Chao, reminded him in a low voice. Do you think I can cure him? Yang Chao looked at the old man Lu Tianyang meaningfully. That should be possible, right? Lu Tianyang hesitated for a moment and said uncertainly. Yang Chao did not answer this question. However, he suddenly asked, those two female assistants, can you handle them both at once? Ahem. Lu Tianyang's old face turned red and he didn't know what to say. Soon, several people came into a quiet room. The house was filled with instruments, and all of them were gathered around a pale old man. At the same time, two nurses and two doctors in coats were busy by his bedside. The second master of the Tion family and a person Yang Chao didn't know were also looking anxiously at the old man lying on the hospital bed. Why are you here? Seeing Yang Chao and others come in, the two doctors asked in confusion. Then, Tian Liang told the story about Yang Chao. Nonsense. After hearing this, the two doctors in medical gowns immediately scolded Tian Liang. Lao Lu, Lao Yuan, what's wrong with you? Why did you let this kid in? Isn't this just nonsense? Brother, you mean? At this time, Tian Ming also hesitated. He didn't know Yang Chao's background before. Wang Long praised Yang Chao as a god, and he also thought Yang Chao was very powerful. It turns out that this guy doesn't know any medicine. Suddenly, he regretted it. Do you have any silver needles on you? Have. Although he didn't know what Yang Chao was going to do, Lu Tianyang still asked two assistants to take out a bag of silver needles. Just as everyone was arguing, Yang Chao suddenly walked over to Mr. Tion who was lying on the hospital bed. After pulling off all the instruments, Yang Chao picked up a silver needle between his index and middle fingers and suddenly inserted it into the heart of the old man of the Tion family. What are you doing? The two doctors in medical gowns started yelling when they saw this scene. My God, is he crazy? Unplugging all the instruments, aren't you trying to kill old man from the Tion family? Everyone was shocked. Subconsciously, the two doctors rushed over to stop it. Roll. Pa. Yang Chao didn't even look at them, he just swung his left hand and the two doctors were immediately thrown away. Swish, swish, swish. 36 silver needles kept shaking in the air, and then fell on the old man one by one. Puff. The unconscious old man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood into the air. Then, two small bugs suddenly crawled out of his nostrils. Puff. Yang Chao took advantage of the situation and grabbed the two bugs. Okay, the old man is fine. Chapter 94 The Ghost. Two mosquito-sized black and red poisonous insects kept squirming in Yang Chao's hands, looking extremely disgusting. However, Yang Chao was particularly interested in this. According to medical information, although this kind of insect can be harmful to humans, it can also make people strong and healthy if used properly. Mr. Yang? The two brothers of the Tion family looked at Yang Chao in confusion. Someone has put a poison in the old man, so his health has been getting worse over the past few days. Poison? The two Tion brothers were shocked. The old man's illness was actually caused by human factors. Investigate, you must find out. Whoever dares to poison the old man, I will bury his entire family with him. Tian Liang couldn't help but roar. The old man is the pillar of the Tion family. As long as he is around, nothing will happen to the Tion family, and those villains won't dare to take action. It is obvious that the person who poisoned the old man must have some plan for the Tion family. It turned out to be a poison. No wonder those instruments couldn't detect it. Everyone in the room suddenly realized what was going on. However, they now understand one thing. Someone wants to take action against the Tion family, and moreover, he wants to attack the old man. Tian Ming on the side was also furious and kept saying something to the two people beside him. Ahem. After about a few minutes, the old man of the Tion family slowly opened his eyes. Dad. Tian Liang and Tian Ming quickly rushed to the bedside of the old man of the Tion family. Dad, you finally woke up. I'm fine, just a little weak. The old man looked pale and had difficulty speaking. It will be fine once the old man wakes up. Don't move these silver needles. Remove them after half an hour. If everyone else is fine, go out first. The old man needs to rest. At this time, no one dared to refute Yang Chao's words. Only the eldest son of the Tion family and 2 nurses were left, and everyone else went out. Mr. Yang, I will never forget your life-saving grace. I, the Tion family, will accept your favor. As he spoke, Tion Ming bowed to Yang Chao. Inside the hall, everyone looked at this scene in shock. What's going on? Why would Master Tion bow to him? Can anyone tell me what just happened? Everyone was guessing. Yang Chao just smiled slightly at the second master of the Tion family's expression and did not have any big reaction. Mr. Yang, this is a token of my appreciation. As he spoke, the second master of the Tion family handed Yang Chao a card and a document. A black card with unlimited overdraft and 30% of the shares of Chongling Pharmaceuticals. When the second master of the Tion family finished speaking, the hall suddenly became quiet. My God, what on earth did this young man do? This is incredible. This is incredible. Under the envious gazes of countless people, Yang Chao, Ling Qingyin and others walked side by side with the second master of the Tion family. The waking up of the old man of the Tion family is a big event for the entire Tion family. For this purpose, the Tion family specially prepared a sumptuous lunch. The Tion family originally planned to invite these 4 medical masters to stay for dinner. But none of the 4 felt comfortable staying. After all, the 2 previous ones had been busy for several days, but the old man's condition did not improve at all. Now Yang Chao just pricked him with a silver needle, and the old man recovered in a short time. This was a bit too embarrassing for them. As some of the most famous medical experts in Fohai City, they really didn't have the nerve to stay any longer. Mr. Yang, this is my cell phone number. If you have time in the next 2 days, please help me solve my hidden illness. Yang Chao nodded. After seeing off several medical experts, there were not many people attending the lunch. Yang Chao became the protagonist of this luncheon. After the silver needle was pulled out, old man of the Tion family was able to walk normally again. At the same time, his body looked a little more healthy. It was also at this time that Wang Long suddenly spoke. Old man, there are some things I shouldn't say as an outsider, but you and I are close friends regardless of age, and there aren't many people around now, so I think it's necessary to investigate the matter of someone poisoning you. After hearing what Wang Long said, the old man did not answer immediately, but looked at his 2 sons. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Tion Ming stood up and spoke slowly. He was responsible for all the household affairs. If the old man's health had simply deteriorated due to his age, then there was nothing to say. But if the old man's illness was caused by external reasons, then he would be responsible for it. Dad, I will investigate this matter with my second brother and will never let any suspicious person go. This matter. Ling Qingyin was sitting next to Yang Chao. Seeing Yang Chao showing a playful smile, she couldn't help feeling a little confused. Actually, this kind of thing is easy to say. I don't know whether he was explaining to Ling Qingyin or to someone else. Almost everyone present heard what Yang Chao said. Brother Yang, do you have any clues? Wang Long was also a little surprised. He just mentioned it casually. Just like he said, he was an outsider to the Tion family. This is all he can say about this matter. Among the elders, except Yang Chao, Ling Qingyin and Wang Long, all the others are from the Tion family. The old man of the Tion family, the 2 brothers of the Tion family, and the 3rd generation of the Tion family. It goes without saying that the old man's status in the Tion family is important. You must be paying attention to his safety on weekdays. Mr. Yang is right. The old man's daily diet is all taken care of by special people. And there are people who test poisons, so ordinary methods will never succeed. Tion Ming and Tion Liang nodded in response. That's right. With such precautions, the people who can get close to him are naturally not outsiders. Especially for things like poisoning, it is not something that can be done once or twice. So, it is obvious that the person who poisoned him is definitely not an outsider. Maybe that person is sitting here now. After saying this, Yang Chao stopped talking. Yang Chao's words immediately made the air fall into silence. Mr. Yang, please be careful with your words. The Tion family has been in a state of unrest these past 2 days, and Yang Chao's words undoubtedly made the situation worse. Even though Yang Chao had indeed saved the old man of the Tion family just now. But no matter who it is, if someone says something like this at this time, their expression will look a little unpleasant. As the saying goes, even a judge cannot judge family affairs, especially this kind of family trust issue, which is a thorn in the hearts of everyone in a large family. No matter what, no one else is allowed to say it. Seeing that the two people next to them were a little angry, some people couldn't sit still anymore. Yang, who the hell do you think you are? Don't think you can talk nonsense just because you saved my grandfather. Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. The person who spoke was Tion Hao. Chapter 95, Master Tion is the one who poisoned. Yang Chao, what you said is indeed a bit too much. At this point, even Wang Long felt embarrassed to defend Yang Chao. After all, what Yang Chao said just now had a huge impact. It was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, which directly blew up the Tion family. Saving the old man doesn't mean you can act recklessly. This is still the Tion family, and you won't be allowed to act recklessly. The dignity of the Tion family cannot be questioned in the slightest. Yang Chao's words caused dissatisfaction among everyone in the Tion family. More than a dozen pairs of eyes stared at Yang Chao like hungry wolves, as if they wanted to eat Yang Chao alive. Faced with these people's doubts, Yang Chao just smiled indifferently. He was too lazy to explain. Those who believed would naturally believe, and those who understood would naturally understand. As for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. For a moment, the room was awkward and the air was extremely quiet. Ahem. Young friend Yang Chao, right? After about a minute of silence in the air, the old man of the Tion family coughed a few times and then slowly stood up. His eyes swept over everyone, and suddenly, everyone became extremely well behaved. This is the old man's deterrent power, this is the majesty of Optimus Prime, the pillar that stabilizes the sea. I wonder if the old man has any advice for me? Yang Chao stood up slowly. Old man of the Tion family is a grandfather after all. No matter what the situation is, if the other party stands up, he has no reason to continue sitting down. The old man of the Tion family was also very satisfied with Yang Chao's actions. He said tiredly, young friend Yang, you said that someone in our Tion family wanted to harm me. Since you said so, I will definitely support you. No matter who it is, as long as you point him out, I will believe you and let you punish him. When the old man said this, everyone was shocked. Dad, isn't this inappropriate? Dad, isn't this a bit too serious? Grandpa, you can't believe what he says. Go, call all the direct descendants of the Tion family here. I want to announce something. Not long after, all direct descendants of the Tion family appeared. There was a huge crowd of people. No matter who it is, as long as Mr. Yang says he is the one who harmed me, break his limbs and expel him from the Tion family. Do you understand? No, old man. No. Everyone in the Tion family couldn't help but panic. But the old man didn't care about those things at all. After saying this, he looked directly at Yang Chao. Master, do you trust me so much? I believe you. The old man just smiled calmly. Thank you, old man. Yang Chao also responded with a smile. Then he looked at everyone. Next, I'm going to tell you who that person is. Yang Chao, you better produce evidence, otherwise, Otherwise, what are you going to do? Old Master Tion glanced at Tion Hao. Grandfather. Tion Hao didn't dare to say a word in front of old man Tion. You useless thing, sit still and be quiet. Yes, Grandpa. After being glared at by the old man of the Tion family, Tion Hao immediately sat down obediently. Friend Yang, you own half of this old man's life, so no matter what you say, I will listen. As for the evidence, your words are the evidence. If you are wrong, it is just bad luck. Change someone and continue. Don't you need evidence, old man? What you said is evidence, I believe you. Thanks. Such a conversation shocked everyone. These two poisonous insects belong to the person who poisoned him. He must have other things on him. Once these poisonous insects get close to him, they will definitely react. There were about 40 or 50 people present. Almost all of them are direct descendants of the Tion family. After walking around, the two poisonous insects still didn't react at all. But in the end, it stopped beside Tion Jingguang. Tion Jingguang, it's not me. I didn't say it was you. After taking a look at Tion Jingguang, Yang Chao took a few more steps and then stopped next to the second master of the Tion family. The person who poisoned the old man was Mr. Tion Ming Tion. Yang Chao pointed his finger at Tion Ming. Is it me? Mr. Yang, are you mistaken? Tion Ming was stunned for a moment, then said in an unhappy tone. Second master, why is it second master? Everyone looked at Yang Chao and Tion Ming. Brother Yang, are you mistaken? How could it be Tion Ming who poisoned me? Seeing Yang Chao stop next to the second master of the Tion family, Wang Long was the first to stand up. He absolutely did not believe that it was Wang Long who poisoned him. Moreover, those two poisonous insects didn't seem to react at all. That's why he stood up, fearing that Yang Chao would say something wrong. Is this a mistake? Didn't the two poisonous insects have no reaction? Ling Qingyin hesitated for a moment and then spoke. At this time, even Ling Qingyin was a little suspicious, wondering if Yang Chao had made a mistake. Impossible, you must be mistaken, this was definitely not done by the second master. Mr. Yang, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will fight you. When Tian Hao saw that Yang Chao actually pointed out his father, he rushed up angrily and wanted to attack Yang Chao. However, he was slapped aside by Yang Chao. Yang Chao looked at everyone and from their eyes, he got the answer he wanted. No one believed that this was done by the second master of the Tion family. No matter who it is. What do you think, old man? Yang Chao spoke slowly. If you are talking about the eldest brother, I will believe you, but if you say it is the second brother, I will not believe it either. The old man of the Tion family smiled bitterly. He could trust no one present, but he only trusted his second son. But now someone actually said that the poison was done by Tion Ming, how could he believe it? At this time, Tion Ming, who was thought to be the one who was poisoned by Yang Chao, couldn't help but speak. Mr. Yang, I respect you for saving my father, but please don't go too far. My friend, this matter ends here. No, now that it has begun, it must have an end. I must resolve this matter. Young friend Yang, you've been there. Didn't you hear what I said? This matter ends here. Also, this is a private matter of our Tion family and has nothing to do with you. Someone, show the guest away. The old man of the Tion family shouted loudly. Anyone can see that the old man is angry. Is it over? I don't think so. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chao punched Tion Ming in the chest. Take it for me. The old man said with a frown. Come out here. Suddenly, Yang Chao punched Tion Ming again. Crack. There was a sound of bones breaking. Yang Chao's punch was so powerful that after two punches landed on Tion Ming, how could Tion Ming not vomit blood? Bold. Everyone in the Tion family shouted angrily. At the same time, several guards of the Tion family were attacking Yang Chao. But without exception, they all failed. Lie down. Yang Chao threw another punch, and Tion Ming fell directly to the ground, with blood spraying into the air. Second master, protect second master. Someone exclaimed. Second brother. Chapter 96 The Old Man's Decision. Almost everyone looked straight at Yang Chao, wishing they could kill him. But Yang Chao didn't care at all. Because he knew that the fun was about to begin. Buzz. Buzz. Someone suddenly discovered that the poisonous insect that Yang Chao had just held in his hand was actually wriggling constantly, as if it wanted to fly towards Tion Ming. What's going on? Is the insect reacting? Everyone looked at the two poisonous insects in disbelief. When the two poisonous insects fell on Tion Ming, everyone was stunned. Really, second master? How could it be the second master? The second master is the one the old man loves the most. Dad, why are you doing this? Tion Hao shook Tion Ming's body frantically. His eyes were red, and he couldn't believe that this was actually done by his father. Just now everyone was trying hard to protect Tion Ming, but at this moment, they were all heartbroken. No one would have thought that the instigator of this incident was actually Tion Ming. Tion Ming, you disappoint me so much. I trusted you so much, but you actually did such a thing? Wan Long was also a little sad. Just now, he chose to believe Tion Ming, which was tantamount to standing on the opposite side of Yang Chao. But now the facts were before him, with irrefutable evidence. He had no idea how to face Yang Chao anymore. Second brother, did you poison me? Tion Ming wanted to open his mouth to explain. But a pain came over him and he fainted. Brother Yang, I'm sorry. Wang Long bowed deeply to Yang Chao. In this matter, he really misunderstood Yang Chao. Just now, he actually didn't believe Yang Chao. Young friend Yang, it is my Tion family that has let you down. The old man of the Tion family also looked ashamed. Being slapped in the face by Yang Chao like this was really embarrassing even for him. Ling Qingyin's face turned red and she was so nervous that she didn't know what to say. Silly, I know what you are going to say, but there are some things that I need to explain to you. As he said that, Yang Chao punched Tian Ming in the chest again. Next, everyone saw something suddenly crawling out of Tian Ming's mouth. It was a pure white worm like a silkworm pupa. Another bug. Everyone felt a little nervous. Is this a mind-boggling bug? Wang Long on the side exclaimed. Brother Wang, do you know him? Yes. How could I not know him? When Wang Long heard Yang Chao calling him brother, he was immediately touched. The trace of worry just now also disappeared. If Yang Chao got angry because of his distrust just now, he would definitely regret it. Boss Wang, what is this mind-boggling bug? Many people looked at Wang Long. They did not dare to speak to Yang Chao, although they could guess that Yang Chao must know the origin of the insect. But they were too embarrassed to ask Yang Chao. Boss Wang, we are all very curious. At this time, the old man of the Tion family also spoke. Brother Yang. Wang Long looked at Yang Chao. Brother Wang, just tell me. If there is anything wrong, I will correct it. Okay, I'll tell you then. Wang Long cleared his throat and slowly explained. The heart-blocking worm is also a type of goo worm, and it is also a mother-child goo. However, it will not kill people, but hypnotize the person who was gutted in a strange way. The mother worm controls the host of the child worm and makes it do something. When the heart-blocking child worm is activated, anyone with a little less concentration will be attracted and lose themselves. After a pause, Wang Long glanced at Tian Ming and continued, so, Tian Ming was also controlled by someone, and we were also deceived just now. After saying this, Wang Long looked at Yang Chao. Brother Wang is right. Master Tion was controlled by a mind-controlling bug and then poisoned the old man. However, he himself didn't know it. In this case, Master Tion was more like a puppet. He didn't even know what he was doing. Then Tian Liang glanced at Tian Ming and hurriedly asked about Tian Ming's situation. It's okay. The mind-boggling worm has come out, and the poison in his body has also come out. He will be fine after lying down for a while. That's good. Both the old man of the Tion family and Tian Liang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard this. Tian Ming's importance to the Tion family cannot be replaced by anyone else. Apart from the old man, Tian Ming is the most capable person in the Tion family. This is also the reason why the old man handed the matter over to Tian Ming. My dear Yang, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you just now. Suddenly, the old man of the Tion family bowed to Yang Chao. Master, this is unacceptable. Yang Chao dare not be careless. In a sense, the old man of the Tion family is more noble than Wang Long. Changling Pharmaceuticals products once occupied more than half of the market in Fohai City. It is no exaggeration to say that when Yang Chao was sick, all the medicines he took were from Changling Pharmaceutical. Changling Pharmaceutical has always been a well-known charity pioneer in Fohai City. Why do we say that many big shots have been supported by Mr. Tion? Decades ago, Changling Pharmaceutical used 15% of its shares to develop children's vaccines for Fohai City, and provided them free of charge to all children in Fohai City. It is also for this reason that Fohai City's political achievements improved step by step in those years. Those who received favors back then naturally remember this kindness. Yang Chao didn't dare to accept Mr. Tion's bow in this way. Mr. Tion glanced at everyone and then his eyes fell on Wang Long. Boss Wang, today I want you to be a witness. Please speak, old man. From now on, my Tion family owes young friend Yang a huge favor. I won't talk about it while I'm alive. In the future, if young friend Yang gets into trouble, no matter if it's once or twice, as long as my Tion family stands by and watches, you can do it to all the younger generations of my Tion family. In addition, except for Tian Ming and Tian Liang, everyone else must be respectful to young friend and call him benefactor. No. As soon as Mr. Tion said this, the people below immediately exploded. When you see Yang Chao, you have to call him benefactor. The huge Tion family, known as a century-old family, would surely become the laughingstock of all families if they really did such a thing. Master, there is no need to do this. Yang Chao hurriedly declined. I have made up my mind on this matter, and no one is allowed to dissuade me. Mr. Tion looked very serious. No one is allowed to question it. No one can change the old man's mind. In this case, I will take good care of the Tion family on his behalf. Wang Long nodded. I have no objection to this matter. In addition to the old man of the Tion family, Tian Liang, as the eldest son of the family, was also the first to set an example. At the same time, he also bowed to Yang Chao. Chapter 97, Sneak Attack on Ling Qingyin. Everyone in the Tion family was originally very unhappy with Yang Chao, but at the request of Grandpa Tion and Tian Liang, everyone had no choice but to do so. Even Tian Zhengguang, whose leg was broken, was the same. By the way, Brother Yang, what should we do with Tian Ming? Wan Long glanced at Tian Ming, who was lying on the ground. It's okay. I was careful when I did it. Now that he knew that Tian Ming was not what he wanted, Yang Chao could not be too harsh on him. Although it looked like Tian Ming was vomiting blood and had broken bones, in fact, these were only minor injuries. After using a silver needle to stop the pain on Tian Ming, he had him carried away. Mr. Tion will probably have to sleep for a whole day because of the mind bug. Don't disturb him during this time. Okay, I'll give the order. Master, I'm afraid the person behind the scenes will definitely find out about your awakening through some channels, so you need to be careful these 2 days. Okay, I understand. The old man has lived to such an age, how could he not know what Yang Chao meant? Yang Chao glanced at the old man of the Tion family. He could already imagine that in the next few days, all the people working in the Tion family would be subject to the most rigorous investigation. However, Yang Chao is also very curious now. Who on earth dares to go against the world and take action against the old man of the Tion family? Things like poison are not something that ordinary people can raise. Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao with some worry. If Yang Chao hadn't spoken, she might have pulled Yang Chao away from here long ago. Such a disgusting poisonous insect came out of a human body. She really couldn't stand this scene. Just now, Ling Qingyin had vomited twice. In just 10 minutes, Ling Qingyin had vomited out all her lunch. Otherwise, shall I take you back first? At the beginning, Yang Chao focused all his attention on the poisonous insects. As a boy who had inherited a lot of medical skills, naturally, he was not afraid of those poisonous insects. But he forgot that Ling Qingyin was a little girl. No, I'll stay with you. Ling Qingyin grabbed Yang Chao's hand. Very warm. While the two were talking, everyone in the Tion family knew about the poison. Now that the old man has woken up, we know who poisoned him. All that remains is to find the person behind it. Yes, this person is extremely vicious. He actually used Master Tion Air to attack the old man. No one would have thought of this. There are several hundred people in the Tion family. It is not an easy task to check out those people with ulterior motives one by one, but it is not difficult for the Tion family either. Although Ling Qingyin didn't want to go back, Yang Chao still asked Wan Long to send someone to take her back. You go back first. I'll go back later. I need to check on the old man. After all, he has just recovered and needs my help to take care of him. Okay, then you should be careful. Although she knew that Yang Chao was very powerful, Ling Qingyin was still a little scared when she thought of the poisonous insect. Master, I'll leave first. Well, Xiaoling, you can come over to play whenever you have time. The door of our Tion family is always open to you. Thanks. Ling Qingyin waved to the old man, hugged Yang Chao again, and turned around to get into the car parked nearby. Go to hell. Sudden. A servant of the Tion family roared and stabbed Ling Qingyin, who had just turned around with a sharp dagger. Careful. Everyone cried out in surprise, but it was too late to stop the man. Although they were not far away, the person who attacked was closer. Ah! Ling Qingyin was frightened and at a loss, and immediately screamed. At the critical moment, a figure rushed over. It's Yang Chao. Just now he felt a vague murderous intent in the crowd. But he still thought that some people in the Tion family were dissatisfied with him. Unexpectedly, someone actually wanted to attack Ling Qingyin. Fortunately, he reacted in time and extended his hand at the critical moment. Puff! The sharp dagger pierced directly into Yang Chao's palm. After cutting through a layer of flesh, Yang Chao grabbed the dagger directly in his hand. I almost let you succeed right under my nose. Mr. Yang, if you dare to ruin our good deeds, our boss will never let you go, and your relatives and friends will also suffer with you. Seeing that the situation was not right, the attacker said something cruel to Yang Chao and then bit his tongue to commit suicide on the spot. This man's movements from sneak attack to suicide were smooth and seamless, and he didn't give Yang Chao any chance to react. By the time Yang Chao reacted, the man had already died on the spot. Your hand. Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao's bleeding hand with heartache, her eyes became wet and tears immediately fell. I'm fine, just a minor injury. When Yang Chao reached out just now, he was sticking close to the man's blade. Although his hand was bleeding, it was only a layer of skin and flesh that was scratched. There's nothing major wrong with it. Moreover, with Yang Chao's current medical skills, these injuries will not be a problem at all as long as they are bandaged a little. Brother Yang, Mr. Yang, your hand is injured, please take care of it quickly. Several people looked at Yang Chao's right hand, which was still bleeding, and said hurriedly. No problem. Yang Chao didn't care about these injuries. Young friend Yang, I'm so sorry. This is my Tion family's fault. Old Master Tion's face looked heavy. If Ling Qingyin had not been fine, he had no idea how angry Yang Chao would be. Whoever hired him in, check all his connections immediately. Yes. I'll check it out right away. A man walked out from among the Tion family, then responded with a frightened look on his face while bending his body. There's someone behind him. Yang Chao looked at the corpse on the ground, thinking for a moment. Both the expression and words of this man just now seemed to be in a state of madness. Yang Chao thought about it and felt that there was only one explanation for this situation. Someone used a poisonous insect on this person. Brother Yang, what should we do now? Now that the person is dead, the clues are gone. Which direction should we investigate next? Find someone to dig out his heart. Everyone was shocked, wondering if this was a bit too cruel. Do as you wish. Mr. Tion spoke. Immediately someone started to take action. The scene was a little bloody. What shocked everyone even more was that the man had clearly bitten his tongue to commit suicide, but his heart was still beating. This? Such a strange scene shocked everyone. Brother Yang, what's going on? Even though Wang Long was knowledgeable and experienced, he still felt a little scared when he saw this kind of thing. The same goes for others. Among the people present, only Yang Chao and Mr. Tion remained calm. Chapter 98, Come to the door. Tear open the heart. I. The man looked at the bloody heart, and the dagger in his hand trembled constantly. He glanced at the old man of the Tion family and saw that the old man had a determined look in his eyes. Helplessly, he could only suppress the fear in his heart, holding the sharp dagger in his hand, and slowly cut open the squirming heart. A reddish-brown poisonous insect the size of a bean was desperately sucking blood from the heart. The beating of the heart is caused by the wriggling of this worm. Something. The man who cut open the heart couldn't help but let out a scream and hurriedly stepped back. It's this kind of bug again. Mr. Tion frowned. This is the third time I have seen this kind of insect today. Young friend Yan? Just as the old man of the Tion family was about to speak, Yang Chao raised a finger and made a gesture to silence him. Suddenly, everyone shut their mouths. Yang Chao grabbed the red poisonous insect. From his memory, he knew that this was a death heart gooworm, a kind of gooworm that could hide and survive by devouring the flesh and blood of the host. Moreover, after the host dies, this insect will not die, but will suddenly explode after 15 minutes. As far as I know, this kind of gooworm must not be more than 10 kilometers away from the person who raises it. Grandpa, is there any weird place within 10 kilometers? There is one. Without waiting for Mr. Tion to speak, Tion Hao on the side hurriedly spoke. Explain. That's right. A few days ago, I was playing with a girl nearby, and I ran into it. It was a big house, about 10 kilometers away from here. But it was a bit eerie at the time, so I didn't go in to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, the person behind the scene should be there. Impossible? Tion Hao just shook his head. That place was an empty house that had been vacant for decades and no one had ever entered it. I'll go find out if there's anything inside. You guys just wait here. After saying that, Yang Chao exerted a little force with his fingers. The bean-sized poisonous insect immediately made a strange sound. Afterwards, the remaining poisonous insects were immediately crushed to death by Yang Chao. Puff. In an abandoned old house 10 kilometers away from the yard where the Tion family lived, there was a dark room, which was exactly the room that Tion Hao had just mentioned. The moment Yang Chao pinched with his fingers, a man in strange clothes suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Master Dahu, what's wrong with you? Next to him, a middle-aged man with a big belly hurried over and asked. Someone killed my gooworm. The master called Daho stared in a certain direction with an angry look on his face, and this direction was exactly where the Tion family was. Isn't your poisonous insect in the body of that old man from the Tion family? Yes, all those poisonous insects are dead. Master Dahu said with a gloomy expression. A poisonous insect is nothing to him. Even if one dies, he can train another one in 10 days or half a month, but if several die at once, that's a different matter. Almost at the same time, the 4 poisonous insects died on the spot. Dahu's body simply couldn't bear it. Master Dahu, what should we do now? I am seriously injured now and cannot leave for the time being. Call all the people you can to protect me. After a moment of silence, Master Dahu spoke again. I guess the other party is also an expert in this art. Just in case, sprinkle glutinous rice and sulfur powder nearby. After Yang Chao killed those poisonous insects, Master Daha thought that he was an expert in this field, so he guessed that if the other party could find this place, they must have used poisonous insects, so he asked people to prepare things to repel insects. Plus, there aren't many people here, only 6 assassins and a few bodyguards protecting the middle-aged man next to them. Now that something has happened, it's no longer safe here. In order to prevent the Tion family from discovering anything, Master Dahu decided to bring more people. Okay, I'll call now. The pot-bellied middle-aged man next to him immediately made a phone call and repeated everything that Master Dahu had just told him. Master Dahu, how about I take you away? Although Master Dahu was injured, he was not unable to move. Boss Gao, are you scared? Master Dahu suddenly looked at the middle-aged man next to him. No, I'm not afraid. Why would I be afraid? Boss Gao shook his head vigorously. Boss Gao, don't worry. Those people can't find this place. They can't get here even if they have supernatural powers. Bang. At this moment, there seemed to be something noise at the door. What's going on? Boss Gao was talking to Master Dahu. When he heard the noise outside, he couldn't help but question. Boss, Master, someone broke in. This yard is an abandoned 2-story Western-style building with a not-so-small courtyard. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and full of snakes, insects, rats and ants. But the strange thing is that all the snakes, insects, rats and ants in the yard did not dare to approach the room. Let the people inside get out. After Yang Chao punched a fearless warrior away, he looked at a man wearing sunglasses. Kill him for me. How dare you come here alone? They originally thought that the Tion family's large group of people had arrived, but when they saw that Yang Chao was the only one coming, the bodyguards wearing sunglasses became furious. You dare to come here alone, aren't you looking for death? Kill him. After one of the 6 assassins was knocked away by Yang Chao's punch, the other 5 immediately swarmed over, and the assassin who had been knocked away before also rejoined the battle. It was as if he had not been hit by Yang Chao's punch just now. Oh. Strictly speaking, these assassins are no longer considered human beings. Their bodies have been soaked in potions and are highly toxic. If you are scratched by them, you will definitely be poisoned. Yang Chao didn't dare to let them get close to him and could only retreat madly. Humph, I thought he was an expert, but he turned out to be a yellow-haired brat. You haven't even grown all your hair yet you dare to come here? Are you crazy and want to die? While Yang Chao was fighting with those assassins, Master Dahu and Boss Gao were already standing on the balcony on the 2nd floor. I don't know what Master Dahu did, but he just clapped his hands and the 6 assassins stopped immediately. You must have killed my poisonous insect, right? Yes. Which sect of Gu Master are you from? The other party's question stunned Yang Chao. Seeing Yang Chao's reaction, Master Dahu immediately realized that the guy in front of him was not a Gu Master. If he is not a Gu Master and has no backing, then it will be easy. Chapter 99, Immunity to All Poisons. Do you know who I am? Who are you and what does it have to do with me? Although Yang Chao was surrounded by 6 assassins, he was not afraid. Although these warriors are fearless and extremely strong, they have a fatal flaw: they are too slow. It wasn't sensitive enough and I couldn't touch the corner of Yang Chao's clothes at all. Good boy, you actually dared to say this here. It seems that you don't want to go back alive. Tell me, how do you want to die? Master Dahu no longer has the fear he had at the beginning. Just now he thought that the one who killed his poisonous insect was a master of poisonous insects, but he didn't expect that it was the brat in front of him. Master Dahu, I think we should kill him and then put your goo worms into his body. This way, we should be able to cultivate a few good goo worms. Boss Gao smiled sinisterly at the side. Boy, did you hear me? Using your body to feed the goo worms, I think, should be a good idea. As soon as he finished speaking, Master Dahu immediately blew something on his finger. All of a sudden, a bunch of messy poisonous insects came over. See? This is my poisonous insect. I'm sure they will like your body. At Master Dahu's command, the 6 assassins took action again and all walked towards Yang Chao in an instant. At the same time, those poisonous insects rushed towards Yang Chao like waves. Not good. Yang Chao came in a hurry and didn't think so much. He only had a handful of silver needles in his hand. With a flick of the finger, the silver needle flies out, and 1 or 2 poisonous insects die instantly. His body kept dodging the assassins who were attacking him. Boy, you killed my beloved goo worm and disrupted our plan. You will definitely die today. Master Dahu said coldly. Don't waste your time talking to him. All of you, go with those assassins to avoid any more trouble. Yes. Whether it was Master Dahu or Boss Gao, they both hated Yang Chao to the core. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Chao used his fists almost to the extreme. After repelling the attacks of those assassins several times in a row, Yang Chao was also tired. There were too many poisonous insects and he couldn't kill them all. He has no strength left. Take him down, capture him. I want to make him feel the pain of being bitten by hundreds of poisons. Seeing that Yang Chao seemed to be exhausted, Master Dahu immediately spoke loudly. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content: the host is attacked by various poisonous insects and his physical strength is gradually running out. Should he give up the resistance? Option 1, never give up, reward, an indestructible body that is immune to all poisons. Option 2, give up resistance immediately, and be rewarded by being refined by Master Dahu into a creature that is neither human nor ghost. Neither human nor ghost, what is this thing? Yang Chao was shocked by the system's prompt. Being neither human nor ghost, doesn't it mean that in this situation, it is more painful than being dead? Looking at the assassins who were attacking him, Yang Chao felt a chill. You must not become such a ghost. I'm going to fight you guys. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing option 1, completing the task, and the reward has been issued. The moment the system prompt sounded, Yang Chao felt that his body seemed to have undergone unusual changes. He didn't know what this feeling was, it was as if he had just ascended to heaven, and his body had an indescribable feeling of comfort. Puff! Just at the moment when Yang Chao lost consciousness, one of the assassins grabbed Yang Chao's arm with his claws, and then tore his clothes to pieces with a puff. The dead soldier's claws were very sharp, and there seemed to be a layer of green glow on them. The sharp claws easily cut Yang Chao's arm, but surprisingly, when it touched Yang Chao's skin, it seemed to lose its sharpness. Apart from leaving a slight friction feeling on Yang Chao's arm, it had no other effect. What's going on? Yang Chao was shocked. Is it the indestructible body of Vajra? Another one lost consciousness, and another assassin rushed up. The result is still the same. The assassin's sharp claws didn't cause any harm to Yang Chao at all. Not even a trace was left. This. Not far away, Master Dahu was so shocked by the scene that he almost fell off the balcony. This is absolutely impossible. Master Dahu has absolute confidence in his own death squads. In his opinion, how could a flesh and blood body resist the sharp claws of the dead soldiers? But Yang Chao overturned his cognition. Master Dahu, could there be something wrong with those assassins? No, that's absolutely impossible. There is absolutely no problem with my assassins. Master Dahu shook his head desperately. He would never allow anyone to question his death squad, not even a little bit. Oh, those poisonous insects. Master Dahu suddenly thought of those poisonous insects. There are at least hundreds or thousands of poisonous insects in the yard. There are spiders, toads, poisonous wasps, poisonous snakes, scorpions, and other poisonous insects. After getting close to Yang Chao, those poisonous insects tried every possible means to harm Yang Chao, but without exception, they all failed. No poisonous insect could bite through Yang Chao's skin. If you dare to bite me, I'll trample you to death. Yang Chao raised his leg and kicked, and instantly a group of poisonous insects were crushed to death. This. Master Dahu and Boss Gao looked at each other subconsciously. They both saw fear and terror in each other's eyes. Who are you anyway? Why can't these poisonous insects hurt you? Master Dahu asked, standing on the balcony. He really didn't understand, could those poisonous insects be fake? They couldn't even bite through Yang Chao's skin. I am the one who killed. After smashing a dead soldier's head with one punch, Yang Chao stepped on the ancient tree next to him, then lightly jumped directly onto the balcony on the second floor. What are you going to do? On the balcony, Boss Gao and Master Dahu were trembling. They were terribly scared. Just now, didn't you say that you wanted to feed me to these poisonous insects? Now, I also want to see what it would feel like if I fed you to the poisonous insects? No, you can't do this. I'm from the Dahu tribe of the Miao ethnic group. You can't kill me. Master Dahu screamed. But it was all too late. There were several poisonous spiders on Yang Chao's shoes, and several poisonous snakes on his ankles. Yang Chao also knew that he was not afraid of these things at all, so he simply threw a few spiders over with his hands. No, I don't want to die. Master Dahu and Boss Gao screamed and fell off the balcony in fright. Chapter 100, The Threat of Poison Insects. Boss, Master Dahu. Seeing the two people on the balcony were so scared that they fell off the balcony, the bodyguards below were all horrified. But no one was able to catch up in time. Falling from the second floor balcony is actually not that high. Whether it was Boss Gao or Master Dahu, falling to the ground would at most cause some pain. The yard was overgrown with weeds, so it wasn't enough to cause the two people to fall and get nearly killed. But when Dahu fell to the ground, the thing in his hand that controlled the poisonous insect also fell to the ground. The poisonous insects lost control and suddenly lost all order. No, don't bite me. It was precisely because of this that Master Dahu and Boss Gao's faces turned extremely pale the moment they landed. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was no blood on their faces. Humph, those who do evil will eventually perish. Yang Chao stood on the balcony and looked at Boss Gao and Master Dahu, who were in panic, and just smiled faintly. In the yard, besides the weeds, probably the most common thing is poisonous insects. The fall from the upper floor only caused a few scratches on the two people's bodies, but what frightened them was yet to come. The two people had just landed on the ground 1 second ago, and the next second, at least 10 poisonous insects in the uncontrolled army had already climbed onto the two people. Hurry up and save me! Hurry up and save me! A poisonous snake bared its terrifying fangs and bit Boss Gao's calf without any obstruction. Yang Chao didn't know what kind of poisonous snake it was. He just saw that after Boss Gao was bitten, the area around the wound immediately turned black and Boss Gao's whole body began to tremble continuously. Boss. Not far away, the bodyguards were frightened and trembling with fear after seeing this scene. Even if they wanted to save them, the sight of those poisonous insects attacking people was too scary. Helplessly, they didn't dare to get close and could only watch Boss Gao being torn apart by a dozen or even more poisonous insects. Brother Yang, we are here. At this moment, Wang Long suddenly came over with a few people from the Tion family. However, as soon as they came in, they were immediately frightened by the poisonous insects all over the yard. After taking a look at the people who came in, Master Dahu suddenly said something harsh. Just wait. I will remember today's vengeance. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge on you. I will fight you till death. Then, his body suddenly stood up, and an indescribable syllable came out of his mouth. After this voice sounded, a strange scene appeared. Most of the poisonous insects in the yard seemed to be controlled by the strange syllables and flew towards Yang Chao in an instant, while the rest flew towards Wang Long and the others. What is this thing that has everyone so frightened? Countless poisonous insects attacked like waves, frightening them in an instant. Not good. Yang Chao himself is not afraid of these things, but Wang Long and the others are not. Yang Chao jumped directly from the second floor balcony and jumped directly into the yard, frantically driving away the snakes, insects, rats and ants around Wang Long and the others. At the same time, 3 assassins rushed straight to Master Dahu, who was lying on the ground. Without any pause, they picked him up and rushed out of the yard. Want to leave? Yang Chao was about to stop them, but the poisonous insects around them were all attacking Wang Long and the others like crazy, not giving them any room to move. The other 2 assassins also stood in front of Yang Chao, blocking his way. In this situation, Yang Chao was unable to take any action and could only watch Master Dahu being taken away. I was careless. I should have taken him down directly. Looking at Master Dahu walking away, Yang Chao couldn't help but sigh. After a frantic chase, all the poisonous insects around were finally killed by Yang Chao. However, several people brought by Wang Long were poisoned. The only fortunate thing is that with Yang Chao's current medical skills, treating these poisons is not a big problem. Brother Yang, I'm sorry we've caused you trouble, Wang Long said with a hint of shame. He originally wanted to come here to help, but he never expected that he would be in a completely different situation when he got here. Not only was there no help at all, but if Yang Chao hadn't taken action just now, the poisonous insects here would have probably wiped out all of them. This was the first time in Wang Long's life. It's okay, it's not your fault, I was careless. If Yang Chao had cut off Master Dahu's retreat at the very beginning, probably none of these things would have happened later. It's just a pity that the situation was urgent just now, and in order to protect Wang Long and the others, Master Dahu took advantage of the chaos to escape. Letting a tiger go back to the mountains is not a good thing after all. Save us! Save us! Just as Yang Chao was talking to Wang Long, in a corner of the yard, the bodyguards hugged each other and hid in a corner. These are Boss Gao's bodyguards. When those poisonous insects attacked Yang Chao just now, several poisonous snakes also swam towards them. They were so scared that they climbed onto a wooden board. What is even more ridiculous is that because the corner where these people were hiding was rather dirty, the poisonous insects were unwilling to even go over. So, they actually survived. I'll leave all these people to you to deal with. I'll go back and make a prescription to kill all these poisonous insects. Otherwise, if they get out, it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Although this place is relatively remote and generally few people appear nearby, the entire yard is full of various poisonous insects. If one accidentally runs out, it will definitely not be a small problem. The most important thing is that these bodyguards were not dead. Master Dahu ran away, and Boss Gao was bitten by a poisonous insect and was obviously not going to survive. Although Yang Chao might be able to rescue him, with these bodyguards, Yang Chao could also get the information he wanted from them. As for these poisonous insects on the ground, no matter from which perspective, Yang Chao would not leave them alone. Brother Yang, what should we do here? Wang Long was also a little scared. Even if there were hundreds of people on the other side, he would not be afraid. But all these on the ground are poisonous insects, and they are inhumane. Wait outside for a moment and close the door first. As for those people, I'll go and bring them over. Brother Wang, I still need you to help me interrogate these people. After bringing out those bodyguards, Yang Chao couldn't help himself and brought Boss Gao out from the pile of poisonous insects. However, Boss Gao was already dying at this time. Chapter 101, Treating Poison with Medicine. Old man, there is a problem here, and I need the Tion family to help me with a small favor. After repeated instructions, Yang Chao drove back to the Tion family. To deal with these poisonous insects, manpower is not a problem, but some medicinal herbs are needed, and in large quantities. As a famous pharmaceutical company in Fohai City, the Tion family has no shortage of traditional Chinese medicine resources. So Yang Chao came back to find Mr. Tion. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yang Chao directly recounted what happened over there. With the resources of the Tion family, it is not a big problem to find everything in a short time. However, let the eldest brother handle this matter. In the past few years, the family affairs have been handed over to the two of them. The old man hasn't asked about the things going on for a long time, so he is not very clear about some specific circumstances. Seeing that Yang Chao was a little anxious, he spoke to Tian Liang, who was standing beside him. Good. I'll make the call right away. In less than 10 minutes, Tian Liang solved all the problems with just one phone call. Mr. Yang, most of the herbs will be delivered within half an hour, but... Tian Liang spoke with some embarrassment. What's going on? The old man replied somewhat displeased. In his opinion, it was just a matter of finding some medicinal herbs that Yang Chao needed. For the huge Tion family, there would be no difficulty at all. Maybe there's something wrong with the sunflower? Yang Chao thought about it and figured out the problem. According to Yang Chao's request, what he needed were 3 living sunflowers, instead of the dried powder that was usually used as medicine. Tian Liang nodded. The Tion family has a large share of the Chinese medicinal materials market. They can find any kind of medicinal materials, but generally speaking, medicinal materials like sunflowers are all used as powder after being dried. They use living sunflowers, so... Tian Liang couldn't continue talking here. Generally speaking, Chinese medicinal materials are finished products or semi-finished products, but this is the first time he has seen living plants directly. Can you find a living sunflower? This is a small matter. I know of 3 such places now. Perhaps because of Yang Chao's request, Tion Liang was unable to bring the living sunflowers here directly, but he could meet other requirements. Where is the nearest herbal medicine store? I'll rush over now. Have the others deliver all the herbs to that place? Good. Tion Liang nodded. I'll call them now. Originally, Tion Liang planned to let his subordinates deliver the medicinal materials to the Tion family, but now that Yang Chao wanted to go directly to where the sunflowers were, his previous plan had to be changed. After Yang Chao found out the place with sunflowers closest to the Tion family, he rushed there without stopping. Those poisonous insects are very dangerous now and may burst out and escape at any time. Although Yang Chao had killed quite a few of them just now, the number was too large. There were still many left after they died. He had to use something to gather them together and then kill them all. That's why Yang Chao thought of using some herbs to make a drug that poisonous insects like to attract them, and finally, use another drug to knock them all down. Ding Yuan medicinal materials? It should be here. About 20 minutes later, Yang Chao finally arrived at the place that Tion Liang had just told him. Hello, boss. Are there any sunflowers being planted here? Yang Chao directly stated his purpose. Sunflowers are not particularly precious, but generally speaking they are not cheap. It is used in combination with some important medicinal materials. It was precisely because of this that Yang Chao was afraid that the sunflowers would be bought by someone while he was rushing over. Growing sunflowers? The owner of the herbal medicine store glanced at Yang Chao, then said with a hint of surprise, "This is strange. Normally, sunflowers are dried and used as medicine. Why would someone ask about growing sunflowers today, and two at once?" But he still answered truthfully, "Yes, they are planted in the backyard. There are 8 trees in total. How many do you want? 8 trees? Can you take me to see them?" If the year is suitable and the quantity is sufficient, Yang Chao doesn't mind buying them all. The boss asked the shop assistant to greet the other 3 customers, and he took Yang Chao into the backyard. Following the pharmacy owner into the backyard of the store, I saw some flowers and plants swaying in the wind in a flower bed. Among them was the sunflower that Yang Chao needed. Okay, the year is good enough, and the quantity is good enough. I want all 5 of these sunflowers, and I'll forget about the other 3. There are a total of 8 sunflowers in the backyard that are already in the growth stage. There are also a few trees that should have just emerged and can be completely ignored. Among the 8 growing sunflowers, 5 of them are probably 2 or 3 years old, and the other 3 are probably only about 1 year old. Even shorter, the sunflowers of this year are completely useless as medicine, and it would be a waste to dig them out. Okay, 5 sunflowers, 3 years old, how would you calculate the price, sir? In a situation like this, we definitely cannot calculate it by grams. It can only be negotiated by both parties. Your way, boss. Well, sir, you are a straightforward person. You know the market price of sunflowers, 1 gram is 1,800 yuan. Each 3-year-old sunflower weighs about 40 grams after drying. 5 sunflowers weigh about 200 grams. Seeing Yang Chao nodded, the shop owner continued, if the market price is correct, these 5 sunflowers are worth about 360,000 yuan. It's a slight difference, but it's not a big deal. In that case, I won't waste any more words. I'll take 350,000 yuan from you, okay? Well, 350,000 is no problem. It was just over 300,000 yuan, and Yang Chao didn't take it seriously. As he said that, he paid the money. Boss, is the living sunflower ready? Just when Yang Chao paid the money, a young man came in with an old Chinese doctor and a young woman. Master Qian, I thought you weren't coming, so I sold the sunflower to him? When the shop owner saw the young man, he explained with an extremely respectful expression. You dare to sell my stuff? Do you believe I will tear down your shop? Young Master Qian became unhappy immediately. Master Qian, the things haven't been given to him yet. Just don't give it to him. Go and dig it out. I need it now. Yes. Neither the shop owner nor the young master seemed to take Yang Chao seriously. Seeing that the boss was about to dig sunflowers, Yang Chao reached out to stop him. Boss, I came here first, and I'm ready to pay for it. Isn't this inappropriate? What do you mean by appropriate or inappropriate? This is young Master Qian from the Qian family. You are nothing. Ask the shop owner if he dares not sell young Master Qian. Big money pharmaceuticals? When the guests nearby heard the name, they couldn't help but gasp. Hello, Master Qian. I'm from Hungtong Medicinal Materials Company. Master Chen, I'm from Shangxing Medicinal Materials Company. The guests hurried over and tried to please him in a flattering manner. Chapter 102. He's coming. Boy, see, do you know why they respect me so much? Because I'm the young master of a big money company? Big money company? Never heard of it. Yang Chao shook his head. He came here to buy medicine, not to brag or chat with these people. Boss, those 5 sunflowers can't be dug out yet. I have to wait a while before I can use them. Because he was heading here directly, Yang Chao didn't know how long it would take Tion Liang's group of people to arrive. If it is dug out now, the medicinal effect will probably be lost soon, which is not the result Yang Chao wants. You are an ignorant country bumpkin who has never even heard of a big money company. That's right, who in the entire Fohai city doesn't know about the big money company? Boss, ignore him and dig out the sunflowers. I need them now. Master Qian urged. I paid. Those 5 sunflowers are mine. Who dares to touch them? Yang Chao stopped these people directly. You really don't know how to live or die. When did the things I wanted become yours? Boss, give him his money. It's just a small amount of money. I have plenty of money. No, I want the sunflowers. I don't need money. Yang Chao said calmly. Hey, Master Chen, I'm so amused that someone actually said in front of you that he doesn't need money. The beautiful woman who was hugged by young Master Chen looked at Yang Chao with contempt, and then laughed unscrupulously. After hearing what the young woman said, Master Chen immediately became unhappy. Ha, kid, you say you have money in front of me, Chen Xiaola, are you mentally retarded? Do you believe it or not, I can crush you to death with money in a minute with just one word from you? After Qian Xiaola finished speaking, the other 2 also spoke. You are a country bumpkin, and you dare to say you are rich in front of Master Qian? Are you really not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? How much money do you have? 1 million, 3 million, or 5 million? I'm afraid it's not enough for Master Qian's pocket money, right? The 2 guests next to him kept flattering her. At this time, the owner of the herbal medicine store also came out. Sir, this is your 350,000 yuan. I will return it to you in full. You can leave now. The shop owner dared not offend Qian Xiaola. This person is a real god of wealth. Once he opens his mouth, his business, whether good or bad, will be changed. Now that I've paid the money, there's no way I can get it back. Yang Chao shook his head. If time is not urgent, he can go somewhere else to buy sunflowers. But the situation is special now. Several other places are nearly an hour's drive away, and a round trip of more than 2 hours is too troublesome. Don't be so shameless, believe it or not, I won't let you take this money out. Qian Xiaola pointed at Yang Chao and spoke loudly. However, Yang Chao ignored him and started calling Tion Liang. Mr. Tion, how long will it take for the rest of the herbs to arrive? Wait a moment, they just told me that they will be here soon, it will only take a minute or 2. Okay. After finishing the call with Tion Liang, Yang Chao started to think secretly. He would need to find a place to prepare the medicine later, and he didn't know if he could do it here directly. Who were you talking to on the phone, kid? Tion Liang, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Tion Liang? The head of the Tion family? Ha, this guy is really good at making up stories. He called Mr. Tion, who does he think he is? That's right, you're pretending to call the Tion family in front of us. You might as well just say you called the old man. If you do that, we guarantee we'll be scared. He wants to too, but does he know where the Tion family is and who Mr. Tion is? There's no need to bother the old man with such a small matter, and he has just handed it over to the head of the Tion family. Yang Chao said casually. Ha ha ha, he got out of breath when I said he was fat. He really thinks he knows anyone from the Tion family. That's right. Everyone knows that the old man is ill and lying in bed. What you said just now that the old man handed the matter over to Mr. Tion is simply bullshit. Boy, do your homework before you brag, so as not to embarrass yourself. Excuse me, who is Mr. Yang? Just when Qian Xiaola and his friends had finished talking, 2 people suddenly appeared at the door of Dingyuan Herbal Medicine Store. The 2 men carried 2 medicine bags and walked straight into the drugstore. Hey, isn't this Boss Qin from Anqing Pharmaceutical and Boss Wu from Chongqing Pharmaceutical? Why are they here? Uncle Qin, Uncle Wu, what brings you here? Chen Xiaola greeted the 2 people politely. Boss Qin, Boss Wu? The two people next to them also greeted them. This person often does business with his father, and is a senior member of the Tion family, and has a high status in the Tion family. Are you Xiaola? The two thought about it and recognized Qian Xiaola, but the two people next to him didn't remember him. After saying this, the two men came straight to Yang Chao. Mr. Yang, these are the herbs that the big boss asked us to bring to you. The other people will be here soon. The two men were extremely respectful and did not dare to be careless at all. Well, that's troublesome. Yang Chao took a look at the medicinal materials in the medicine bag and was extremely satisfied with both their age and quality. No trouble, no trouble. Mr. Yang's words are too serious. We dare not take such risks. What's going on? Why are the two bosses so polite to him? Several people were dumbfounded by the two men's attitude towards Yang Chao. That wasn't the only thing that surprised them. In the next few minutes, several prominent figures in the Fohai City medicinal materials market appeared. Without exception, they were all extremely respectful to Yang Chao. This made Qian Xiaola and the others dumbfounded. Mr. Yang, is that almost done? Finally, the person who made Qian Xiaola collapse to the ground appeared. Tion Liang. The boss of the Tion family. He is here. Almost done. Mix these herbs according to the ratio I mentioned and find the tools to make the medicine. Then I can go get those sunflowers. Well, thank you for your hard work. The old man asked me to tell you that this time it is really too much trouble for Mr. Yang. His health is not very good right now, and he can't come by himself. Just let the old man take care of himself. I'm fine. Besides, isn't their brother Wang watching over there? I'm just running errands. Alas, Boss Wang Long has been running around and working hard for our Tion family this time. I really don't know how to thank you. Mr. Tion, you are being too polite. While Yang Chao was asking those people to prepare the medicine according to the proportion, he was chatting with Tion Liang. The conversation between the two of them scared Qian Xiaola and the others so much that they dared not speak anymore and even had difficulty breathing. Boss Wang Long, Brother Wang? Mr. Tion? Chapter 103 Preparing to Expand. It's hard to say that Mr. Tion's reputation in Fohai City is known to everyone, but it is well known to everyone. An old man who has contributed so much to the medical cause of Fohai City, even the top leader of Fohai City would respectfully call him Mr. Tion when he sees him. This is the reason why the Tion family has never declined for 100 years. Even though Mr. Tion is now in failing health, those who have ideas about the Tion family still dare not confront them head on, because they know that the old man's influence is still there. But such a person, who was as tall as a mountain in Qian Xiaola's eyes, seemed to be very familiar with the young man in front of him. How could Qian Xiaola not be shocked by this? Not to mention the so-called brother Wang Longyang. If Mr. Tion is the leading figure of the older generation, then Wang Long is the leading figure of the new generation. These two people are both well-known figures in Fohai City. Qian Xiaola really didn't understand why Yang Chao knew these two people and why he had such a special relationship with these two big guys. Boss, I'm Tion Liang from the Tion family. I wonder if I can make some medicine here for you. Tion Liang looked at the owner of the herbal medicine shop. No problem, Mr. Tion, feel free to use it. The owner of the herbal medicine shop was regretting his decision so much at this moment. How could he know that the young man in front of him would have such a great background? The Dakian group is powerful, but compared with the Tion family, it's nothing. Changling Pharmaceutical alone occupies more than 1/3 of the pharmaceutical market in the entire Fohai City, and this is just one of the companies of the Tion family. There are probably more than 30 or 50 companies under the name of the Tion family. Changling Pharmaceutical is the largest, but the others are not weak either. Even compared with Changling Pharmaceutical, Dakian Group is far behind, let alone the entire Tion family. So the owner of the herbal medicine shop was almost crying. What happened today will be the most brainless thing in his life. Boiling medicine is actually a very easy process. The most important thing is the ratio of the medicine. Once the ratio is correct, boiling the medicine is a natural thing. Moreover, the medicine that Yang Chao was going to prepare this time did not take too much time. About half an hour later, the medicine was boiled successfully. There are 10 portions in total, 5 as primers and 5 as poison to kill poisonous insects. Walk. As soon as the drug worked, Yang Chao immediately put the things away. These things have a unique smell and are fatally attractive to some poisonous insects. Have someone prepare a large amount of gasoline and something flammable. I'm afraid the poison won't be enough later. To be on the safe side, Yang Chao had to take double insurance measures. Use drugs to attract poisonous insects, and then use poison to kill them. For those poisonous creatures with strong vitality, only other means can be used. Facts have proved that Yang Chao's idea is correct. Although the medicinal smell on the 5 primers did not spread over a large area under the control of everyone, it still attracted enough poisonous insects. The yard was filled with dark poisonous insects, far more than what Yang Chao had seen at the beginning. Countless poisonous insects gathered together, like a small hill. It was also at this time that the poison broke out. The moment the poison exploded, a large number of things flying in the sky and running on the ground died instantly. However, those drugs did not completely kill all the poisonous insects, and some of them were still alive. At this time, the gasoline and other combustible materials that Yang Chao asked Tion Liang to prepare immediately took effect. Because it was around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already dark, and the house was surrounded by a raging fire. The night sky was instantly illuminated. The crackling sound was incessant, making those around who were lighting fires feel a little numb on their scalps. It even made the news the next day. Of course, with the strength of the Tion family, it is impossible to let everyone know about this. The final news report turned out to be that an old house in a certain area that had been in disrepair for a long time caused a fire due to aging electrical circuits. After seeing the news, Yang Chao smiled. However, he had to admire the Tion family's methods. After solving the old man's poisonous insect incident, Yang Chao went to the Tion family several times in succession. Whether it is the old man or Tian Ming, they all need Yang Chao's help. The old man is getting old and his health is getting worse day by day. Yang Chao wants to help him no matter what the reason. After 7 days of acupuncture, the old man's health finally showed obvious changes. This was the result of Yang Chao using a special acupuncture technique to regulate his body. In this condition, according to Yang Chao's estimation, the old man should be able to hold on for a few more years. These days, Yang Chao was only responsible for taking care of the old man's body. As for the Boscow and their bodyguards who were caught before, they would naturally be dealt with by the Tion family. The same went for the people involved in the package. During this period, the old man also showed up once. Suddenly, all the families that had had ideas before fell silent. Alas, with the old man's deterrence, I have obviously felt a lot more relaxed these past 2 days. Ling Qingyin sat face to face with Yang Chao in the office and said with a little comfort. Of course. As soon as the old man showed up, those people immediately became scared. With the help of Changling Pharmaceutical, Inhai International is moving forward faster. Yang Chao helped the Tion family so much, so it is impossible for the Tion family to suffer a loss from Inhai International. Now the entire company can feel that Changling Pharmaceutical's assistance to Inhai International is like helping the poor. Investments are increasing every day. Moreover, through the investment in the past 2 days in some of Ling Qingyin's methods, Inhai International has begun to prepare to merge with another company. Xiaoli, have you finished the plan? Well, everything has been sorted out. Now all that's left is for you and Mr. Yang to sign, and then we can start talking to them about the intention to acquire the company. While it's still early, let's go to Monmiao Group Company, Ltd. Yang Chao took a look at the contract and found that there were no major problems with it, then nodded to Ling Qingyin. After saying that, the two of them got on the elevator and headed straight to the 18th floor, straight to Monmiao Group Company, Ltd. Monmiao and Inhai International are both located in the same office building and they had competed with each other before. However, due to some reasons, Inhai International gave up the business that was competing with Monmiao. On the one hand, it was because Inhai International's strength was indeed somewhat weak. It had just started out and was quite a bit behind Monmiao. On the other hand, it was because Monmiao met the market demand at that time, while Inhai International knew nothing and had no way to compete. It's different now. Today, Inhai International is strong and well-funded. With Yang Chao advising Ling Qingyin, it will be easy to deal with Monmiao. I wonder what's the matter with Mr. Ling and Mr. Yang coming here. When Monmiao's boss saw the two people appear, his face immediately became extremely ugly. Chapter 104 Business Scam. As Inhai International's former competitor and old neighbor, Monmiao's CEO is naturally very familiar with Inhai International. Even a few months ago, Monmiao had directly mocked Inhai International and Ling Qingyin. But it has only been a short time, and he really can't figure out why Inhai International has developed so fast. When she heard from her subordinates yesterday that Inhai International seemed to have the intention to acquire her company, CEO Shen Xiaoxiao almost believed it. How big is Inhai International? Why did it acquire their company? She didn't take it seriously at all at the time. However, when Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin appeared in front of Shen Xiaoxiao immediately thought of the news she heard from her subordinates yesterday. That's why her expression was so ugly. Boss Shen, let's be frank and not beat around the bush. Just name your price. Ah, Mr. Ling, you really know how to tell a joke. Shen Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Although Monmio is not a big company, after years of development, it has become somewhat well known and its value has increased several times compared to before. Based on Shen Xiaoxiao's current understanding of Yinhai International, it is impossible for it to acquire Monmiao. If you compare the two. In Shen Xiaoxiao's mind, Monmio is now like a 23 or 24-year-old young man of 1.87 meters tall. Yinhai International is like an adolescent boy of 18 or 19 years old. Although he is growing rapidly in height, if the two fight, the younger one will definitely lose. Therefore, Shen Xiaoxiao did not think that Yinhai International could acquire Monmiao. Boss Ling, I heard that you have cooperated with Changling Pharmaceuticals and received a lot of investment. However, if you want to acquire Monmiao based on this, then you are thinking too simply. Boss Shen, I know what you want to say. I'll say it again. You name the price and we'll pay. If we can't give you the price you want, we'll leave. At this time, Yang Chao spoke. Humph, this is a conversation between me and your CEO Ling. What right do you, a vice president, have to interrupt? Shen Xiaoxiao looked at Yang Chao unhappily and said. Shen Xiaoxiao had also heard about Yang Chao's affairs, but in Shen Xiaoxiao's eyes, Yang Chao was just a gigolo who lived off his wife and had no right to talk to her. I called him vice president just now because of Ling Qingyin's consideration. Boss Ling, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you have good abilities, but your vision is not good. You can choose anyone else but such a loser, and a divorce loser. Shut up. Ling Qingyin spoke. My man, you are absolutely not allowed to make random comments. Ling Qingyin never allows anyone to insult Yang Chao. This is his bottom line. Because she likes Yang Chao, she can devote herself to him voluntarily, and she has no complaints even if everyone despises her. Everyone thinks that everything Yang Chao has now is due to her, but she understands better than anyone that Yang Chao himself is capable and extremely powerful. Sometimes, Ling Qingyin even doubted whether she was worthy of Yang Chao. Boss Shen, I came here with Boss Yang, which means Boss Yang is qualified to make any decision for me. What she says represents what I say. If you are willing to be acquired, tell me your price. If not, we will leave immediately. Snort. Although Shen Xiaoxiao was angry, she didn't say anything harsh in the end. Because she really is short of money now, and she is short of a lot of money. Now Monmio has a gap of at least more than 100 million. 300 million, at least 300 million, not a cent less. Shen Xiaoxiao said through gritting her teeth. Impossible. Your company is definitely not worth that much money. Moreover, as far as I know, Monmiao company is now heavily in debt. We acquired your company, which means we also need to repay your debts. Before planning to acquire Monmiao, Yinhai International had already investigated Monmiao's financial situation. Although the specific amount was not obtained, it can be inferred that Monmiao's loans and some other debts are probably around 100 million. The value of the graceful figure itself is only around 200 million. If you spend 200 million to acquire Monmiao and another 100 million to fill Monmiao's debt, it would be equivalent to spending 300 million to buy Monmiao. In this case, Yinhai International has already suffered a loss. However, because Yinhai International needed to expand its scale, and with the investment from Changling Pharmaceutical, Ling Qingyin didn't care much about it. But if there is another 100 million, Ling Qingyin will definitely not allow it. 200 million is too little, unless you don't want those core products. No, without those products, your company is totally worthless. Ling Qingyin did not give in at all. How about this, 100 million, you buy the company, I won't buy those core products, but except for the core products, everything else will be given to you? After thinking for a while, Ling Qingyin looked at Shen Xiaoxiao, then at Yang Chao, and finally nodded. Okay, let's sign the contract now. Soon, the two parties drafted a contract. The moment Ling Qingyin signed and pressed her fingerprint, Shen Xiaoxiao immediately smiled happily. Congratulations, Mr. Ling, from now on Monmio is yours. Boss Shen, please complete the handover as soon as possible. Haha, President Ling, there's nothing to do with the handover. Some people have left the company, some have left, and there are only a few people left. Just tell them. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to Mr. Shin, you finally sold the company. Suddenly, several people came in through the door. Seeing these people, Ling Qingyin's face changed. These people are exactly the professionals the company is looking for to conduct the valuation of Manmiao. This requires a few more people to manage the situation. Otherwise, why would this stupid woman named Ling be willing to buy our Manmiao? Are you guys teaming up to deceive me? Only then did Ling Qingyin realize that she seemed to have been deceived. We didn't lie to you. It was you who took the initiative to buy it. Those people laughed. 100 million, Ling Qingyin, you are really rich. You took out 100 million without blinking an eye. To be honest, I really envy you. I bought an empty shell with nothing, and I'm still heavily in debt. Ling Qingyin, you silly woman, I really don't know how you got to this position. Maybe now that I have a man, I have lost my brain, alas. Seeing Ling Qingyin's pale face, several people started to attack her. Seeing Ling Qingyin's expression, Yang Chao hugged her waist. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content, Ling Qingyin encountered a business scam. Will the host help Ling Qingyin fight back? Option 1, help Ling Qingyin fight back against everyone, reward, repay all debts of Manmiao Company and upgrade the company's products. Option 2, do not fight back, reward, all of Manmiao Company's 380 million debts will be repaid by Inhai International. Chapter 105 I'm here. 380 million in debt. After hearing this prompt from the system, Yang Chao looked at Shen Xiaoxiao with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that this woman was so cruel and set such a big trap for Ling Qingyin. These days, Yang Chao also knew that Ling Qingyin was planning to acquire Manmiao. He also learned from Ling Qingyin that Manmiao's load was about 120 million. The value of Manmiao products plus the company's brand is approximately 180 million, or about 200 million. In fact, an amount between 150 million and 200 million to acquire Manmiao is within Ling Qingyin's affordability. But now the situation is different. With a load of 380 million, the empty shell would only have a maximum of 20 million, and if it is full, it would only have 50 million. In other words, in the current situation, Ling Qingyin would have to pay at least 250 million yuan in compensation. This trap is definitely big enough. With the current value of Inhai International, it is not even worth 250 million, and this is the result of the crazy support from Changling Pharmaceutical in recent times. In the past, even if Yang Chao took out all the money he had excluding the house, of course, he could only barely fill this gap. I have to say, Shen Xiaoxiao is really a ruthless person. Mr. Shen really made a good move in dealing with the debt of 380 million. I admire him. 380 million? After hearing this number, Ling Qingyin couldn't help but be shocked. She suddenly realized that she had thought too simply. The loophole here is really too big. Do you know the debt situation of our company? Shen Xiaoxiao was also a little surprised. Those people also showed surprised expressions. But several people reacted quickly. Humph, even if you knew, so what? The contract has already been signed. Yes, the contract has been signed. It's only 380 million. It's a piece of cake for me, but it's different for you guys. In the gap between talking, Yang Chao sat in front of the computer and began to tap the keyboard frantically. The system had previously rewarded Yang Chao with hacking abilities, but Yang Chao only used it once at the beginning and never used it again. Now he finally used it again. The keyboard was making a sound as Yang Chao typed on it. Then, group after group of data were pulled out by Yang Chao. The people next to Shen Xiaoxiao saw Yang Chao's actions and looked at the information on the computer, and they immediately became panicked. Are you surprised? Don't be surprised, more surprises are yet to come. As he spoke, Yang Chao tapped his fingers. The printer started to print out orders. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything. Yang Chao touched Ling Qingyin's jade hand, then looked at Shen Xiaoxiao and the others. This is about the tax issues of Manmiao Company before we took over the company, as well as the false accounts made by certain people. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the work of you guys, right? The data printed out by the printer is not much. But those data are all tax loopholes of Manmiao Company in the past. The data doesn't need to be too much, just a piece of paper will be enough. 380 million, I will pay it back, no matter how much tax was evaded, it's enough for you all to go in and have a good drink. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued. Yang Chao didn't need to check the balance of his bank card at all. He knew it very well. As long as the system prompted, he didn't need to worry whether it was 380 million, 3.8 billion, or even 38 billion. However, Yang Chao is still very curious about the upgraded versions of all Monmiao Company's products. The reason why Monmiao Company has its current valuation is due to those products. If it becomes an upgraded version, wouldn't the value be even higher? Hello, Mr. Yang, our cosmetics laboratory has been successful and is now waiting to be put into use. The next second, the appearance of an unfamiliar phone call immediately made Yang Chao understand the meaning of his guess. The system reward must be of the highest quality. Guys, do you have anything else to say before you go in? Hurry up and explain it, otherwise it will be too late. Looking at Shen Xiaoxiao and the others, Yang Chao sneered and said. Ling Qingyin acquired Monmiao Company with good intentions, but Shen Xiaoxiao was so deceitful. If she is not allowed to spend the rest of her life in jail, it would be a shame for those data. It's fake, this is definitely fake. How could you know our company's debt? And the data used to falsify the accounts has clearly been destroyed. No matter how powerful you are, you can't restore it. That's right. We have joined forces. After so much time has passed, no matter how capable you are, you can't find all the evidence of fraudulent accounting. Shen Xiaoxiao and a few others said while trying to remain calm. At this point, there is no way they would admit it. Even with these data right in front of them, they are still unwilling to admit the facts. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? Yang Chao shook his head helplessly. Then he took out his cell phone. It's fake, all of this must be fake. How could you know our company's debts, and those falsified accounting data? Yes, we have joined forces. After so much time. What the two people said carelessly in a hurry just now has been recorded by Yang Chao. If the data is only one of the evidences of tax evasion, then this recording is also one of the evidences. Yang Chao, you little bastard, I send my regards to your whole family. Now, those people are going completely crazy. Their words were tantamount to admitting the fact of false accounting, and there was absolutely no room for easing the situation. Mad, grab the phone and destroy the data. Old 3, let's do it together and beat him into a vegetable. Then you can take the blame and leave your family to us. The three men who falsified the accounts looked at the most burly man and nodded vigorously. Then I'll trouble you too. The man also knew the seriousness of the matter. Either 4 people will spend the rest of their lives in jail, or only one person will spend the rest of his life in jail. Therefore, he chose to let one person spend the rest of his life in prison in exchange for opportunities for the other 3. Boy, it's your own fault for knowing too much. The burly man picked up the computer on the desk next to him and smashed it on Yang Chao's forehead. Although the computer is not very heavy, if it falls down, Yang Chao's head will definitely be broken and bleeding, and he may even die on the spot. Ling Qingyin screamed in fright. Just waiting for you to take action. Just as the computer was about to hit Yang Chao's scalp with a bang, Yang Chao punched it directly. No bells and whistles. Just the simplest punch. The computer was smashed into pieces by Yang Chao's punch. The broken parts jumped directly into the burly man's hands and chest. Suddenly, his body was covered in blood. In contrast, Yang Chao's fist didn't even scratch his skin. You are not a human. The remaining 3 people screamed loudly. Chapter 106 Lu Tianyang asks for help. The indestructible and poison-proof physique awarded by the system is definitely no joke. If Yang Chao didn't have absolute confidence in his body, he wouldn't have let the computer fall on his head. He was waiting for this moment. As long as the other party attacks you, it is time for you to take action. The other 3 were stunned immediately. Just as Yang Chao took a step forward, a faint smell of urine made Yang Chao pause. Unlucky. It was Shen Xiaoxiao, the graceful and powerful female boss who looked domineering to outsiders. But she frightened Yang Chao so much that he became incontinent just because of one of her actions. Looking at this charming woman, Yang Chao frowned. Call now, we don't have to deal with the rest. At this time, Yang Chao had already done everything he wanted to do. Tax issues are not something Yang Chao should deal with. Besides, now that Ling Qingyin has taken over Monmiao, there will probably be a lot of things that will require Yang Chao's help. The 2 of them didn't want to waste too much time because of these people. Not long after, the alarm sounded. After some questioning, Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin were naturally asked to take their statements. The fact that the other party intentionally injured people was bad enough for him, and the other 3 people were not much better. Moreover, the 4 of them are also suspected of the company's tax evasion and need to cooperate with the tax bureau's investigation. Just as Yang Chao thought. With the 4 crimes confirmed, it will be time for conviction in a few days. After cooperating with the judicial personnel to complete the interrogation record, Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin returned to the company together. Ling Qingyin also took advantage of the lunch break to announce the good news of the acquisition of Man Miao Company. Wow, President Ling is so awesome. Boss Ling is so domineering. The company's old employees cheered. They all watched Inhai International grow step by step. Don't talk about others. Luo Shui and Fu Yu were the happiest. These 2 people can be said to be the most loyal employees of the company. No matter what time, they always fight for the company. After taking Man Miao in, Ling Qingyin also told Yang Chao about her thoughts when she came back. We are planning to arrange several people from this company to go there. Who do you want to go? Both Lao Fu and Xiao Shui are fine, but I can't make a choice right now. Well, I'll go talk to them both. Well, that's fine, but we can't let the other person down. After all, they are both veterans of the company. Don't worry, I will take care of this matter. Yang Chao handled the matter very simply. After talking to Fu Yu and Luo Shui, Yang Chao arranged for Luo Shui to take several Inhai International employees to Man Miao. Fu Yu also returned to his post with a happy look on his face. So soon? Of course. Yang Chao smiled mysteriously. I thought you would arrange for Lao Fu. Ha, the mountain man has a clever plan. Yang Chao smiled and then told his own solution. He directly arranged for Luo Shui to go to Man Miao. As for old Fu, Yang Chao said something that made old Fu no longer worry. Man Miao is just upstairs and downstairs. Luo Shui is a girl, so it will be convenient for her to come here. When the next subsidiary is built, you will be arranged to take charge. At that time, you will have a heavier burden. This is what Yang Chao thinks. Inhai International will definitely grow stronger in the future. There will never be only one subsidiary. In the future, Inhai International will expand its scale and involve in various businesses. By that time, more talents will be needed. A talent like Lao Fu naturally cannot sit idle. This is Yang Chao's promise. Time flies. Although Man Miao had some troubles because of what happened a few days ago, she finally returned to normal. First of all, Yang Chao paid off all the debts of 380 million yuan, and the subsequent tax issues were also made up with Yang Chao's hard work. And these taxes happened to be the 100 million yuan that Inhai International took out from Shin Xiaoxiao. Later, Inhai International added some more. When Shin Xiaoxiao was convicted, she cried so hard that she had no more tears left. The company was gone, the money was not received, and the people were imprisoned. The most important thing is that on the day she was convicted and imprisoned, Man Miao Company announced that it would become a subsidiary of Inhai International, and the company's new product would be released 7 days later. Upon hearing the news, Shin Xiaoxiao was so angry that she fainted on the spot. It can be said that Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin have been so busy these days that they are almost dizzy. Fortunately, Man Miao has the support of Inhai International, and Inhai has the support of Changling Pharmaceutical. Changling Pharmaceutical is a large and powerful company. After this cycle, Man Miao is back on track. Just when Yang Chao finished all these and was ready to relax, a phone call came in. An unfamiliar number. Mr. Yang, help! Who are you? Yang Chao felt the voice was familiar, but he had no idea who the other person was. Mr. Yang, I'm Tion Yang. You're such a forgetful person. You almost forgot about my affairs, right? Ahem. Yang Chao was a little embarrassed. I have been too busy these days and indeed forgot about Tion Yang. When he was at the Tion family, Yang Chao did promise to help Tion Yang check on his health when he had time. But because he was too busy these days, Ling Qingyin couldn't take care of 2 companies by himself, so he could only run between the 2. I was so busy that I forgot about Tion Yang. Mr. Yang, let's not talk about my business for now. I have a patient here. The entire Fohai City Hospital has seen him. The reason is similar, so I can only come to you. What's going on? After hearing what Tion Yang said, Yang Chao felt that the situation seemed a little serious. There is no disease that can be found in the entire Fohai City. This is definitely not easy. I can't explain the details clearly, so please come here in person. By the way, I'll send a car to pick you up now, how about that? No, no, no. Yang Chao quickly rejected the other party's request. Lu Tianyang's identity is very unusual. He is the director of Fohai First People's Hospital. What makes him anxious is not only the condition of the patient, but also the patients are definitely not ordinary. That's why the other party is so anxious. But Yang Chao really didn't want the hospital to send a car to pick him up. As soon as Lu Tianyang mentioned sending a car, Yang Chao immediately thought of the 120 ambulance he usually saw on the road. This car will never be slow at any time. But Yang Chao did feel something strange. If I get on this car, it might become a shadow in his life. He went to save people, not patients. Wait for me a moment, I'll be there soon. Since Lu Tianyang had said this, it was naturally impossible for Yang Chao to refuse. Moreover, this is a matter of curing diseases and saving lives, not a private matter, so Yang Chao really couldn't refuse. Chapter 107: A Silver Needle. After knowing that Lu Tianyang's situation was urgent, Yang Chao went to Fohai First People's Hospital without any hesitation. Speaking of which, it was Yang Chao's first time to go to Fohai First People's Hospital. His physical condition has always been quite good and he rarely has any problems. Besides, Yang Chao has never liked hospitals, a place filled with the smell of medicine. Soon, Yang Chao arrived at the hospital. After parking the car, Yang Chao walked into the hospital. Hey, friend in front, please make way. The hospital was bustling with people. The huge hospital was filled with people walking around. Old people, children, teenagers, and middle-aged people. This is the hospital. In the hospital you see people of all ages. In the hospital, there is no high or low, only patients. In the hospital, there is no gender, age or status, only different symptoms. Here, you can see all kinds of life. Fohai First People's Hospital, as the place with the best medical technology in Fohai City, naturally has no shortage of patients. In some places, there were even patients lying directly on the ground. Probably because there was not enough space in the hospital to accommodate so many people, they had to arrange for some patients to lie outside the ward. Excuse me, please take your feet. This kind of sound can be heard everywhere in the hospital. Just as Yang Chao was walking, someone suddenly burst into tears. Doctor, help me, help me. In the corridor, two young men followed two nurses. There was also a stretcher next to them, and on the stretcher was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. Doctor, come and save me. Yang Chao took a look from a distance. The middle-aged man seemed to be seriously injured, with no healthy part of his body. What was more serious was that some of the bones in his chest were dislocated and broken. Well. Yang Chao sighed. This person's vitality is constantly weakening. If he continues to wait like this, the doctor will not come and the patient will die. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Now that you have seen it, I will help you. Yang Chao is not a pushover, but he is definitely not a heartless person who would watch someone in need without helping. Yang Chao walked quickly towards the middle-aged man who was bleeding all over and came to his side. What's going on? I was in a car accident, and my bones were dislocated and I was bleeding internally. The two nurses were trying hard to suppress the injuries on the middle-aged man's body and did not notice Yang Chao's appearance. When they heard someone asking questions, they thought it was the doctor. The situation is somewhat serious. Yang Chao couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who are you? At this time, one of the nurses took a look at Yang Chao and found that she did not know Yang Chao, and Yang Chao was not wearing a doctor's uniform. Subconsciously, she understood. The man in front of me is not a doctor. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that if the bleeding doesn't stop, the person in front of me will definitely die. As he spoke, Yang Chao gently pointed his finger at the middle-aged man. What are you doing? Both the two nurses and the patient's family were shocked by Yang Chao's actions. Sir, you are not a doctor. You cannot do anything to the patient's body. Otherwise, who will be responsible if an accident occurs? Yang Chao's actions scared the two little stories so much that they screamed. It would be fine if Yang Chao was a doctor, but Yang Chao is not a doctor. If one of his actions caused the patient to feel unwell, the two young nurses would simply not be able to bear such responsibility. In response, Yang Chao just smiled. After tapping the middle-aged man's body with his fingers several times, a shocking scene happened. The bleeding spots on his body stopped bleeding immediately. Seeing that the middle-aged man's body was no longer bleeding, Yang Chao nodded. The amount of bleeding is enough to cause the victim to die from excessive blood loss. In this case, the injured person will probably die before he can see a doctor. Hey, the bleeding on Dad has stopped. The patient's family looked at the patient lying on the bed in surprise and was slightly startled. It's true. Not only the patient's family, but even the two nurses noticed this situation. I'm sorry, sir, we misunderstood you just now. It's okay. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. I just sealed his acupuncture points with acupressure. However, I think his condition is quite serious. He needs to be strengthened with silver needles. Otherwise. Yes. Yang Chao just casually pressed a button and the patient stopped bleeding. How could the two young nurses dare to underestimate him? In addition, Yang Chao said that he was a Chinese medicine practitioner, so the two young nurses began to believe Yang Chao a little. Okay then, I'll get started. As he spoke, Yang Chao took out a thin silver needle, and after pausing in the air for a moment, he immediately inserted it into the patient's chest. Remember, only remove the silver needle when you have surgery, otherwise the situation will be very dangerous. Yes, please sir. Both the two nurses and the two patients' families looked at Yang Chao with gratitude. There is nothing they can do if the doctor doesn't come. Just as Yang Chao was about to leave, a young man in a white coat hurried over. Dr. Hua. Seeing the doctor appear, the two nurses finally breathed a sigh of relief. What's going on? Why is this thing stuck in the patient's body? Dr. Hua. The two nurses were about to explain when they were immediately interrupted by Dr. Hua. Tell me, was this thing inserted before or after the patient's accident? Dr. Hua asked in a cold voice. It was inserted after the patient had an accident. Who gave you permission to give him the injection? Dr. Hua said angrily. Have you forgotten the medical code of conduct? If you mess with a patient and something goes wrong, will you be responsible? Or will you let me take responsibility? Asshole. Pull it off. You can't pull it out. Seeing that Dr. Hua was about to pull out the silver needle, Yang Chao, who was ready to leave, hurriedly intervened. Who are you? Dr. Hua looked at Yang Chao. Are you a doctor in this hospital? I don't think I've seen you before. I'm not a doctor in your hospital. Yang Chao spoke. You are not a doctor in this hospital. What qualifications do you have to give orders here? Go away. Dr. Hua, he is the one who gives acupuncture to patients. He is a Chinese medicine practitioner. What a jerk. Why would we let him give injections to patients when he's not a doctor in our hospital? What the hell is Chinese medicine? Do you have a medical qualification certificate? Have you passed the medical qualification exam? Traditional Chinese medicine is a scam. It's just that the elderly and children are fine, but they are taken to the First People's Hospital. It's outrageous. Dr. Hua didn't care about anything and just started talking nonsense. Then, he pinched with 2 fingers and the silver needle was immediately pulled out of the patient's body. Puff! As soon as the silver needle was pulled out, the middle-aged man's body immediately began to bleed. Chapter 108, Taking Human Lives Lightly. Dad! I saw that the middle-aged man's body began to bleed again. The patient's family members immediately couldn't help crying. The 2 nurses were also a little embarrassed. The 2 of them didn't know what to do. The situation had improved just now and the bleeding had stopped. Why did it start bleeding again suddenly after the silver needle was pulled out? The 2 nurses looked at Dr. Hua, then at Yang Chao, and were so anxious that they didn't know what to say. What are you 2 doing standing there like idiots? Stop the bleeding. Dr. Hua looked at the middle-aged man on the stretcher, and then at the wound that was bleeding. He raised his hands and lowered them, then raised them again and lowered them again. After pressing on the patient several times, there was no effect at all. However, he had no self-awareness at all and just loudly ordered the 2 nurses next to him to stop the bleeding of the middle-aged man. After talking to the 2 female nurses, Dr. Hua looked at the 2 family members again. He couldn't help but frowned. You 2, why are you crying? Are you blind? The person is not dead yet, it's not too late to cry after he really dies. You. The 2 family members were immediately very angry. They were already very sad that their father was seriously injured and bleeding. They finally met a strange Chinese medicine doctor who helped their father stop the bleeding, but when the doctor at the First People's Hospital of the city pulled out the silver needle, his father started bleeding again. The most important thing is, how can they not get angry when the other party says such words at this time? What kind of doctor are you? You're cursing the patient to death before anything happens to him. Do you have any medical ethics? You idiot, I'm a doctor and you're a doctor. Do you know more or do I know more? If I say he won't live long, then he will definitely die. Dr. He scolded directly, who told you to not take good care of your family and come to the hospital? And you? Suddenly, Dr. He turned around and pointed at Yang Chao standing beside him and said, if you hadn't randomly inserted the needles, how could this patient be in this state? My silver needle is used to stop bleeding. I told you not to remove the needle, but you insisted. Now you are blaming me. If you hadn't pulled out the silver needle, would he be bleeding like this? Yang Chao said in a cold voice. What kind of doctor is this? Instead of reflecting on his own mistakes, he puts all the blame on other people, making him act as if he is innocent. I'm the doctor, you're nothing but a piece of shit. Here, I have the final say. If you say it can stop the bleeding, then it can stop the bleeding. I blame you for his bleeding. Whether the bleeding stops or not, everyone can see it. Are you blind? Yang Chao was also angry. This guy is so shameless. You can actually talk like that. His skill of confusing right and wrong has almost reached its peak. Dr. He, who was speechless after being rebuked by Yang Chao, suddenly turned stern, glanced at the people around him, and asked sternly, who saw him use a silver needle to stop the bleeding just now? If you saw it, you can stand up. A young man was about to stand up and speak, but Dr. He stared at him so hard that he dared not speak again. What are you talking about? Just sit there quietly. Do you still want to get your illness treated? Dr. He, actually. The two young nurses whispered to each other and couldn't help but want to say something good about Yang Chao. If you still want to continue doing this here, then shut up. You all remember this. I am the doctor here. What I say is what counts. He is nothing but a piece of shit. Can he cure you? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Most of the people who can come here are patients. No one dares to imagine what the consequences would be if a patient offended a doctor. Everyone looked at Yang Chao, and finally just sighed helplessly, not daring to say anything more. The two nurses were also frightened by what Dr. He said just now. It is not easy for both of them to come to Fohai First People's Hospital for internship. These days, no one is a fool. They are just ordinary nurses. If they dare to offend Dr. He, they will definitely be in trouble. And you too, if you still want medical treatment, shut up immediately or get out right now. Although the two patients' families were extremely reluctant, they did not dare to take the blame. Father's life is more important than their face. They were willing to be scolded if it meant their father could survive. See? I'm the doctor of the first people. Here, I have the final say and you don't. Dr. He was very satisfied with these people's performance. He looked at Yang Chao smugly, and continued to say to Yang Chao, what you said just now is an insult to my personality and my medical ethics. I now order you to apologize to me immediately, otherwise, the entire Fohai First People's Hospital will always reject you. We will never treat you. Heal me? Yang Chao couldn't help but sneer at this. Dr. He, right? If I were you, if you still had a little conscience, you shouldn't be telling me this here, but should perform surgery on this patient immediately. The patient next to him is now in a critical condition. The blood flowing from his body had begun to seep through the entire stretcher and was dripping onto the floor of the hospital corridor. The bright red blood was particularly eye-catching on the white floor, and Yang Chao could not bear to see it. Apologize to me immediately, otherwise I will refuse to treat him. Dr. He casually glanced at the condition of the patient next to him, but he was not at all anxious. He's going to die? Humph, I'm a graduate of the Royal College of Medicine of Great Britain and Ireland. I've seen more patients than you've eaten rice. His injury is just a minor one. He won't die in a short time. Dr. He was not in a hurry at all. It wasn't him who died, it was someone else's death, and all he wanted now was for Yang Chao to apologize to him. As a graduate of the Royal Medical College, he is praised wherever he goes. Even the Fohai First People's Hospital hired him and gave him a high salary in his first year after graduation. How could he, who had always been flattered by everyone, tolerate the ridicule from Yang Chao just now? I'll say it again, he's really dying. Yang Chao looked at the middle-aged man lying on the bed. His breath was rapidly weakening. If no timely treatment is given, death will surely occur. No, then no. Anyway, you should bear all the responsibilities. If it wasn't you, how could he bleed? You are taking human life lightly. Yang Chao was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Haha, let me say it again, this is your fault, it has nothing to do with me. Everyone is watching. It's because of you, because of that damn silver needle of yours, that the patient's condition has worsened. This is something that everyone can see. Do you think you can get away with it? Chapter 109, Just a Flash of Light. You are so cruel. Yang Chao said through gritted teeth. Humph, what does this have to do with me? I'm just curing illnesses and saving lives, but it's you who disrupted my treatment, ruined my mood, and made it impossible for me to treat patients normally. Dr. Hua kept nagging on, and Yang Chao couldn't bear it any longer. Fuck you. After slapping the doctor aside, he took out another silver needle and quickly inserted it into the middle-aged man's body. However, at this time, the middle-aged man's body had passed the best time for healing. Even if Yang Chao used silver needles to prick his acupuncture points, the effect was not as good as before. You two, help me hold the patient. You two, go chase that stupid doctor away. I want to concentrate on saving lives. Yang Chao didn't want to see the guy named Ho at all. Moreover, this guy's presence here would only affect his treatment process, so Yang Chao directly asked the patient's family to take action. Good. Among the patient's family members, there was a relatively strong man who strode up to Dr. Hua and grabbed him with one hand. Fuck it, you dare to hit me? You are a country bumpkin, how dare you hit me? Dr. Hua was stunned by Yang Chao's slap. There were 5 clearly visible finger marks on his face, which were extremely red, and the corner of his mouth began to bleed because of Yang Chao's slap. You bastard, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am? As Dr. Hua was carried away by the burly man, he kept shouting loudly. You are all finished, if you dare to do this to me, your father will definitely die, I tell you, your father will definitely die. Dr. Hua left an echo in the corridor and then disappeared completely. The middle-aged man's breath was already very weak. If it weren't for Yang Chao's desperate efforts to save him, the middle-aged man would have died without a doubt. Yang Chao used up almost all the silver needles in his hand, and only then was he able to save the middle-aged man's life. It completely stopped the bleeding from his wound. About 10 minutes later, Yang Chao let out a long sigh. I'm going to stop the bleeding first because I don't have many tools. I can probably only keep him alive for a while. 36 needles of the Wandering Dragon. A lost acupuncture technique. It was with this miraculous acupuncture technique that Yang Chao managed to save the middle-aged man's life. It's amazing. It's really God. The people watching nearby couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. He clearly looked like he was dying just now, but now he is not bleeding anymore, and his face looks a little rosier. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. Thank you, sir. The patient's family members were about to kneel down to express their gratitude. No. Yang Chao quickly helped the man up. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Yang Chao always kept this principle in mind. He is not the Dr. Hua just now, who has no medical ethics. Dean Shen, it was him, this guy, who beat me up and caused trouble in the hospital. You must stand up for me. Just when Yang Chao was about to sit down and rest for a while, Dr. Hua, who had just disappeared, suddenly came over with a large group of people. Dr. Hua was walking in front, with an old man with gray hair next to him, a few other doctors next to him, and a group of security guards behind them. Led by Dr. Hua, this group of people came over aggressively. Boy, I tell you, you are going to be in trouble today. If I don't let you lose the lawsuit, I'll be a son of a bitch. Because he brought a large group of people with him, Dr. Hua suddenly felt confident. As soon as he came up, he started to give Yang Chao instructions. Sir, may I ask if you just hit the doctor in our hospital? The gray-haired old man standing aside asked. Yes, I beat him. When the white-haired old man saw Yang Chao admit it, he immediately laughed. Catch him. Don't you want to ask me why I hit him? We don't care about that. We only care about whether you beat Dr. Hua. Since you admitted it, we don't need to worry about anything else. The white-haired old man seemed not to want to stay here any longer, and waved his hand to have Yang Chao taken away. Stop, why are you arresting people? Two family members of the patient stood on the left and right of Yang Chao, preventing the security guards from arresting him. They don't care about that. Their father was in such danger at that time. If Yang Chao hadn't intervened in time, they might have lost their father. With such a favor, how could they let Yang Chao be captured by the hospital people? Who are you? The white-haired old man asked doubtfully. We are the patient's family members. The two men answered seriously. Humph, what a bunch of bullshit patient family members, they are clearly the ones causing trouble for the hospital. Dean Shen, arrest them all, and those two nurses as well, fire them both, and never let them stay in our hospital any longer. Dr. He seemed to have found a backer. Catch anyone you don't like. Catch them too. Oh, and fire those two nurses immediately. Dean Shen spoke to the people around him. By the way, send the body to the morgue as well. I'll notify other family members to come and handle it later. Yes, Dean. The white-haired old man did not ask any specific reasons and directly asked the security guard to take Yang Chao and the others away. Ha ha, you bunch of troublemakers, did you see that? If you make trouble here, I will make sure you pay the price. Why did you arrest us? We are the patient's family members. Your hospital didn't save him but instead said my dad was dying. Now that my dad has been saved, you came and wanted to arrest us. What do you want to do? How can we save him? He is bleeding profusely and will definitely die. Whoever told the patient to die, he was lying there. Yang Chao spoke calmly. Bullshit, he must be dead, how could he? Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged man actually coughed. Dr. Hua, what's going on? Didn't you say the patient died from excessive blood loss? This is what you call dead. Nonsense. The white-haired old man was furious. Director, don't be angry. I think the patient is just having a last gasp and will die soon. A male doctor who had a good relationship with Dr. Hua interrupted. Yes, it must be a last gasp. Dean Shen, the patient is definitely dead, and it was because this guy hit me that the patient's treatment was delayed. All the responsibilities need to be borne by them, and it has nothing to do with me. A flash of light, can you take another closer look? Yang Chao sneered. Is this a last gasp? Dean Shen was knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that the middle-aged man was not experiencing a last-ditch recovery, but that his condition had truly stabilized. Pa! Dean Shen slapped Dr. Hui in the face. After approaching the middle-aged man, he looked at his face and immediately showed a look of surprise. How is that possible? He's obviously going to die. There's no way he can survive. Dr. Hui was so surprised that he cried out loud. Chapter 110 Vice Dean. Xiaohua, what is going on? Shouldn't the patient be dead? The doctor who spoke for Dr. Hua just now also realized that something was wrong. But as soon as he said it, he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing. He immediately changed the topic and said, Didn't you just say that the patient was in poor health, so you asked us to come over for a checkup? The patient's condition seems to be improving now. Can't we just take them directly to the operating room? The reason they came here was to confirm from Dr. Hua that the patient would definitely die. But the current situation is different from what Mr. Hua said. Although the patient's injuries were serious, he did not die. If the patient died, they could put all the blame on Yang Chao, but if the patient was not dead, it would be difficult for them to find trouble with Yang Chao. It seems that you really hope that the patient will die. Yang Chao looked at these people coldly and spoke in a bad tone. Hospitals are supposed to be places to save lives and heal the wounded, but now Yang Chao can't see any medical ethics at all from these people. No one came to treat the patient even though he was so badly injured. They waited until the patient died before leaving. Yang Chao really didn't understand what these people were thinking. Where were you when the patient was seriously ill? You came here only after you heard that the patient had died. Now that you see that the patient is not dead, you are disappointed? Aren't doctors supposed to cure illnesses and save lives? Why would they hope that their patients will die? Every word Yang Chao said was like a steel needle piercing into Dean Shen's heart. He glared at Dr. Hua fiercely. If it weren't for him, wouldn't there be so many things happening now? Young man, how could you see that we were hoping something would happen to the patient? Besides, there are so many patients in the hospital every day, how could we possibly be so busy? We just happened to come over to take a look. Also, who do you think you are? When is it your turn to speak so arrogantly here? Dean Shen looked at Yang Chao. A yellow-haired boy who came from nowhere dared to talk to everyone here. It was the first time he had seen such an ignorant person. Security, security, arrest him and kick him out immediately. Dean Chen was unhappy with Yang Chao at this moment, and he was too lazy to talk to Yang Chao anymore. He immediately asked the security guards nearby to arrest Yang Chao. Several security guards with electric batons were about to step forward. Why do you arrest people? The two patients' family members directly stopped several security guards and then confronted each other. Why? Just because he hit me. Dr. Hua at the side took a step forward and pointed at his face. See? This is what this guy just hit. Nonsense, Dean Chen obviously hit you too. The patient's family members protested unwillingly. But no one listened to their explanation. If you two dare to say one more word of nonsense, the patient in the bed can leave our hospital. Dean Chen, like Dr. Hua, used this method of removing the fuel from the fire. Sure enough, after these words were spoken, the two family members immediately dared not speak. Director Chen is so arrogant. When a patient comes to the hospital, you actually threaten the patient's family with his life. Aren't you afraid that we will sue you? Sue me? Dean Chen burst into laughter. I have been the vice president for so long, and you want to sue me? Who do you think you are? I will not punish him today. Who dares to go against me? As the vice president of Fohai First People's Hospital, President Chen is definitely one of the most authoritative people in Fohai First People's Hospital. Sometimes, even the president has to give him face. That's why he dared to act like this. After all, it is precisely because he has sufficient background and strength that he can speak like this. Boy, today I will let you know that in this small piece of land of Fohai City First People's Hospital, I, Chen Pingan, am the one who truly has the final say. Someone, take that patient out. If anyone dares to save him without my order, I will make you watch him go to the morgue. President Chen, you are so arrogant. Suddenly, just as Dean Chen finished speaking, another voice was heard in the corridor. In the corridor, I could only hear that person continue to speak. If it weren't for my name, Lu Tianyang, engraved on the signature of the dean, I would have almost thought that you were the dean of our Fohai First People's Hospital. Yes, Vice President Chen is so impressive that he completely outshines the rest of us. In the corridor, Lu Tianyang looked at Vice President Chen Pingan, who was standing opposite Yang Chao, with a half smile, and the expression on his face was so wonderful. Next to Lu Tianyang, the people who were talking were exactly the same as Chen Pingan, and they were also vice presidents of the First People's Hospital. In addition to these people, there was another person. Yang Chao looked familiar. This person was none other than the old man Yuan whom he had met once before at the Tion family. President Lu, President Ma, President Zhao, why are you all here? Director Chen, if we hadn't come, the Fohai First People's Hospital would have been destroyed by you. Lu Tianyang glanced at Yang Chao, then quickly and carefully walked to Yang Chao's side. Mr. Yang, are you okay? I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I scared you. It is a shame for our First People's Hospital that something like this happened in our hospital. Several deans nodded politely to Yang Chao and apologized. I'm fine, but the patient's condition isn't very good. Fortunately, I've already stabilized his condition with acupuncture. Now you should quickly arrange for the surgery. Don't worry, Mr. Yang. I understand your medical skills. I will let them do as you say. This young man seems to have a rather unusual identity, doesn't he? Everyone in the corridor was shocked to see that Lu Tianyang, the director of Fohai First People's Hospital, was so respectful to Yang Chao. You? Chen Pingan looked at Yang Chao and really couldn't understand why Lu Tianyang was so polite to him. Dean Lu, I. Chen Pingan, you don't need to explain. The facts are before us. I will deal with this matter seriously. We all heard what was said just now. Everyone, did you hear it too? Okay, in that case, I suggest that Vice President Chen Pingan be dismissed immediately and that the First People's Medical Investigation Team of Fohai City be established immediately to investigate Chen Pingan's acceptance of bribes, abuse of power for personal gain, and his failure to save patients. I agree. I agree. Lu Tianyang's words immediately received unanimous support from everyone. Chen Pingan was captured immediately. Lu Tianyang, you can't arrest me, I'm the vice president, you don't have any right to arrest me. Chapter 111 Expulsion. As one of the vice presidents of Fohai First People's Hospital, besides the president, Chen Pingan is definitely one of the most powerful people. Moreover, in the past few years, Chen Pingon has also mentored many students and has made considerable achievements in the medical field in Fohai City. Because of this reason, Chen Pingon has become a popular candidate for the next director of Fohai First People's Hospital. Lu Tianyang still has 1 year left before retirement. Chen Pingon's performance in recent years has been quite good, and coupled with his power management, many people are very optimistic about him. Everyone felt that once Lu Tianyang retired, he would definitely be the next director of Fohai First People's Hospital. But no one expected that such a thing would happen at this critical juncture. Vice President Chen, according to the relevant regulations, as long as the 4 vice presidents and I, the president, agree, you can take leave. And, as long as your evidence is sufficient. Lu Tianyang did not continue speaking. Because there is no need. Catch him. Yes. President Lu, do you guys really want to remove President Chen from his post? Dr. Ho looked at Dean Chen, who was about to be taken away, and suddenly spoke to Lu Tianyang and the vice deans. Hua Zijiu, you are just an intern. What qualifications do you have to talk to us like this? Lu Tianyang glanced at Dr. Hua unhappily. Judging from the tone of his voice just now, if you didn't know, you would have thought that the hospital was run by the Hua family. President Lu, I solemnly remind you that if you dare to dismiss President Chen, you will bear the consequences. Hua Zijiu's tone was full of threats when he said this. You. Whether it was Lu Tianyang or the vice presidents, their expressions changed after hearing Hua Zijiu's words. If Chanling Pharmaceutical controls about 1/3 of the entire pharmaceutical market in Fohai City, then the Hua family's Tianchen Medical is definitely the leader of Fohai City's medical industry. Most of the medical equipment in Fohai First People's Hospital has always been provided by the Hua family, and is 30% cheaper than the market price. Mr. Lu, more than half of the medical equipment in our hospital is provided by Tianchen Medical. If you dare to touch me, Hua Chengang promises to make you regret it. You. Dean Lu and others were suddenly speechless. This is no small matter. Once something happens to Chen Pingon, given the relationship between the Hua family and Chen Pingon, they will definitely make some big moves. At that time, something will definitely happen in Fohai City First People's Hospital. Either let me leave, or wait for the First People's Hospital to collapse. At this time, Chen Pingon was extremely arrogant. With the Hua family backing him up, he immediately felt more confident. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, about this matter. Lu Tianyang looked embarrassed. Just as the security guards were about to take Chen Pingon away, Hua Zijiu unexpectedly stood up and threatened him. Lu, and the rest of you guys, oh yeah, and you brat, you want to deal with me, but you guys are still a little naive. Now, I order you to get out immediately, get out of here. Wait. Hua Zijiu suddenly said, you can't get out. He slapped me just now. Now, I want to slap him 10 times. And I want him to kneel down in front of everyone. Kneel down, kowtow and apologize, boy. Chen Pingon, Hua Zijiu, don't go too far. Lu Tianyang couldn't help but speak. Lu, shut up right there, or I'll be rude to you. At this time, both Chen Pingon and Hua Zijiu had become inflated to the extreme. Both of them were looking at Yang Chao, wanting him to kneel down and apologize. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content. Chen Pingon from Fohai First People's Hospital and Hua Zijiu from Tianchen Medical are threatening everyone with the resources in their hands. Will the host be able to serve? Option 1, never give in to malicious threats. Reward, a modern medical equipment production line factory more advanced than Tianchen Medical Equipment. Option 2, surrender to the other party's threats, and Dean Lu Tianyang is forced to resign, and the host loses face. A modern factory with a complete production line for medical equipment, and it's even more advanced than Tianchen Medical's? When Yang Chao saw the reward, his smiling face almost broke. Why hesitate? This must be option 1. I will never give in. Everyone was surprised to see Yang Chao suddenly smile strangely. How come Yang Chao could still laugh at this time? See? This guy is already stupid. I asked him to kneel down, but he was still laughing. Damn, why don't you kneel down? Hua Zijiu was talking while wanting to take action. Pa! Before Hua Zijiu could finish his words, Yang Chao's right hand had already hit him in the face. You dared to hit me, you dared to hit me, you dared to hit me? Hua Zijiu was almost knocked unconscious by Yang Chao. Not only Hua Zijiu, everyone else was also confused. Pa! Pa! Snap, snap. Yang Chao's slaps fell on Hua Zijio's cheeks one after another. In less than a minute, Hua Zijio had turned into a pig's head. His cheeks were swollen and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Is Tion Medical very powerful? In a month at most, the relevant medical equipment of Inhai International will be sent to the First People's Hospital of Fohai City. Our medical equipment is better and cheaper than yours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward has been issued. The specific information of some machines has been saved in the host's mobile phone. The system's rewards come quickly. Is it better quality than Tion Medical S and cheaper? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Tion Medical is considered an old company in Fohai City, and its products are absolutely trustworthy in quality. If there is only one thing that is certain, it is that the price is too high. But Tion Medical is very good at doing business. At Fohai First People's Hospital, Tion Medical's equipment is about 30% lower than the market price. In addition, Tion Medical has been secretly helping Chen Pingan to build relationships, so in recent years, Tion Medical's equipment can be seen almost everywhere in Fohai City First People's Hospital. Even though the price is high, they never mentioned the money issue, which made the First People's Hospital very happy. Over time, I began to rely on Tion Medical. Now Yang Chao suddenly said that Inhai International S products are better than Tion Medical S, which is indeed a bit unrealistic. Everyone, just watch the video and you will know. As he spoke, Yang Chao opened his hands. A video of the system reward factory, with incredible clarity. After seeing the machine in the video, several vice presidents fell silent. It's free for the first 2 years, and will be sold at cost price later. Fire Hua Zijio and arrest Chen Pingan. Several people looked at each other, and then spoke in unison. Chapter 112 A Small Accident. You guys. Hua Zijio and Chen Pingan were stunned for a moment. In the past few years, because of Tion Medical, the Hua family has arranged many people to stay in Fohai First People's Hospital. The most obvious one is Dean Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan once saved the lives of several people from the Hua family, and the Hua family has always been helping him. Almost everyone knows that a big part of the reason why Chen Pingan can get to where he is today is because of the help of Tion Medical. At this time, someone actually shook Tion Medical's position in Fohai City First People's Hospital. In an instant, everyone looked at Yang Chao. Many people began to speculate about Yang Chao's identity as a person who could make the director of the First People's Hospital extremely respectful. Mr. Yang, I wonder when the batch of medical equipment in your video will arrive. Soon, as long as there's no problem with my factory, you'll be able to use these things. Good. Lu Tianyang nodded with satisfaction. Such advanced equipment, with free trial in the early stages, is definitely a huge benefit for Fohai First People's Hospital. I think these two nurses are pretty good. After Hua Zijio and Chen Pingan passed away, Yang Chao and Lu Tianyang made some arrangements for the patient. Before leaving, he mentioned the two nurses who were almost fired. Lu Tianyang immediately understood and nodded. Don't worry, I think these two girls have a good work attitude. Our hospital is in need of such talents. Oh, by the way, Director Lu, you called me over in a hurry to ask me to see the patient. Now I'm here, where is the patient? Yang Chao didn't forget the reason why he came here. If Lu Tianyang hadn't called him in a hurry to tell him that there was a strange patient in the First People's Hospital, he would not have come to the hospital. Lu Tianyang's body paused noticeably. Not only that, the faces of several vice presidents nearby also looked obviously a little strange, as if they had been severely hit by someone. Then he slowly explained, Mr. Yang, there was no problem with this matter before I called you. Just now, a small accident happened. Now this matter may be a little difficult to handle. Family members of the patient, we can't even examine the patient now. What little accident happened that prevents you from examining the patient? Yang Chao looked at Lu Tianyang playfully. Yang Chao could figure out something that even Lu Tianyang was having a headache with just his toes, so it was definitely not a small accident. Moreover, the doctor did not insist on how to make a judgment. This is not just a small accident, it is definitely a major event. Under Yang Chao's direct gaze, Lu Tianyang had no choice but to speak. It's like this. A few days ago, a strange patient came to our hospital. The patient is a young girl. A month ago, for unknown reasons, her legs began to ache. At first, her family didn't take it seriously, but later, the situation became a little serious. The girl's legs began to lose control, and finally, she simply lost all her intuition. Yang Chao listened quietly at the side. Judging from the information we got from Tion, there is indeed nothing special. Keep talking. We have checked all the hospitals in Fohai City, but none of them could find any cause. Now he has been sent to our hospital, and it has been 3 days, but there is still no result. You can't find anything? Yes, nothing was found. Neither the blood nor the bones. We checked everything that could be checked, but there was no result. So what's going on now? Well. After sighing, Tion explained helplessly. It's still the conflict between Chinese and Western medicine. Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Yang Chao was a little confused. How did this suddenly get to the issue of Chinese and Western medicine? Forget it, I can't explain it clearly for a while, so I'll just take you there. Tion thought about it and decided to take Yang Chao to take a look. Even if it meant risking his own reputation, he would still take Yang Chao to be examined. Let's go. We have to go over there. I don't believe they really won't let us check. Several deans and vice deans walked beside them and took Yang Chao straight to an intensive care unit. Well, it seems that the patient is not an ordinary person. Before they got close to the ward, Yang Chao and his friends were stopped by someone. More than a dozen bodyguards dressed like secret agents in movies, all in black suits, stood quietly at the door of the intensive care unit. As soon as Yang Chao and his friends appeared, 2 bodyguards immediately stopped them. That's right, no one is allowed to approach without the permission of Mr. and Mrs. 2 bodyguards in black suits stopped Tion and the others with serious faces, and then spoke slowly. I am the dean of this institute, and these are the vice deans. Could it be that we are not allowed to enter either? No. I repeat, no one can come near here without the permission of Madam and Sir, not even the dean. Why? I'm the director of the First People's Hospital of Fohai City. Miss Su is in a very dangerous condition. I brought a medical expert with me. He will definitely be able to find out the cause of Miss Su's illness. Dean Lu, this doesn't seem to be the first time you've said this. The bodyguard who was talking to Tion looked at Tion and said with a little displeasure. Tion was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Indeed, this is not the first time he has come here. Our young lady is very weak right now, and no one is allowed to disturb her. Dean Chen, you should go back the way you came. Just as the few people were confronting each other, a few blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners walked by. Dean Lu and his colleagues became unhappy when they saw the foreign doctors go straight in. Mr. Joseph, Mr. Wilson, and Miss Jennifer are the ones our madam and sir have invited to treat the young lady, and the sir has said that they can come in. It's like this again. We are both doctors, so why can they enter but we can't? Tion was about to explode with anger. Director Lu, that's a doctor we specially invited from abroad. He's a very famous expert all over the world. If you compare yourself with him... Dean Lu, it's not that I look down on you guys, but are you guys worthy enough to compete with others? A bodyguard said in a sarcastic tone. At that time, you talked about how great your medical skills were and how magical Chinese medicine was, but were your medical skills useful? Tion and the others looked extremely ugly. As the top and second in command of Fohai First People's Hospital, they had never been humiliated like this before. Chapter 113, Treating Foreign Doctors Favorably. And they weren't just verbally humiliating. This is not the first time that foreign doctors are allowed in and local doctors in Fohai City are blocked out. They had just been humiliated like this, just after Tion had called Yang Chao gang. Joseph was the Western doctor who arrived earlier, and the 2 behind him were obviously newcomers. Rubbish. Just when the 3 blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreign doctors were about to walk into the ward, one of the white doctors suddenly turned around and raised his middle finger towards Yang Chao and others. Incompetent Orientals. Fuck. These foreigners actually dared to scold us. I will fight them to death. Being humiliated like this, even though Tion and the others were old, they still couldn't help but want to hit others. Oriental garbage. The white-skinned foreign doctor who had just raised his middle finger shouted again over here. Yang Chao frowned as he watched the 3 blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreign doctors about to swagger into the ward. He has always disliked these blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Now that someone is doing these things in front of him, he feels even more upset. They dare to act wildly here. Dean Lu, we must teach them a lesson. Good. Several deans and vice deans agreed in unison. President Liu, come with me. Yang Chao, feeling unhappy, immediately took the lead and walked in the front. Stop them. When the bodyguards saw that Yang Chao was actually trying to force his way through, and seemed to be planning to attack the three foreign doctors, they immediately flashed in front of Yang Chao. A pair of strong hands came up and tried to grab Yang Chao. Get lost. Yang Chao turned his wrist, and his 5 fingers grabbed the opponent's wrist like a snake. With a slight force of his arm, the opponent was immediately thrown out. There are 8 bodyguards in total. If these bodyguards were placed in other places, they would definitely be first-class fighters. It's no exaggeration to say that one can beat 10. But in Yang Chao's hands, each of them could only make one move. In less than a minute, all of them were knocked to the ground. How dare you insult Orientals here? I'll kill all 3 of you. Led by Yang Chao, several hospital directors rushed towards the 3 doctors like crazy. The bodyguards next to the 2 male doctors were thrown out of the corridor by Yang Chao at the first moment, and when they were about to take action, they were immediately frightened by Yang Chao's eyes. What are you doing? Don't you know that Xian needs to risk her life? If a middle-aged man walked out of the ward and immediately started scolding Yang Chao and his men when he saw them preparing to attack the 3 foreign doctors. Dean Liu, what are you doing? The bodyguard standing next to the middle-aged man subconsciously stood in front of the middle-aged man, as if he was afraid that Yang Chao would do something bad to the middle-aged man. Mr. Long, we demand to return home immediately. Dr. Joseph, what do you mean? The middle-aged man looked at the 3 foreign doctors with an unhappy expression. I spent 30 million to invite you to come here to treat my daughter, and you did nothing. Now you want to leave. Isn't that a bit too much? The Orientals actually dared to attack us. We don't want the money, but you don't need to save your daughter either. Dean Liu. The middle-aged man looked at Liu Tianyang and the others. Can you tell me what happened? Ahem, misunderstanding. At this time, Liu Tianyang and several vice presidents quickly stood up. They were completely confused just now. No one ever told them that Yang Chao was so powerful. A dozen retired Special Forces bodyguards were all knocked to the ground in less than a minute. This scene almost frightened them to the point of screaming. Liu Tianyang, tell me, what's going on? The middle-aged man looked at Liu Tianyang, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Boss Long, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yang, who I invited to treat Miss Su. Previously, Mr. Tion. Liu Tianyang originally wanted to say that Yang Chao had cured Mr. Tion before, but the middle-aged man surnamed Long did not give him any chance to continue. I don't care who he is. As long as he can cure Xian, I will forgive him for everything. But if he doesn't have the ability, I guarantee that he will die miserably. Mr. Long, right? Yang Chao glanced at the middle-aged man. I don't know who you are, but Dean Liu brought me here to treat patients and save lives, not to be discriminated against. Why can those foreign doctors enter but we can't? Don't forget where you are now. If you don't trust Fohai First People's Hospital, you can ask the patient to leave here immediately. We promise not to stop you. The middle-aged man surnamed Long looked at Yang Chao, and his whole body exuded a very powerful aura. Do you know how much I paid to invite these 3 people to come here to treat my daughter? If they leave, who will heal my daughter? Boy, do you know who you are talking to now? The people nearby couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. This is the invisible aura formed after being in a high position for a long time. Most people dare not even look at it. Among all the people, only Yang Chao remained calm. I'm talking to the patient's family. If you don't want to delay your daughter's treatment, I'll leave now. Otherwise, you can make way for me. Okay. The middle-aged man said hello 3 times and then slowly moved his body. Please don't be angry, everyone. I will increase your fees by an additional 50%. Snort. After the middle-aged man added 50% to the fee, the 3 people stopped talking. Everyone entered the ward almost at the same time. On the hospital bed, a gorgeous girl was lying. Her face was extremely pale, almost without any blood color. The 2 exposed calves were so thin that they were just skin and bones. What was even more unbearable to look at was that both calves were full of instruments. If the girl wasn't so weak, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. But because of the strange disease, she is now extremely weak and may not be able to save her legs. Her life is even in danger. While Yang Chao was looking at the girl, the 3 doctors had already begun examining her. After a few minutes of examination, the foreign doctors began to communicate in a low voice again. Afterwards, the three men gave the girl's calves a chaotic examination. Mr. Long, we just checked again and finally decided that we need to perform surgery and cut open Miss Sue's calf for a deep examination. No, absolutely not. The middle-aged man shook his head desperately. Chapter 114. Oh my God. The middle-aged man looked at the girl lying on the bed, his eyes full of affection. At this time, the beautiful woman who had been silent next to him also slowly stood up. Xian must be cured, and her legs must not be damaged in any way. The beautiful woman said solemnly. Ma'am, this. The three foreign doctors looked embarrassed. The three men thought that since nothing could be seen from the outside, they wanted to examine the inside of the girl's calf. As long as the test results come out, they will know the reason for the changes in the girl's legs. But now, neither the middle-aged man surnamed Long nor the beautiful woman gave them this opportunity, which made it impossible for them to start. Three of you, besides the request I just mentioned, if you need any equipment, I can send someone to transport it right now. No. Mr. Long, Mrs. Long, this lady's condition is a bit strange. We need to take a part of the calf muscle or bone for testing to get the result. Besides this, is there really no other way? The middle-aged man surnamed Long and the beautiful woman were a little reluctant. They really didn't want to see the scene. There is absolutely no other way except this. Even the best and most top doctors and experts in the world must do tests. Yes, we are the most authoritative experts in this field, Mr. Long, please trust us. Three foreign doctors spoke one after another. But the middle-aged man couldn't help but remain silent. Director Liu, Mr. Yuan, do you have any way to treat the disease without doing tests? As he spoke, the middle-aged man surnamed Long looked at Yang Chao. Just as he was about to speak, Joseph beside him immediately interrupted and said, Mr. Long, there is no need to ask about the medical skills of these country bumpkins. Chinese medicine is simply a scam. They can't solve the problems that Western medicine can't solve. Snort. Yang Chao looked at the three men. It seems that Western medicine has no other capabilities besides using instruments for testing. Don't talk about us. Let me ask you, can you Chinese medicine doctors find out the cause of Miss Sue's illness? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Our ancestors once said that all causes of disease can be revealed by the patient himself. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Joseph smiled and pointed at Miss Sue. Miss Sue is already unable to speak, how can you get her to speak? Sure enough, Chinese medicine practitioners are all big liars. Who told you that speaking must mean speaking openly? Yang Chao smiled disdainfully. He walked slowly to the girl's bed. With a light flick of his fingers, the girl's quilt was moved aside. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for 5,000 years, and you have only been using Western medicine for a short time. I will now let you see the magic of traditional Chinese medicine. As he spoke, Yang Chao's 5 fingers had already grasped the girl's slightly pale thigh. Puff! A silver needle was inserted. What are you doing? Are you performing magic? Do you think you can heal patients with just a few embroidery needles? Sure enough, Orientals are still ignorant and stupid. Listen carefully, 3 barbarians. This is called a silver needle, not an embroidery needle. While explaining to the 3 people, another silver needle in Yang Chao's hand fell on the girl's leg. If these few embroidery needles can save lives, then what are the uses of those sophisticated instruments? I absolutely don't believe that this kind of embroidery needle can save people. The 3 foreign doctors all shook their heads desperately. They didn't believe that the so-called traditional Chinese medicine and the so-called silver needles could cure Miss Sue. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Chao injected dozens of needles into the girl's thigh. Mr. Yang, you put so many needles in Xuan's legs, but I don't know what these silver needles are for? Miss Sue has been lying in bed for too long. Even a normal person needs some exercise. I am stimulating the nerves in her thighs and activating her meridians at the same time. So what you mean is that Xian is okay? The middle-aged man surnamed Long was a little excited. When he heard Yang Chao say this, he thought his daughter would be well soon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The 3 foreign doctors shook their heads desperately. They absolutely couldn't believe that the girl could be fine after just a few punctures with embroidery needles. Mr. Long, you think too much. I just stimulated her nerves. It's not that easy to make Miss Sue okay. While Yang Chao was explaining, he started inserting the needle again. After about 10 minutes, the girl lying on the hospital bed coughed violently. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Ahem, ahem. Although the girl's movement was not loud, the room was extremely quiet and everyone could still clearly see that the girl was indeed awake. It's just waking up. The 3 foreign doctors said this with some dissatisfaction. Yes, this is just the beginning. As soon as Yang Chao finished speaking, he picked up the girl. Bang! The next moment, the girl was actually thrown to the ground by Yang Chao. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. What are you doing? Joseph and the others were stunned, totally not understanding what Yang Chao was planning to do. Crazy, crazy, are you crazy? Everyone present looked at Yang Chao with strange eyes. Especially the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman, the two of them looked at Yang Chao as if they wanted to kill Yang Chao. It hurts. It hurts so much. After the girl rested, she was thrown to the ground as soon as she woke up. She was instantly stimulated by a strong feeling and couldn't help but scream. Xian. It's okay if you miss her, just stand there quietly. Ignoring the anger of the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman, Yang Chao suddenly gave the girl another injection. Pain. Dad, Aunt Lan, stop him. The girl saw Yang Chao stabbing her with needle after needle and tried desperately to dodge. But Yang Chao's silver needles always caused her unbearable pain. Dad. The girl was so anxious that she didn't know what to do. One hand slid along the side of the bed, trying desperately to climb onto the bed. But because my legs were weak and my hands were numb, I was unable to climb onto the hospital bed. Dad, save me. After Yang Chao gave her several injections, the girl's face suddenly changed, her legs shook violently, and she used the strength of the bedside with her hands to stagger and climb up. Miss Sue's legs? Everyone stared at the girl's thin legs in amazement. Just now, both legs actually moved. All right. Just when the girl thought Yang Chao was about to give her an acupuncture injection, Yang Chao suddenly stopped. Move your calves. Pain. Although the amplitude was small, everyone saw that the girl's calf actually moved. Oh my God. The 3 foreign doctors were so frightened that they couldn't even speak English fluently. Chapter 115 Local Specialty, Stinky Tofu. I can move now, Aunt Lan, my legs, I have feeling again. The girl also discovered that her legs could move, and she couldn't help but scream out. Xian, don't get excited. Your leg will be fine. Don't get excited yet. Let Dr. Yang continue to check it out. Although the middle-aged man and the beautiful woman were excited, they had seen big scenes after all. After a brief moment of surprise, calm was immediately restored. The 2 men also noticed that their daughter's legs had only regained a little sensation. It's not a complete recovery. Oh my God, how could this happen? After exclaiming, the 3 foreign doctors couldn't help but want to go up and check the girl's legs. But he was stopped by Yang Chao. There's an old Chinese saying that goes, men and women shouldn't touch each other. You 2 grown men, it's best not to touch each other. Yang Chao stood next to the girl, not giving her any chance to check. No, we have to check. Check what? Yang Chao looked at these 3 people and couldn't help but ask back. Her legs are clearly withered. The legs that should not move actually moved. This is absolutely impossible. I must be hallucinating because I was too nervous. The 3 foreign doctors shook their heads desperately. They already knew the data about the girl's legs yesterday. Came here again today, just to make sure. In their opinion, the girl's legs were completely beyond any possibility of being saved. No matter how hard we try, we can only ensure that her limbs are not amputated. It is absolutely impossible to make her walk. The 3 people, who are well-known and authoritative experts throughout the world, made the same judgment. Unfortunately, it was overturned so easily. Who told you it's impossible to move? Isn't the patient already moving? Do you think everyone in the room is blind? Humph, you know nothing. Chinese medicine is extensive and profound, with a long history. It is no exaggeration to say that it can bring the dead back to life. So, the facts prove that your Western medicine is useless. Yang Chao's words were powerful. Although the 3 people were dissatisfied, they were unable to refute it. Snort. Seeing that Yang Chao didn't give them any face at all, the 3 men could only snort helplessly. Boss Long, we don't need to pay for this, but we hope you can let us communicate with this person. The three people just now completely despised and looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. But in the blink of an eye, they were completely impressed by the magic of traditional Chinese medicine. Now they just want to know how Yang Chao did it. You want money? Do you have the nerve to ask for money? Without waiting for the middle-aged man surnamed Long to speak, Yang Chao pointed at those people and started cursing. What did you do? Did you find out the cause of the disease or save the patient? It's useless. How dare you ask for money? Mr. Yang. The middle-aged man named Long standing by felt a little embarrassed. He hired the people and paid the money. Even if these three people are not of much use, since they are here, we can't let them leave like that. Boss Long, do you have something to say? You three have come all the way across the ocean, and it would be inappropriate for you to go back empty-handed. The middle-aged man surnamed Long did not dare to speak too directly to Yang Chao, for fear that Yang Chao would be angry. He wanted to put the matter in a tactful way to save face for the three people. But he never expected it. Yang Chao was so cruel that he didn't give those three people any face at all. You can't go back empty-handed. Yang Chao chuckled. Then he pointed from the window in the direction of the hospital entrance. When we came here, I remember there was a vendor selling stinky tofu at the door. Since they are here, let these three take some of our local specialties back. You are going too far. The foreign doctor pointed at Yang Chao and spoke while trembling. There are many local specialties in the East, including food, drinks, and entertainment. But Yang Chao asked them to take a portion of stinky tofu back home, which was purely disgusting to them. As world-renowned experts and professors, they could not stand this humiliation, and the three of them immediately turned around and left the ward. Let's go. Both the middle-aged man surnamed Long and the beautiful woman were a little embarrassed. They no longer knew what to say. You two, I can guarantee that Miss Sue's legs will be restored to their previous condition. You don't have to worry. It's just a pair of legs that haven't been completely disabled. With Yang Chao's medical skills, this difficulty is not a problem for him. As soon as he came in, he probably had already figured out the cause of the girl's illness. The reason why he didn't say a word later was because he was thinking about how to stimulate the girl and make her want to take action. The girl's body is extremely weak now, so she definitely cannot be allowed to move directly. Yang Chao first used silver needles to stimulate the girl's other acupoints to give her some strength temporarily. Then stimulate her nerve network later. After taking these two approaches, the girl was able to move. Then, it's much simpler. The result now is just as Yang Chao had imagined. Seeing the girl wanted to turn over excitedly. Don't move. You are only slightly conscious now. I still need to use a silver needle to bleed your calf. Finally, Yang Chao broke the silence. At this time, the girl also realized a problem. The person in front of me is a doctor. Moreover, he is a very skilled Chinese medicine practitioner. But the few injections she received just now really left her with some trauma. She didn't dare to look at Yang Chao at all. Can my legs really be restored to their previous condition? The girl asked in a low voice. Okay, just do as I say. Keep your legs flat. Yang Chao gently supported the girl's body and then sat down beside the bed. You can try to control it and move your calves, but it might be painful. Oh. The girl followed Yang Chao's instructions and tried to control her calves. As expected, she felt an intense pain. She gritted her teeth in pain. Director Liu, go prepare the wooden barrel and hot water, and then call 2 female nurses over. I need them to do something later. Okay, let's get ready. Lu Tianyang and the others at the door had never had the chance to take action, but now Yang Chao finally gave them the opportunity. Without saying a word, several people immediately ran off to prepare. Mr. Yang, what are you doing? I will continue to stimulate your calf nerves later, otherwise Miss Sue's legs will still have problems. Yang Chao explained patiently. After saying this, another silver needle in Yang Chao's hand fell on the girl's calf. Suddenly, the feeling of being bitten by ants came over me again. The girl's expression was slightly painful. She had no feeling in her calves for nearly a month. The sudden pain was really unbearable for her. Chapter 116, Urging Marriage. After Dean Lu and his team brought over the hot water and the wooden barrel, Yang Chao asked them to prepare some medicinal herbs that would be used soon. After working for about half an hour, everything was ready. Yang Chao looked at the things prepared in the room and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now it's time to witness a miracle. Yang Chao began to slowly put the herbs into the wooden barrel, and then began to pull the silver needle out of the girl's leg. After we get out, you can start massaging her calves until all the blood clots in her calf muscles come out. What about those silver needles? Those silver needles are to stimulate her nerves. Don't touch them for now. Mr. Yang, you're not staying? Everyone looked at Yang Chao in surprise. I don't understand what Yang Chao is planning to do. Why are these two nurses arranged? I just said that men and women should not touch each other. As the saying goes, there are differences between men and women. Some inconvenient situations may arise later. All the men here, let's go out together. By the way, ma'am, you don't need to go out. Just help take a look. If anything goes wrong, you can always notify me. I'll be at the door. After saying this, Yang Chao let everyone out. The people standing at the door seemed a little anxious after just a few minutes. Mr. Yang, Xian will get better. Don't worry, just be patient and wait. By the way, Mr. Yang, what's wrong with Xuan's legs? After the middle-aged man surnamed Long spoke, Tion and the others subconsciously looked at Yang Chao. So far, it seems that Yang Chao did not tell the cause of the disease. Everyone just saw that the girl's legs had regained consciousness, but the cause of the girl's leg illness seemed to remain unknown. This, actually, shouldn't be asked to me, but to you. Yang Chao looked at the middle-aged man named Long. The girl's illness is actually a psychological disease caused from the inside out. Based on the inference, Yang Chao guessed that the girl must have experienced something and became like this. Moreover, Yang Chao discovered something when he was doing it. He slowly said, Mr. Long, if I'm not mistaken, did Miss Su have a mental illness before? Mr. Yang, please be careful with your words. Dean Lu and others standing by were immediately shocked by Yang Chao's words. The middle-aged man surnamed Long is not an ordinary person. Some things are secrets that cannot be told. Yang Chao said this so abruptly that Tion and the others broke into sweats. Boss Long, Mr. Yang doesn't know anything, please don't be angry. Tion quickly explained for Yang Chao. He didn't want to see Yang Chao lose his future because of a single sentence. It is a taboo to talk about that incident here in the middle-aged man surnamed Long. I don't know how many people have suffered misfortune because of this incident. Tion doesn't want anything to happen to Yang Chao. The middle-aged man surnamed Long looked at Yang Chao. Suddenly, he asked in confusion, you really don't know who I am? Ahem, I really don't know you. Touching his nose awkwardly, Yang Chao answered truthfully. Although he guessed from Dean Lu's behavior that this man was definitely not an ordinary person, he really didn't know who the other person was. Is Xuan's illness related to her previous illness? If I'm not mistaken, it should have a lot to do with it. Okay, then you don't need to tell her the cause of her illness, just cure her. As if he was thinking of something unhappy, the middle-aged man surnamed Long put his hands behind his back and his face became a little solemn. For a moment, the air seemed to become a little quiet. The girl's condition was also unusually good. After the stimulation of the silver needles and the medicinal bath, her calves could once again make some simple movements. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man surnamed Long's face was twitching with excitement. After a week of herbal baths, I will give her acupuncture. After that, she should be back to normal. Thanks. The middle-aged man surnamed Long's thanks was simple. A mobile phone number and a card. The person on the cell phone number belonged to a middle-aged man named Long. He promised Yang Chao that as long as he was in Fohai City, he could ask him for help with anything. As for that card, it was a bank card with 100 million in it. When walking out of Fohai First People's Hospital, Yang Chao looked at the sky. It seems to be around 5 in the afternoon. So busy. Another afternoon passed. Yang Chao was just about to call Ling Qingyin, but unexpectedly, the phone rang as soon as he took out his cell phone. The caller ID showed it was Ling Qingyin. I was just about to call you, but I didn't expect you to call me. We really have such a close rapport. Yang Chao said with a smile. Yang Chao, I have something very, very important that I need to discuss with you. On the other end of the phone, Ling Qingyin's voice sounded a little serious. After hearing this voice, Yang Chao, who was smiling just now, immediately became serious. He rarely encountered Ling Qingyin speaking to him in this tone. What's wrong? Yang Chao asked in a low voice. Well, my mom said that I'm not young anymore, so she wants us to get engaged as soon as possible. Got engaged? After hearing this word, Yang Chao was stunned. Later, he didn't know how he got back to the company and then how he got back to the villa. Along the way, Yang Chao felt a little absent-minded. Seeing that Yang Chao was acting a little strange, Ling Qingyin suddenly felt unhappy. Yang Chao, you don't want to get engaged, do you? No, that's definitely not what I meant. Yang Chao had a headache. He never thought that Ling Qingyin would talk about this. But after thinking about it, it seems that the relationship between the two has indeed developed to a certain point, and it is time to get engaged. However, what made Yang Chao distracted was another matter. Just recently, he divorced Wu Meili, his fierce ex-wife. It's less than a month now and I'm already getting engaged to Ling Qingyin. Isn't this a bit too awkward? But Yang Chao also knew Ling Qingyin's feelings for him. If he rejected Ling Qingyin at this time, he really didn't know how to face Ling Qingyin later. Seeing Yang Chao looking embarrassed, Ling Qingyin sat next to Yang Chao. Yang Chao, what exactly do you think? Tell me. I don't know what to say. Ling Qingyin thought that Yang Chao was unwilling to get engaged, so she was a little unhappy. Don't be angry. It's not what you think. It's not that I don't want to get engaged. It's just that I just got divorced and now I'm suddenly engaged. I always feel a little awkward. Yang Chao, my mother wants us to get engaged so soon. Are you having trouble accepting this? Otherwise, I'll go tell my mother that we shouldn't consider these things for the time being. Ling Qingyin also knew about Yang Chao's affairs. Although Yang Chao and Wu Meili have divorced, it may not have left any shadow. Chapter 117 The Groom. In the villa, the two fell into silence. Get engaged. After a long time, Yang Chao took a deep breath. Engagement is something that cannot be avoided, no matter sooner or later. And Yang Chao never thought of escaping. However, he did not expect that this day would come so soon and so suddenly. By the way, didn't Auntie mention this not long ago? Why are you so anxious for us to get engaged all of a sudden? Logically speaking, Yang Chao had met Ling's father and mother before, and they had a certain understanding of Yang Chao and were basically satisfied with him. Under that circumstance, the relationship between Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin was confirmed by the two elders. As for engagement and marriage, there is no need to rush. So from the beginning to the end, Yang Chao never thought that the pressure to get married would come so suddenly. Now Yang Chao suddenly remembered. It seems that one of my cousins is getting married in the next 2 days, so my mother suddenly. I see. Yang Chao smiled bitterly. No wonder this urging for marriage came without any warning. It seemed that he and Ling Qingyin had suffered an unexpected disaster. Forget it, don't think too much about it. Since Auntie has said so, there is no need for us to refuse. Let's find a good day and have an engagement ceremony then. Yeah, okay. After Yang Chao said that, Ling Qingyin's face was as happy as a flower. Ling Qingyin's happy smile and her laughter also made Yang Chao realize that maybe not only Ling's father and mother wanted them to get engaged, but Ling Qingyin also wanted to get engaged in her heart. Okay, we've been busy all day, let's go take a break. Both Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin have been very busy these 2 days. Yang Chao runs between the company and the hospital, while Ling Qingyin runs between both companies. Therefore, Ling Qingyin didn't even have time to work overtime. She was really too tired. The matter of urging marriage can be regarded as a small episode in the lives of two people. But this was just Yang Chao's idea. What he didn't expect was that Ling's father called him the next day and asked about the engagement. After learning that Yang Chao agreed to the engagement, Ling's father quickly informed Yang Chao of another thing. Xiao Yang, come with Qingyin to attend the wedding tomorrow morning. Okay, we'll get there. Yang Chao originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought of Ling Qingyin's happy look yesterday, he did not say no. Early the next morning after the phone call, Ling's father and mother asked the two to get up early and rush to the place where their relatives were getting married. Jinhua Hotel. At first, Ling Qingyin was very reluctant to attend the wedding. But her parents insisted on bringing her here, and she couldn't refuse. Mom and Dad, Yang Chao and I are very busy. Why don't you two come over? We don't have to come. What nonsense are you talking about? One is your cousin, you have been together since childhood, how can you not come to her wedding? Come on, let's go over and talk. After arriving at the hotel, Ling's father and mother didn't care about anything and directly took Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin to the newlyweds. Cousin, long time no see, you look beautiful again. Before Yang Chao and his friends could get close, a young man and woman in formal attire came over. This couple is today's bride and groom. There were two middle-aged couples next to the newlyweds. They seem to be the parents of the newlyweds. This is Yang Chao, Xingyin's boyfriend. This is Su Ningyan, Wenwen's husband. Father Ling quickly introduced the two people. Yang Chao took a look at the newlyweds. The newlyweds seemed to be relatively young, around 25 years old. Yang Chao heard from Ling's mother that it seemed that she got pregnant before marriage, so they got married in a hurry. After a simple greeting, Yang Chao stood next to Ling Qingyin, and then the two of them walked to a corner and sat down. Don't you like this cousin? Seeing that Ling Qingyin said a few words and didn't say anything more, Yang Chao asked in a low voice. It's okay, I just feel a little emotional. She is 4 years younger than me. If she wasn't pregnant, maybe she wouldn't have gotten married so early. Besides, I feel like she isn't very happy. I noticed that, too. Yang Chao nodded. It seems that Ling Qingyin's cousin is not as happy today as she imagined. My parents told me that the man's family is quite wealthy, and my cousin and his family are not well liked by his parents-in-law. If you don't like it, there's no need to force it. This kind of thing is hard to talk about. Ling Qingyin shook her head helplessly. Just as the two were chatting, the groom walked over leisurely. Cousin Ling, Wenwen told me that you opened a company, right? Well, it's just a small company. It seems that Ling Qingyin doesn't like the groom very much because of her cousin Wenwen's matter. She always felt that the other person's eyes were a little frivolous. So she didn't want to talk to the other person. It's amazing that a girl can actually start a company. I admire girls like cousin Ling the most. By the way, cousin-in-law, I don't know what your job is yet. A worker who works in my girlfriend's company? Working in your girlfriend's company? Su Ningyan frowned. Turns out he's a gigolo. No wonder my girlfriend follows me wherever I go. Thinking of this, Su Ningyan spoke with a hint of dignity. Brother-in-law, if you have nothing to do, you can go sit over there for a while. I want to learn from my cousin about the company's experience. Cousin Ling, I also run a company, it's pretty big, with about 100 people, if you need help. Without waiting for Yang Chao to leave, Su Ningyan walked directly to Ling Qingyin and started chatting with her in a slightly intimate manner. Why don't you leave? Su Ningyan was about to move closer when he saw that Yang Chao had not left yet, and could not help but frown. I'm leaving, where am I going? You can go anywhere, as long as you don't get in my way. I want to talk to cousin Ling about her experience in the company. Having said that, Su Ningyan waved his hand and asked Yang Chao to leave. Will I be in the way here? Nonsense. Su Ningyan spoke subconsciously. But he soon realized something was wrong. Who are we, who are you? If we communicate, can you, a wage earner, understand? I think he understands. I think I can understand it, but I don't quite understand what you, the groom, want to do. Seeing Su Ningyan getting closer and closer to Ling Qingyin, Yang Chao grabbed his shoulders. Let me go, you little white face. How dare you attack me in my territory? Although Su Ningyan felt some pain, he didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, what he did was indeed not very glorious. Your territory, where is your territory? Chapter 118, Pushing the Limits. Yang Chao grabbed Su Ningyan's shoulder with one hand, causing Su Ningyan's face to turn red. You are so shameless. You are so bold. Yang Chao pretended to throw Su Ningyan out. Don't want. Ling Qingyin couldn't help but plead for mercy. It's Wenwen's wedding after all, don't make a big deal out of it. Okay, then let's spare his life. If Yang Chao had followed his style, he would have been able to crush the opponent's shoulder with just 5 fingers. But now that Ling Qingyin had spoken, he let the other party go. Roll. Yang Chao tossed Su Ningyan aside and walked to Ling Qingyin's side. He didn't take advantage of you just now, did he? No, almost. Ling Qingyin glanced at Su Ningyan standing beside her. His brows were slightly frowned, and his heart was burning with anger. Just when Su Ningyan approached Ling Qingyin, his right hand actually stretched out and wanted to hug her waist. If she hadn't reacted quickly enough, she would have been taken advantage of. This was something Ling Qingyin couldn't even imagine. Today is the day Su Ningyan and his cousin Wenwen get married. Now Wenwen and a group of guests are chatting nearby. No one ever thought of it. Su Ningyan is so perverted that he wants to attack Ling Qingyin in broad daylight. You are so bold that you want to touch me here. If Qingyin wasn't afraid of making things worse, I would have crippled your hands no matter what. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Su Ningyan turned around and denied what had just happened. Are you doing this right, Wen? Ling Qingyin felt a little sorry for her cousin. The man in front of me is the man my cousin is about to marry. But he did this at this time. She almost couldn't help but want to call for help. But when she thought of Wen, she endured it. After escaping from Yang Chao, Su Ningyan immediately distanced himself from the two of them. Ling Qingyan's plea not only failed to make him realize his mistake, but made him even worse. Since you're afraid of making things worse, then it's easy to handle. If you don't want Lu Wen and her family to be ruined, I advise you to stay still and don't move. Seeing that Ling Qingyan was still enduring, Su Ningyan became even more demanding. And as I said just now, this is my territory, the owner of this hotel is also my partner, and the surveillance cameras in the hotel couldn't capture my actions just now. Su Ningyan was so unscrupulous because he saw that Ling Qingyan didn't dare to make a big deal about this matter, and because of her relationship with the boss. This corner is a little remote and is blocked by a table. More importantly, it is a blind spot for surveillance, so he has no fear of being seen by anyone for his little actions just now. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Discover? Su Ningyan smiled. You too, a gigolo who lives off his wife and a boss of a small company, know nothing. Do you know how many customers I bring here to eat every month? Do you too know how much profit I bring to the Genoa Hotel? The old saying goes. There are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Su Ningyan spends a huge amount of money in this hotel every year, and the hotel owner is also his good friend. He is here, and he is not afraid of anything happening. So, this is the reason why you are so reckless? Yang Chao spoke calmly. Boys, maybe you two don't know yet, but I got Wen pregnant here. If her parents didn't have some connections in the media, do you think I would be with her? No wonder. Ling Qingyan finally understood why Wen was unhappy. There is this premise for love. Brute. To be precise, he is worse than an animal. Yang Chao said in a cold tone. Cousin Ling, please make an offer, 3 million or 5 million? Su Ningyan looked at Ling Qingyan with lustful eyes. He had heard from Wen a long time ago that there was such a beautiful and elegant cousin. It's just that he never had the chance to encounter it, so he never had the chance to take action. The moment he saw Ling Qingyan for the first time, he couldn't help but have thoughts about her. Is there something wrong with your brain? Ling Qingyan couldn't help but want to hit someone. This was the first time she met such a man. Don't go too far. Ling Qingyan was trying hard not to get angry. She kept reminding herself. This is where my cousin is getting married, and many relatives are here, so I absolutely cannot embarrass my cousin. Mr. Su, are you looking for death? Yang Chao is not Ling Qingyan, he doesn't have so many concerns. The other party has been challenging his bottom line. These repeated behaviors have made him very angry. You. Seeing that Yang Chao was about to take action, Su Ningyan took another step back. Yang Chao? Ling Qingyan grabbed Yang Chao. Her 5 fingers were tightly clasped on Yang Chao's right hand. It's okay, leave this matter to me. Yang Chao gently patted the back of Ling Qingyan's hand. Yang Chao, right? Anyway, you should have slept with this woman. How about I give you 1 million and you give her to me? Yang Chao, give her to me and you can get 1 million. 2 million, little white face, I'll give you 2 million, give this woman to me. Seeing that Yang Chao did not answer him, Su Ningyan continued, Boy, as long as you are willing to give me this woman, the 5 million will be yours. 5 million, you probably have never seen so much money in your life, it can kill you with it. In Su Ningyan's eyes, Yang Chao is just a pretty boy who can only make women happy. To say it's garbage is no exaggeration. Even though he was suddenly grabbed by Yang Chao just now, he still did not take Yang Chao seriously. From the beginning to the end, he thought Yang Chao was just a gigolo. Idiot. Yang Chao looked at Su Ningyan as if he was an idiot. Boy, you dare to scold me? Su Ningyan looked at Yang Chao in disbelief. He didn't expect that the man he despised would dare to scold him. Scolding you is just a small thing, I will beat you too. After a bang, Yang Chao's fist landed directly on half of Su Ningyan's face. Ah, help! The severe pain made Su Ningyan unable to help but scream out. It hurts so much. What's going on? Everyone who was chatting was attracted by Su Ningyan's screams. Their attention was drawn to it almost instantly. Yang Chao. It's just 5 million, I'll lend it to you, please don't hit me. Just when Yang Chao was about to deliver another punch, Su Ning'an's shout made Yang Chao stop what he was doing. At this moment, everyone looked at Yang Chao. Chapter 119, Putting the Blame on Someone Else. What are you talking about? Ling Qingyin was stunned at first. Then I immediately came to my senses. Su Ning'an is actually confusing right and wrong. When everyone's eyes were focused on this side, Yang Chao could no longer take action. Qingyin, Yang Chao, what's going on? The first to arrive were Ling Qingyin's parents and Su Ning'an's parents. Then, Lu Wenwen, who was chatting with the guests nearby, also rushed over. Father and Mother Ling looked at Su Ning'an, whose half-face was swollen, and their expressions were obviously not looking good. Yang Chao shook his head helplessly. Suddenly I felt that this matter seemed a bit troublesome, and it might take some time to explain it. But before he was about to speak, Su Ning'an spoke first. Uncle and Aunt, it's not that I don't want to lend them money, it's just that they came right up and asked to borrow 5 million, and I'm really in a difficult position. Besides, I didn't say I wouldn't lend it to you, so there's no need for you to get angry and hit me. Su Ning'an spoke to Yang Chao with a sinister look on his face. Yes, you are good at putting the blame on someone else. It's a pity that you don't become an actor. Yang Chao was too lazy to explain too much. Anyway, he doesn't need to care about the opinions of anyone here except Ling Qingyin and Ling's father and mother. Let others see this matter however they like. It was Yang Chao's attitude that made the onlookers silently believe Su Ning'an's statement. If you can't borrow money, you're going to beat someone up. How can this be possible? Is there still law? That's right. We are family after all. This kind of person is really too much. All the guests who gathered around started to blame Yang Chao without any explanation. That's not the case. Actually, it's. Ling Qingyin looked at Yang Chao, then at Su Ning'an. She wanted to tell him everything that had just happened. But just as the words came to his lips, he suddenly couldn't say them. Cousin, after Wenwen and I get married, we will be a family. If your company has any problems, I will definitely help you. There is no need for you to let your boyfriend hit someone. Su Ning'an's words became more and more outrageous. But the people around him believed it without a doubt. At this time, Lu Wenwen's parents also spoke up. Jingyin, you usually act very steadily, but why are you so foolish today? It's fine if you can't borrow money at this time, but how could you let your boyfriend hit someone? And your name is Yang Chao, right? He looks like a gentle guy. Why did you hit someone? Uncle, listen to my explanation. This matter is really not what you think. The guy surnamed Su was slandering me. It was clearly him who wanted to attack me, and then he insulted me again and again, so Yang Chao couldn't help but attack me. Ling Qingyin tried desperately to explain. Unfortunately, no one wanted to listen to her explanation. Everyone now looked at Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin with strange eyes. At this time, Ling Qingyin saw Lu Wenwen not far away. Wenwen, do you believe me? Ling Qingyin felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Lu Wenwen grew up with Ling Qingyin when she was a child. So she also had some understanding of Ling Qingyin's personality. Under normal circumstances, Ling Qingyin would never do such a stupid thing. And the most important thing is that Lu Wenwen saw Su Ning'an giving a sinister smile while rushing over. Lu Wenwen knows this smile. As far as he knew, when Su Ning'an showed this smile, it must have been when Su Ning'an succeeded in doing something bad. Wenwen, it's okay. I forgive them for this matter. By the way, when the company transfers the money, transfer the 5 million yuan that my cousin needs to them. By the way, is 5 million enough? If not, I'll give you another 3 million. At this moment, Su Ning'an no longer had the lustful look he had just had. In the blink of an eye, he started to act like a good guy. His words have invisibly elevated him to a higher position. After all, 5 million is not a small number. Ning'an, why would you lend money to people like this? Let them fend for themselves. Don't lend a penny to such a person. Almost everyone was repeating this sentence. Well, we are all relatives. There is no need to be so formal. Besides, 5 million is nothing to me. It's better to save them to the best of your ability rather than just let them fend for themselves. Su Ning'an said with a magnanimous look on his face. It's as if nothing happened. And his behavior directly raised his status in the hearts of the people. At least, in the eyes of others, Yang Chao did take action. Su Ning'an was beaten. But in the end, Su Ning'an was not angry. Instead, he repaid Yang Chao in a more generous and polite way. Apologize. Suddenly, Ling's father and mother spoke. It's really the two of you who are wrong about this matter. Apologize to Xiao Su. Xiao Su will definitely not be angry. Yes, I definitely won't be angry. Su Ninggan said with a smile on his face. Hurry up, apologize and leave here, so you don't get bored. Someone couldn't help but speak up. After people kept talking, Yang Chao finally spoke slowly. Su. You said I should lend you 5 million? Good. Do you think I need to borrow 5 million from you? What do you mean? Su Ninggan's heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason. He always felt that there was something else behind Yang Chao's words. Just now he said that I was going to borrow 5 million from him, but he refused to lend it to me, so I got angry and started fighting. Is that right? Of course. Su Ninggan said complacently. But I just want to ask, do I need that 5 million? Do you think I look like someone who needs 5 million? I don't know whether you are short of money or not, but I am sure that my cousin runs a company and must be short of money. Who told you we are short of money? Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin answered almost in unison. What do they mean by this? Could it be that they are also extremely wealthy people? The first amount he asked for was 5 million, which was a very, very large amount of money for the many people present. That shouldn't be possible. Didn't I hear that Qingyin opened a company? She needs the 5 million. Could there be something wrong with the company? Everyone was stunned and speculated quietly. You said I was short of 5 million. Let me tell you right now. This bunch of red Ferrari keys in my hand is worth almost 5 million. What's more, I have a super villa in Shanghai Bay. Most importantly, we at Inhai International are not short of money. What, Sound Ocean International? When Yang Chao said the words Inhai International, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Chapter 125 million and 100 million. I remember now. I saw a news report about Inhai International before. There was a man handing out money to others at the entrance of an office building early in the morning. It was a total of 80 million in cash. 80 million in cash, that's so much? Someone nearby interrupted and asked. How many employees does that company have? Instead of giving money to company employees, they are giving money to a group of old men and women. And the person who distributed the money at that time seemed to be called Yang Chao. The man who was speaking had his eyes fixed on Yang Chao. You're not saying that this Yang Chao is the one who gave the old man and the old lady 80 million in cash, are you? It seems so. And, as I remember, the company is called Inhai International. You're right. At this time, Ling Qingyin could finally explain. Inhai International is my company, and the one who found the cash was my boyfriend Yang Chao. While talking, Ling Qingyin looked at Su Ninggan. Do you think that Inhai International can afford to issue 80 million in cash and be short of 5 million? Do you think we need to borrow money from you? It's obvious that you were lying just now. Ling Qingyin, who finally found an opportunity to fight back, said seriously. She was almost crying just now. She had never felt so wronged. It was clearly the other party's responsibility, but he was framed by the other party instead. The feeling of being blamed for something you didn't do is really uncomfortable. It's also at this time. Everyone's attention shifted to Yang Chao and Ling Qingyin. A company that was able to directly pay out 80 million in cash, and just recently, such a company, anyone with a little common sense would know that it would not be possible for it to be short of the 5 million. If that is the case, it means that Su Ninggan, who just spoke, lied. Mr. Su, it's only 5 million. You think it's a lot. If I were short of money, I'd have 500 million or 1 billion. Being short of money could happen to anyone, except Yang Chao. The amount on any card he has is more than 5 million. You're bragging. Su Ninggan, who was so excited just now, suddenly seemed to be stimulated. He thought Yang Chao was just a gigolo and Ling Qingyin was the boss of a small company. As for how big the company was, he didn't even consider it. But now the situation is somewhat unexpected. It's only 5 million. You're the only one who thinks it's a lot. As he spoke, Yang Chao took out a black card and handed it to Ling's father and mother. Uncle and aunt, I haven't bought any gifts for you too. You can use this card to spend whatever you want. Humph, this is just a child's trick. What kind of card is this? I have never seen it before. I don't know if there is any money in it or how much it is. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Ningen is right. This kind of card, let alone him, I have never seen it before. It must be fake. After Su Ningen said that, his father finally spoke. Su Yu, the head of the Su family in Fohai City. The Su family is a small family in Fohai City that has developed well in recent years. Overall, there are 10 to 20 million in profits every year. It is precisely because of this that Su Ningen speaks so arrogantly. And no matter what Su Ningen says, Su Yu will directly support Su Ningen. This. Ling's father and mother didn't know whether they should accept it. Because they don't know how much money there is here either. Uncle and aunt, don't worry about how much money you have. This card can directly swipe out 100 million. Oh my god, that's a lot, 100 million. When Yang Chao said this number, the air almost fell silent. A bank card with 100 million yuan in it was actually given away as a gift. This is definitely a big deal. What does Qingyin's boyfriend do? How come he is so rich? Who knows? We're all just meeting him for the first time. The guests attending the wedding today were divided into two groups. One group is Lu Wenwen's relatives, and the other group is Su Ninggan's relatives. In fact, Yang Chao is not very familiar with either family's relatives. For this kind of thing, we need to ask the person involved. Some people have already turned their eyes to Yang Chao. Yang Chao didn't communicate with anyone just now, so naturally, no one knew his identity. Seeing that many people seemed to believe what Yang Chao said, Su Yu's expression immediately turned grim. You said 100 million, so it's 100 million. What if there's only a few cents in it? Yes, this card looks too ordinary. It doesn't look like it's worth 100 million. Su Yu can be considered a man who has seen the world. But even if it is him, plus the value of the entire Su family, it may not be just 100 million. And now Yang Chao just takes out a card and says there is 100 million on it. No one can accept this. You don't have the final say. It's not up to you to judge whether it looks like this or not. Crunch. At this moment, the door of the wedding hall was suddenly pushed open. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s. He was the owner of the hotel. Boss Kai, you are finally here. When Su Ningen saw the middle-aged man appear, he was immediately excited. This big boss is no ordinary person. Recently, he has been following him, hoping to establish a good relationship with the other party. Mr. Su. Congratulations. Congratulations on your upcoming marriage. Halfway through his words, Boss Kai suddenly couldn't continue. Boss Yang, why are you here? Just as Su Ningen was about to walk over politely, Boss Kai's aura suddenly changed. It immediately turned from an eagle into a sparrow. And the place he walked to was exactly where Yang Chao was. Who are you? Yang Chao looked at Boss Kai in front of him, and his mind became a little fuzzy. He doesn't seem to know the other person. What the hell? Su Yu was also very happy to see Boss Kai appear. After all, he also knew that the owner of this hotel had a good relationship with his son. But when he saw Boss Kai walking straight towards Yang Chao, his world collapsed in an instant. Boss Kai, a big shot, is so polite to him. Who is he? At this time, Su Ningen had already begun to become seriously puzzled by Yang Chao's identity. Cough cough cough. Boss Kai, who was not recognized by Yang Chao, smiled awkwardly, and then slowly began to explain. We met at the Tion family a few days ago, but the old man was not in good health at the time. You were focusing all your attention on him and were communicating with him and Boss Wang, so it was normal that you didn't notice me at the time. Tion family, old man of the Tion family. It's over, it's over. I'm completely finished. After hearing Boss Kai's explanation, Su Ningen was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Yang Chao actually knew someone from the Tion family, and from what Boss Kai said just now, it seemed that Mr. Tion had a very special relationship with Yang Chao. Thinking of this, the hearts of the Su family father and son felt very cold. Chapter 121 Boss Kai's attitude. Who is Boss Kai? The head of Jinhua Hotel. The man who has the final say in Jinhua Hotel. Although he was usually very polite to Su Ningen and Su Yu, everyone knew that the Su father and son were just two of his guests. Of course, these are just surface stuff. If anyone knows anything about Jinhua Hotel, they all know. Jinhua Hotel is backed by the Tion family. Because of this reason, almost no one in the entire Fohai city dares to cause trouble here. Boss Kai's attitude towards Yang Chao, as well as the conversation between Yang Chao and Boss Kai, have made Yang Chao's identity seem confusing. The Su family father and son looked at Yang Chao and couldn't calm down for a long time. How could it be possible? All of this is fake, absolutely fake. The Su family's father and son were both shaking their heads desperately. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. If Yang Chao really knew Mr. Tion, the Su family would be completely finished. Wow, this young man actually knows Boss Kai. This is incredible, incredible. Among the people invited by Su father and son to attend the wedding, there is no shortage of knowledgeable people. Seeing Boss Kai having a pleasant conversation with Yang Chao, he was suddenly shocked. How do we deal with these two people? Boss Kai looked at Yang Chao. Boss Kai also has a deep understanding of Yang Chao's current status in the Tion family. It is no exaggeration to say. As long as Yang Chao needs it now, the entire Tion family can serve Yang Chao. This is the Tion family's current attitude towards Yang Chao. Because of the appearance of Boss Kai, the entire wedding scene became extremely silent. Those who knew Boss Kai's identity didn't dare to say a word. Not knowing Boss Kai's identity, he was stopped by someone nearby when he wanted to speak. The same is true for Ling's father and mother. The two people did not know Boss Kai. Just by seeing how respectful the Su father and son were after Boss Kai showed up, and seeing someone showing a flattering expression, the couple already knew. The person who suddenly appeared in front of me must be no ordinary person. But in the blink of an eye, this boss who was respected by everyone stood with his son-in-law, and his attitude was extremely respectful, which made Ling's father and mother extremely curious. But all this did not change Su Ningen, and he was still struggling inside. Mr. Yang, I wonder what happened just now? Boss Kai asked with unusual respect. Nothing, just someone said I wanted to borrow 5 million from him, and when I failed to borrow the money, he beat me up. Besides, I just gave my girlfriend's parents a bank card, which happened to be the card that the old man gave me when I was at the Tion family. I said there was 100 million in it, but he didn't believe it. Mr. Su, don't you think so? Su Ningen had a sad face. The answer is no, and the answer is not yes either. Su Ningen, are you crazy? You actually framed Mr. Yang. Do you know who Mr. Yang is? Boss Kai looked at Su Ningen as if he were a mentally retarded person. Mr. Yang is the savior of our old man from the Tion family. Do you think he might ask you to borrow 5 million? As he spoke, Boss Kai stepped hard on Su Ningen's body. Boss Kai, this is all a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was the lifesaver of Mr. Tion. Su Ningen wanted to explain. But Boss Kai didn't listen to his explanation at all and directly expressed his attitude unilaterally. Mr. Su, just because you wrongly accused Mr. Yang, from now on, all business dealings between you and our company will be terminated. Boss Kai, you can't do this. Jinhua Hotel is not just a hotel. Most of the people who can appear here are successful bosses or general managers. They represent a class. Only here is it possible to meet them, communicate with them, and integrate into this circle. It is precisely because of this that the Su family father and son spent a huge amount of money to hold the wedding here. On the one hand, it demonstrates strength. On the other hand, I hope to use this opportunity to gain more connections. But the Su family father and son never imagined that the so-called network of contacts they had worked so hard to build would soon disappear because they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. Boss Kai, we will bring you huge profits every year, please. Impossible. Boss Kai decisively refused. What does this Su Ningen have to do with you? Yang Chao looked at Boss Kai standing aside. He didn't want to make things too difficult for others because of his own affairs. He's just a client. He brings a lot of guests here to eat every year. We've become familiar with each other over time. Do you know what this guy's dirty secret is? Yang Chao looked at Boss Kai. Quite a lot. As Su Ningen was feeling anxious, Boss Kai told him everything he knew about the father and son of the Su family. Mr. Su, you are really amazing. You have gotten 20 to 30 girls drunk and put them to bed. After hearing the news, Yang Chao couldn't help but be shocked. This Su Ningen is really hateful. His father Su Yu was not much better. Boss Kai, are you betraying me? Su Ningen's face looked extremely ugly. He never expected that Boss Kai would directly reveal his past experiences to him. Su Ningen, didn't you say that I was the first one? At this time, Lu Wenwen, the bride, looked at Su Ninggan with resentment. Her eyes were almost filled with resentment. Humph, bitch, who do you think you are? If I hadn't lied to you, would you have followed me obediently? You. Lu Wenwen's lips turned purple from anger. She was already 1 month pregnant and she immediately tried to grab Su Ninggan. Bitch, get out of the way. If it weren't for you, how could this happen today? After being humiliated repeatedly, Su Ninggan finally couldn't stand the inner depression anymore. The moment Lu Wenwen opened her mouth, his emotions completely broke down. He didn't care about Lu Wenwen's physical condition at all and just pushed her aside. 1-1. Ling Qingyin hurriedly helped Lu Wenwen up. 1-1, are you okay? Seeing Lu Wenwen almost fall to the ground, both Lu Wenwen's parents and Ling Qingyin's parents were shocked. The 4 people gathered around Lu Wenwen nervously, while Ling Qingyin looked at Lu Wenwen quietly. Cousin, I regret it. When Lu Wenwen thought of what happened back then, she burst into tears. Bitch, keep crying. Su Ninggan was already feeling a little irritated, and now he couldn't stand the crying at all. He pretended to hit the injured Lu Wenwen. Go to hell. Suddenly, Lu Wenwen, who was comforted by everyone, rushed towards Su Ninggan opposite. After a brief impact, Lu Wenwen directly knocked Su Ninggan not far away. Chapter 122 Abortion. In the collision in the play, Lu Wenwen fell on Su Ninggan. Then, Su Ninggan staggered and was knocked into a corner of the living room by Lu Wenwen. Crack! The sound of glass breaking was heard. Su Ninggan was completely buried under a pile of glass fragments. Ninggan! As soon as Su Ninggan was knocked into the glass fragments, Su Yu rushed over immediately. There was another person next to the glass. A woman, the heroine of this wedding, Lu Wenwen. Lu Wenwen, who had bumped into someone, was caught by Yang Chao, who ran away. Don't do anything stupid, he will get the punishment he deserves. Yang Chao comforted Lu Wenwen. He could probably understand how Lu Wenwen felt when she was bullied. However, after all, he was not the person involved, so he could not empathize with them. Wenwen, don't do anything stupid. We won't get married. At this point, the wedding had become like this, and Lu Wenwen's parents were no longer in the mood to let Lu Wenwen get married. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. As she said this, Lu Wenwen couldn't help crying. When Su Ninggan tricked her into giving him her body, she almost thought about committing suicide. However, due to various reasons, he gave up the idea of suicide. Now, she suddenly wanted to commit suicide again. It's a pity that she wanted to commit suicide but was pulled back by Yang Chao. Some things have already passed. Don't think too much about them. The most important thing right now is to take good care of your health. While speaking, Yang Chao looked at Su Ninggan, who was lying in the broken glass. At this time, Su Ninggan was completely unrecognizable. His whole body was pierced by glass fragments. It looks particularly scary and horrible. Bitch, you bitch, I will never let you go. Su Yu shouted loudly. You don't have to worry about this, because you won't have a chance to do anything. Yang Chao looked at Su Yu, then at Su Ninggan, who was in a coma, and couldn't help but sigh. This is all retribution. Here are the videos. With these videos, this guy won't have to move around for the rest of his life after he wakes up. Su Ninggan, who was in a deep coma, had no idea that imprisonment would be waiting for him when he woke up. Even in a coma, Su Ninggan could still stay in the ward. But once he woke up, the evidence was enough to ensure that he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Okay, these are all evidence. Looking at Su Ninggan, Yang Chao couldn't help but laugh. Not long after, the doctor and the police arrived. After the group of people made a simple record, Su Yu was also taken away. The reason is very simple. He did some things inappropriate for children in this hotel. This matter can be described as a battle between father and son. That's why he often comes here. The wedding is over. There was no joy as when they came, but when they left, everyone was filled with anger. As a medical expert, he also noticed Lu Wenwen's condition. Lu Wenwen, who has been pregnant for more than a month, is not in very good health now. If she had an abortion, it would be a huge burden on her body. But if she didn't have an abortion, Lu Wenwen would be considered pregnant before marriage, and this kind of thing cannot be told to anyone. Therefore, Lu Wenwen is in urgent need of an abortion now. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Ninggan may not be able to return here for the rest of his life. Yang Chao, if Wenwen has an abortion now, will it cause too much harm to her body? How is that possible? Yang Chao smiled bitterly and shook his head. With Yang Chao's current strength, he could even be brought back to life, but he was of no help to Wenwen. If we use traditional Chinese medicine to perform the abortion directly, it will obviously put a huge burden on Wenwen's body. But if she doesn't have an abortion, her future will be completely ruined. While Lu Wenwen was hesitating, Yang Chao had already started contacting the hospital's director, Lu Tianyang. "Hello, Dean Lu, I'm Yang Chao. I need your help with something." "Okay, Mr. Yang, please go ahead." Lu Tianyang on the other end of the phone showed extraordinary respect for Yang Chao. It was not until Yang Chao hung up the phone that Lu Tianyang's face returned to normal. "How about this? I'll go with you to the Fohai First People's Hospital this afternoon. I know a few people there. It seems that this is the only way." In the end, the wedding ended in disharmony. Okay, this matter has basically come to this. There is no need for us to keep discussing it. As for Wenwen, I will take her to the hospital later. This was the first time for Yang Chao to have an abortion. He was also a little nervous. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Yang Chao decided to bring Ling Qingyin with him. On the other side, after Yang Chao helped Su Xianxian with a few acupuncture needles and soaked her feet with the herbs Yang Chao had mentioned before, the girl's calves gradually returned to normal. "Mr. Yang, thank you so much." Every time Yang Chao came to treat Su Xianxian, Mr. Long and the beautiful woman would express their gratitude, which made Yang Chao a little embarrassed. It's not right to refuse, and it's not right not to refuse either. After all, no normal person can stand being grateful once a day. Okay, don't overexert your calves these 2 days. Of course, you can also come down and walk around to see how it feels. May I? Su Xianxian was a little excited. She is not old, in fact, she has a strong desire for freedom. Especially in the middle stage when there are problems with the legs. In the early days, she even thought about committing suicide, but in the end she did not do so for various reasons. Now knowing that her calf may heal soon, Su Xianxian is very happy from the bottom of her heart. Don't be too anxious. It's not easy to get your calf back to normal, and it takes time. Your leg pain should get better in 3 to 5 days at most. 3 to 5 days? I can wait, don't worry. Su Xianxian nodded slightly. Although it was indeed painful when Yang Chao used silver needles on her body, the effect was obvious. Before, her legs had almost completely lost their function. If Yang Chao hadn't taken action, her legs would most likely not have gotten better. How could this make Su Xianxian unhappy? Some things may not be valued at first. One doesn't know how to cherish something until he loses it. This is the situation that Su Xianxian is in now. Fortunately, Yang Chao took action and the danger was averted. "Mr. Yang, I am really sorry to trouble you." "It's okay, it's just a small matter." Yang Chao waved his hand indifferently. After helping Su Xianxian with acupuncture, Yang Chao immediately got news from Lu Tianyang. Just a few moments ago, Lu Wenwen had a successful abortion and is now lying in the ward. Chapter 123 Shopping Incident. "Yang Chao, you should stay in the hospital and take care of Wenwen for the next 2 days. This is Ling Qingyin's request to Yang Chao." Because Yang Chao knew medical skills, Ling Qingyin put him in the hospital without giving him any chance to refute. In Ling Qingyin's words, Yang Chao knows medical skills anyway. Lu Wenwen was weak after having an abortion, so Yang Chao was asked to help her regulate her body. This was just Ling Qingyin's casual remark. However, after the few people who knew about Lu Wenwen's abortion learned that Yang Chao also had medical skills, they unanimously decided that Yang Chao should stay here to take care of Lu Wenwen. So, this became Yang Chao's task in the past few days. Lu Wenwen was given acupuncture every morning to help her recover, and Su Xuanxuan's legs were given acupuncture every afternoon. "Mr. Yang, you have been very hard working these past few days." In the corridor, Su Xianxian was supporting Yang Chao and praising him. Because the legs needed constant exercise, Yang Chao took Su Xianxian to do recovery exercises. This is Su Xuanxuan's special ward alone, so the corridor seems a little quiet. There was no one else around this special ward except a few bodyguards in black. "Miss Su, you are so polite. Saving the dying and healing the wounded is a doctor's duty. You don't need to be grateful to me all the time." Yang Chao was also somewhat helpless. He couldn't stand the middle-aged man surnamed Long and the beautiful woman constantly thanking him. Now with the arrival of Su Xianxian, Yang Chao really can't stand it anymore. "I think your legs have almost recovered. Just massage them a few more times and they will be almost healed." "Really?" Su Xianxian asked in disbelief. You should be able to feel it yourself. Okay, okay. Su Xianxian nodded. No one knew better than herself how her own legs felt. These past few days, her legs have been recovering at a terrifying speed. If Yang Chao hadn't said that she must persevere to the end, Su Xianxian might not have come out to exercise again. Go for acupuncture on time every day, then take a herbal bath, and then go out for a walk. This has become Yang Chao's task in the past few days. I spend every day with 3 women. 2 in the hospital and 1 at home. About 3 days later, Yang Chao looked at Su Xuanxuan's calves, which had almost recovered, and nodded. It's finally okay. Mr. Yang, is today the last day? After taking a medicinal bath, Su Xianxian looked at Yang Chao and asked reluctantly. Through this period of contact, Yang Chao has left a very deep impression on Su Xianxian. Unconsciously, Su Xianxian has become accustomed to this rhythm. Every day, Yang Chao would give her acupuncture and take her for a walk. This kind of atmosphere makes people feel comfortable. Yes, it's the last day. After today, there will be no problem with Miss Su's legs. Mr. Yang, can you go out for a stroll with me? I haven't been out shopping for a long time. Through the window in the corridor, Su Xianxian stared at the passers-by on the street outside, her heart filled with infinite yearning. Shop? Yes, I haven't been shopping for a long time. Can you go shopping with me? Let me think about it. Yang Chao was a little embarrassed. The only thing he could remember was the experience of accompanying Ling Qingyin out for dinner. As for shopping, he seemed to have no experience in this area. Let's go, Mr. Yang. Seeing that Yang Chao didn't seem to refuse, Su Xianxian simply grabbed Yang Chao's arm and rushed down. Not long after, the two came to a street near Fohai First People's Hospital. A crowded street with people everywhere. There are so many people. Yang Chao looked at the huge crowd and couldn't help but sigh. The flow of people was so huge that in order to prevent Su Xianxian from getting into an accident, Yang Chao had to pull her to his side, fearing that passers-by would bump into her. Mr. Yang, I'm not that weak. Su Xianxian said with a wry smile. As soon as she finished saying this, she rushed into the crowd again. Who cares? As long as you're happy, that's all. I can't control anything else. Looking at the happy back of Su Xianxian, Yang Chao nodded secretly. Yang Chao also noticed it. Su Xianxian should be the kind of person who has lived in such a privileged environment since childhood. So, she couldn't help but want to spend money and buy these things. If you were an ordinary person, you would never be so excited when coming here. Only someone like Su Xianxian, who has been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood, would be full of yearning for such a pedestrian street. Su Xianxian was very happy. Every time she walked to a stall, she would have a good chat with the owner and then look for the next person to chat with. Yang Chao always stayed close to Su Xianxian, fearing that something might happen. But the facts have proved that when something is supposed to happen, it will definitely happen. Yang Chao just glanced in the other direction, and then Su Xianxian caused trouble. Seeing Su Xianxian arguing with someone, Yang Chao rushed over without saying a word. Miss Su, what's going on? Well, I liked a few dolls, but I forgot to bring money when I left, and I didn't have anything valuable on me, but they didn't want to let me go. Boss, I don't know what you mean by this. Why don't you let her go? He took the things but didn't pay for them. Why should we let him go? If you take someone's things, you can't not pay for them, understand? No. Su Xianxian nodded with a slightly red face, like a little girl who had done something wrong, not daring to look at Yang Chao at all. What did you buy? This, and this. Su Xianxian took out all the things in her hands as if to show off. Cough, cough, cough. After seeing what Su Xianxian was holding, Yang Chao gave a helpless smile. This woman was carrying a lot of things, but in fact, none of these things were practical. Scarves and hats. Candied haws and small clay figurines. He kept running around with a lot of things, but never noticed anyone else. Looking at Su Xianxian who was running, Yang Chao smiled bitterly again. It seemed that he was the only one who had to pay. At this moment, Su Xianxian didn't think so much at all. It was as if he had really opened another door. Beauty, you bought something and you want to leave without paying. Isn't that a bit too much? Give me money? Su Xianxian couldn't help but look at Yang Chao for a second longer, then turned to Yang Chao and said, I never pay for anything I buy. Chapter 124 Paying Compensation. Su Xuanxuan's words made Yang Chao feel like a crow flew over his head. Everyone, come and judge for yourself. How can someone take things in broad daylight without paying? The boss grabbed Su Xuanxuan's sleeve and started yelling. Why are you so annoying? Why are you grabbing my sleeve? Su Xianxian looked at the boss with an unhappy face and threw her sleeves away. Bang! On the stall, a piece of white jade was picked up by Su Xuanxuan's sleeve and then fell to the ground. This young lady is really. Yang Chao stood not far away, giving a helpless bitter smile. Now all we have to do is wait to be paid. You can't leave. You took something and broke my jade. You must pay for it. I didn't break anything of yours. Su Xianxian was a little unhappy. I did fall on something just now. Yang Chao opened his mouth to remind. Oh. Although Su Xianxian didn't believe what the boss said, she still believed what Yang Chao said. After subconsciously tugging at her sleeves, her eyes kept wandering over Yang Chao's head. Ahem. After being looked at like this by Su Xianxian, Yang Chao knew what the other party meant. However, he had already paid, and now he was just paying a little more. Yang Chao, with an embarrassed look on his face, didn't dare to let his boss continue yelling at him unreasonably, so he quickly walked over. Boss, stop shouting, my friend is just joking with you, I have all our money, how much is this thing, I'll pay for it. There are so many people coming and going nearby. Yang Chao really didn't want to be looked at like a monkey. You paid for her? Yes, I'll pay for her. How much is it in total? Yang Chao has already taken out his bank card. This kind of thing was really too embarrassing. He felt that standing here for one more second was a huge test. Auntie, let's not run anymore. Your legs are fine. Walk slowly. While carefully instructing Su Xianxian, Yang Chao prepared to pay the bill. Seeing that Yang Chao had taken out his bank card, the boss suddenly became extremely happy. Since someone is paying, it's easy. The thing she held in her hand totaled 12,000 yuan, and you also saw the jade she broke, right? Yes, I saw it. I know what you are thinking, boss, but don't worry, I will definitely not deny it. Yang Chao said casually. If that's the case, then it's easy. The boss took a close look at Yang Chao, and then a happy smile appeared on his face. The 1,200 just now, plus the 2 jade stones she just broke, the total is 101,200. In total. Yang Chao, who was about to swipe his card, was stunned when he heard the amount. Boss, how much do you want? You didn't hear it clearly, right? The total is 101,200. The boss said seriously. Those 2 pieces of jade, each one is worth 50,000, and they are the treasures of my stall. Now they are all broken, so you need to compensate me with 100,000. More than 100,000? When Yang Chao heard the number the other party said, he immediately understood. I was blackmailed. This jade stall clearly sells some modern craft products. Basically they are around 100, and there are not many that are 200, 300, or 500. The most expensive item on the entire stall seemed to be only about 1,100 yuan. This guy asked for 50,000 yuan for a piece of jade. Isn't this a typical ripoff? Boss, this is where you are wrong. Yang Chao was also angered by the other party's behavior. Su Xianxian accidentally broke the jade she was holding, and the other things she was holding were probably worth only 2,000 or 3,000 at most. If the other party asked for 3,000 or 5,000, Yang Chao would definitely not refuse. Even if the other party asked for a little more, such as 8,000 or 10,000 yuan, Yang Chao would give it to him. After all, the responsibility for this matter does lie on my side. But now the other party asked for a huge sum of money, 100,000 at a time, which was a bit too much. I'm afraid even if you sell all the items in the stall, they wouldn't be worth 100,000 yuan. He is not a sucker, and Yang Chao doesn't want to be one. $100,000, even if it's enough to buy all these things of yours, right? Humph, you know nothing. These 2 pieces of jade are valuables from the Yuan dynasty. The cost is tens of thousands. I'm already very fair to you for just 100,000 for 2 pieces of jade. The jade boss insisted that the 2 pieces of jade were old items and asked for 50,000 yuan each. He is sure to defeat Yang Chao. When it comes to jade, no one can tell whether it's real or fake. So, now that the jade boss offers a price of 100,000 yuan, no one can say anything. Everyone, come and see these 2 people. They broke my jade. It is my most precious treasure. I asked them for 50,000 for 1 jade. He still thinks it is too much. Tell me, where can I go to seek justice? Okay. Looking at the Jade boss who began to act pitiful in an emotional voice, Yang Chao suddenly laughed. Boy, what are you laughing at? Could it be that you are planning to default on your debt? When the Jade boss saw Yang Chao suddenly smile, he felt a little uneasy. But when he thought that he would get 100,000 yuan soon, he immediately felt confident. Just now when Yang Chao took out his bank card, he noticed a detail. The other person's wallet is also a brand wallet. This kind of wallet usually costs around 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. People who can use this kind of wallet are generally wealthy. The time of such people is often very precious. After considering all these reasons, the Jade boss made up his mind. Take advantage of this condition and blackmail this young man severely. My friend, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but since you broke someone else's things, you should just pay for it. And judging from the way you're dressed, you don't look like someone who's short of money, do you? 100,000 yuan shouldn't be a lot for you. Just pay the money and save yourself the trouble. Many spectators nearby began to persuade them. To those who don't know, it seems that they are really speaking up for Yang Chao. But Yang Chao just noticed it. These people seem to be communicating with gestures just now. Although I don't understand what those gestures mean. However, this did not prevent Yang Chao from guessing the relationship between these people. My friend, people have said that 100,000 yuan is not expensive for a jade from the Yuan dynasty. I know a little bit about this business. These two pieces of jade are really good. 100,000 yuan is not expensive at all. If you go to other places, let alone 100,000 yuan, you could pay 200,000, 300,000, or even a million yuan. The man pretended to take the jade in his hand and looked at it, then said as if he knew a lot about jade. Chapter 125 Acting. As soon as that person finished speaking, someone else next to him started talking very seriously. What my friend said just now is right. I took a look at these jades. 50,000 yuan a piece is definitely not expensive. If they are in mint condition, it is not impossible to add a zero at the end. After a few words, those few people seemed to be joining in the fun and immediately raised the price of the two pieces of jade. Boy, did you hear that? People say these two pieces of jade may be worth more than 100,000. I asked you to pay 100,000, but you still lost money. As the Jade boss spoke, he secretly gestured to the people who had just spoken. Oh, is it really like what you guys said? This boss asked me to accompany him for 100,000 yuan. I am already taking advantage of him? That's not the case. If it were me, I would ask you to pay 100,000 yuan because the boss is a good person. If it were me, I would ask you to pay at least 1 million yuan. These people seemed to be acting, and they were acting more and more seriously. If you don't know, you would really think that those two pieces of jade are very valuable. Hey, young man, while the boss hasn't raised the price yet, quickly compensate him 100,000 yuan to avoid any more trouble. Yes, quickly compensate him 100,000 yuan. This way, even if he regrets it, it will be useless. The masses who did not know the truth were deceived by the performance of those people after just a few words. Everyone turned their eyes to Yang Chao. It seemed like it was doing it for his own good. Yang Chao, what should we do? Suddenly, I was being stared at by so many people. Su Xianxian suddenly became a little nervous. She began to stand next to Yang Chao carefully. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Yang Chao spoke calmly. It was as if he didn't take this matter seriously. After giving Su Xianxian a firm look, Yang Chao slowly walked towards the Jade boss. You, what do you want to do? Do you want to hit me in front of so many people? When the Jade boss saw Yang Chao suddenly walking towards him, he took a step back and then spoke loudly, relying on the number of people. He is not afraid with so many people watching here. Don't worry, I won't hit you. Yang Chao smiled. You said that your jade is from the Yuan dynasty. Let me ask you, do you have any proof? What proof? The Jade boss was stunned. It's something that proves that the jade is from the Yuan dynasty. For example, certificates such as appraisal books. Ha ha ha. The boss, who was a little scared just now, couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. He felt that he had overestimated this young man. Sure enough, before he could open his mouth, the audience around him looked at Yang Chao as if he were a fool. One of them couldn't help but say, "My friend, you are forcing me to do something that is difficult for me. How can there be any proof of this?" That's right. If we can prove that it is from the Yuan dynasty, then it won't be solved with just 100,000. If I can prove that those two pieces of jade are from the Yuan dynasty, I can directly take out 1 million, or even more. Yang Chao spoke. The jade boss looked at Yang Chao with some surprise. My friend, you are being a scoundrel. Yes, you broke someone's stuff. What kind of bullshit proof do you want to provide now? Don't you want to prove that the stuff is from the Yuan dynasty? You won't pay for it? Everyone, please judge for yourself. This guy is really a scoundrel. Yes, he is a rogue. Those people who were in cahoots with the jade boss immediately stood up. My friend, the boss has shown his understanding by not asking you to pay more. Now you still want to refuse to pay, isn't that too much? I told you, if this thing is real, I will give you 1 million right away. If it's not real, do you think I will pay for it? Humph, then you don't want to pay. One of those people said to Yang Chao. It's not that I won't compensate. Yang Chao shook his head. If you want me to pay you, first you have to prove the age of this thing. Well. Suddenly a man walked out from the crowd and spoke leisurely. I am a well-known person in the antique business. I believe everyone knows me. So, I want to be a middleman and identify the age of these two pieces of jade. Can. Before the man even finished speaking, the jade boss couldn't help but agree. On the other hand, Yang Chao couldn't help but frown when he saw the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. He was almost speechless. These people are actually all in the same group with the jade boss. If this incident had not happened to me, and the jade was indeed broken by Su Xianxian, Yang Chao really didn't understand. What he did was just unintentional. How could the jade boss have so many helpers? Just take a look. Yang Chao did not expose the truth and let the so-called middleman perform. After holding the jade in his hand properly, the man took out a magnifying glass and then a pair of gloves. Wow, this guy is so professional. Yes, this guy is so professional, he must be an antique expert. With this antique expert here, I wonder how that man can hide. Many people were frightened by the actions of this person who suddenly appeared. Seeing that the man not only performed professional movements, but also took out some professional tools, many people were still deceived. They subconsciously felt that this person must be an expert in antiques. After some observation, the professional-looking middleman finally spoke. Whether it's from the traces, the material, or the workmanship, this piece of jade is top-notch. As for the age, I can't confirm it yet, but one thing is certain, these two pieces of jade are definitely from hundreds of years ago, and they are both very valuable. Pay the money quickly. The middleman had just finished speaking. Many people around began to speak loudly. What else do you want to say this time? They are so professional. They have already said that these things are hundreds of years old. Just based on this, you pay 100,000 yuan. Is there any problem? That's right. This guy looks so young and is dressed so luxuriously. Is he trying to cheat? How dare he? There are so many people watching here. He must pay compensation before he can leave. Some of the audience who were intimidated by the so-called middleman have begun to block Yang Chao's retreat route. They had no intention of letting Yang Chao leave. The sound of losing money is like waves, one after another. Ding! The host has been selected, and the God-level selection system is starting. Ding! A new selection task has been generated, please check it out. Ding! Mission content: the Jade Boss uses his power to blackmail the host. Do you accept the blackmail? Option 1, if you do not agree to pay the money, the reward is 2 ocean hearts. Option 2, agree to pay compensation, reward, take out 10 million as compensation, and the super treasure appraisal technique obtained before will disappear. Chapter 126 Running Away. The moment the cold mechanical voice of the system sounded, Yang Chao knew that the show was about to begin. To be honest, he doesn't care about the hundreds of thousands. With his current worth, not to mention 100,000 or 1 million, even 1 billion is not a big problem. But the key point is, Yang Chao is not a brainless sucker, and he doesn't want to be fooled. He looked at the Jade Boss and those people, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's a fake thing, there's no way I'm going to pay for it. My friend, what do you mean by this? Do you think I lied on purpose to make you pay him? The man who looked very professional just now said with some displeasure. Then, he pointed at Yang Chao and shouted, I didn't expect that young people today would be like this. Don't they even have the most basic sense of responsibility? You really make me sad. From the way you dress, you're definitely not short of money. Your wallet is worth tens of thousands. But your friend broke someone else's jade, and you're not even willing to pay 100,000 yuan. This. The man spoke passionately. It immediately aroused the emotions of many people. This rich but unkind guy must not be allowed to leave here today. Moreover, he must not only pay 100,000 yuan, but 1 million yuan. Yes, you must pay 1 million, not a cent less. The hatred towards the rich is definitely not an empty talk. No matter what time, there will always be people in society who hate the rich. If they asked Yang Chao to pay 100,000 yuan just now, they were speaking for justice. But just because of a word from the so-called middleman, Yang Chao was asked to pay 1 million yuan in compensation. This is a typical case of adding insult to injury. Looking at the excited faces of the crowd, Yang Chao couldn't help but laugh. I will pay you back for the money. As for the reason, it's very simple. This thing is not from the Yuan dynasty at all. It's not even from hundreds of years ago, because it's only a few months old at most. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, the reward has been issued. After Yang Chao's resounding answer, the system's reward notification sound really sounded. At this moment, Yang Chao felt that there were two heavy objects in his pocket. Without having time to look at it anymore, Yang Chao explained to everyone, I am not very talented, but I do know a lot about antiques. As he spoke, he also picked up a piece of jade fragment on the ground. You just said that this piece of jade has a smooth and soft color, and the carving is intricate and lifelike? Yes, you can show everyone this. Is what I said wrong? Is this the case? Yes, that's right. It's true. Yang Chao smiled mysteriously. Then, he turned and looked at the jade boss standing beside him. Boss, you said this thing is from the Yuan dynasty, can you be sure? Of course, I can be 100% sure. If it's not from the Yuan dynasty, I won't take a penny from you. Okay, since the boss said so, I can't wait to tell everyone about it. As far as I know, among the ancient jade carvings, there are not many jade carvings from the Yuan dynasty that have survived to this day, and most of them are toys played by ancient princes and nobles. Yang Chao picked up one of the fragments and touched the exquisite pattern on it. The Yuan dynasty was a nomadic people, so in most cases, they rarely made ceramic handicrafts. Many things were inherited from the Song dynasty, but due to their own reasons, their craftsmanship was not very good, so in some ways, the manufacture of these handicrafts was flawed. It is precisely because of the flaws that those enthusiasts cherish Yuan blue and white porcelain so much. So, what do you want to say? Everyone was a little confused and didn't know what Yang Chao was going to say. Just now, all of you, including you and the boss, said that these two pieces of jade were from the Yuan dynasty? Yes, this thing is indeed from the Yuan dynasty, it's not fake at all. Fart. Yang Chao cursed directly. You are really ignorant. If you want to deceive people, you should understand the characteristics of jade from the Yuan dynasty. The biggest drawback of Yuan dynasty jade is that it is heavy. For jade items of the same size, jade from the Yuan dynasty is much heavier than jade from other dynasties. And, most importantly, the carvings on jade from the Yuan dynasty are basically not very good, and some are even ugly. If this piece of jade is really from the Yuan dynasty, then why is the carving on it so exquisite? When Yang Chao said this, the jade boss and his accomplice's expressions changed immediately. Damn, I've met an expert. This time they hit a snag and were screwed. Is it true? Jade from the Yuan dynasty also has this feature? Who knows? But seeing how he said it, it might be true. Many passers-by said this with a look of spectator watching the show. In fact, they don't care which dynasty the jade is from or whether it is authentic. The only thing they care about now is the outcome of this matter. They just want to see. Yang Chao had to either lose money or make the jade boss suffer. They just want to see the results now. You mean, all my jades are fake? The jade boss said in a bad tone. Yes, the jade from the Yuan dynasty you mentioned is fake. Not only that, everything on your stall is fake. Yang Chao said mercilessly. You. The jade boss was so angry that he could hardly speak. These things are hardly more than 1 year old, and from what I can see, they are almost all stocks pulled back from some unknown factory. Yang Chao said with a distracted look on his face. Yang Chao has already used his super treasure appraisal skills to examine these things on the word Lian. Except for the boss himself, who is a real person, everything else is fake. Nothing is real. Boss, if I'm not mistaken, the purchase invoices for these so-called handicrafts should still be with you, right? You. Now, the Jade boss was completely panicked. He glanced at everyone nervously, and without saying a word, he packed all the items on the stall into his backpack, then turned around and ran. The boss's smooth movements stunned the onlookers. Oh my god. This is definitely not the first time the boss has done this. And you guys, you should be in the same group with them, especially you are not a professional at all. Who do you think you are? What do you think is right? What makes you say I'm not a professional? The man who looked more professional just now retorted loudly. Chapter 127 blocked. Yes, what right do you have to say that about others? Some spectators just enjoy the fun. They began to question Yang Chao. Since you said you are a professional, let me ask you, what is this? Yang Chao took out a heart of Poseidon about the size of a pigeon egg directly from his pocket. Fuck, what is this? Why is it so beautiful? Who knows what this is, but it looks very unusual. I'm afraid it must be very expensive. What is this? The man who looked more professional was suddenly dumbfounded. He had no idea what the thing in front of him was called. He just thought that this thing was beautiful, very beautiful, and as for the rest, he knew nothing. You country bumpkin, this is called the heart of the ocean. It's the best thing in the jade category. If you don't even know this, how can you still call yourself a professional? Hey, is this guy a liar? Seeing the embarrassed look on the face of the professional-looking person, everyone immediately figured out something. Wait for me. At this time, the Jade boss had packed up all his things and was ready to run away. And the few people who had just spoken for the boss also stood up. Several people looked at Yang Chao almost at the same time, then looked at the boss who was about to escape, and said in unison, "Boy, you are so cruel, the mountains and rivers will never change, and we brothers will remember you." After leaving those harsh words, the few people who had just followed the show started running away without saying a word. You run pretty fast. Yang Chao smiled helplessly. If he had intended to stop them just now, he might have been able to keep these people. But Su Xianxian was right next to him, and if this girl accidentally got lost, he really couldn't take the responsibility. Oh my god, these guys are actually all in the same group. Seeing these people running away like the wind, passers-by were stunned. Humph, you guys are fast. Yang Chao looked at the backs of those people and shook his head with a smile. They are just a few scammers who work together to defraud people. But I didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that I met Yang Chao today. If it had been someone else, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. After Yang Chao finished speaking, he took Su Xianxian through the crowd and continued to walk inside. Yang Chao, can you show me the gem you just showed me? Along the way, Su Xianxian felt a little absent-minded, as if other things no longer had any appeal to him. It was not until he said this that Yang Chao suddenly realized. It turns out that this girl is interested in the heart of the ocean. Sure. Yang Chao didn't hesitate too much and took out the heart of the ocean directly. After all, he is not a girl and doesn't understand girls' aesthetic taste. He really didn't understand what was so beautiful about such a big stone. In Yang Chao's opinion, the heart of the ocean looks like the glass beads he played with when he was a child. The only difference is that the glass ball is cheaper, while the heart of the ocean is more expensive. Is it no exaggeration? A heart of the ocean can buy a room full of glass balls. The value gap between the two is simply huge. But there is nothing we can do about it, girls just like these shiny things. The moment Yang Chao took out the heart of the ocean, Su Xuanchuan's eyes widened. I remember that I also had a heart of the ocean before, but because it has been so long, I forgot where I put it. Besides, my heart of the ocean is not as big as this one, nor is it as beautiful. Su Xianxian looked at the heart of the ocean in her hand with such concentration that her eyeballs almost popped out. This heart of the ocean is so beautiful. If you like it, I can give it to you. Yang Chao has 2 ocean hearts in his pocket. Seeing that Su Xianxian liked it so much, Yang Chao didn't think much about it and decided to give the heart of the ocean to Su Xianxian. You're giving it to me? Su Xianxian, who was walking, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. She looked at Yang Chao with her beautiful eyes, a shocked expression on her face, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Yang Chao doesn't care about this so-called heart of the ocean. For him, it is just a heart of the ocean. Yes, this thing is yours, you can take it. You really gave it to me? Su Xianxian still couldn't believe it all. she really never lacked money. Whenever she wanted something, her father would buy it for her. But in fact, there are some things that cannot be bought with money. The heart of the ocean before us is one of those things that is hard to buy even with money. Because this thing is so rare in the world, many people have only heard of it but have never seen it. Because of her father, Su Xuanxuan's family has a slightly smaller one. But even so, she was still very happy. After all, rare things are valuable. Now Yang Chao actually wanted to give her such a big piece of heart of the ocean. How could she not be excited? Thank you, Yang Chao. The excited Su Xianxian hugged Yang Chao tightly. If Yang Chao hadn't reacted quickly, Su Xianxian would have kissed him just now. Yang Chao dared not let this happen. After all, he still has Ling Qingyin. He really couldn't do it if he had an affair with another woman behind Ling Qingyin's back. After receiving this pigeon egg-sized heart of the ocean from Yang Chao, Su Xuanxuan's mood obviously improved a lot. There were more smiles on his face than before. Yang Chao, I don't want to go back now. Can I play here for a while? Just when Yang Chao was about to take Su Xianxian back, Su Xianxian suddenly looked at Yang Chao pitifully. We can come back again later. There is no need to rush. Yang Chao couldn't bear to refuse Su Xuanxuan's request. Seeing her happy face, Yang Chao agreed immediately. The two played for a while. During this time, Yang Chao called the middle-aged man named Long and reported that Su Xianxian was safe. The other party didn't say much. Just as the two played for a while and were about to go home, two men suddenly walked out from the side. Afterwards, before Yang Chao and Su Xianxian could speak, a few more people came out. Seeing these men holding weapons, passers-by all ran away. Who are you and what do you want to do? Stop talking nonsense. This road is owned by me. If you want to pass through my side, the toll is 1 million. Otherwise, if you pay even a penny less, I will chop you to pieces. Yes, the beautiful lady next to you should also let her stay. The people who blocked Yang Chao grinned, surrounded him with weapons in hand, and then approached Yang Chao step by step. Chapter 128 Action. What do you want to do? My dad is Long Out Yen. If you dare to do this to me, I will definitely call and tell my dad. Faced with being surrounded by several people, Su Xianxian was unexpectedly not at all panicked. Yang Chao even detected a hint of excitement in her eyes. Yes, it's exciting. Yang Chao really didn't understand why Su Xuanxuan's eyes were so excited at this moment. Now I am surrounded by people on the street. Logically, as a girl, shouldn't I be a little scared or afraid? How come when she got to Su Xuanxuan's place, she didn't look scared at all? Boy, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? The people who surrounded Yang Chao saw that Yang Chao was looking at the woman seriously, but they did not show any fear of me at all. This made them very strange. Was it because I wasn't fierce enough, or was it because my way of surrounding them was wrong? Ahem, there's no need to wear a mask. You just met me and now you come over and start fighting. Do you think I can't tell it's you guys? Yang Chao stared at these people and said coldly. Others can't tell who these people are, but Yang Chao is different. The moment these people came out, he immediately recognized that these guys were the ones who had just asked him to pay money, and those who had acted with the Jade boss. It's just that the clothes are slightly different between the two. Boss, why are you hiding so far away? You can't see or touch it even if I take out 1 million. After taking a glance at this group of people, Yang Chao then looked in another direction. A man in a gray windbreaker was clinging to the wall. The most obvious feature of that man was his slightly upturned beard. Isn't this the owner of the jade shop just now? Boy. Since you recognized me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Seeing that his identity had been exposed, the jade boss simply stopped hiding it. He threw away the mask on his face, and immediately revealed his true face. Tell me, kid, how do you want to die? Just now, in front of so many people, Yang Chao dared to insult him openly, which made him very angry. Later, he unexpectedly discovered that Yang Chao and Su Xianxian did not seem to have any intention of leaving immediately, so he notified many of his companions to come over. Yang Chao looked at the jade boss, then at the people standing next to him, and he couldn't help but laugh. The other party failed to extort money just now, and now he has started to rob. Hey kid, I see everything you have on you is branded, right? If that's the case, then take out 5 million and give it to us to spend. What do you think? The number of 5 million was a well-considered decision made by the jade shop owner. In his opinion, Yang Chao must be a rich man. As for how rich he is, he has no idea. But there was one thing he could be sure of. The other party must be very rich. For the other party, the number of 5 million is neither too much nor too little. If it was too much, he was afraid Yang Chao would not be happy, but if it was too little, they would not be satisfied either. In a word, 5 million is definitely a number that is neither too high nor too low. Don't talk nonsense. Do you want my money? If you want money, just tell me. 5 million, 10 million, or 50 million. I have no shortage of money. Boss, what should we do? The people surrounding Yang Chao were dumbfounded. They had never seen someone being robbed like this before. I haven't asked for anything yet, but you've already started talking about money. Yes, he is rich, and so is my family. If you want 10 million from him, you have to ask me for 10 million too, not a penny less. Are these two people mentally ill? When those people saw Yang Chao and Su Xianxian take the initiative to say 10 million, they suddenly began to doubt their lives. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a bizarre thing. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so smart. Seeing Yang Chao cooperating with him so well, the jade shop owner was a little caught off guard. Fortunately, his mental state was pretty good. After a brief pause, he immediately returned to normal. He said to Yang Chao, "Since you have already said it, I will not be polite. I think the thing you just had is pretty good. It's called the heart of the ocean, right?" "Yes, it is indeed the heart of the ocean." "Why, do you want my heart of the ocean?" "Smart, if that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Take out your heart of the ocean and give each of us 5 million. Do you think there's anything wrong with that?" Before Yang Chao could speak, someone next to him immediately spoke. How dare he have any questions? If he dares to have any questions, I will destroy him now. As he said this, he swung the iron rod in his hand, looking a little cruel. Boy, did you hear me? My brother said that nothing can go wrong on your side, otherwise we don't mind making you disappear. Is it that amazing? Yang Chao smiled faintly. Kid, stop talking nonsense and hand over the things and money quickly, otherwise, your death will come. The Jade boss was a little anxious. He began to urge. Although he didn't know why the other party could still laugh at this time, the Jade boss always felt that Yang Chao's smile was inexplicably strange. It seemed as if the other party was not afraid of them at all, which made him feel uneasy. I've already given the things away. If you want them back, it's a bit difficult. Yang Chao wanted to trick these people, so he started chatting nonsense with them. Boy, you dare to play tricks on us, brothers, let's go ahead and break one of his arms, and see if he dares to talk nonsense again. And that woman, didn't you notice that she's also a beauty, just a little weak? It must be very satisfying to get her into bed with me. No one else can compete with me for this woman. I must have sex with her tonight. There was a person among the crowd who stared at Su Xianxian and spoke loudly. After being reminded by someone, several people also realized the beautiful girl Su Xianxian. Suddenly, their eyes were shining like hungry wolves seeing delicious food. To be honest, it's okay for you to want money, but you shouldn't say such foul words. Now, I can give you one chance. Apologize immediately and I can reconsider how to punish you. Yang Chao originally had no intention of taking action. But these people's mouths were so smelly that he really couldn't stand it. Who the hell do you think you are? You're still showing off at this time. I'm going to kill you with one stick. The man closest to Yang Chao shouted and hit Yang Chao with a stick. Chapter 129 end. When Su Xianxian saw that the stick was about to hit Yang Chao, she immediately screamed. Careful. After screaming, she subconsciously rushed out to help Yang Chao block the stick. Unfortunately, neither time nor distance permits. Damn, I thought he was so powerful, but I got scared right after he started. The man who had done the attack saw that Yang Chao didn't move and thought that Yang Chao was scared silly, so he couldn't help but laugh. The other people saw Yang Chao standing there motionless and thought that he was scared silly. Damn, I thought this guy was someone important. I didn't expect him to be such a fool. The Jade boss couldn't help but complain. As for Su Xianxian next to her, at this moment, she simply closed her eyes. She no longer dared to open her eyes to see what was happening behind her. Bang! After a sound, Su Xianxian opened her eyes. The imagined scene of Yang Chao with a bloody head did not appear. On the contrary, the man who attacked Yang Chao had the iron rod in his hand bent. At the same time, his whole body was shaking constantly. Ghost! Ghost! The man looked at the bent iron rod in his hand with fear and trepidation. His arm was shaking slightly due to excessive force. He let out a strange cry and immediately turned around and ran away. You want to run? Can you run away? Yang Chao's body was like an arrow shot from a bow. He turned around and blocked the man who wanted to escape. Then he grabbed his shoulders. Crack! Yang Chao exerted a little force with his 5 fingers, and the man's shoulder blade shattered on the spot, and then the man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Hiss! After seeing this cruel scene, the man's accomplices gasped. Who's next? After slapping the man in his hand away, Yang Chao slowly swept his gaze over the remaining group of people. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just joining in the fun. When Yang Chao saw this, one of them was so frightened that he could hardly speak clearly. Do you guys want to follow this guy's lead, or do it yourself? We. Those men looked at their accomplices on the ground, and then looked at Yang Chao. In just a moment, they immediately gave up the idea of escaping. Kneel on the ground and slap yourself 100 times. Yang Chao was too lazy to do anything with these people, so it would be better to let them do it themselves. Pa! Thinking of the scene where Yang Chao pressed down with his 5 fingers just now, those people dared not hesitate at all. Without saying a word, several people started hitting themselves in the face. They've all started, and now you're all alone. Yang Chao looked at the Jade boss. This matter, from beginning to end, was caused by him. No matter what, there's no way he could be let go. You. The Jade boss looked at Yang Chao, who was walking towards him step by step, and his legs began to shake continuously. Don't come over here, or I'll do it. Go ahead. I'll stand right here and see if you dare to do it. Yang Chao sneered. Then he kicked the opponent's arm. After the knife was kicked away, the Jade boss's arm felt like it was pierced by a bullet and was instantly in extreme pain. Su Xianxian, who was standing next to him, looked at these people with some fear, and walked cautiously to Yang Chao's side. Yang Chao, what should we do with these people? Call the police. But before that, I have to do something else. As soon as the words fell, the screams continued one after another. Anyone passing by the area could hear the sounds of ghosts howling one after another. About half an hour later, Yang Chao estimated that the police would be here soon. Then he heard the unusual alarm sound. Let's go. At this time, Su Xianxian looked at Yang Chao with admiration, and she had become a little fangirl. The scenes just now were so cool. Yang Chao knocked down all the opponents with just a few gestures. This was the first time she had encountered such momentum. Even her own father, she didn't think he was so powerful. Let's go back. Okay. Although it was not satisfying, Su Xianxian was still quite obedient. As soon as Yang Chao opened his mouth, she immediately prepared to go back happily. Today is the last day that Yang Chao treats Su Xuanxuan's legs, so the middle-aged man surnamed Long also knows that after today, his daughter's leg disease will be cured. When he learned that Su Xianxian and Yang Chao strolled out of the hospital together, he couldn't help but frown. But then it returned to normal immediately. Forget it, as long as Xianxian is happy. The middle-aged man surnamed Long shook his head helplessly. Afterwards, he called Dean Liu and others over. Dean Liu, I wonder if you have any results on the matter I mentioned earlier? Ahem. When the middle-aged man surnamed Long asked this question, the faces of several deans, who were fine 1 second ago, immediately became extremely embarrassed the next second. Lu Tianyang smiled bitterly. Isn't this just talking about something irrelevant? However, he also knew that the matter was very important to the middle-aged man surnamed Long. He thought about it and had to answer it reluctantly. Mr. Long, it's not that we don't want to, but you've seen our methods, and they probably won't have any effect on Miss Su. You are useless. You are really useless. You can't even solve such a small problem. What's the use of you? Mr. Long, in fact, I think if you let Mr. Yang take action, you may have a chance. After all, you have seen his strength. Lu Tianyang seemed extremely respectful at this time. Let me think about this again. The middle-aged man surnamed Long waved his hand weakly. He knew very well how powerful Yang Chao's medical skills were. It's just that there are some things he just doesn't want too many people to know. Especially for that matter, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Just as the middle-aged man surnamed Long was thinking, Yang Chao came back with Su Xianxian. Seeing Su Xianxian's happy face, the middle-aged man surnamed Long showed a faint smile on his face. But it was quickly covered up by his serious expression. Mr. Yang, Xuan's legs? It's okay, just be careful. Oh, and don't let her legs get hurt in the short term. Okay, Long would like to thank Mr. Yang. The middle-aged man surnamed Long said very politely. At the same time, he took out a bank card and prepared to give it to Yang Chao. However, Yang Chao declined with a smile. Mr. Long, there's no need for that. If everything is okay, I'll go back first. After saying hello to the middle-aged man surnamed Long and Dean Lu, Yang Chao said something to Su Xianxian and went back. Until Yang Chao left completely, the middle-aged man surnamed Long did not mention the so-called incident, which made Lu Tianyan very strange, but he did not ask. Chapter 130: A Beautiful Prospect. Are you done? Well, I'm finally done with my work. Now I don't need to go to your cousin Wenwen's place in person anymore. Well, I've told my parents, and they'll notify my aunt. Seeing that Yang Chao looked tired, Ling Qingyin began to give him a massage obediently. During this period, Yang Chao was almost always in Fohai First People's Hospital and rarely came back to the company. Before I knew it, almost a week had passed. The company's cosmetics, as well as Monmiao Company's new products, were also launched into the market. The new generation of products are better in both quality and effect than those sold when Shen Xiaoxiao was in the company. In addition, the prices did not change much, so the market response to these products was extremely good once they were launched. For this reason, many companies have begun to plan to cooperate with Yinhai International. What do you think? Yang Chao asked softly. The cosmetics of those companies have already occupied a large share of the cosmetics market. Although our products are effective, we cannot compare with those companies in a short time. So I decided to cooperate with one of them temporarily, and it would be best if we can occupy a certain share in the short term. The cosmetics market is like a huge cake. Before Yinhai International took over Monmiao, this cake had already been divided up by major cosmetics brand companies in Fohai City. Monmiao is one of them. However, because Monmiao itself is not very large, at best it only occupies about 1 or 2% of the pie. Although it is only 1 or 2%, it is also 1 or 2% of the entire market in Fohai City. It is precisely because of this share in this market that Ling Qingyin thought of acquiring Monmiao at that time. And now the facts have proved that Ling Qingyin's idea at that time was correct. It was precisely relying on this 1% or 2% market, coupled with the high-quality products provided by Yang Chao, that Monmiao was able to survive after her rebirth. Otherwise, Monmiao might have gone bankrupt by now. Good wine needs no bush. Although this saying is true, it is not applicable at certain times, such as now. Those people will definitely not give up the market to others easily, right? Yes, they are indeed very careful. Those companies have a tight control over their sales channels. They don't give Monmiao any chance at all. Although the companies that had approached Ling Qingyin to cooperate with them said good things, they would not make any concessions when it came to certain things. Especially in the sales market, those companies are not giving up an inch. This gave Ling Qingyin a headache. There's no need to worry about this. There's no need to worry about the quality and effect of our products. What we lack now is a market and a good opportunity. Yes. Ling Qingyin also understood this truth. However, for some things, understanding is one thing, but how to do it is another. If those guys are really too aggressive, then we can only fight our way out. That's the only way. Ling Qingyin smiled bitterly. Now, both Monmiao and Yinhai International are actually feeling a bit difficult to move forward. Because of the old man of the Tion family, although many family forces are no longer madly targeting Yinhai International, some people still often take actions in secret. These people may not dare to come directly, but using the resources in their hands is more than enough to restrict the development of Yinhai International. Under such circumstances, Yinhai International is indeed in a difficult situation. Tomorrow morning, a company called Lida will come back. If you are free, we can talk to them about cooperation tomorrow. What are the conditions they offer? That's it. In fact, the conditions offered by those who came to negotiate in the past few days are similar. In that case, let's meet together tomorrow. Yang Chao also wanted to see what conditions those people could offer for his products. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the next morning. Sitting in Monmiao's office, Yang Chao and Luo Shui chatted casually. Ling Qingyin next to him kept looking at the data. It was past 9:30 in the morning, the agreed time, but those people still didn't show up. Looking at the time and then at the empty corridor at the door, Yang Chao frowned. It's time to agree. These people are just repeating the same old tune again. Luo Shui and Ling Qingyin smiled bitterly. This isn't the first time this has happened. The two companies that came to discuss cooperation yesterday were the same as this company today. So late. The meeting was clearly at 9 in the morning, but the other party insisted on waiting until 10 o'clock before coming leisurely, which made Ling Qingyin and Luo Shui very annoyed. But because they want to cooperate with others, they cannot lose their temper. Maybe the other party was delayed on the way? Luo Shui explained to the other party somewhat awkwardly. Was it like this before? Aha! Ling Qingyin nodded helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it since they have a large market share. In this day and age, whoever has the resources has the final say. Even if Manmyo has more products, only a small number of customers recognize them, and other people don't recognize the new brand at all, which is a headache. Yang Chao looked at the time. It's 9:35. It's 5 minutes past the agreed time. Normally speaking, for cooperation negotiations between companies like this, people would basically come early, so there is no such thing as being late. Just based on this point, it is obvious that those people do not really want to cooperate. Maybe a large part of it is just to show off. Wait a little longer. If they don't come by 9:50, there's no need for this cooperation. Yang Chao hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Manmyo really needs to open up the market now, but that doesn't mean he needs to bow to those people. He absolutely would not allow this to happen. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the person still didn't come. Luo Shui, call the other party and tell them that they don't need to come. This cooperation is cancelled. Yang Chao, how about waiting a little longer? I feel that Lita is still quite sincere in cooperating. Ling Qingyin said with some reluctance. She has become accustomed to this situation in the past 2 days, so she doesn't want to lose the opportunity for cooperation. We are cooperating, not begging them for charity. Besides, we have our own market, even if it's not big, but it's also the foundation. If we build it up bit by bit, I don't believe that Manmyo will collapse. Yang Chao was really angry. The other party was slow to come, which clearly showed that he was not giving Manmyo face and was not taking Manmyo seriously.